through 4 p.m. and then you can tune into our afternoon newscast. We're bringing you round-the-clock coverage as unfortunately we are once again facing severe weather this evening in our forecast. So momentarily we'll be joined with Chief Meteorologist Rob Haswell, who's really going to go in depth about the latest forecast, what we're looking at, what we're expecting, and of course really some of the threats we can anticipate, which regardless of how severe storms get tonight, just the amount of water that we could be looking at is a threat in itself, as we have so much flooding already this week from 3 other rounds of storms, and now we're adding in another night of severe weather. Do want to start off by taking kind of a live look at some of our different cameras throughout the Milwaukee area. This is our city center camera right now. Actually a much better view than what we had this morning, where we had some dense fog. At one point we couldn't see any of these buildings. Now we do have that blue sky, but I don't want that to fool you. Still very much a active weather day where we want you to be weather aware and aware of the threats we're facing and what will be coming our way in just a little bit. I'll show you Mitchell International Airport as well. Obviously a Southwest plane there on the runway. Not looking too bad now, but if you happen to be flying this evening, definitely you're going to want to be paying attention to your airline, making sure your flight is still happening. I'm already actually seeing some delays and some cancellations when I look at their website here. And finally, we do still have some fog in the area, and you can certainly see that here from our Modern camera. Again, it's a lot better than it was this morning. Still out there here in southeastern Wisconsin, as that threat for severe weather is as well. Being joined here with Chief Meteorologist Rob Haswell, although I don't have your background for you, Rob. That's what I have on the other one. Let me know what you want me to do there, Rob. But I know you're tracking the forecast for us. And what's the kind of latest threat we need to be aware of, Rob?
Well, why don't we go to the full screen, because I can't describe a green wall for very long. But yeah, if we take a look here, you're right. The threat is a concern. Right now, it looks like, let's switch back over, guys, to graphics too. There we go. Right now, it's actually quite nice. This is an important part of the story, though, because this little break here with a little bit of blue sky and sunshine is actually helping to destabilize the atmosphere and get this setup rolling as we go through the day. This is what it looks like in northwestern Wisconsin. It's actually eased up a bit in this shot, but look at the puddles that came down, a brief period there in northwestern Wisconsin. You see that little pocket right there. Yeah, that's a doozy for sure. It did not reach severe criteria, but it did produce some small hail and is still producing some pretty good rain right along, what is it, 63 and 8 there, so it's heading toward the Rice Lake area. This is, not, again, a significantly severe storm, but it is producing some heavy rain around Turtle Lake, if you're familiar with the area. And that's just kind of a hint of what is to come. There is going to be quite a bit more rain, and we've already had quite a bit of rain, so we're getting these soaking rains across the area. And we do have the flood watch in place for our entire viewing area right through until Saturday at 7 a.m. Now, you see the smaller pockets there, the smaller areas that are indicated there. Those are the severe the flood warnings. All right, I'll get through it. It's been a long day. It's been a long week. The flood warning that are specific to the area rivers. Now, let's go farther north and west here. Drag it up, pull it out, drag it up, pull it out. The reason I want to do that is to show you a couple of different warnings that are popping now. If you get up around the Dells area, we have ourselves a flood warning that is in and around that area. Obviously, if you've been to the Dells, there's a lot of actual water in addition to the water parks. And then surrounding that is a flash flood watch. So the concern here is along the Wisconsin River, and some of the levee system that's up there is really already, getting to the point where it is challenged, stressed, and it could exceed its limits, and we'll be watching for that. If you're old enough and you've been around long enough like me, you can remember when Lake Delton burst its banks. That caused a lot of problems. I don't know or think that that's a problem this time around, but it obviously reminds us of what we have to watch for. Now, north and west of that, you've got a severe thunderstorm watch, and we just got word in from the Storm Prediction Center that a tornado watch is imminent. Likely within the next little while, we'll get into that tornado watch. Now, at the moment, we don't really have anything as far as rain, thunderstorms, imminent weather at all locally. But what we're watching is this warm front. The warm front comes through first, and then it is followed by the cold front that is in behind it here. You see the significant cold front right there? So this warm front makes its passage first, and what that does is bring in this very warm, very humid air mass. If we take a look at some of the Midwest temperatures here, yeah, look at the difference. Oh my goodness, wow. The update came in and that even got more dramatic on me right in front of my eyes. But look at this. You've got 79 in places like Des Moines and Kansas City. Then you have 43 at Sioux Falls and North Platte and 29 up at Bismarck, North Dakota. We're at 57, but we haven't quite gotten into that leading edge of the warm air yet. I expect to at least see some mid-50s by the time it arrives. Now, key ingredient to severe storms is dew point. That's a very stark map. Look at the difference there. Remember, dew point's a measurement of water vapor in the air. So these higher numbers that you are seeing associated with the warm front and out ahead of that cold front like these. Look at Kansas City, 66. Even Chicago's got a dew point of 61. We'll start to tap into that in the next little while. But there's the cold front right there, creating also the effect of a dry front in a way, going from dew points of 63 down to 32 by the time we're at Sioux Falls. Now, these kind of higher dew points, they feed the stronger storms. They lower the cloud base a little bit, and they can help with the development of tornadoes, because the lower that cloud base is, of course, the more likelihood that that rotation, should it occur, might actually reach the ground and start that tornado spinning in the area. So the warm front comes through first. That's going to spike those temperatures and dew points. Then the cold front drags in behind that, and once that's cleared, we actually get into a much cooler, much drier, much more stable air mass for a few days. So we're sacrificing some calmer, or rather we're sacrificing some warmer temperatures for calmer conditions. So we get cooler, but we get calmer. Everything kind of settles in as we go on into the weekend. All right, let's kind of break this down with Sky Vision Plus here. We'll show you tomorrow's weather today. And as we march through the animation, you'll notice there's some of the heavier rain that's coming into our area, produced by some of these stronger storms. Those stronger storms really get fired up as we get later in the day and through and into the evening hours. Yeah, look at that. And then we get another little push here just after midnight with that cold front coming through. That's done by 6 o'clock. We settle down, we clear out, and temperatures start to fall. So now our traditional Sky Vision Plus model takes us up to maybe an inch or two, depending on where you are. The Fox Weather model, or exclusive Fox Weather model, it's a little more even-handed. Pretty much everybody has about an inch, maybe an inch and a half worth of rain. Either way, we're looking at some pretty dramatic, pretty significant rainfall and flooding concerns. They do have, the Weather Prediction Center does have a slight risk for heavy rainfall in our area for the day today. But remember, that's combining the last several days. So yeah, there's a slight risk for heavy rain in this 24-hour period, but that slight risk will have a bigger domino effect when you consider that the soil is completely saturated. Everything that falls in these thunderstorms is going to go straight out to run off into the rivers, creeks, streams, retention ponds, roadways, basements, I'm afraid to say, all of that. So that's why we're concerned about what may be happening with the rain, even after the thunderstorms roll through. Now, speaking of the thunderstorms, we do have a severe thunderstorm outlook that is in the enhanced range for most of our viewing area. You can see that line there goes from about the Waupun, Ripon area, Fond du Lac County, down through about Waukesha, Brookfield, through Pleasant Prairie, and then down to about Waukegan. So if you're south and west of that line, you're going to be, or you are under that enhanced warning. Then you have a slight risk zone farther north and east. Either way, you could see tornadoes. Our tornado outlook is pretty substantial. I'll show that in a second. Slight is a scattered thunderstorm definition, and then enhanced is numerous. Either way, it only takes one, right? So our tornado outlook. Now that has recently been updated as well to make it more significant potential here for stronger EF2 or stronger storms. If we get spin-ups, when we get spin-ups with some of these storms, we'll likely see them higher up on the Fujita scale than we typically do. We obviously get tornadoes in this part of the world, but in our neck of the woods, more EF0s, EF1s than anything stronger, but we could see some 2s and 3s pop up with this today. And then large hail. Remember the big hailstones, the tennis ball size, baseball size hail that we had earlier in the week? we could have a repeat performance, particularly for our westernmost counties, so Dane County, Rock County, Walworth, Jefferson, Dodge, Western Fond du Lac. Yeah, at a certain elevated risk for that. Now, speaking of tornadoes, we've had about 7 in southeastern Wisconsin in recent days. Beaver Dam, Lisbon, East Troy, Potter Lake, Waterford, Rochester, Summers, and Elkhorn. All of those, of course, have happened in the last day or two, and only one of them was an EF2, but all of them caused pretty significant damage, so it'll be interesting to see if we get more higher up this time around. All right, now here's what the statewide Sky Vision Plus forecast model looks like, kind of verifying that early northwest start there. And then here's that fill-in farther south by 2 or 3 o'clock, so a couple hours out from that, and then staying active through the evening, winding down in the early hours of Saturday, clearing out as we go through Saturday afternoon. All of that, of course, in combination with the air temperatures. Look at the change up right there as we get into that cooler air for Saturday and for Sunday. Both days will be much calmer, too, so I don't think anybody's going to complain about a couple of days in the 40s when it comes along with the calmer conditions. We warm up later in the week. By Wednesday, Thursday, we're back up into the 70s. Hopefully, we will not be as unstable or volatile. Of course, today, the Wisconsin Weather Experts preempted by our storm coverage of the significant storms later on today, but you can catch us most days, well, Monday to Friday anyway, on Fox Local and on the Fox 6 YouTube channel. There's your Fox 6 Day Planner. We're looking at, again, 74 today with 60s lakeside. The afternoon and evening storms lasting into the early hours of Saturday, but look at that long stretch. What a beautiful stretch of calmer weather coming our way in the extended outlook. I think it's going to be it's overdue, and it's going to be well received regardless of whatever the air temperature might or might not end up being. Now, I want to just quickly go back to our radar just to get you up to speed on what is going on here. There you go. And you'll notice that, yeah, it's really still just northwestern Wisconsin. That's still a big spot right now. Still seeing some isolated showers and thunderstorms, and that's the case back into parts of Minnesota as well. So we're really not seeing this as imminent, but it is going to come our way. We just had an update from the Storm Prediction Center, as I mentioned, regarding the likelihood of a tornado watch, but right now we are just under the flood watch. Shouldn't say just, because any flooding that we get will likely be significant, as we have seen of late. And then to our north and west, there's that flash flood watch as you get farther west and northwest of our broadcast area. So we will keep an eye on this throughout the day today. And Haley, as you know, we've got our crews headed out. We've got our storm truck headed out as well, with meteorologist Stephanie Barrichello on board to do some storm chasing today. Meteorologist Tom Walks and Haley will be in, or Holly, excuse me. You're going to be in, but Holly will also be in. I'm mixing two guys up all the time.
I know.
But Holly will be in as well, and the entire weather team will be working behind the scenes. It's interesting, Haley, you had a lot of folks on social media asking, hey, well, like, I've seen Tom a lot, I've seen Holly. Where have you been? Stephanie's been in. I'm like, well, a lot happens behind the scenes too. It's a little bit like a duck. The old saying about a duck, it might look calm on the surface,
right?
Below, the feet are going a mile a minute, right? Well, TV's like that too. What you see on TV is one thing. Behind the scenes, people are going a mile a minute to make it happen. So trust me, the entire Fox 6 team is behind this effort, and I got to give a big shout out to everybody's work because it has been an incredibly busy week. It has been historic, Haley, as you pointed out, I think earlier. It's the stormiest April we've ever had.
Yeah, the numbers are, startling a little bit with just how many storms, how much rain we've already had, and we're in the middle of April. You guys have certainly been hard at work keeping us safe, and to your point, sometimes I wish our viewers could have access to our Slack channels, because our weather one this week, you guys have all been commenting and helping our crews and our teams no matter what time it is, even if it's not your shift. Obviously, the other night, we might have on air seen Tom and heard from Stephanie, but I know you were on the phone with Sam Kramer, kind of telling him where to go in our weather truck. So certainly everybody has been all hands on deck and helped our coverage. And here on the Wisconsin Live Desk, they're getting a behind the scenes look at your green screen right now too. So
yeah, well, it's okay. We still told our tale, and that's okay.
That's right. Lots of reasons to tune in. And thank you so much for that in-depth forecast. Rob, if you're able to go get some sleep, do that, because I know another busy evening for you.
Yeah, that's the plan, Haley. I'm going to go home. I'm going to crash for a little bit, and then I'll probably jump back online and keep people updated, like I said, throughout the day. We do expect the tornado watch to be issued in the next hour or so, and it will include at least parts, if not our entire viewing area.
All right. Well, I know Stephanie Barkella will be joining us here shortly, so we'll check in with her and see if that tornado watch has come down. But Rob, thank you so much. Of course, he's been nonstop on air since 4:30 this morning, so we appreciate him joining us and giving us such an in-depth look at that forecast. We are going to take a quick break, but before I do that, I want to right away remind you to please download the FOX6 Storm Center app. Right now, when things are calm and I'm seeing actually some dry skies, this is when you want to go ahead and download the app so that you are ready later today. I love our app for so many reasons, and later on in the Wisconsin Live Desk, I'll walk you through once you've downloaded it to make sure you have those alerts on and have the sound turned on. I very much appreciate that because while it's not supposed to be the middle of the night this time, we did see that earlier this week, so those sound notifications sometimes are what you need to wake you up. But of course, if a tornado watch does get issued here shortly, I will know right away because I have my notifications on for the FOX6 Storm Center app, and I personally love being able to tap right into a live radar and track storm systems heavily here in Wisconsin, right where we live in the Milwaukee area. But of course, the app travels with you. So if you happen to go on vacation in a few weeks and you want to know the weather there, it will also track that forecast for you. So again, please download this app right now. It is completely free to use, and it is data by meteorologists, which is so crucial and key when you're looking really for the most up-to-date and accurate information. Otherwise, you can always head to FOX6Now.com. On our homepage right now, you will see Milwaukee weather latest. You can click on that and get some of that new information that Rob just shared with us here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. But our digital team will be keeping that up to date as well this afternoon and evening. All right, we're going to take a quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk, and we're going to be joined by Andrew Amuzu, who is live reporting from the field. See the very latest from where he's at. For now, we'll take that quick break. See you back here in 2 minutes. Hey everybody, welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk. Haley Spittler with you here at 12:19 in our extended edition of the Live Desk. Again, starting today at noon and actually going all the way till 4 p.m. And of course, then our afternoon newscast will start. So we've got you covered throughout this entire afternoon as we do anticipate those severe storms. You just heard from Chief Rob Haswell, who was saying that really it's imminent that we're going to get a tornado watch issued here shortly. So of course, we'll be keeping our eye on that. Regardless, we have that flood watch, which is a big concern, as we have already seen so much rain and so much water here in southeastern Wisconsin this week. There's really just nowhere for it to go. The flooding Wednesday night was something to see, and we are anticipating potentially seeing that again this evening. So again, it's all about being prepared, taking the proper steps right now. We've heard a lot of advice of making sure that your drains aren't covered or blocked by anything, so that as much water as possible will be able to rush and go down those. And again, it's also about kind of picking up the pieces from maybe some of the damage you've already seen this week as we now head into yet another severe storm threat. I do want to go ahead and bring in our reporter, Andrew Amuzu, joining us live here via Zoom. Andrew, you're at 60th and Port here in Milwaukee, and of course, an area potentially already hit this week. What is some of the flood damage you're seeing there, Andrew?
Yeah, well, Haley, this is actually the very first place that we went to when we were starting our flood damage coverage and are looking at just different areas across the region, the area that have experienced that major flooding. And so literally, the backstory about 60th and Port and how we saw it was that we heard about a different flooded area around 60th and Thurston. And as we were driving through here, this entire street, and let me turn the camera here, this entire street was completely underwater. Now, it's kind of hard to believe now because, of course, it's a clear street. You see some parked cars over here, but there were a couple cars just 2 days ago that were stranded out here. And then see where this car is coming through? Mm-hmm. This was all underwater, and it literally went all the way up to the fence across the way there, and even right over here into this area, going all the way through the sidewalk. You can kind of see just how much dirt and debris is along the way here. But even if as I walk back over here, you'll even see some more just bigger items that were left here. And let me see, kind of down there, and I'll walk kind of closer to it. There's like a couch or a bed or like maybe a futon of some sort right over there. And so that's sort of showing just the aftermath of this flooded area. Like I said, it's kind of hard to believe now. And if you weren't watching the morning show stuff 2 days ago, it's really hard to imagine what it was like. But the water levels were things that I haven't seen in a very long time. That's sort of a closer look at as far as what exactly we saw from that flooded damage. I'm gonna safely cross the street here.
Mm-hmm. Looking both sides of the street before we cross there, you guys.
Both sides across the street to sort of get a closer look at this. You're, of course, seeing a whole lot of leaves and dirt. But this right here is something that we saw sort of at the aftermath as crews were continuing to pick up the area. But another part of this story, Haley, that the city is also making sure people are aware of, especially with another round of storms coming through today, are the gutters. Now, they're saying that a lot of the gutters, a lot of reasons for flash flooding mainly has to do with the grass. So a lot of the grass is still highly absorbed with some of that rainwater, but it can only take so much. And so as it starts to fill up, then it sort of the main purpose is for it to overflow in here. But if there's trash and debris, it just blocks it. It gets in the way of, allowing the gutters to do what it does, and that's drain the rainwater properly. And so often around the city, especially in these highly flooded areas, you will see a lot of those gutters full and packed with trash and debris. We even saw some neighbors in this area 2 days ago that went out with rakes, and they were cleaning out this area to the best of their abilities. And it's not as if it's their gutter right in front of their front door. It's just around the neighborhood. And the city is looking for more people willing to do that, because in the end, it impacts so many people, so many commuters that are looking to just travel on this road back here. So a lot of work is going into it, a lot of things that the city is saying. But real quick, Haley, if I may, we just wanted to run through a couple of things that the city is saying for people who did go through some flood damage. I don't know how much time we have, but
we have all the time in the world for you, Andrew.
Okay, I appreciate it. If you have experienced any level of flood damage, I'm reading off here. The Department of Neighborhood Services says that there are a few things to keep in mind if you have. The first thing is to not go downstairs. Do not go to any flooded basement. That's rule number one. That's mainly out of your own safety. You don't know what you could be stepping on, any electrical wires, anything like that. That's rule number one. The second thing is to also make sure that you are not touching or getting very close to any electrical appliances. This can include any washing machines, dryers, water heaters, anything like that. That's also very important to know. You can only touch them unless it is completely dry. That's the biggest thing that they're telling us right now. Another thing is to make sure you're taking pictures and documenting everything. This will help for insurance purposes and also to help you sort of explain your situation when you are contacting a professional as well, whether that's a plumber or an electrician. They say contact both, especially in a situation like this. And many of these neighbors are still recovering from months ago for that the historic floods in August. And so this is definitely something that the city wants people to be aware of because just of just how many people this impacts, and so that's another thing. And as I mentioned, Mayor Cavalier Johnson just talking about the need for more clean gutters, more clean spaces, and the role that litter and trash and debris can play in making these flash floods a lot longer or a lot more difficult to handle and allowing them to be standstill water for a lot longer. So that's sort of the biggest things that I wanted to point out. I'm looking at my list here as far as what you can do. Oh, I guess the most important thing is to know who to call if you have any flood damage, and that is 211. Dial 211. You can also call 414-286-CITY. Oh, I see the number right there. The number right there on your screen. If you have any flood damage, that is one of the easiest routes if you have any or in need of any assistance as well. So definitely a lot I know I just threw out there, whether it's from 60th and Port. We were also at 43rd and KK River Parkway. That was another area that saw a whole lot of major flooding in that area, but cars still deciding to drive through. Piece of advice, experts say do not drive through. We saw the reason why. We saw many cars stranded out there, several vehicles. And so it's sort of a round robin of what we are seeing in this general area as far as the impacts of flood damage and what you should do if you yourself have experienced any of that damage, especially in your own home.
Andrew, really quickly, as you obviously, I know, talked to a lot of people around this area a couple of days ago while they were dealing with that heavy, heavy flooding. Have you been able to talk with them today? Are they nervous about this kind of incoming severe storm system, about what might happen if they're going to have a repeat? I mean, obviously a lot of cars right now in the street, which potentially could deal with that flooding and getting stuck once again tonight.
Yeah, there's definitely a level of or a number of people that have expressed fear or any concern as well. Let's turn my camera around because this street. Oh, sorry, no, don't want to cover the camera left over here. Here we go. This street, 60th and Port. Many neighbors here say, even those that live across here and on this side beyond this fence, they told me that for 30 plus years, this street has been the site of major flooding. And it's been a common problem. Even as I'm standing here, I'm looking more over here. This is supposed to be a gutter right over here. But you would never know because of the debris and even the leaves. That's a whole nother story, right? The leaf pickup across the city.
Yeah.
But I remember a neighbor who sent me a picture 2 days ago of her home in 1957. And even then it was flooded. Obviously the area looked a lot different. There's much more farmlands over here, but even then there was major flooding on 60th and Port, and still to this day you're seeing it today is no different. So a lot of those neighbors have expressed concern. I don't know if we have the photo or not. Or
we do, that your friend sent. We have that photo.
Yes, yeah. Because it's not just people that live in this area, but just travelers all around. People that are on the roads have expressed concern. A friend of mine actually was trapped while driving on the highway. Now, don't tell me how she got there at that one point. I'm not entirely sure, but she eventually found herself stranded in the middle of the highway there. You see it right there, literally the only car in that area. And she even sent me a couple videos. They're only like 1 second long. So not that long to sort of check out the scene. But some of the videos that she sent me, you could see that there was even water starting to fill up in the car, which obviously is another scary situation to be put into. So that's something else that the city is continuing to make people aware of, not only not to drive through floodwater, but also the severity of flash flooding. Many people, and I know, you might hear the news and you might hear, okay, it's just flooding, it's just water. It's not as bad as a tornado or even a hurricane, which we don't have here, thankfully, anything like that. But flooding alone can cause so much damage. And obviously, with this picture, you're sort of seeing it, sort of a car in the middle of a lake almost. And that's sort of the picture that we've seen from the highways to even streets like this on 60th and Port.
Yeah, absolutely, Andrew. Good reminders there to please stay home this evening if you can. I was bringing it up during Real Milwaukee. Even if maybe you're on the highway and you're not at one of those flooded areas, if it's in front of you, then they have to shut the highway down, and now you're stuck on a highway anyway with nowhere to go. So if you don't need to travel tonight, please stay home. We want everyone to be safe, and of course, we don't want these cars to keep getting stuck in the water, which can even cost you, a very expensive tow, or it can tie up some of our first responder resources. So lots of helpful advice right there, Andrew. Thank you so much for taking 10 or so minutes and joining us here on the live desk.
Yeah, for sure. Stay safe, Milwaukee.
That's right. Andrew Amuzu there live reporting, who I will give him major props, Andrew. You've done an excellent job this week on Wake Up. If you missed it, he was even helping push some of those cars out of that water yesterday during some of his live reports. We're going to take a quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk again. We've got you covered all the way through 4 as we prepare for this storm system tonight. Brett Lemoyne will be joining us live after this commercial break, so stay with us. We'll be right back in 2 minutes.
Desk.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk. Haley Spittler with you here at 12:34 on your Friday afternoon. As a reminder, we are anticipating, it sounds like, a tornado watch to be issued at some point this afternoon. When Rob Haswell, our chief meteorologist, was joining us here a little bit ago, he said that's pretty much imminent. Right now, we do have that flash flood watch that has been issued. It is in effect until tomorrow at 7 a.m. Again, all of our weather experts are on hand, whether that be on screen or off screen today, to keep you and your family safe. Stephanie Barocella will be joining us in a little bit from our weather truck. But right now, we're actually going to get to see what it looks like in Brookfield. Brett Lemoyne joining us live here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. Brett, I was just saying we're under that flash flood watch here until 7 a.m. tomorrow. And part of the reason that's concerning is because we already have a lot of water on the ground. We can see that right behind you.
Yeah, and it continues to rise and come inch closer and closer here. We're on Mitchell Park Drive in Brookfield. If you follow this road, if it was dry, you'd go to Mitchell Park. There's baseball fields, and then you'd go to the Sharon Lynn Wilson Center for the Arts. They were supposed to have a big concert tonight, Haley. They had to postpone it for a very good reason. There's no way to get to the Sharon Lynn Wilson Center for the Arts at the moment because of all this flooding. There's two ways to get there. You're looking at one of them, again, Mitchell Park Drive. The other is River Road. Both of them are flooded at the moment. It's created a bit of a problem here for some that are trying to get to and fro in Brookfield. We're also not too far. We're right off of Capitol Drive, if you're unfamiliar, and on Barker Road, which runs parallel to Mitchell, they are also blocked because of high water. In fact, if we swing, Tim, if we swing all around over this way, we look maybe more over toward Barker Road. Pretty much this entire field, Haley, at least driving on Capitol, which is a little bit higher up than the elevation that we're at right now. I mean, you can see patches of water, lots of standing water in some other areas that are just over here. So it's made for quite a mess for people trying to get around in the city. Now, here in Brookfield, they've also issued a water warning, because a water drop alert is what they're calling it here in Brookfield, because they straddle the subcontinental divide. That's maybe a little too much science for what we need to know, but basically they utilize MMSD in part here in Brookfield, and because of that, they're asking residents to really conserve water in their homes. They say that using less water prevents basement backups and sewer overflows as a result. So they're asking people to do your part, turn off your taps when they're not in use, delay laundry and dishes, take shorter showers, all in an effort to kind of combat and deal with this issue that we're seeing right here, which is pretty substantial flooding. We're also aware of some road closures in the city of Waukesha, most notably off of Barstow, right downtown Waukesha along the Riverwalk. Haley, we had some video of it yesterday. Excuse me. We're heading there very soon, but I've seen pictures and video that show it is even more significant flooding than it was just yesterday. It's eerily reminiscent of what they experienced there in August. And of course, in August, when we had those torrential downpours, they came really in one big gulp. This has kind of been trickled over the last couple of days, and as you've already pointed out, more, unfortunately, on the way.
Brett, I wanted to ask you, obviously you're our Waukesha County reporter, you yourself live in the county there, and it just seems to be one of those areas really hardest hit this week. Almost every storm system we were seeing, tornado warnings. We saw what we believe to potentially be a fatal lightning strike during one of those systems in Waukesha County. What is kind of the energy and the atmosphere right now amongst residents as you guys prepare now once again to potentially bunker down due to yet another severe threat this evening?
I've been talking to people all week, right, about that very topic, and they're fatigued, frankly, because it has been so, back to back here, nonstop, really. Yesterday was a bit of a reprieve, but certainly tonight, a lot of people are hunkering down, and they're paying very close attention to this. I've talked to some neighbors who say, their sump pumps have just been going nonstop. Luckily, where I live, there hasn't been too much of an issue in terms of flooding, but just walking around on the grass on your front lawn, you feel it. It's squishy. The soil is very, very moist, and that has contributed to so many of those trees that we've been seeing all week long that have just toppled, just really look like they've been plucked out of the ground, roots and all, just because it has been so moist. There hasn't been really any let up at all.
Yeah, absolutely, Brett. And I said tornado warnings. Really, you guys had confirmed tornadoes in Waukesha County this
Correct.
week. We do appreciate you joining us here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. I know you guys are going to keep being on the road looking for more. And if you come across anything, please hop back on here, Wisconsin Live Desk. Brett Lemoyne there reporting from Brookfield. Thank you so much, Brett. We're talking all about being prepared. So I just wanted to say, before this storm hits, one thing that you guys can be doing to keep you and your family and your friends safe is to go ahead and make a safety kit. So some things that can include is gallons of water, maybe some non-perishable foods. Always a good idea to have a flashlight on hand with extra sets of batteries. I would recommend getting your cell phones charged up now, or maybe find one of your portable chargers. Make sure that has plenty of battery power in it. First aid supplies, another great thing to think of. Band-aids and any sort of medication that you might need. Prep that rain gear. Have it ready in case you need it, and make sure that you double check your kit's contents. Maybe you're thinking, oh yeah, I went ahead and did that last year. I did it last August. I have that ready to go. Well, just go make sure everything is still there where you would expect it to be. And the other thing, top of mind, is make sure you know where your safe space is in case that tornado warning is issued and you need to go there. That is the lowest level of your home, really the most central space that it can be without any windows. You want to get as many walls in between you and the outside as possible. And then another good thing is make sure everybody in your home knows where that safe space is. Most of the time we try and give you as much of a warning as possible, but sometimes it really is a matter of minutes that we need you to be in that safe space. So knowing that you know, as well as everybody else in your home, where to go in that moment is a very good idea. For me, it's my bathroom, and so one thing I'll do today when I get home is go ahead and throw, a pillow and a blanket in there, my dog's water, all of those things that's ready to go. And if a warning is issued, I just got to get me and my dog in there. So definitely a few things that you can be doing right now to cross off those items on your list and be as prepared as possible for tonight, where we are seeing this severe threat. The latest from Chief Meteorologist Tom Walks is very much echoing what Rob, our other Chief Meteorologist here, was saying, which is that tornado watch is imminent. We are expecting it to be issued at some point this afternoon, and that should most likely be for all of southern Wisconsin. So it sounds like all of us will be under a tornado watch. So again, that is why it's just important to be so weather aware and as prepared as possible for another round of storms. I know you're probably tired of hearing about this, of having to go through these different steps. It's the fourth night of really severe weather in Wisconsin this week, but we are going to get you through it. We're here for you and your family, your friends, all of your loved ones. We'll make sure that everyone gets through this safely. Of course, all of our weather experts on hand again. As I mentioned, Stephanie Barkella will be joining us here shortly. She's actually in our weather truck, so we'll take a quick break here. We'll hopefully be able to check in with Steph on the other side of the break. Thanks so much for being with us again. We'll be here all the way to 4, and then the 4 o'clock news will take care of you after that. Thanks for being with us.
Wisconsin Live Desk.
Welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk. Haley Spittler with you here at 12:45 as we are getting you ready for another round of storms here in southeastern Wisconsin, which we do anticipate turning to a severe storm. As I mentioned before the break, Stephanie Barrichello joining us live here from our weather truck. And Stephanie, something that we had been hearing about from Rob, from Tom, is that potential tornado watch, which did just come down and is now issued.
Yes, hi there, Haley. We do have a tornado watch for a handful of communities that go until 8 p.m. Those are Dodge, Fond du Lac, Jefferson, Kenosha, Milwaukee, Ozaukee, Racine, Sheboygan, Walworth, Washington, and Waukesha County. So all of southeast Wisconsin here. The National Weather Service mentioned a short time ago that they were in talks with the Storm Prediction Center, so we knew that this watch was coming. The Storm Prediction Center puts out these mesoscale discussions that are so helpful because it gives us this good lead time that they are likely going to issue a watch. So now that we have that watch, it's basically just waiting for storms to develop. So I'm in our roaming FOX6 vehicle. Still needs a name, by the way, so if you have a good one, shoot it our way. But we're just leaving Brown Deer, and I already have to say it is a whole lot warmer here than by the lake. I'm a little bit closer to the lake. It's still a bit foggy. It is still a bit on the cooler side, but keep in mind, those of you lakeside, this southerly wind is kicking in. This warmer air mass is starting to move northward as well as into our lakeshore communities. So I just don't want to diminish the fact that there's still a chance for some severe weather, even lakeside, even though it's been kind of a dicier morning. But we're on the road. We are actually going to try to see some of these storms develop out west. We're going to do what we did a couple nights ago, and meteorologist Lisa Michaels was in this vehicle, and hopefully see some storm development out near Madison or maybe Janesville. We're actually on our way to Johnson Creek. I want to look at the latest data when we get there to see if we want to maybe go south or out towards the west. So what we are looking for are supercells, because out ahead of a squall line that will develop later on this evening, there is the chance for some of these more discrete cells, kind of like what we experienced, the past couple of days. But primary threat, I will say, especially here in southeast Wisconsin, I think is going to be that squall line as it develops and works its way out towards the east later on this afternoon and evening. So all is calm right now in southeast Wisconsin. Again, we're just now hitting the road, but really analyzing data and watching storms develop out towards the west. Now, there is a severe thunderstorm warning, or severe thunderstorm watch north and west of us. So northern Wisconsin and northwestern parts of our state, they've actually been under a severe thunderstorm watch much of the morning, and that is for some of these more isolated storms that have developed in the last couple of hours, bringing a hail threat. So those are going to continue to stay away from our area, but we will eventually see more develop later on this afternoon. All right, this is actually my first time in the truck, so I'm going to play around with some cameras. I obviously don't have more than sunshine to show you right now, but we are going to play around here. Here's the view as we are driving, making our way towards the interstate so that we can hop onto 94 and work our way towards Johnson Creek. Let's see, what is this camera? Clearly the roads are just fine, so we're just playing around here. And again, this is our view heading onto our into our destination here. So I'll bring you back to me. Okay, there you go. See, we're learning here. This is quite a setup, Haley. I am just so impressed by this. But I have storm chased before. I'll just throw it out there. You never want to storm chase if you're not trained. Just like, the National Weather Service has these spotter classes, not for storm chasing, but to really identify hail and strong wind and damage and how to give that information to the National Weather Service. Most of the meteorologists at FOX6 have also done storm chasing classes, whether it was in college or a little bit after that. So that's why we're in the truck here. We're going to stay safe, but we are going to really try to see what's happening out towards the west, and I think that'll really help us here in southeast Wisconsin in what to prepare for as the day goes on.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm glad that you are kind of emphasizing that as well, that you are doing this in a safe manner. You've been trained to do this. Obviously, here at Fox 6, we really like to practice what we preach. So if we tell you to go to your safe space, you saw it here. We went to our safe space. We also turn around, don't drown with our cars. So I don't want people to be confused when we say, hey, stay off the road, and then they see this camera. Of course, you guys are avoiding all of those sorts of flooding areas, and you are doing this in a safe manner, which I also do want to just ask you about. We just saw that tornado watch come down. So I think maybe some people will now start to focus on the tornado threat here, but really I don't want anyone to forget about that flood watch as well, because that's a huge concern too, right, Steph?
Yeah, it absolutely is. And if you remember a couple of nights ago, even Lisa, I mean, she started looking at severe weather, but ended, unfortunately, covering a lot of flooding. We are looking at the possibility once again today for an additional 1 to 2 inches worth of rain. I feel like I've said that every single day so far this week. We have picked up so much rain over the last couple of days. So honestly, even a little bit more would not be great, but the fact that we are looking at the potential for another inch or two, it could very well end up being, by the end of the evening, another situation like we saw, just 2 nights ago on Brewers Boulevard with all of that flooding, or of course, Tuesday night with all of the flash flooding that we had elsewhere around southeast Wisconsin. So I would say yes, right now we're in a waiting game. We're waiting for storms to develop out towards the west. There is absolutely a tornado threat. We also need to watch for large hail, kind of like a couple nights ago, and then a very strong wind threat too. I think with the fact that this is going to primarily be a squall line that moves through southeast Wisconsin, we talk a lot about straight line winds, and those could potentially be over 70 miles per hour as the line moves through. Now, we also know, as we've experienced multiple times, that within a squall line, we could also have those little spin-ups at times in between the line, those little mesovortices that develop and still could bring in a brief tornado and certainly plenty of damage. So we know how strong and how damaging these lines move through, or what they do as they move through, I guess I should say. So there are a lot of factors that we're still watching as the night goes on. It is not just tornadoes. We also have that chance for straight line wind, large hail, and of course that heavy rainfall. And we do really need to focus on that as the storms move through, because we've already seen it, and it really is kind of a copy and paste type situation. The lakeshore may not see the strongest of the line with the fact that this is developing out towards the west. A lot of times it weakens at least a little bit, but even the last couple of days, Milwaukee County, what's that, Tuesday was under that tornado warning. So we can't let our guard down. I know we're still in that waiting pattern, but we need to take all of those precautions as we have been all week long. It's hard to believe that today is Friday already, Haley, but also the good news is that this is the last one. The weekend is looking dry. Primarily most of next week is looking dry too. So we just have to get through today. Unfortunately, we still have that slight risk, the enhanced risk for parts of southeast Wisconsin, as well as points towards the west. So that really is our indicator that we have a chance for very strong storms going forward this afternoon and evening.
It's kind of nice for me as I'm hearing you mention all these different threats and the things that could happen tonight and what we need to be paying attention to. I also think I really don't have to worry about it, because you guys are going to do it for us. So if we, tune into Fox Local, you guys are tracking everything, so we don't have to think about, hail, tornado, rain. You guys will keep us informed, and of course, you will always let us know when we need to get to that safe space, when we need to get out of our safe space, when everything's in the all clear. So thanks for really taking the pressure off us, putting it onto y'all's shoulders. You've done such a great job so far this week, and I know you will do it again this week. And thankfully, you're going to pretty much be joining us about every 30 minutes or so here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. So you're on your journey right now, and we will check in just a little bit. Thanks, Steph.
Yeah, thank you.
Again, Stephanie Barrichello there in the weather truck today, making her way to some of the areas anticipated to see some storms. If you missed it at the beginning of Steph joining us here a couple of minutes ago, I do just want to reiterate, we are officially under a tornado watch. It's actually 20 counties that are included in this National Weather Service issued tornado watch here, and that includes spots in, of course, east central Wisconsin, in south central Wisconsin, and in southeast Wisconsin, our whole area. pretty much included here in that tornado watch. So please be weather aware. This evening, we saw already several times this week just how fast things can change. So I do want to just remind you too of an excellent resource to have on hand, and that is the FOX6 Storm Center app. This is how you can get those severe weather alerts sent out to you. It's so helpful for me when I immediately get a push alert. There's a tornado watch, a tornado warning. For me, they're also set up to go onto my watch. So even when I don't have my phone near me, in my direct vicinity, I'm still in the know as far as those weather alerts. And of course, the live radar is so helpful when you're trying to see when these storms might hit you and your area. And again, one thing that's super important, at least in my opinion, especially as we head into severe weather kind of season here in Wisconsin, is make sure you have the sound turned on for those notifications. Earlier this week, we saw some of those middle of the night warnings, and sometimes you might worry about sleeping through and not knowing that you needed to go into your safe space because you didn't wake up. Well, that notification sound can help you. It will let you know that a severe weather alert has been issued for your area, help you stay in the know that way. We're going to take a quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. I'm actually going to get my app on my phone. We'll walk you through how to make sure you have the sounds on and just some of the other features in our app. It's another great way to also send us your photos. You're kind of our eyes and our ears out there. During severe weather, we always want you to take photos safely. We don't want you going outside into the storms, but when you are able to capture them safely, we love to see them and to show them here on air, on our digital platforms, wherever we can here at Fox 6. All right, we'll take a quick break. We'll be right back after this.
Live Desk.
Hey everybody, welcome back into the Wisconsin Live Desk. Haley Spittler with you here as we approach the kind of 1 o'clock hour. Again, Wisconsin Live Desk extended today. We'll be on all the way until 4 p.m. I believe it's Ted Perry taking over at 2, and he'll do those final 2 hours with you. And then, of course, stay tuned to Fox Local. Our afternoon newscast will begin after that as we continue to get you guys prepared for this threat of severe storms this evening. As a reminder, we are currently under a flood watch that goes until tomorrow morning, and now all of our areas underneath a tornado watch as well that goes through 8 p.m. tonight, as we are expecting, as Stephanie Barrichello was just telling us from the weather truck, really a similar situation to what we've already seen this week. So we kind of know the drill now. We got to be in the know. We got to be informed. We got to be weather aware so we can keep our family, our friends, our loved ones safe. Did actually just want to walk you guys through the weather app. Obviously, we ask you guys often to download this because it's such a helpful tool As a reminder, just go into the App Store or the Google Store, whatever device you have, type in kind of FOX6 Storm Center. It's a completely free download, and that's how you'll then be able to use a lot of these helpful tools that are right at your fingertips. Oh, that's Ted Perry's name, super. There we go. I'm Haley. So I want to just kind of walk you through what you can expect to see when you use the weather app. This is the very first thing you'll see. It's kind of the home page. A couple of things to note. One, I have my location to move with me. So right now it says Brown Deer. That is obviously where our station is. When I go home, I live in Wauwatosa. It would change to be Wauwatosa. Right below that are the immediate warnings, watches that you need to be aware of. So obviously, as I just said, we have a tornado watch, we have a flood watch. It will tell you how long those last as well, and when they begin if they haven't begun yet. The flood watch just changed because it starts at 1. So that just changed to now say until, instead of letting me know when it would begin. And then you get kind of a big picture of what it's like right now, a little bit of the radar and what's to come. But really, we're going to go, I guess we'll go here first. There's these 3 lines. Some people would call those hamburger lines. Click on that. That's how we're going to turn our notifications on. So I'm going to go to settings, and then you see I have it green. It's toggled on there. That's because my station notifications are on. You can choose what kinds. I have 29. I just choose to have them all. I think it's the most informed way to be. So I've said yes to everything. Maybe there's something you didn't necessarily need on. You can toggle it off. And then this is what's key, though. This last line here, notification sounds. Mine are on. That's what's going to help me. If my phone sounds are on, wake me up in the middle of the night if there were to be a tornado warning and I needed to get into my safe space. So as we head into this kind of severe weather season, I would say in Wisconsin, might as well just turn them on now. Even if we aren't tonight expecting it to be in the middle of the night, I think it's a good idea to go ahead and be safe rather than sorry. Okay, so now we're going to change gears and look at the bottom bar of our weather app. Right now we're on the home page. The next one is hourly. That will paint you a kind of in-depth picture at today. So right now, it talks about rain starting at 5, really seeing the heavy thunderstorm begin at 6. You can scroll down, even see into tomorrow morning. If you're wanting a bigger picture of a forecast, then it's the daily. That's the next tab, which will walk you through several different days of what you can expect. What I think is extremely helpful, especially in a storm system, we're going to click on map. That is going to be your radar. And there's several different options we can choose from. I personally had the 24-hour future one on, but that's how I can change the radar there. You can see that storm system that's coming in tonight. That's what we are preparing you for right now, trying to get you and your family to be safe through this storm. But a couple of other things you could turn to is like the alerts tab, which obviously you'll see a lot of color here because we are under that flood watch and that tornado watch. So that's another option there. Finally, and this is where you come in to help us with our coverage, the Submit tab. This is how you can go ahead and send us your photos so that we can show them here on air. It's going to give you 2 options. One, you can take a new photo. So if you are taking one in the moment, you can click that one. Or if you've already taken it, it's on your phone, you can choose to submit it from your gallery. But please, if you are able to download this before the storm, it is truly such a helpful resource. And of course, it's an easy way then to kind of streamline the process of sending us your photos. So we do have a couple photos from this week of severe weather that we've already unfortunately seen, 3 different storm systems that I wanted to walk you through, just some of the photos that you guys have collected and sent our way. This is from Tuesday's storm. You can see the green sky there in Farmington. I mean, it's almost mesmerizing, some of the different clouds that we've seen. This looks like a low, maybe shelf cloud there. And of course, we've seen seemingly every color in the sky through some of these different severe storm systems. Kind of a mesmerizing look there at the sky. And then on the opposite kind of spectrum, we've seen a lot of the damage that these storm systems have done. This is also from Tuesday's storms in Sussex. Again, this is where we had an EF2 tornado confirmed, and it caused a lot of damage. I think it was 120 mile per hour winds that were kind of said to have been a part of this storm system. Obviously, that's strong and fast wind that was able to tear trees down completely, knocking them into this fence, this yard. Thankfully here the tree didn't hit a home, but sometimes we saw these trees absolutely cause damage. Wow. I mean, just look at this picture from Oconomowoc where that car is absolutely crushed and totaled by this massive tree. This is also from Tuesday's storms. And this is why we always say, you know, a car is not a safe place to be in a storm. We ask you all the time, please get out of a vehicle, especially if you're in a tornado warning, because look, it's not protective. It absolutely was shattered and smashed here by this tree. It's another thing to do of reminders, know where your safe space is and where you should go during, obviously, severe weather. Okay, I want to show you some flooding photos now. We obviously saw this a lot yesterday morning after this storm system, and also a ton Wednesday night. What a mess it was for people getting out of the Brewers games as they dealt with, shut down interstates and flooding, not just in West Dallas and near the ballpark, but all over southeastern Wisconsin. This is Oklahoma and Howell. And so often in some of these photos, you know, you think you're looking at a pond or a river and it's just an intersection. Here's 31st and Burleigh. Look at that flooding, especially in that underpass. And again, those are cars that are stuck because they were trying to drive through this, and then their vehicles, they just cannot do it. So please, we ask you for a reason to stay safe, to stay home, and to turn around, not drown. And yes, that's a cute rhyme as a way to remember the rules of the road, but also it's important because we saw so many different cars that got stuck in the water. And then, unfortunately, they have to be rescued sometimes, or they have to be towed out. And we were talking to some of the tow companies. When they have to put their crews in dangerous situations, it usually becomes a more expensive cost for you. Take a look at this flooding in Milwaukee, 15th and Kilbourne. Again, just so many cars stuck in this. And here, I mean, this is 43rd and Kinnickinnick River Parkway. This is kind of close to what Andrew was talking about. Please don't be like these vehicles. Please do not drive through this, especially when you are a sedan. Even sometimes when your car goes through it, you're causing damage to your vehicle. So certainly a reminder. This was Andrew's friend, unfortunately, that got stuck here on I-43 trying to drive home. So another reminder to please stay home, stay safe. Maddie, our producer in the booth now, she's going to get you guys all the way to 4 between me and Ted Perry. Maddie, I missed what you were saying, so share it with us to the class on air here.
Oh, yeah, I was just saying that I pulled up on tag board because you were just talking about the crazy flooding on the highway from the Brewers game. If you're able to pull that up, Haley. Yeah, this was from that night. Well, I can't even remember what night now it is because we've had so much crazy weather. This was from Wednesday night?
Yeah. I know, but it's true. It's so hard to remember what storm system was what. But yeah, the flooding Wednesday night, as you can see, this was actually people who had tried to leave the Brewers game. And we said, one, it's so incredibly flooded. You saw that man standing on his sunroof to try and get away from the water. But even the people, Maddie, who were maybe able to make it out of the parking lot just got stuck on the interstate because there were interstates that had to be completely shut down due to stuck vehicles and due to closed roads. Obviously, firefighter there on scene as well, trying to assist in they can't even do water rescues right away, right? They can't get all of these vehicles out in the moment, but what they do make sure is that everybody is okay. And once they know that everyone in their cars is okay, then they're able to kind of figure out where to go next. But obviously...
Oh, yeah, that person right there is on top of their car. That's
standing on it. And I mean, Maddie, look how high the water was, too. I mean, that's
what you have to do, yeah.
That was up to their wheels there. So, yeah, this was a very serious situation. And keep in mind, this water is basically still here, and now we're anticipating even more water this evening. So this could be another very real situation that we're looking at tonight. So please don't be like these people who are stuck.
Do not drive through this, please.
Please. I mean, one, again, it's dangerous to you. It causes damage to your car, but you see the firefighters there. It then ties up resources when they have to go and make sure that people in their cars are okay. And if, first responders can't get to you and you're calling a tow truck, Maddie, they on Wake Up today, we were talking to a tow truck company, said right now some of their tows, when they have to get into these dangerous situations and it's a tricky pull, it can be $500 to $1,500 to have your car towed.
Yeah, you don't want to be dealing with that right now. Like, nobody wants to have to pay that up. So just, especially when it's preventable.
Yes, Absolutely. So that is why we ask you, please do not drive your vehicle through these waters. As a reminder, you are right now under that flood watch that goes until tomorrow, but we also officially underneath that tornado watch. Again, when Rob Haswell joined us at the top of the 12 o'clock hour, he said, hey, this is pretty much imminent that this is going to be issued. Then I mentioned that our other chief, Tom Walks, had just emailed us and said, this is going to come down shortly, and within about 10 minutes, yes, the National Weather Service did issue this tornado watch for 20 counties, which includes all of southeastern Wisconsin. So most likely, if you're watching the live desk right now, you're under a tornado watch. We don't say this to, freak you out, to cause you to be scared for what's coming tonight. That is not what we want whatsoever. We just want you to be prepared, to know we are expecting a similar system to what we've already seen this week, and we've seen how quickly things can change. We've seen so many people need to go into their safe space, including the crew here at Fox 6. These storms absolutely rolled through Brown Deer. That was Tuesday, I believe, that storm system where we saw 7 confirmed tornadoes. That number might even be higher. For sure, that EF2 tornado in the Sussex-Lisbon area. So again, we just want you to be prepared. We want you to know where your safe space is. We want you to think ahead to, okay, I need to be tuned in tonight to Fox 6, to Fox Local, to make sure I know if any other warnings are issued, as well as, maybe, and I'll pull this graphic up as well. Think about your safety kit. What are some things you can do right now when we aren't looking at these kind of scary clouds or this pouring rain just yet to be safer tonight? Put together a safety kit if you don't have one. Some suggested items from the National Weather Service would be including gallons of water and some non-perishable foods. That's also incredibly helpful if you happen to lose power. We've certainly seen that happen in some of these storm systems already this week, so having those on hand are always a good idea. A flashlight with extra batteries. Again, if you were to lose power, you're going to want to be able to see around. I also would remind you to have your phone all the way charged up in case you happen to lose power, especially if that's your way of watching Fox Local and our weather coverage. I'm also somebody who, whenever I travel, I have those portable chargers, so when I know we're going into kind of a dangerous weather situation, or at least one where there's the potential for a dangerous weather situation, I try and find all those portable chargers and make sure they're also fully charged. Get some first aid supplies out, Band-Aids, any sort of medication that you might need to make sure you still take tonight, have that all ready to go, as well as rain gear in case you do have to eventually, hopefully not tonight, maybe tomorrow, go out into some of these flooded areas. You're ready to go. And if you're thinking, yeah, they mentioned I should do that last year, I went ahead and made a safety kit, I don't need to do it today, that's great, but just double check that your kit is still around, that it still has everything that you would need, and that way you're ready to go for tonight's kind of storm system. And of course, please know where your safe space is. I would imagine because this is now round 4 of this week, you probably do, but just in case you don't, they always say you want to be at the lowest level possible. Sometimes that might be a stairwell if you're in an apartment building. You also want to be away from all windows. You want to have as many walls as possible in between you and the outside. And again, if it can be as centrally located as possible, that's another really great idea. So for a lot of people in their apartments, sometimes that's maybe their bathroom, an area where there aren't any windows, where they can go and be safe. And again, if it is somewhere in your own home or in your own apartment where you're going to kind of hunker down if there's a tornado warning tonight, why not throw in a pillow and a blanket right now so it's just ready to go, and when it issues, if it's issued, you're able to just get to that safe space right away. All right, we're going to take a quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. Then I think in a little bit we'll check in with our weather expert, Stephanie Barakello. I think that's what's up next. Taking a quick break. We'll be right back in 2 minutes.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk. Haley Spittler with you here at 1:15 as we have been on all the way since noon. We'll be on until 4, and then our afternoon newscast will take over as we get you guys all prepared for another evening of what's looking like it's going to be a severe weather situation. So I do want to go ahead and bring in Stephanie Barrichello, our weather expert, on the road right now. And Stephanie, I know you guys are currently making your way to Johnson Creek up in Jefferson County. Decide where you'll go from there, but right now we are under that tornado watch.
Yeah, we are, Haley. We have a tornado watch for all of southeast Wisconsin that goes until 8 p.m. Now, all is calm in southeast Wisconsin right now. In fact, lakeside, you probably still have a little bit of fog, but we're watching storms really fire out towards the west in northeastern parts of Iowa. They're all severe thunderstorm warned at this point, and they are moving northeast into southwest Wisconsin. So, yes, we're on the road. We see a lot of sunshine still, starting to see maybe a few more clouds out there, but just some puffy cumulus clouds. We're not really seeing any of those towers yet that we normally will see when a thunderstorm is within range, if you will, but all is calm, and we'll be thankful for that. You know, that being said, though, we are in a much warmer air mass, especially as we drive west a bit more. Temperatures are well into the 70s. We have dew points that are in the 60s right now in these areas. So the atmosphere really is ready for thunderstorm development. I'm not worried about these storms out west fizzling as they move eastward. That's certainly not going to be the case with this afternoon's setup. So, yes, we are on our way. We're going to see whether we head to Madison or Janesville. I think with the fact that these storms are, of course, tracking northeast, which is normal, thinking maybe Madison, but we'll see. And we're going to try to do a little bit of storm chasing right now, which we don't often get to do. We're in our FOX6 vehicle. I am trained in storm chasing. It's been a few years, but just like meteorologist Lisa Michaels mentioned on Tuesday, most meteorologists at the station, we have training in this. So that's why we're doing it. We're going to do it safely, hoping to get some really good visuals. It's very important on any storm that you chase to be on the southeastern side of it because of the fact that they move towards the northeast. So you're at a safe distance and you're at a good point where you can really visualize and see what's happening within that storm. But everything, again, is still way out towards the west. And I'll try to, play around with my cameras again since I have you, so you guys can see where we're driving right now. We're by Pewaukee, if you're familiar. Let's see where we go from here. Another very similar camera view for you. And to me now, I don't have to show you the tires because all is well here locally. But again, we're on our way. It's going to be another evening, again, unfortunately, of what we just experienced the last couple of nights. So we're looking out west for some more discrete supercells, but I think across most of southeast Wisconsin, we're going to see these line up into a squall line again. So in addition to the chance for tornadoes, we do also have the chance for that strong straight line wind. We're talking gusts over 70 miles per hour, and then the large hail threat. Now we also have that flood watch too. So another inch or two of rainfall is going to be a possibility as these storms work their way through southern Wisconsin. So again, we're just pressing a copy and paste here. We're just repeating everything we just experienced. If you dealt with flooding, in or around your home with the last couple of rain events, unfortunately, you probably need to plan for it tonight as well. And then travel-wise, remember how much flash flooding we saw a couple nights ago around Milwaukee, around American Family Field, to be more specific on one of those locations. But then Tuesday night, we saw a lot of flash flooding elsewhere across Waukesha County, Racine County. So just think of what we've already experienced and know that we still have the chance for it for tonight. This round of storms as it moves through, it's something to take seriously still. I know we're probably all so burnt out on the severe weather threats with the crazy week we've had already, but just know that this is the last one. The weekend is looking much calmer, much quieter, a little cooler too, but hey, I think we'll all take a cooler couple of days compared to all of the activity we've had as of late. And then even next week is looking pretty quiet as well. So we just got to get through this one more chance for severe weather, but we need to take it seriously because again, it's very similar to what we just saw the last next couple of days.
No, absolutely. Such a great reminder there, especially because things can change so quickly. As to your point, the flash flooding Wednesday was really something to see. And I think people sometimes forget that that's just as dangerous as, some of the other threats that we're tracking is flash flooding. So again, under that flood watch, you talk about, being maybe exhausted of the severe weather. We've been through it 4 times this week. I feel like our weather experts have to be a little tired. You guys have put in a ton of hours. I noticed you were sipping, I think, some coffee maybe out of your Fox local Yeti a couple of minutes ago. I hope you guys are all caffeinated. You're ready for tonight?
Oh yes, ready. I'm really excited to be in this. I want to call it a storm chaser, but our FOX6 vehicle. This is my first time in it, so I'm pumped to be out here. Most of the time I'm in studio, so this is very new to do some field reporting for me. So really looking forward to that. Now that being said, yes, there's some adrenaline going into looking at severe weather. I would be a-okay if everything stayed below severe criteria. We never hope for severe weather, which is probably a pretty common misconception. But there is a little bit of excitement, of course, being in a different reporting area, I guess you can say. And again, seeing what happens out towards the west, I do still think will be very helpful for those of us in southeast Wisconsin. At the very least, we'll have good visuals, but I think it'll also really pinpoint what we could potentially see here a little bit later on.
Yeah, absolutely. Stephanie Barkello from our nameless weather truck joining us today. Of course, she'll be back in a little bit as well with the latest. But Steph, thanks so much for taking some time to chat with us. Yeah. And she just mentioned visuals. I got to tell you, the visuals you can see right now from Brett Lemoyne's camera are something to see. So we're going to take a quick break here on the live desk, and then after this, we get to check back in with Brett Lemoyne. Stay with us. Hey everybody, welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk. Haley Spittler with you here at 1:23. As a reminder, all of southeastern Wisconsin right now under a tornado watch. This came down within the last hour. It will go until 8 p.m. this evening. Of course, all of our weather experts on hand to keep you and your family safe tonight. We are also under a flood watch right now, and that goes all the way until I believe 7 a.m. tomorrow. So certainly anticipating some more rain in this system. We've already had so much rain this week. We're flash flooding and flooding, once again, a very big concern. And speaking of flooding, I do want to go ahead and bring in our very own Brett Lemoyne, who's now made his way to downtown Waukesha, where, Brett, we can see that river behind you, where I can tell it is full right now, flooding right there even.
Yeah, Haley, it's gushing, really. We're down in downtown Waukesha, this, of course, being the Fox River, which is now bubbling over. As you can see, this is where the Riverwalk would be, or people would be coming and maybe enjoying their lunch break for a stroll along the Fox River. Well, not today because it's closed. But look at this. If you take a look at the sidewalk, you can see a number of fish that are trying desperately to get back into the river. Now, I don't know anything about fish, but the photojournalist Tim Primo that I'm with says they're carp. Is that what you think? We think carp. I'm assuming they swim upstream then. Maybe, we don't know. We don't know anything about. We're trying to be manly out here and talk about fishing and hunting, but we don't know. But you can see they're trying to get back on the other side of the gate there, and they're just not having any luck. There's a lot of them. There's at least a dozen of them. But I can't say I've ever seen fish on the sidewalk before, not like this. It's quite a sight.
Yeah, Brett, that's actually crazy.
Haley, do you think I should do you want me to just go down there and see if I can grab one?
Oh, yeah,
No, I would never.
National Geographic, Brett in the Wild. Call him Rob Irwin if he's going to go and grab a carp for us. I mean, when I first looked at this, I think people maybe think they're looking at just the Fox River, but to your point, this is normally a sidewalk right here, right?
Yeah, this is the sidewalk. Now, if we take a look, if we go, I'm going to step out of the way so we can see. Now, this is Barstow Street right over here, and you can see they've closed it off. They did this last fall when we had that big flooding issue as well, and they've put, looks like 4 DPW trucks on the bridge with material in the back. Now, also, I defer to Tim. Tim's the brains here. I'm just the pretty face. I say that as a joke, but Tim's pretty sharp. Tim says they do that to weight down the overpass so that it would be harder if there was, even more water, that it would stay in place. And I hadn't thought of that. That's pretty sharp. That's pretty sharp thinking from Tim. But I just see it as it's a roadblock, obviously. People can't get around on Barstow. There's a number of street closures, actually. I've got a list here for all my fellow Waukesha residents. It looks like Barstow from Main Street to St. Paul, closed. Dunbar, partial closure. West Main Street, there is a partial closure on the west end of the river. Riverwalk Drive, and then Grady Park is also closed as a result of all this flooding.
Brett,
you don't want to be wandering into any of this, that's for sure.
No, you absolutely do not. And I can tell that there are people, out and about right now. Obviously, we can see people kind of taking a look at the Fox River and the amount of water that's in there. Have you been able to talk to anyone, get their reaction on just what things look like now, knowing there's another storm system making its way into our area?
Yeah. So we just pulled in, because if you recall, we were in Brookfield maybe a half hour ago when we saw you last, and we just got in, and I said, Haley's going to want to see these fish. So we jumped at the chance to get you a live picture of the fish. I haven't had a chance to chat with anybody yet, but there are a number of people. We call them looky-loos. That's what I call them, looky-loos, that are down, like this guy down here, taking pictures.
Yeah.
Taking some video for the Instagram. You think he's on Instagram? I don't know, maybe. We'll have to see. Search for his pictures.
I would say maybe we'll see ourselves. I am so grateful that you brought us the fish, Brett, because that is crazy to see the fish on the sidewalk, not in the river. And I did Google it, just in case these are carp, which we're not saying they are. That's what we think that they are. Carp do swim upstream, according to the good old Google. Yeah. They are known to navigate strong currents, shallow water, and can even jump over obstacles to reach spawning grounds. So I think they're going to be okay, Brett.
Good. I'm glad that you're preserving our journalistic integrity here, Haley. I appreciate that. We don't want to say that they're carp official. We don't want to get sued by the carp in case they identify as some other type of fish. But yes, I think you're right, and I think Tim was spot on, because it looked. I mean, otherwise, why waste all that energy going upstream?
Right.
If they just like let go for us, like maybe 30 seconds, they would go downstream. They'd be able to get around it.
Yeah.
I'll shout it to them.
Thank you.
Carp. Well, they're not listening. Sorry.
They're not watching Wisconsin Live Desk the way that our smart viewers are right now. Brett Lemoyne reporting from downtown Waukesha. We'll see what Brett finds next. Always a pleasure to have him join us here on Wisconsin Live Desk. We don't know for sure if they're carp, but we do know positively that they are currently in an overflooded Fox River in downtown Waukesha. And again, that is a concern tonight as we talk about this storm system. We are under a flooding watch. We are under a tornado watch, so definitely a day to be weather aware. Obviously, we have team coverage for you between Brett. We had Andrew. We've got Stephanie. We've had Rob. We'll get more weather experts and more team members on the live desk as the time goes on. For now, we're going to take a very quick break. Then I'm actually going to kind of break down the difference between a watch and a warning, because I know sometimes that gets a little confusing when we just start throwing all these alerts at you, notifications and things to look out for. So we'll break it down. I might also walk you through the app one more time. Just make sure everybody's ready for this evening, where we are anticipating another round of severe storms. Thanks so much for being with us so far. Take that quick break. Be right back in 2 minutes.
Live Desk.
Hey everybody, welcome into the Wisconsin Live Desk. Haley Spittler with you here at 1:33. If you happen to just be tuning in, first of all, welcome to the Wisconsin Live Desk. Some extra good news for you on your Friday afternoon. We're extending Wisconsin Live Desk. It's going to go all the way to 4 p.m. today. And then, of course, that is when our afternoon newscast will begin as we keep you informed. We're getting everybody ready right now for another batch of severe weather to make its way through southeastern Wisconsin. We are already underneath right now a tornado watch. It's 20 counties included in this tornado watch from the National Weather Service, and that includes all of southeastern Wisconsin. This right now is going to go all the way through 8 p.m. At the same time, we're also under a flood watch right now. That goes till tomorrow at 7 a.m. So already proving to be an active day as far as watches go. We do anticipate probably getting some warnings this evening as well. Again, our weather experts will be all over the place to keep you and your family safe from from Tom Walks in studio. Rob Haswell, of course, has been behind the scenes for a lot of our coverage these past few evenings. Stephanie Barrichello is in our weather truck, going out to potentially do some storm chasing and really bring these storms to our screens and keeping us safe at home. And I think Holly will also be on hand for a lot of our coverage as well. So if you are tuning in tonight, they've got you covered. If you're tuning in tomorrow, Lisa Michaels will have you covered on a weekend wake up. But again, here you can see that flood. You're seeing the tornado watch. We're also underneath a flood watch. And I know sometimes people then ask, hey, what's the difference between a watch and a warning? And there's a lot of things that I cannot explain when it comes to meteorology because I am not a meteorologist, but this is one that I can explain. So I'll throw up that tornado watch graphic again. But here's kind of the biggest differences as we look at a watch, not a warning, at least not yet. This really just means that hazardous weather is possible. So what they want you to do is to stay alert, to monitor forecasts, to review your safety plans, everything we've really been going over the last hour and a half here on the Wisconsin Live Desk, right? It's getting your FOX6 Storm Center app downloaded. It's knowing that you can tune into Fox Local if and when things turn severe this evening. It's knowing where you're going to go, where your safe space is in case that tornado warning is issued, as well as maybe some of the items that you should bring with you, your safety kit there. A lot of times this is going to cover a very large area when you're under a watch for a pretty long period of time. I think this is an excellent demonstration here for the watch, right? 20 different counties. This is a huge section of Wisconsin that is under this tornado watch, a tornado watch that will end up lasting more than 7 hours by the time it expires. Again, that's some key indications that you're looking at a tornado watch. The difference between this and a warning. So a warning means you need to take cover. It's either happening right now or it's imminent. It is going to happen. So they want you to get to your shelter, get to that safe space, and stay there for whatever duration of time. Now, unlike a watch, this is going to be a much shorter period of time. Think 30 minutes, 45 minutes, 60 minutes. And again, these can expire early as well. And then the other thing that you're going to want to do is just kind of remember, this is actually great. I was going to go with taco. Maddie's very prepared. She's got our cupcake instead here. Think of this as the difference here. A cupcake watch, it means you have everything you need to make cupcakes on the table, right? You've got your eggs, you've got your flour, your sugar, your icing, your butter, and your mixer. So if you wanted to, you could make cupcakes, right? So in this case, there's all the right elements for a storm to occur that you're gonna wanna be aware of it, but it's not happening right then in that moment.
We've got taco too.
To the warning. She does have the taco one as well.
Yeah.
Maddie is on it for us.
I'm here all night, literally.
She is. She's got you guys covered. So the warning means you need to, it's happening. You now have that taco. It is in your hand. You have assembled it. That storm is occurring. Get to your safe space, or in this analogy, get to your seat. So that is when you need to go, oh, this is happening now. You know, there were all the perfect conditions. We had all of the ingredients. Now we've made the taco. Now that storm has formed. So just keep that in mind. Right now we're under the watch. So that just means, hey, we're looking at the atmosphere. We've got all the right elements for a tornado to potentially occur. Not a warning yet. And again, as I was mentioning, this is going to be a very large scale area. 20 different counties. You will... And I don't want to be wrong. I'm not a meteorologist. I don't think you'll ever see a 20-county tornado warning. What we've seen is more so, 1, 2, 3 county warnings this week where they've said these areas need to get to their safe space. Another great reason to tune into the coverage that we do on Fox Local and on Fox 6 On Air when there are tornado warnings is sometimes maybe your county is under a warning, but it's not actually your specific area. It might just be half of your county, and where you are, you don't need to go to your safe space. So again, they will always break that down for you. If you hear a siren, if you get a push alert saying you're under one, I always say tune into the coverage as well as get to your safe space. We want everybody to be safe and sound. I love that you had these graphics ready to go, Maddie. Do you have a preference between the cupcake or the taco?
Well, the taco is a classic. These were actually made by our executive producer, Lauren Curtis. And the taco is like the OG, but I believe the cupcake is a new one. So I'm going to go with that just because I like pink. And also it's very informative and important. So,
it is.
And it has my favorite colors.
You know, it is really important because, again, sometimes, especially at a night where we might get a lot of watches and we might get a lot of warnings, sometimes you get confused as to, oh no, I don't remember what this one means. Or maybe you're a parent watching thinking, how can I explain this to my kids? What an easy demonstration now to say, you know what, we're under a tornado watch, but that's okay. That just means we have all the ingredients. Nothing's been made yet. And then when the warning happens, you can say, okay, we got cupcakes, we got tacos, we got to go to our safe space. Maybe, Maddie, right now you can also make genuinely cupcakes and tacos for your safe space. I'm just throwing out an idea.
Well, that's the thing is well, you're going to be out of here, right?
I'll be out of here this evening, yeah.
So what have you done? Have you done anything so far to prepare? Have you stocked up, like dinner?
Yeah.
Do you have anything?
So what I've done, Maddie, let me throw up Maddie here as well. I, first of all, earlier this week was trying to really figure out what my safe space should be. Something that you and I can both relate to when we live in an apartment. Sometimes you don't have a basement. And so I was trying to figure out, you know, is it better to go to my bathroom? I'm on the first floor. Should I go to an underground garage? Lower is better. But I was getting conflicting, you know, information about being around cars. So, you know, I reached out to one of my friends who's a meteorologist. I figured out what was best for me and for my dog. Keep in mind, you know, you want to get all of your animals to your safe space as well. So that was a huge piece of prep. When I go home tonight in a little bit, I'm going to do a couple of things. One, I'm going to move a blanket and a pillow for me into my safe space. I'm also going to bring Zobrist's bed, so he has a nice little spot in there as well. Zobrist is my dog, in case I just threw a very strange name out and you've never tuned into the Wisconsin Live Desk before. I will get my flashlights ready. You know, if you want a candle, that's another good idea. And I'm going to go fish out all of my portable chargers once again, just in case you lose power. I think it's always good. This is kind of a lifeline, especially for warnings and information with our meteorologists. So I want to make sure my phone's ready to go to keep watching their coverage, even if I lose power.
Wow, you've got it all.
I mean, you're
wow, very, very prepared, which is great.
We really try to practice what we preach. I know I say that a lot, Maddie. I just noticed this, which I didn't ask Kale if I could take this, but this is the Wisconsin Live Desk. I just noticed.
I was going to say to take this.
Yeah, Kale, one of our managers, is down in the basement right now. If you missed it earlier this week, we actually had Steph and Tom, two of our weather experts, in our basement continuing our storm coverage while we needed to shelter in place here in Brown Deer. So obviously we're under a tornado watch. Better to be safe than sorry. Kale is once again setting up this studio just in case we need to go down there. This is in our basement. It is the best location here for our station to keep everyone here safe if there is that tornado warning. So obviously Kale getting ready as well. Maddie, how late are you here tonight? Is this kind of your spot? Will the basement be your safe space tonight?
Yeah, I'm creating a graphic right now just to say that there is a tornado watch in effect. But yeah, I think that basement right there is going to be my safe space tonight. I'm actually, I have been working day shift kind of all week, so I was kind of getting FOMO of everyone getting to go to the basement.
Yeah.
Just because it seems like, I don't know. I mean, you can attest to this too. Like working in news, some of the biggest days are weather days like this.
Yeah.
And that's where you really want to be a part of it and everything. And just seeing that and the shots of everyone down there, it was really cool, and it made me really proud to work here and just see everything that we're doing.
Yeah.
So.
And I guess to reiterate what Stephanie was saying, none of us will be disappointed tonight if, you know, there aren't any storms to chase, if we don't need to go to the basement. That would be good news on all accounts if this doesn't end up being the storm system that we think it might be. But of course, obviously, we're just ready to go if that were to happen. And yes, you know, sometimes in this industry, people will be like, hey, why do you do that? What do you like about it? And I think a lot of times it's about keeping our community informed and being there for our community. And to Maddie's point, I mean, week it's been to be there for our community and to keep you guys safe. And sometimes I feel like, Maddie, well, how can I help the meteorologists? Because they're really the ones doing all the work, and I'm just here to assist in any way I can, if I can, which, you know, is breaking down the taco graphic sometimes.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Everybody's role is super important, but yeah, our weather team has done such an amazing job keeping everybody informed, working long hours. I don't know. I feel like I'm getting so deep. I'm proud to like work in this industry at this station. And no matter where you watched, this whole market has a great team of weather experts. But I've really enjoyed seeing all of the coverage from our station.
Yeah, I think it's been really cool to see our meteorologists. I mean, Rob Haswell gets up at, I don't even want to know what time, like 3 a.m. every day, but he's been staying up, and obviously he's tired. He would rather go to bed, but for him to say, no, this is my job, I'm going to keep people safe. I mean, Stephanie went home Wednesday night, was done after working her entire shift, and then came back because a tornado warning popped up, because she wanted to be here to keep people safe and to, help Tom Walks, who was by himself, one of our chief meteorologists. So to your point, I mean, it sounds like we're getting deep, but like, it's a great team to be a part of when people can put aside and sacrifice. And we've seen a lot of sacrifice from our meteorologists this week, and even our reporters. I mean, everyone across the board has showed up and played their part and done their role.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, just it's been a crazy week, and I give everybody so many props because it hasn't been easy, but I think we've been doing a great job. And one thing too is on Tuesday, I'm getting my days. It was Tuesday night with the storms. On Tuesday night, just looking outside my window, I see like a courtyard where I can see other apartments.
Yeah.
Not to be like that, but I saw like a lot of people had FOX6 on, and I was like, that's so cool. Like what we're doing really matters. And so, yeah, shout out to everyone at home too, keeping tabs, staying informed, finding that safe space, and just listening to our weather team, because that's where you're going to get the most accurate and the most updated information, truly.
Yeah, and when you talk about playing your role, I mean, that is what you can do to help your neighbors in your community, is being informed and is, following the direction of the meteorologist. Absolutely. Well, speaking of severe weather and kind of everything to keep your mind on, one last reminder before we head to break, and then we'll see if we can check in actually with Stephanie Barakel. Speaking of our weather expert, we are under that tornado watch until tonight at 8 p.m. So if you're watching, just put this on your radar. Start thinking of your safe space. Start thinking of, your safety kit, and if you know where to go, and if you have all the supplies you need, and where that flashlight is. That's what you can do now to prepare. If you don't have our FOX6 Storm Center app, please go ahead and download it. I promise this is almost a lifeline during severe weather. It has so much information right at your fingertips. So again, you can head to the App Store, the Google Play Store, wherever you download apps on your phone. Type in FOX6 Storm Center. It is completely free to download. Then you can turn on those notifications. If you missed the walkthrough, I'll make sure and do that one more time before I pass the torch on over to Ted Perry. But again, we will be with you all day long. I also just want to mention, Maddie just found out a little bit ago, Wake Up will actually be starting an hour early tomorrow, starting at 6 a.m. So I promise we've got everything covered for you, what you need to know about, whether that's us staying late, extending Wisconsin Live Desk today. We started Wisconsin Live Desk early. I know we're going to stream into the evening, even if we aren't necessarily on air. Our weather experts will be providing you with the latest information. And again, even Wake Up tomorrow, we'll start a whole hour early at 6 a.m. to keep you guys informed here in our community. But for now, we'll take that quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk, and then we'll check in with Stephanie, hopefully on the other side. Be right back in 2 minutes.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk. Haley Spittler with you here at 1:49, and we are once again hitting the road here with our weather expert, Stephanie Barrichello, who is in our weather live truck. Stephanie, I know you're on your way to Janesville. You're already tracking some different storm systems and cells that you're seeing on radar. So what's kind of your thought process here as you continue on your journey?
Sure. So we're really watching storms firing in northeastern Iowa right now. So yes, there's one tornado warned cell just south of Dubuque, Iowa, and watching, of course, that entire line as it continues to work its way towards southwest Wisconsin, likely in the next 40 minutes to an hour. Right now we're near Fort Atkinson, so we're on our way. But my thought process is just to head towards Janesville. So when you're looking at some of these storms or trying to storm chase, you want to be on the southeastern side of a storm because storms move towards the northeast. So then that won't really impact you, but you'll still get a visual. So my thought process is if we head to Janesville or maybe somewhere near there, northern Rock County-ish, that cell may potentially head just northwest of us. Now that being said, there are some cells developing south of there too. So we'll really gauge the situation as we get closer, if we need to stay a little farther east or not, but all is well still in southeast Wisconsin. So again, we still have a couple more hours before we see some of these storms moving east into our area. Photojournalist Jared is with me right now, Jared Harrington. He is changing the camera for me. Again, there's really not much as we look here in the Fort Atkinson area. A little bit more cloud cover, but none of those towering cumulus clouds that I kind of referenced earlier. Now to recap, we are all under a tornado watch until 8 p.m. That's all of southeast Wisconsin, all of southern Wisconsin, really. And we have the chance for tornadoes, yes. But also, I think for us locally, we are going to see a squall line, meaning, yes, we could see some spin-up tornadoes, but damaging wind gusts as well, especially on the leading edge of the storm. So right as the line moves in, we could have gusts over 70 miles per hour. That large hail threat. Do you remember back to Tuesday when we had baseball size hail in a handful of communities? Madison had softball size hail on Tuesday. We are back to that threat. So we could still see hail like we saw on Tuesday. And then we can't ignore the flash flooding threat too. We could potentially see another inch or two of rainfall as this line moves through. And even after the strongest part of the line moves through, maybe through 8, 9 p.m., we're still going to have a pretty steady rain then through our overnight hours. So we are just copying and pasting essentially everything that we just saw over the last couple of days. It is absolutely a day to be weather aware here in southeast Wisconsin. I know earlier there was still a lot of fog and much cooler temperatures near Lake Michigan. At last check, Kenosha was climbing into the 70s. So this warm and muggy air mass is still in the process of moving into some communities, but we're going to have all the right conditions to see strong thunderstorms, just like Monday night, just like Tuesday night, and of course Wednesday night as well. So something to pay attention to, absolutely.
Yeah, I was going to say, Stephanie, I mean, obviously we just want everyone to be weather aware. I know sometimes, we extend our coverage and we want you to know about tornado watches or a warning. It's never in a place of creating fear. It's always just, hey, we want you to be safe. We want you to know this might happen tonight. Obviously, you're in the road trying to find some of these storm systems to visualize that for us. Again, she is a storm chaser. She is in a vehicle that has been built to do this. So everything we do here, we try and be as safe as possible. And we know that you'll continue to check in with us, but obviously headed to Janesville. Any idea what time you'll get there?
That's a great question. It looks like maybe just after 2:20, so we've got a little under 30 minutes. So we should still have plenty of time before that cell actually arrives, which is what you want, because then you can really gauge the line and the direction and what else is developing. So we're giving ourselves a decent amount of time here. So maybe a little under 30 minutes and we'll be at our destination, but we'll see if we have to move a little bit. But yeah, so that is a tornado warning cell right now. So that's the main spot that we are watching. Even as I look at the latest from the National Weather Service too, I have their chat system up right now. It looks like the storms that are in southwest Wisconsin are not quite to severe limits at the moment. So that is some good news for everybody, you know, at least in southwest Wisconsin, but it's really just southwest of that, all the cells in northeastern Iowa that are either severe thunderstorm warned or tornado warned at this point. And again, we have all of that energy still here locally too, so we have the chance for all of that later on today.
Yeah, I was saying, Steph, right now we're taking a live look in Dubuque, Iowa, where we can see already some of the lightning strikes. We can see the wind blowing a flag in this shot and the rain already coming down. So already appreciate you painting a picture of what's happening there, what we can maybe expect to see here. And of course, we know you, Tom, Holly, everybody will keep us safe later on this evening. And again, we'll check in with you in just a little bit as you continue to head towards Janesville. But thanks for, once again, joining us here on the live desk, Steph.
Yeah, thank you.
Again, taking a live look right now in Dubuque, Iowa. Obviously, Stephanie said this is where she's already seen some storm systems pop up. What we could potentially be seeing later on tonight here in southeastern Wisconsin. As a reminder for anybody just now tuning in, we are under a tornado watch right now. It's a pretty expansive tornado watch, 20 different counties. So I know Steph was saying southeastern Wisconsin, and then she joked you could almost say southern Wisconsin. This is a very big tornado watch effective until 8 p.m. And again, we're also right now under a flood watch. That one continues all the way till tomorrow at 7 a.m. So again, we just want everybody to be weather aware tonight in case anything pops up here and these tornado watches turn into tornado warnings for specific counties. So again, in case you missed it, I know I did this about an hour ago, but I want to do it one more time. We keep talking about the FOX6 Storm Center app, which I do have here on my phone. I just want to highlight a few features that will help you tonight as we continue to really track this storm. The first thing, any of your watches and warnings will pop up right here on your home screen for your area. So right now, my location, I have it set to follow me. So again, right now it's in Brown Deer. That will change as I get home. I live in Wauwatosa, so then it will become Wauwatosa, and it will reflect those locations, watches and warnings, which right now is the same regardless, which is the flood watch, again, until tomorrow, 7 a.m., and the tornado watch till tonight at 8 p.m. It gives you a kind of closer picture then of your day. But another helpful tool is going to be heading here to map on your bottom screen. That's your radar. Now, right now I have alerts on, so it's just kind of indicating again that tornado watch, but I can change it back to the 24-hour future, and that's going to show me then my radar, and I can kind of move it along, see when those storms will be hitting my area, as well as, you know, zoom it out and see some of the storm systems that even Steph was just talking about. So again, you can see the Dubuque, Iowa one, which I know that camera right here, Maddie was saying, is really seeing a lot of lightning strikes and some rain. One more time, though, I'm going to bring it out to me while I finish just the most important thing, and that is turning on your alerts and your watches and your warnings. So you're going to head right up here. It's 3 lines. Some people would call them hamburger lines in your right-hand screen. Hit settings, and then you'll see here station notifications. Toggle that on. Then below that, you can actually choose what weather notifications you want. I just choose them all. But maybe you just want, you know, tornado warnings, watches, etc. Turn those on. And then here, notification sounds. Mine also are on. So if I have sound on my phone, those notifications will say, hey, a severe weather alert has been issued for your area. It's loud enough that if you happen to be sleeping as we continue on this severe weather season, it should wake you up, because again, we just want everyone to be safe and sound through these different storms. I'm going to pop back up here the Dubuque, Iowa camera that Maddie found for us, where there is a tornado warned supercell. So again, you can kind of already see the wind here. We can see that flag whipping back and forth. We can see some of the raindrops already on this live camera, and the lightning already pretty present here at 1:58 p.m. So again, this is kind of painting somewhat of a picture of what we can expect here in southeastern Wisconsin later on tonight. So again, please stick with us here on the live desk. We'll be going all the way till 4 p.m. Then make sure if you're on Fox Local to stay tuned, or on Fox 6, our afternoon newscast will begin. We'll have you covered 4, 5, and 6. We have a whole streaming plan plan in place this evening as well. And of course, we'll always cut in. I know people don't always like that when you maybe have programming that you want to watch. I know this week, we had to interrupt, I think, Doc and The Floor. One, we'll always find a time to air your shows again, but it is more important for us when there are tornado warnings that we keep people safe. So if there's a tornado warning, a tornado on the ground, we are going to cut in to your programming and bring you live coverage to make sure that everybody can be safe and sound through these different storm systems. And again, taking a live look here in Dubuque, Iowa, where there are those kind of this tornado warned supercell that we're potentially going to see. Again, Steph also on the road right now, making her way to Janesville as she tries and finds some of these systems here in Wisconsin. And a reminder, you are under a tornado watch, most likely, if you're watching us right now here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. 20 different counties here in Wisconsin, all of southeastern Wisconsin, under a tornado watch tonight until 8 p.m. So what does that mean for you? And let me break it down with the taco demonstration one more time. That means we have kind of all the ingredients for a storm, for a tornado, right? We have the ingredients for a taco, you could say. We have the avocado, the lettuce, the meat, the tomato, but we haven't actually formed anything. Later on, if that were to change to a warning, that's when you've actually physically made the taco and it is in your hand. It is happening now. So during a watch, some things to keep in mind are, where are my safe space? Where are, some water, some non-perishable food, my flashlight, maybe my phone charger, those types of things. That's what you want to be thinking of now. And you want to be doing things like downloading the FOX6 Storm Center app. I just showed you some of the features here live on air. It is such a helpful tool to truly have in your hand during any sort of severe weather threat. So please go ahead, download that. It is completely free. It's available on the App Store, on the Google Play Store, wherever you download your apps. And it can be a lifesaver, literally, in the case of a warning when you need a matter of minutes, sometimes seconds to get to a safe space. It's going to alert you, as will our meteorologists, during all of our programming tonight to keep you and your family safe. All right, we're going to take another quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk, and we'll check back in. We've got more weather coverage coming up for you right after this.
The Wisconsin Live Desk.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk. Haley Spittler with you here at 2:03, and I realize we haven't taken a live look outside here in Milwaukee in a minute, so I wanted to show you, and this will kind of maybe paint the picture. I know it might be confused why we have been covering so much weather here on the Wisconsin Live Desk, actually exclusively weather here on the Wisconsin Live Desk since noon, when it looks beautiful outside. I mean, take a look at City Center here. You've got crystal clear blue skies. Obviously, it's been a little bit warmer this week. Our Estabrook camera looks absolutely gorgeous as we kind of approach 70 degrees. Well, this is why we've been covering this so extensively. Take a look at Dubuque, Iowa right now. And this is painting the better picture of what is to come, as there is a kind of tornado-warned supercell happening in Dubuque, Iowa right now, where at any moment, this is kind of interesting too. Look at the flag now. Completely still. So that just shows you how quickly things are changing in Dubuque, from very windy to not windy to raining to not raining. This a couple of minutes ago was pretty much nonstop lightning. Now I haven't seen a lightning strike. Again, storm systems sometimes can change and move so quickly, and that is what we are anticipating later on tonight. As a reminder, all of southeastern Wisconsin, 20 different counties in Wisconsin currently under a tornado watch that will be in effect until 8 p.m. That's why we just want you thinking about it now, knowing that this is on your radar, as well as a flood watch. And the flood watch actually goes till tomorrow at 7 a.m. And we're really concerned because we're already seeing a lot of flooding, you guys. If you missed our live report with Brett Lemoyne about an hour or so ago, maybe 40 minutes ago, I lose track of time on the live desk, he joined us from downtown Waukesha, where the Fox River is flooded. And crazily enough, there are fish at what is normally the river walk. So you're looking not at even part of the river here normally. This is a sidewalk. You can see there kind of the fence where the river would normally begin that's overflowing into the river walk and the sidewalk there. There are a pile of fish just swimming around upstream, trying to, we assume, get back to the Fox River. We were talking about how these might be carp, but that just paints the picture, right, of the flooding that we have seen already this week, which is why it is a concern when we are anticipating more rain. Another system tonight where there isn't really room for rain to go. We've gotten so many inches already this week. Let me show you actually some different flooding pictures that we have from some of the earlier systems. This is Oklahoma and Howell, an entire intersection here underwater. 31st and Burleigh, where this underpass has just cars that are stuck and sitting in standing water. Take a look at 15th and Kilbourne here. Same problem. This is a street absolutely covered in water. And we saw it here, 43rd and Kinnickinnick River Parkway. This was actually the morning after. So this was Thursday morning. And I just want to reiterate this one more time before we head to a break and Ted Perry takes over. Please do not drive through water like this. This is when you want to turn around, not drowned. One, we have seen countless cars get stuck. I know earlier we were showing the video of fans that were trying to leave the Brewers game Wednesday night when their cars got stuck and they had to stand on the roof of their car waiting to be rescued because the water was that high. Not only is that, I mean, dangerous for you, then a first responder has to potentially come out, or a towing company. It's also just damaging your vehicle. So please stay home, stay off the roads tonight. We are anticipating more of this kind of scenario. We know you're tired of hearing that. We know you're tired of experiencing severe weather. This is really the last system, it sounds like, for this week for sure. They're not seeing anything in the forecast next week, so please continue to be weather aware tonight. We are under that tornado watch. So I'm actually going to leave this tornado watch graphic up as Ted Perry takes over. He'll get you all the way to 4 p.m. So it's going to be a little quiet here for the next 3 or 4 minutes, but I'll leave this up just so if anyone's tuning in, they can be reminded that we are under an active tornado watch until 8 p.m. tonight. But again, Wisconsin Live Desk continuing all the way to 4 p.m. with Ted Perry. Thanks for joining me today. He's got you from here.
Everybody, Ted Perry with you now on a Friday afternoon, 2/11, 69 degrees here. Let me show you what it's like here. And that is us right here. This is us. Kind of a nice day, 69, 70 degrees, depending on where you are. You can feel the humidity. You can feel something's a-brewing, and it is. And this perhaps might be what's brewing. Milwaukee, say hello to Dubuque, Iowa. The beautiful city of Dubuque, Iowa, right in the far eastern side of the great state of Iowa. One of my favorite cities, believe it or not. Unless you've been to Dubuque, you don't know what I'm talking about. So we are hoping that everything goes well for these folks because they are, right now, there's a tornado-warned supercell approaching Dubuque, and you can see the moisture, the rain in the air, the droplets on the camera there. And so we're going to be keeping an eye on that. We're going to be keeping an eye on a lot of things. With you on a Friday. Usually that's my Saturday, but we have an all-hands-on-deck day for a reason. It is another day of 4 days out of the last 5. Let me get the headroom right there. Whoop. Nope, let's go up there. Perfect. Well, it's perfect as it's going to get with me in the shot anyway. Yesterday we got a little reprieve. We had some sunshine. We had a breeze. We needed that. We needed to dry out. Because today, according to our meteorologist, and we're going to be checking in with Stephanie Barrichello shortly, it is another chance for a day not just like Wednesday was. And we know how wet and soggy and destructive Wednesday was, not to mention Tuesday. Chief Meteorologist Tom Walk says this could be reminiscent of last August 9th. And we know what a heartbreaker that was. You have to feel for the folks wherever they were, in Glendale along the Menominee, the Milwaukee River, maybe on the south side, maybe along the Menominee Creek Parkway. So many people flooded, and you just cross your fingers and you pray that it's not going to happen again. Stephanie Barrichello, are you with us here? That is you on RS1, yes? Is that you?
Yes. Hi, Ted.
Good to see you, and you are in the passenger seat. There she is.
Yes.
You're heading to Janesville down in Rock County. What's going on there?
Yeah, hey, Ted. We're watching a line of storms that's still way out west, even from us approaching Janesville. We still probably have an hour or two before it even arrives. But I have the opportunity to do a little storm chasing today, which we do not get to do often. So main goal right now is to make our way towards Janesville. We're very close, less than 10 minutes away. I think we'll probably hang out here for a little bit. But what I'm watching, I'm looking at radar right now out towards the west. There is a tornado warned cell near Dubuque, Iowa. That is, and it's moving northeast at this point. Of course, we'll have to watch that track very closely. So it's possible that that cell, or maybe just north of that cell, will go just northwest of us if we set up in Janesville. So hoping to get some good visuals, see a little bit of structure. You know, it's just so fascinating to be able to see a storm develop. And I hear there is a live picture.
Yeah, I'm showing you Dubuque right now.
Like, Ted.
Yeah, I'm showing you Dubuque right now from one of the traffic cams along there. So you can keep talking about Dubuque and tell us what's happening here. And is this the same cell that's heading our way?
Yeah, I mean, still a ways away. So it is, let's see, moving at about 35 miles per hour. So it's not moving very fast. It looks like, as I have a track on this, it's going to be close to Warren, Wisconsin, or Monroe, not until almost 3 o'clock. So it just goes to show we've got even a few hours here in Janesville before it arrives. But that's what you want, because it gives you time to watch the line and to see how it's progressing east or northeast. So we'll have some really good time to actually watch this. It looks like actually the cell just south of Dubuque, Iowa now also has a tornado warning. So that's a really hefty line of storms. And actually, that's just the first line. There's actually another line, Ted, out near Rochester, Minnesota. And though that line has multiple severe thunderstorm warnings as well as tornado warnings on it too. So we actually could be looking at kind of 2 waves of thunderstorms here. We're talking hours from now though. So southeast Wisconsin, I don't want to panic you. We still have plenty of time before these storms move in. Here in Janesville, it may not be until maybe, 3:30 to about 4 o'clock. So for our far inland areas, maybe 4:30 to 5 p.m. So we have some time still, unless these storms pick up a little bit. And that's all stuff that we will continue to monitor as it approaches from the west. But we're very close to Janesville right now. I will say it's a little cloudier, but it's not ominous in any way, of course, because those storms are still out towards the west. The key to watching some of these storms and to getting a good visual and to be safe is to be on the southeastern side of the storm, because storm movement is typically southwest to northeast. So if you are southeast of the storm, it is moving completely away from you. But if you're in an open area, you can still see the storm structure. So we, of course, will see. We're just kind of playing that waiting game. But a reminder that all of southeast Wisconsin is under a tornado watch until 8 p.m. This is a very similar setup to what we had the last couple of days. Remember, we had severe weather Monday night, Tuesday night, and Wednesday night. Last night was the only time that we didn't have severe weather this week. So we already know the impacts of some of these squall lines as they move through. It could bring in damaging wind of over 70 miles per hour. It could bring in these quick spin-up tornadoes. It could bring in the flash flooding and the large hail. In fact, we still have that flood watch too for all of the area. So that is regardless of the strength of thunderstorm that we see here locally, everybody has the potential to see an additional inch or two of rainfall. So if you're one of the lucky ones who maybe squeak by without a severe thunderstorm warning, not saying that's going to happen, but even if you're lucky enough to maybe not have a warning, you still have the potential to see some of that heavy rain. So unfortunately, I do think flash flooding is going to be a big risk going forward tonight. Until then, though, we are still just playing the waiting game, Ted.
Of course. I am showing viewers right now, you're on your way to Janesville. I'm showing one of our DOT cameras just outside Janesville. And I'm going to take viewers around. I'm going to tell you, because you can't see me, right? You can't see what we're streaming, right?
Correct.
Okay. So let me start with us here in Milwaukee. Look at that shot of, and you know what it is, Steph? We're seeing my favorite shot, the Associated Bank building and City Hall. With the flags, and they're blowing in a direction they're not used to be blowing. It almost seems like the breeze is coming from the southeast. Am I reading that right?
In Milwaukee, it may still be the southeast.
Okay.
There may also still be a little bit of fog too, Ted.
Gotcha. Yeah, there was some patchy fog certainly this morning. Now I'm going to show viewers Dubuque, Iowa again, and that gold dome building, that's the Dubuque County Courthouse. Dubuque, beautiful town right along the river. It's a river town, rich in history, great city. It really is. My parents met there in Dubuque, Iowa. They went to school at Clark and Loras, respectively. And now I want to show people Janesville, where you are heading, and it's sort of a combination of the two. Cloudier skies, a little more ominous looking, not quite what we're seeing in Dubuque here. Can you give us a timeline again? So we're under a tornado watch. Until, and we're going to bring you into it. Here you and I are together back on the split screen here. Tornado watch until 8. Let's go over the basics.
Correct.
A tornado watch says what?
So that means that there is the possibility for tornadoes with any thunderstorms that we see today. Now, I do think southeast Wisconsin, we are more so looking at squall lines moving through rather than some of those more discrete supercells. I'm not ruling it out, but I do think we're more so going to see some lines of storms or squall lines move through the area. So it's not just a chance for some of those spin-up tornadoes. There is also the chance with squall lines, especially if they start to have a bowing feature to them. That means strong straight line winds, and the threats for tonight going to be over 70 mile per hour wind gusts. And then think back to Tuesday night. We had baseball size hail in a handful of communities, especially out west in parts of Dodge and Jefferson County. That large hail threat is back tonight as well. So we're talking, maybe over 2-inch size hail with any individual storm that moves through. And then we already talked about that flash flooding threat for everybody, regardless of the strength of storm. But with the fact that we could have at least one round of storms moving through, if not maybe 2 separate lines, we need to watch for every single threat, essentially. And timeline-wise, it may not be until after 4 or 5 p.m. for some of our inland areas, but that time frame is actually a little earlier than the last couple of nights. The last couple of nights, it was actually pretty late into the evening. So maybe a touch earlier, though that will really depend on the speed of the storms out west. If they slow down, if they pick up, that of course will change the trajectory of them. The storms right now in southwestern Wisconsin are moving northeast as they normally do. So we'll just watch as they continue to get closer to our area. But for now, again, we still have at least a few hours to prep. Maybe you had flooding, in and around your home. You have to do a little bit before this next batch of storms move through. But with the fact that we have a tornado watch, we are going to continue to, I lost my train of thought there. I'm so sorry. Any plans you have tonight, you need to remember that tornadoes are a possibility. It is Friday night, a Friday night of a very stressful week for everybody, even those of you who are not meteorologists. I know you want to enjoy your weekend. Know that any plans you have tonight, especially if you are traveling, it could get dicey across our area. In fact, it likely will be. And then the positive to all of this, Ted, this is the last event. The weekend looks dry. Most of next week looks dry. A little cooler, but that's a trade-off I think we'll take for a nice long stretch of sunshine.
47 degrees and chilly on Sunday, and I've never been so happy about 47 degrees, right? 47 degrees is it's too cold for snow and it's not warm enough to bike ride. So, it's one of those blah temperatures, but just the peace that we're going to get from that. I want to go back to something you said, maybe straight line winds are going to happen, and people might think in their head, that's not a tornado. Hey, don't underestimate straight line winds. We have seen the damage that straight line winds can bring. Why are they so powerful?
Thank you. This is actually one of my favorite topics to talk about. The difference between tornado. Oh, what river is this? Oh my gosh, we're passing over the Root River right now.
How is it? Does it
Rock
look?
River, excuse me.
The Rock River, does it look?
Oh, it's high.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I can see. Yep.
High.
I just saw from your passenger window it looks high.
Yes.
Okay, straight line winds
back to
versus
that
tornado. Yeah.
Yes. They're both equally strong. So when you think about it, tornadoes, yes, could have winds over 100 miles per hour, but sometimes in these squall lines, we could have 80 miles per hour plus. There's not a huge difference between 80 and 100. In fact, sometimes in squall lines, we do have 100 mile per hour gusts. Now, the difference between the two is that squall lines impact a bigger area than a tornado normally does. So when you think about it, if a line is rolling through from Fond du Lac County to Walworth County, and the entire line has wind gusts of even just 70 miles per hour, that's a really big area dealing with really damaging wind. And you think of images of trees just kind of like bent in half, or maybe a line of power lines just bent in half. That is a really strong wind pushing everything in its direction down. So really, between tornado or straight line, there is still a significant impact between both of them. And a lot of times, straight line wind is impacting a bigger area than a tornado. So that's something to really think about. One is not, stronger than the next, even though the actual wind speed might be stronger. As far as impacts go, they both could really do a lot of damage.
So don't sleep on them. You talked about preparedness and getting ready. I will tell you, I made a stop at a hardware store that perhaps you and I both frequent right there on Port Road today, looking because I wanted to get gutter extensions. They were They were picked clean. Okay, they were picked pretty clean, and the salesperson there told me that people have been coming in. So I guess the good news is people are heeding the advice that the FOX6 Weather Experts are giving to be prepared in any way they can. Good news for them. Not great news for me, as I've had to sort of, MacGyver a few things together to extend the downspout. Apologies to the neighbors. It doesn't look great, but it'll do the job tonight, and I'll cosmetically go back and fix it later. But it just goes to show that the flooding has really had an effect on people, on our psyches, and saying, I don't want this. I want to get the water as far away from my house as possible, because I think it was Tom was saying, or one of you meteorologists was saying, this could be as bad as August 9th.
And we've already seen images from Tuesday night and Wednesday night, you think around American Family Field especially, that I remember seeing from August. So the fact that we've already had 2 separate events that have created flooding, numbers-wise, maybe not as much as we saw just in that one night, but still so many stretches of roadway that were flooded, we will absolutely see that again tonight if we really do end up seeing that extra inch or 2 of rainfall, because, again, we're so saturated. There is nowhere for this water to go. Now, hopefully there's been a lot of cleanup across the area, and hopefully that helps. But when you get so much rain in a short amount of time, there's nowhere for it to go. And that, of course, is the problem with flash flooding. And that just brings me back to those of you traveling tonight, even if it's just to and from a restaurant. You do need to be aware that if the rain is really coming down in some of the spots that we've already seen flash flooding, we will likely see it again tonight.
And you mentioned plans. I mean, it has been a week. People want to go out. They've been really concerned about things. Plans have been altered. I live not far from Whitefish Bay High School, and I can see the baseball team wearing their jerseys today like they do on game day, like we did when I don't know, you were a volleyball player in high school. I don't know if you guys wore your volleyball uniforms in high school on game day, did you? Did you? We did. We wore our football.
We may have. I don't remember.
My point is, they're all excited. They're wearing their Whitefish Bay white jerseys, and I'm thinking, fellas, you're not getting a game in. Likely they're not, right? Probably not.
No, in fact, my daughter's soccer game was canceled. It was supposed to be tonight at 7:30, and it was canceled last night. So now that we have a tornado watch, no, I don't think any outdoor activities will be held.
Okay, just even with a watch, it's advisable to not plan any of those things.
Yeah, because that's our heads up that tornadoes are possible. Now, unless they have a game maybe right after school, like here shortly, maybe.
Okay.
But anything later in the evening, no, I'm not expecting any of that to get in.
Gotcha. We're going to take you to Maddie, our producer, says, let me bring up this. This is southeast of Janesville, Maddie, or northeast? A little south of Janesville, I-39 and 90. Okay. And what we're seeing here, and you can see, and I don't know how close you are to Janesville, Stephanie.
I believe we're in Janesville right now.
Okay, so
maybe the outskirts of Janesville.
Okay, well that's what this shot is showing. You describe. Oh, okay, we got a better shot right from the truck. Oh, there it is. This is from what I call Ground Fox, but we haven't officially named it yet. But until we do, it's FOX6 Live Truck is what we're calling it right now. Okay. Look at that country road there. Ominous skies ahead. Tell me what we're seeing.
A lot of darker clouds, I will say that. Our drive west earlier was completely sunny. Still nothing of concern, but yes, we definitely have some darker clouds here. And I'm checking radar, and everything again is still way out towards the west. So even here in Janesville, we probably have at least an hour before any of this moves our way. But the fact that we're starting to see some of these darker clouds, it's a windy day. Let's see, it's 78 degrees here. Dew points are up there as well. So we are absolutely still primed and ready for thunderstorms and potentially severe thunderstorms. But at this point here, it really is just some of those darker clouds.
Now, you're as far north as Dubuque, Iowa. They're at the same latitude, pretty much. This is not the same system, or is it? Is this what Dubuque saw 3 hours ago? I'm sorry?
Well, Dubuque is getting storms right now.
Right, yeah.
They've got a tornado warned cell right now.
Correct.
But we will see this line in the next hour or two here in Janesville.
We're going to see this line.
Another line of storms.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't want to talk over you, but when you say this line, it's the line that you're in the live truck right now showing us on that country road.
Correct, okay. But it's still a ways away still.
And it's not raining. It don't appear to be any moisture on the lens.
No rain here yet. I think we'll probably, I'm not sure if we'll stop and wait or if maybe we'll try and head west a little bit more since we have some lead time.
Sure.
But we are absolutely on some country roads right now, Ted, and just kind of playing the waiting game at this point.
Can I ask you, I don't want to say you're excited because nobody wants dangerous weather. Nobody wants severe weather. I mean, some people might really be fascinated by it, and that's fine, but you can't root for it. So I'm not saying you're rooting for it, but you're very curious to get out there in the field. Have you been trained when you got your meteorology degree? How did they train you to go spotting storms like this? Or is it all just by experience?
I think a little bit of both. I had training in college, which, to be fair, was a while ago. But I think a lot of meteorology programs have a specific severe weather class. I know I did. And then chasing was kind of the second thing that you do. So we had the class where we really learned how to read maps and decipher conditions. And then we had a field study that following summer. It was about 10 days, and you're out with a group of people and you're storm chasing. And, I think you can know what to look for, but until you actually storm chase, I think that's what really, puts it all together, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. So I do have training. I have not storm chased in a very long time. Meteorologist Lisa Michaels, kind of the same thing. She had training, but when she worked in, I believe, Missouri, she storm chased a lot. So she, again, was out in the truck on Tuesday. So don't worry, we have training, absolutely. I think that the beauty of this is, number one, we don't get to do it too often. Number two, you just learn so much about a storm when you see it develop. And I think even though this is completely out of our viewing area, if we were to maybe catch like a storm developing and that initiation and that visual, I think we would really be able to explain a lot about a thunderstorm.
Yeah.
We're doing it safely, absolutely. This truck is equipped with everything that we need, and yes, we do have that training. But it also is really interesting because I don't think meteorologists ever want severe weather, especially not this week because we've had so much of it.
Right.
But for me personally, I have not storm chased in so long. There is a little bit of excitement to this today.
And that's understandable.
It's out of the studio. Yeah.
Yeah, don't apologize for being passionate about the weather. I mean, that's what you guys are. I mean, seriously, the weather experts, you're not going to find a weather expert who's like, storm, boring. No, I mean, you are very into it. I really felt for that one motorcyclist, being a motorcycle rider myself, you just had him on that camera turning towards you.
Yep.
I'm thinking, there is nothing worse than being on a Harley Davidson or whatever type of motorcycle as the storms are approaching. It's a very anxiety-inducing feeling. So I'm hoping wherever he or she is riding to, they're getting there soon because those guys do look ominous. Anything else? I don't want to take up all your time, but I mean, this is a great time to get you while you're kind of a captive audience here. What else should we be looking for, preparing for, thinking about as we go into the early evening here?
I would say make sure all your devices are charged. If you have flashlights, make sure the batteries are working. I think flood-wise, too, I know I was one who had a little bit of water in my basement, and we still have some fans going, and of course the dehumidifier going. Just make sure you're just paying attention to that. Make sure the sump pump is still working. If you need to periodically go down to your basement while the storms are ongoing. I'll be honest with you too, Ted. So I am the second house on just a very small hill, but it does make a difference. And now my neighbors down the street probably get more than we do, but our backyard just fills up with water, and that's our issue. So the last couple of storms, the water came up to our home, which is what we had in August too. We have a neighbor's pump in our backyard. So we still have that. We didn't give it back yet because we know we're probably going to need it today as well. But it's just those little things. I know everyone's probably so sick of the precautions and all of the stuff you do ahead of time. But as you even mentioned, this very well could mimic what we saw Tuesday night in many ways. So don't get complacent just yet. Make sure you're still ready for power outages, ready for potential flooding, and anything else we could see tonight. Also, put away some of your outdoor furniture maybe.
Yeah,
I know I always put the kids' toys away because it's just light plastic, like their little toy house. Little things like that I really do think make a big difference.
And if you have a trampoline, if you can get some sandbags on there, or, because that's a kite. These winds come in. We've seen pictures of trampolines going down the street, and that's no bueno for anyone there. I'm curious, you have your neighbors like a sump pump in your backyard? Explain this again, this setup you have.
Yeah, I don't actually know if it's technically a sump pump, but our hose is attached to it, and it's just sitting by our little play set, which is still underwater right now. And so when the water gets high enough, then we have the hose down the driveway, so then it goes to the curb.
I got you.
So I don't know if is that a sump pump? I'm not sure.
I
Maybe
guess
I'll send you a
the
picture
same.
and you can decipher.
It's the same concept of a sump pump. I actually don't have a sump pump. I have a Palmer valve in my house, which is supposed to keep the basement dry, and usually it does a little bit. Nice of your neighbors to lend that to you, though, especially with, but it probably behooves them to have your yard dry too, right? Otherwise, water rolls downhill and it rolls toward them.
Yeah, I think we all learned a lot back in August.
Yeah.
And we all know what to do now when it comes to flooding and whose basements were safe and whose weren't. So we're all we have a little group chat, and we're all just,
I love it. Yeah.
checking in on each other and helping each other.
I love that. Talk about this truck for a second. Your first time in it storm chasing, what impresses you? I haven't actually been in it yet.
Oh, this is my first time even stepping foot in it.
Show us around if you can.
It is, yes, sure. So one camera is on me. So we have 4 separate cameras, and I can kind of go through them. This is the one that is on top of our truck.
Okay.
And then we have like a dash cam, essentially, too. Is the dash cam, Jared, the one that we can move, or the one on top of the truck?
Roof cam.
Okay, so the roof cam, I'll go back to that, and we can like pan it and zoom out, which, clearly I'm still learning.
That's okay.
So that's really nice. And then we also have a camera by one of the tires, and it shoots the road. So this is really helpful, I think, in winter situations, but it was also very helpful during the flooding on Tuesday as well as Wednesday night, because you can really see how high some of the water is. So we have a lot of different visuals. And then let's see, my computer is plugged in, my phone is plugged in, we've got a microphone, we've got IFB, we've got sensors on the truck too, so I can see what the air temperature is, I can see what the road temperature is, what the dew point is, which right now says...
And you have radar. You have the same radar that you would have in the weather.
High.
You have the same radar you'd have in the Weather Center?
I'm looking at radar on my phone and on my laptop.
Gotcha.
But the fact that we, have access to it is still huge. But yeah, this is just fantastic. And I couldn't even explain what's happening in the back. That'll have to be Jared because I don't know any of the technical stuff.
You use the term IFB, and for those viewers at home, this is an IFB. I'm popping my earpiece out. This is so we can hear each other, and this is so we can hear producer Madeline because she's the one orchestrating this whole thing. And you're with photojournalist Jared Harrington. We want to give him a shout out because he was off the clock the other night and got out and went around and started shooting video. So let's give Jared a shout out. Usually I joked the other night and I said we put a mic on Jared, which usually is an ill-advised move, but we were in a pinch the other night and he did a great job explaining what was going on. So you're in good hands there. All right, I'm going to give.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I'm going to give you a little break, but I'm not saying goodbye. I'm just saying take some time. We're going to go around the clock. We're going to take a break. I'm going to check in with Maddie to see what's going on and what the plan is. But don't go too far because we're going to need you desperately. Because if I have to start talking about the weather, we're all in trouble. Okay, that's my job. My mother wanted me to be a meteorologist. Did I ever tell you this story? Did I ever tell you this?
No.
When I was in high school, I came home one day and I said, I think I want to be a priest. And you think any Irish Catholic mother of 5 boys would say, oh, I finally got one. And my mother looked at me and she goes, oh, no. You're going to be a weatherman or a game show host. So I was that close. I said, Mom, it sounds like there's a lot of science in meteorology. I'll do the game show host thing. I'm still waiting for that call from the game show network. But right now, we got the meteorologist in the right hands. We got the right people on the job there. So I will free you up for a minute, Steph. Thank you very much. Let's go to producer Maddie here. All right, I'm going to pop you down. She is right there, and we're going to silence her mic so that she can feel free to talk about us. And there's Maddie right there. Maddie, what a glow you got going there. It's very spiritual, sort of.
What?
A kind of spiritual glow there. You're in the.
Thank you.
There's a light. It's I don't know if it's just good lighting there or what. All right, what's our plan here? We're staying on 2 to 4. You and I don't work Fridays.
I know.
You're usually off doing whatever you do on Fridays. God knows what. I don't know. It's none of my business. I'm off doing whatever. You know what? It's none of your business. But here we are because we got an important few hours ahead of us. I don't mind being called in on big news days. I don't think you do either.
Yeah, I don't either, especially because I feel like it's like I'm always on the opposite shift or something's going on. So, yeah, really happy to be here. Really important time to be here, too. But, yeah, big weather day. I told Steph just now while you took me on camera, I was just wrapping up with her, to stay on that shot just so we could see the sky and kind of track that and figure out when to take her again. Because I'm looking at the radar right now.
You're talking about this shot right here.
Yes, that shot right there.
Outside of Janesville.
Yeah, so just looking at that, I'm putting up a graphic so people can see.
Okay.
But yeah, so just looking at that, seeing if things pop, looks like they're in a good area. I'm looking forward to seeing, what this might turn into. I think it's an exciting time for Steph too, talking about her first time in the truck. Yeah. So hopefully we get something good but safely.
Let's look over at Dubuque now, where the rains seem to have stopped. I still believe they are still under a tornado warning in Dubuque. Let me refresh this because they were before. I don't know if they still are. I don't see that it's still up there. So I'm wondering if that has passed. The computer I had before had it very clearly marked, so we'll have to check on that.
Yeah, I'm checking right now. Maybe I'll ask Steph real quick.
Okay. I'm checking as well. They have put it down to a tornado watch where they are.
I see. I'll have to update my graphic here.
They're under a flash flood warning until 8:30 tonight and a tornado watch. Yes, it's been bumped down from a warning to a watch there in Dubuque. So I think that is good news. I'm going to check in with Steph here. Told her we'd give her a little break. Okay, what else we got going on, Maddie? We're all weather, right? We don't have any guests.
No guests. Pretty much all weather. Just because, as the further we get into the hours, the closer we are to things starting to pop here. Yeah. But yeah, if you want to take, actually, we spoke with Brett Lemoyne earlier. I don't know if you've, can you find your tag board button, Ted? I think I can pull it up too.
I got it.
Ooh, look at him.
Tag
He's tech savvy
right
now.
Oh,
yeah, so this was actually taken by, are you okay?
This is I said wow, like look at this water.
Oh, I thought you said ow.
No, I said wow.
Oh, okay.
This is
fish
from Brett Lemoyne here.
Yeah. This was just a couple of hours ago. Fish on the sidewalk in downtown Waukesha because the Fox River is overflowing. Pretty crazy stuff. I feel bad for the fish.
I feel bad for the fish. I feel bad for Waukesha because that river, even on a good day, you look at it and you go, wow, that's pretty close to the surface. That's pretty close to it's really a nice river walk there. Oh, look at those babies.
Yeah,
right there.
I know. I hope they find their way back into the river.
Well, of course, they're in water, Maddie. They're fish. They're fine.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, what if a wave comes?
It's not like they're sitting on a park bench waiting for a bus. They're okay. They're fish.
Stop. Like, what if, I don't know, what if the big wave comes and then they're just like a fish out of water or a fish on the sidewalk?
You've been waiting to use that, haven't you? And what time was this when Brett took this?
This was about an hour ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I imagine it's not much better now.
Yeah, and we were trying to figure out what kind of fish they were. Brett was saying he thinks they're carp.
I was going to say they look like carp to me.
All right. If two of us think that, I feel like...
Wow.
I don't know. We can't confirm.
I'm not much of an angler as much as I want to be. We can get Jeff.
Oh, Jeff View would know.
Jeff View.
Should we ask him?
Yeah, we can call him. You can just.
Should I page him right now?
He'll be able to tell you if they're carp.
I can actually call him right here. Call Jeff View.
The water was over benches yesterday along that river walk in Waukesha.
Say that one more time.
The benches were covered. There are benches along that river walk there, and they were covered by water.
Oh,
so
yeah.
As bad as it is now, it might have actually been worse yesterday. Do we have any other crews out and about?
I've got Jeff. I've got Jeff on the line right now. Jeff, I'm just wondering, have you seen the fish? Do you see what's on tag board right now? The fish on the sidewalk. Do you know if they're carp? Jeff View can confirm that is a carp, or those
Bingo.
are carp fish. Yes. I also have got Sarah back here, our assistant news director. Let's see what she wants.
What's going on?
I'm talking to Sarah right now. I'm seeing what she wants. Maybe we could go to go back to Steph's shot of the
We sure can.
storm in Janesville.
So this is outside. Well, I got to take tag board off there, so we'll go there. This is Steph Barrichello's camera in the FOX6 live truck, the Mega live truck. I don't know which way she's facing. I should have asked her that before. And then this is Des Moines, Iowa, which it seems to be clearing up in Des Moines, Iowa. So that's good news there. And then this is Janesville again from the DOT camera. And this is Milwaukee. So, I mean, look at the tail of the skies here. Soft breeze coming out of the southeast here in the Cream City. Then we go to Janesville. And then we go to Des Moines, Iowa, which had been raining and dark, but we're seeing some hope on the horizon there. And again, this is Janesville right now, that same system that came through Dubuque. So we'll see if it gets better or gets worse by the time it lands in Janesville. Maddie, did Sarah have instructions for us? Does she want us to do something?
She did. Well, and then Brian Graham just hopped out of here. I feel very important right now, all of our managers coming in. Yeah, she was just giving me the plan for tonight. Because, again, you guys should keep it right here. Right after our FOX6 News at 6, we will be streaming from 6:30 to 9, and then FOX6 News at 9 and 10 will take over. So, yeah, we got a lot of coverage. All hands on deck tonight, like Ted said. Him and I are in on our off day. We're committed to keeping everybody safe. But yeah, that's kind of where we're at now. But yeah, keeping it weather focused and everything.
As we should. Mary Stoker-Smith will be along as well. Tom Walks is in to help out in studio with Holly Baker. We got Stephanie Barrichello on the road. We got Lisa Michaels getting some sleep because she's got to be on the morning show, which starts an hour early tomorrow. We should point that out. Fox 6 wake up usually 7 to 9 on Saturday and Sunday, but we're going to start a bit earlier for you. Bria Jones will be with you, and Lisa Michaels starting at 6 o'clock Saturday morning as we make sure we got this thing covered. It was our coverage the other night, though. I think a lot of people appreciated what we did. I know we don't love cutting into bringing you back here, Maddie. We don't love cutting into programming, okay? Programming pays the bills. There are commercial breaks. People like the shows. They like the floor. They like Doc. It's not a decision we make lightly, but it's also not one we apologize for because the weather's so severe, and when you're under a thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning or flash flood warning, we're going to cut in 7 times out of 7, and we're not going to apologize for it because it's information you need to know. It can literally be life and death. We're going to do that tonight if we have to as well. But here's the thing about Fox Local. In a big story, we're going to be on Fox Local, Maddie. So we're always going to be here. That's the beauty of what we can offer people.
Yeah, I think when there's big breaking news, go on Fox Local, and we're going to be on. That's the message here, especially tonight.
Gotcha. So what is your role tonight?
So I will be, right now I'm back in the booth with you. We're going to take you guys to 4 o'clock. That's when our linear newscast will begin, which you can watch on the Fox Local mobile app as well.
Okay.
And then I will hop back in the booth at 6:30, do some, wow, this is really good recall because Sarah just told me the plan, so now I'm remembering it. Yeah, I'll be back in the booth at 6:30, and then I'll hop out around 7:30 and be focused in the newsroom, just kind of sourcing out the video that we're getting in because it's been awesome. We've been getting such great viewer content and video, so I'll be helping out with that so we can put what you're seeing on the air and so everyone can stay informed. So yes, also send us your photos and everything. So yeah.
You keep talking. I'm just going to show some different graphics. This is the radar right now, what we're looking at, and more of this, the satellite and radar together. And this is the current traffic situation. Nothing outrageous. I mean, 94 over by the stadium is always going to be iffy this time of day, especially on a Friday. Maybe people leaving work saying, I want to get out of Dodge before all this happens. But you mentioned our viewers and the video and pictures they send in, Maddie. Thank you for bringing that up. FOX6now.com. If you go there and you go on the home page, there's a tab that you can submit pictures to. We're also going to have a QR code. We don't have that ready right now, right? Perfect. And when you get that, so if folks want to get ready, we're going to show you a QR code when we get it ready. And what we're doing here is we love your pictures. You're helping to tell the story. So many of the flooding stories that came in the other night, the video, the hail from all over really helped us out. Speaking of all over, I do this every time I'm on the Wisconsin Live Desk. Let me know real quickly where you're watching us from. Ted.Perry@Fox.com, Ted.Perry@Fox.com. We had Crivets, Wisconsin the other day. We have Jeffrey in Fox Point, who's, I think, our most loyal Fox local viewer. I wish there was some sort of award for that, but we just express our gratitude. So let me know where you're watching us from. Ted.Perry, Perry, @Fox.com. We like to know where people are tuning us in for on Fox Local, and therefore we can help service your needs as well. If you need a forecast for your area and I got a meteorologist on the line, we'll do that for you. So these are the watches and warnings.
Check out Steph's shot right now.
Okay, let's go back to router 1.
Interesting.
Steph has taken us around. Should we
head back out to her?
Yeah.
Let me Slack her to make sure she's message her. That's talking in corporate terms. Let me message her and see if she's ready to go. But yeah,
okay,
that looks like an interesting thing.
Her and Jared Harrington are on the move, and
yes.
I'm curious as to what precipitated that. And this is the tornado watch in effect right now for all of southeastern Wisconsin until 8 o'clock. That could change. It could be upgraded to a warning. It could be downgraded. Steph, are you ready? Can you give me a thumbs up if you can hear me? Thumbs up. Here we go. Let's pot up her microphone. You're on the move, and you were scanning the camera around. Anything we need to know? What's going on there?
Yeah, we're going to move a little farther towards the south. So the cell that I had been watching near Dubuque, I think will stay a little south of Janesville. We really need to watch the direction of that.
Okay.
It appears it's moving ever so slightly to the northeast. Now, if it starts to truly move east, I'm going to give up on it because it'll be an Illinois cell, and then we'll start moving north because we will be too close to it. But we're going to head down to Beloit. So if it continues to move northeast, then now it looks like it'll maybe be right in between Janesville as well as Beloit, kind of in that middle area of Rock County. So that's the beauty of chasing storms. You constantly have to watch the direction of them. You're constantly moving around, and like I said, if it does take more of that easterly movement, then we're just going to give up on that one. Then we'll probably head north a little bit more and watch what's out near Madison. Nothing is severe near Madison right now, but those will still probably be storms that bring in some heavy rain at the very least.
And you say give up on it. I'm just wondering, just what does that mean? Does it mean it becomes Chicago's problem and so we're not tracking it, or is it just weakening, or it's no longer of an interest? And I don't mean to be flippant when I say it's Chicago's problem, but we are primarily concerned with our viewing area in southeastern Wisconsin.
Right, absolutely. And so right now I'm outside of our viewing area, so I'm having a little bit of fun right now, but obviously eventually these storms will be an issue for southeast Wisconsin. We still have a few more hours though. So what I mean is, if that storm stays just south of us, we will be on the wrong side of it to chase it. To safely chase a storm, you want to be at least south of the storm, if not southeast of the storm. So if we're in Beloit and that cell stays just south of the Illinois state line moving east, we will not be in a safe spot to chase it. And I don't think I want to go down to Illinois right now. It just feels a little far considering we still have other storms out near Madison and western Wisconsin. So I think just specifically right now, we're watching the strongest cell that's out there that is tornado warned, and it's the one that was originally near Dubuque. So I think just technically speaking, if we're in a safe spot to chase it, we will. If not, we'll move north and focus on some other storms.
Gotcha. Thank you for that clarification. I'm going to show our viewers Dubuque right now, and I know you can't see the shot because as good as that truck is, it doesn't have all the monitors that I have. But we are now looking at the Dubuque Courthouse, which was covered in rain, and the camera was covered in rain. It's now a much clearer picture. There are still clouds there, and it appears, if I checked correctly, that tornado warning they were under has been downgraded to a tornado watch. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, the cell has moved out of Dubuque, so they're no longer in the tornado warning. It's now moved eastward a bit more as far as the warning goes.
Okay. It looks rather peaceful right now in Dubuque. Gray skies, but the storms have certainly stopped, and I can't see any indication of strong winds right there right now. Okay. So you, what are you checking right now?
I am looking at my radar right now. So
okay.
I have this really nice app on my phone called Radar Scope. It's just a little nicer, basically, when you're actually looking at some of this more specific stuff. So it's got storm track on it, and you can see a hail core, and I am just watching the movement of this cell. It's almost like two separate cells. It's like the northernmost one that moved through Dubuque is the one that seems to be moving more east, but then there's one kind of attached to it, if you will, or very close to it. That one looks like it's moving northeast. So it is a lot of analyzing the radar at this point, which is exactly what I'm doing. So if I'm looking down, that's more so what I'm looking at this point in time.
You just went over another body of water. Ask Jared if he knows what body of water you guys just went over.
I think we missed it.
Oh, okay, gotcha. I couldn't tell how high it was there. So, all right, you know what we're going to do? We are going to let you go for a second, and we're going to take a break because we have been nonstop here. You're watching the Wisconsin Live Desk on a Friday afternoon. We're approaching 3 o'clock. Why don't we take a quick break, regroup, and we'll get together again at the top of the hour here. 71 degrees. I'm Ted Perry with you on a Friday as we are watching the skies and hoping for the best. We'll be right back.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Hey everybody, Ted Perry with you now. Top of the hour, 3 o'clock, with you until 4 o'clock here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. And after that, We're going to throw things into the studio with Ben Handelman and Ashley Sears anchoring our 4 o'clock news. And then Mary Stoker-Smith and I will be with you at 5 o'clock tonight on the broadcast side. But happy to be with you here on Friday, usually my off day, but we have an all-hands-on-deck situation because of the weather that could and likely is heading our way. I'm not going to say could or will. I'm going to let the meteorologist speak with more authority on that because I don't want to get out of my lane here. But we do have people, we say where you're watching from, and we can always count on Jeffrey from Fox Point. And then Ben watching from Brown Deer. I think in full disclosure, I should mention it's Ben Handelman watching from the newsroom, which is about 30 feet down a hallway. But we appreciate both you gentlemen watching. Maddie, you said you wanted to be brought on because you have something to say.
Yeah, I actually just got an email from my apartment complex, and it's
which
titled...
is in the city of Milwaukee.
Yes, and it is titled Severe Weather Preparations.
Okay.
I can read it
Yeah,
if
good
you'd like.
for them. Yeah, don't give us your address, but general
I'm not
area,
gonna.
your Lower East Side.
Yeah, I'm Lower East Side.
Okay.
So actually, if you guys were tuning in a couple nights ago, I was taking a stroll through my neighborhood when the flooding hit really bad.
And you did a good job.
Oh, thank you. It was crazy because back in August, our area luckily was like spared and completely missed. So it was something I had never seen before just outside of
So your apartment manager being proactive here. Share. I'm sure a lot of people are getting this. Read it to me.
It says strong storms are expected to move through the area later today, bringing the potential for heavy rain, hail, strong winds, and possibly tornadoes. We want to make sure everyone is aware and prepared. Please review the safety tips below. It says before the storm, bring in or secure any outdoor items on balconies or patios. Stay indoors and away from windows and glass doors. In the event of high winds or a tornado warning, move to the lowest level of the building. Stay in an interior room, bathroom, closet, hallway. Avoid windows at all costs. Do not use elevators during severe weather or power outages. It says if the power goes out, use flashlights. Do not use candles. Fire risk. Unplug sensitive electronics. And then it says after the storm, use caution when going outside and avoid down power lines. So yeah, this is the first time I've ever gotten an email like this.
Well, good for them.
Yeah.
Good for them for being responsible and proactive. Do you and your roommate between you have a flashlight?
I think we do. If not, I mean, we've got our phone flashlights.
Yeah, but you don't want to spend your battery on your flashlight for that. They're not that powerful. Arbria Jones did something the other night on Tuesday night, which I kind of thought was brilliant because she was going into areas where the tornado had hit in the Sussex-Lisbon area, and she had an industrial-strength flashlight with her. So while the scene was dark,
oh yeah, I saw those
she
visuals.
was pointing. Yeah. It was really smart on Bria's part to bring that. I hope we make that standard operating procedure going forward because it really helped to tell this story.
No, absolutely, yeah. And Tom is ready to go, our chief meteorologist. So.
Okay. I want to bring him in. He's going to be an ultimate, right? So is he there in ulti? Tom, where are you, Tommy? There he is, right there. Hold on. Don't speak because I don't want you wasting any words until I can hear you. And now I can, I think, right?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Hey, I want to, I specifically asked for you to come on because Stephanie does not have a monitor. So I want to show you this. Can you see this, Des Moines, Iowa?
Is that Des Moines?
Dubuque, yes. Iowa. I'm sorry, Dubuque, Iowa.
Dubuque, yes.
Which was under a tornado warning. And when I took over the desk at 2:02, it was really getting pounded. It was dark. There was a lot of rain. Now it's calmer. I don't want to talk about this scene because I don't know enough. You talk about this scene. Is this good news?
For them it is.
Yeah.
For us it's not. Yeah. So let's take a look. Take me back, Ted, if you would, to the radar. I want to show you what's going on because things have really escalated. And I'll just tell you behind the scenes kind of what we're going to. Are you able to take the other? I can jump onto this.
I got it right there.
Oh, look at you. Look at you, Ted.
I'm learning.
Awesome. All right. So,
I'm old, but I'm smart.
All right. So behind the scenes here, what we've been doing, I'm putting the forecast together to try to get that done before the severe weather comes in. Then I turn around, look at the screen, and go, ugh, it's getting worse. So here's the deal. This is a nasty supercell heading really right through Galena, Illinois at the time. So this is what you were talking about rolling through Dubuque. That is now hugging the border. Let me show you the tornado warning on that one. That is to the southwest of Monroe, and that runs until 3:30. That is, yes, this has had a history of producing tornadoes near Galena territories. So again, if you're familiar with Galena, Illinois, it's that area, and this is has a history of producing tornadoes. Okay, so that's what we're seeing there. Now we are under a tornado watch, all of us, until 8 o'clock tonight. But look at this. Now over by the Dells, and Ted, not far from your hometown of Baraboo,
correct,
we have a tornado warning on this cell. Now this cell is moving. So there's Baraboo just to the west of Baraboo. That one. That particular cell that you see there is moving more to the north. That one's moving away from us at this point, so I'm not worried about that. But now let's kind of look at this as a whole. There are more cells popping up, one just to the south of the Dells. We have this next complex. Now, again, Stephanie is heading south of Janesville, so she's going to be intercepting that supercell. So here's the bottom line with all this, and let me put this all together. Look at all the lightning with that too. So this first batch comes into our area within the next hour, into our western areas, and then 5 to 6 into Milwaukee, and then we have that back line. So we have 2 lines developing. We'll see how it all comes together, but the bottom line is this. All modes are on the table for severe weather. Tornadoes, large hail, wind, and flash flooding. I think we've got to pay attention to what we call the short fuse stuff first, which is going to be tornado, wind, hail threat. And that's going to be any time between 4 and, let's say, 8 p.m. But then that back line is probably going to turn into the flooding for us. And that is going to be 8 p.m. to 1 a.m. and could be very similar to what we had the other night. So that, Ted, kind of gives you the rundown of what's going on. And if you have any questions or want to talk about anything, same with you, Maddie, in the booth, let us know.
Okay, I'm real quickly, that one that's heading toward Baraboo, Stephanie talked about a cell in Rochester, Minnesota area.
Yes.
Is that the same one?
No.
Okay.
So that is a different one. So let's go out to Rochester. That's going to be...
That's going to go north to
so
mid-central
that's,
Wisconsin.
We'll go to southeast Minnesota as a whole. You see those tornado warnings out there?
Okay.
Here's the issue. A new one now, north of La Crosse. Look at all these tornado warnings, Ted. I mean, we are lit up on both lines. So it begs the question, how does all of this come together? Does the one line merge with the other? Do we have 2 separate lines come through? Are they tornadic? Are they strong 70, 75 mile per hour winds with straight line winds? We don't know yet. So we're in the formative phase right now, but I think no matter which way you slice it, and given how wet we are, it's going to be a nasty night around here tonight.
Gotcha. So what I'm going to try to do here, and I don't know if I'm smart enough to do it or if the system will allow me, I'm going to ask, we are now looking at Stephanie Barakello's camera. She is in the live truck, and I'm hoping Steph can hear me. Could you guys compare notes about what you're seeing? Because I can ask all the questions, but I really love it when I hear you two talking together. Can you guys collab a little bit here?
Do we have enough time for this, Ted?
Well,
Steph
yeah.
and I love it.
Okay. No, if you have the time, we have the time.
We have so much time.
I'm going to mute my mic, which is what viewers have always been asking for, and let you two talk it out.
Steph, you want to start? Tell us where you're at. I am seeing some bright skies, which that I don't like, obviously, from your vantage point.
Yeah, hey Tom, we are in Beloit now. In fact, we're by Riverside Park, and my goodness, is the water high right now. But like you mentioned, and I've kind of mentioned a few times, we've just been watching this southernmost cell. It originated near Dubuque, Iowa. It was tornado warned at the time. That was the strongest cell. And at the time, it looked like it might pass just northeast north of Janesville. So we set up in Janesville for a little bit. Now, as you kind of mentioned, it's been more so moving eastward. So we're really watching the track closely. So we're in Beloit right now, thinking that if it does maybe move northeast, we might be, just south of it. But as you know, that storm track is everything. If it moves east, then we're not going to be in a safe spot. So we'll probably just, let it go and maybe move northward a little bit more. Everything else in between, Tom, very interestingly enough, not severe, but probably still bringing in at least some stronger winds and some heavy rainfall. So we're just kind of waiting at this point to see what this southernmost cell does.
Yeah, so Steph, first of all, I think you're in a great position here. If you want, Ted, if you could, and Steph, as we continue to talk, could you take G2 for us again?
I can do that.
Thank you. Okay, Stephanie, that cell is about 40 miles to your west. So Steph is here in Beloit, And actually, I should say the rotation's about 55 miles due west of you. So if this continues on the present track, it's either going to run right over you within the next hour, I would say a little after 4 o'clock, or maybe a little north or a little south. So keep an eye on that and wiggle as you need, right? Like if you need to go north, if you need to go south. So what's happening here, you're looking at the rotation, and it is right here, southwest of Monroe, pretty well southwest of Monroe at this point. That's a concern. And then you have some broad rotation right here farther south. So there are really two areas of rotation there. The worst is closer to the Wisconsin-Illinois state line. And, of course, you got a lot of lightning with that as well. But really, Steph, this is looking almost like two supercells kind of merged together.
Yeah.
Which is interesting. Kind of like we had the couple nights ago.
And it was really prominent, I don't know, maybe like 20 minutes ago. They did look like two separate cells that eventually merged because there were two separate warnings on them, and one was moving east, one was more so moving northeast. So there you go, direction-wise, that would make sense. But yeah, I'm not sure we're going to stay in Beloit based off of it more so moving east. We'll see. We'll give it a little bit more time, but we may start to make our way a bit more north.
Yeah, they are going to issue, let's see here. Hang on, let's see. Severe thunderstorm warning for Lafayette County. That is, again, to the southwest. There you go. Wait, hang on, that just popped up. Boom, right there. So that's north of the tornado warning. That is in effect for quarter-sized hail. That's Darlington, Blanchardville, those areas west of Madison. So that's kind of the northern edge of that supercell, basically, is what they're warning. What they're warning there. Yeah, Stephanie, I mean, for you, this is really, you're on the storm. I mean, that's the storm of the day, right now, that we often talk about from a storm chaser standpoint. You're on it, you know what I mean? And let me check in quickly here with, I believe this is Quad Cities that is...
And just so everyone knows, I have her camera up, forward-facing and side-facing camera.
Oh, great.
We're off G2.
Okay, no problem there. Let me just go to the Quad Cities here and see if...
what river are you guys going over right now? Did you know?
I think that's the Beloit River.
The Beloit
River looked pretty full to the brim.
Very high. Mm-hmm.
Let's see here. Quad Cities. I just want to pull up. All right. Just trying to read through what they're talking about over there. I'm not seeing 253. Okay, so that was 20 minutes ago. Both areas of rotation have continued to increase and significant hail. Confidence is high in those two storms continuing for the next 60 minutes. And golf ball sized hail reported east side of Elizabeth, Illinois. So again, that's in association with this supercell that is in northwestern Illinois. But I mean, it is still spinning, right? And so Stephanie, I would put this near you within the next hour. At some point within the next hour, that area of spin is going to come over you. So we'll see what happens. We still got kind of time to track that. So again, you're in a great spot. There's another cell, not severe, but west of Madison, that's concerning. That one may stay just off to our west. And then we have more cells just kind of popping everywhere at this point off to our west. So what this means for southeastern Wisconsin is it's going to get busy here after about 4 o'clock. And, Steph, as we've been talking about, we don't know how this is going to look when this comes through. Like, do we see this initial broken line more supercellular? I mean, because there's another one popping near Cedar Rapids out ahead of that secondary line. And is this more the supercell type stuff? And then does that become a big squall line, right? Don't know at this point.
Yeah, it's hard to say at this point. There were indications that southeast Wisconsin really would primarily see a squall line, but again, it's hard to tell because of the two. But regardless, we still know the basics of the tornado watch and the possibility for tornadoes, strong wind, hail, flash flooding. So it really doesn't necessarily change the impacts.
Right. And going back to your specific situation right now, you're gonna start to see. In fact, can we look at your shot real quick, looking off to the west?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm interested to see. Yeah, so you've got. Let's see here. Oh, is that Taco John's? Oh my God, you got to get the potato lace. They're really good. They're so good.
This isn't the Food Network, Wox.
It sounds really good. Okay.
The only thing that can distract him from severe weather is fast food.
Is anything fast food. I'm telling you. You know what? I've been to that Taco John's.
We got some houses now, so hang tight.
All right. We'll
Hard
look
to
past,
tell at this point.
We'll look past the houses here in a minute. It'll be interesting to see here. I'm just thinking from a storm chaser visibility standpoint. It looks like the rotation might be...
We're turning around real quick.
Sure. Might be weakening a little bit. But it's kind of tough because of the way these cells are. I don't know if you're going to get great visibility.
Right.
You know what I mean?
don't think so, unfortunately. I think I'd have to be way south in Illinois to see anything.
Yeah, I think you'd have to
storm.
be almost south of Rockford.
I agree. So we'll probably, I don't know, you think north or just east, Tom?
Yeah, I say you still have a little more time. Let's kind of see.
Okay.
I take it well, since you're right there, you're right on the 39-43 split, right? I would assume. So you could roll 43 up into Walworth County. That's probably your best.
Yeah.
That's probably your best play. Just because then you could speed off to the east and you're kind of going northeast at the same time. So here we are. I mean, you can see. So you're looking, again, 40, 50 miles due that direction is the supercell. And, that's why you're seeing those dark skies there. And it's, so I think you're in the perfect spot. And, my thought is just looking at this and thinking out loud is we could see this thing kind of spin again, but we could also see it line up potentially as well and it become more outflow dominant. If that's the case, then you just have a lot of wind coming your way and hail. Interesting. Yeah. Hey, Steph, you have a cell popping just to your west. Just brand new.
I see it.
You see it?
Yep, I see it. So that'll be interesting to watch.
And that's going to go right to Janesville. So let's see what happens there.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think we should inform our viewers just the public interest here of the Dells, because there's a tornado warning heading towards Wisconsin Dells.
On that note, Tom, real quickly.
Yep.
I'm going to bring up a DOT cam from Linden Station
in
Juneau County, not far from the Dells. So while you're talking about that, I wanted to let Steph and our viewers know what we're looking at. Go ahead, please.
So there is a funnel cloud, or has been a funnel cloud reported northwest of Loganville. So that is to the southwest of Reedsburg. So they are under a tornado warning there. That's Laval, and if you're familiar with those areas, Rock Springs, all those areas there. And look at this. So as we're looking at this storm, it's interesting. It's moving south to north, much like the one to the northwest of Poinette is. And
Milton is east.
So that is,
what camera is it?
We'll see how that goes. And then you have another cell west of Madison, and that's going to be moving north. So most of those moving away, they're just canceling that northwest Sauk County tornado warning. There it goes. But again, look at all this. I mean, you go up to Marshfield. In fact, Stephanie, we should reach out to our old intern Jenna, she's up in Marshfield. So we should see what she's experiencing. And she hates storm chasing, by the way. I'm always like, Jenna, she's our old intern, meteorologist, went to Madison. She's from Brookfield. And I always say, Jenna, you got to go storm chasing. And she's obviously petrified of tornadoes. And so I can rest assured she's not out chasing at the moment. But yeah, we should probably see what she's doing up there. But I mean, look at them all. Look at all of the tornado warnings that are currently in effect, and this may spell some trouble for us as we go throughout the next little bit. And I'm interested to see, Steph, what, if anything, that cell near you does here.
Yeah, and that's what we're watching right now. We're actually going to head back over to the river area where we were. By the way, that was the Rock River, not the Beloit River. My mistake. We're going to head over that way so we get a better view of, it's a little bit more open to see northward what this storm might do.
Absolutely. And yeah, it's I think it's going to be a night for those just joining us. Tornado watch in effect until 8, flood watch in effect until 7 a.m. And we're in the wait and see mode at this point. And it's going to be loud. In fact, let's take a look. Let's pull up Sky Vision Plus. Hang on a minute here. I do want to look as well at the latest outlook for us, just to see if they've changed anything. Same with the enhanced and the slight risk. That's kind of, it doesn't really matter now that a watch is in effect. But all right, so let's go through here. I'll take you through Sky Vision Plus just to show you that it's picking up on those cells and it's bringing it into our western communities by 5 to 6 o'clock. And here comes the line into Milwaukee, 7 to 8. I think it's going to be earlier than this model is showing. But then watch the heavy rain, 10 to about 2 o'clock or so in the morning. So 1 to 3 inches of rain possible out of this. So that's just kind of the latest that we've got there. That's our tornado list from the last couple of days. I hope we don't have to add to it, but we might.
Hey guys, I don't know if you can hear me, Steph,
Hey,
Tom. It's Maddie. I'm producing back in the booth. Are there any good live cameras that I can pop up from anywhere around the state? Let me know and I can get them going.
Sure. In fact, I'll pull up our camera list here, Maddie, and see
what. Hey, we have a Beloit camera.
Yes.
Yeah. Let me get that up.
In addition, of course, to our truck, but there's also
Beloit.
Weather Vision Beloit camera. You can see what that looks like.
Let's see here, and I'll pull this.
Oh, you can check in on Freeport, Illinois, too. It's a golf course.
All right, I'll take a look.
Tornadic cell is going to be moving in.
In the meantime, I'm just going to keep this one on Linden Station in Juneau County. Seems to be raining a lot heavier right there right now. So when we'll get you to the Beloit camera as soon as we get it, but I just want to let you all know what we're looking at.
Perfect, and I'm going to pull that up here too, just to kind of see what.
And just for kicks and giggles, I want to show you Des Moines again, because Dubuque again. I'm sorry, because that's looking nasty again. I don't know if you can see the Dubuque County Courthouse in this shot.
There's another storm that developed over them.
It must have. Look at those skies. It seemed like they were finally getting a break, but it looks pretty ominous out there. So that is Dubuque, Iowa. And this is Linden Station, Wisconsin. We're going to get you to Beloit in just a second.
So sorry,
this
give
is
us just
Freeport, Illinois, a golf course there. One of the best high school nicknames, the Freeport Pretzels.
Really?
Yes.
Look at that.
Yeah, Freeport Pretzels. And
I think you can tell in this shot that cell's moving in.
Talk to us. What do you mean? Explain it for a guy like me.
Sure, I'm not exactly sure which direction this is looking, but I'm assuming it's looking out towards the west. I just think you can see a structure of at least a shelf cloud. And maybe Tom can correct me. Maybe I don't have the best vantage point, but you can absolutely see a little bit of lightning in there too.
Oh,
yep.
Yeah,
there was a lightning strike there, you bet.
That very well could be, because you're right on the edge of that line right now. So this is actually a great vantage point. And let's see. Yeah, Ted, if you want to quickly take G2, and then we'll come back to this shot, but just to kind of feel. So there's Freeport right in the middle of your screen.
Yep.
Here comes the line. There's an area of rotation that's going to come not far from Freeport. They have a tornado warning just to the west of there right now. So, and look at all the lightning coming in from the west. Now we can go back to the camera, so now you kind of have a vantage point of what's going on.
You know what is going on right now as we look at the lightning? I have to take a very quick break, guys. I'm so sorry. So I'm going to do that, and we'll come back and we'll take a look at more of this camera from Freeport just across the state line here. You're watching extended coverage on the Wisconsin Live Desk. Inclement weather heading our way. We've got the whole team on. We've got Tom Walks and Stephanie Barrichello. That is a dynamic duo, and we're going to take a quick break. The only thing I'm here is to send us to commercial.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Welcome back, everybody. Ted Perry and the Wisconsin Live Desk. Our extended coverage of severe weather heading our way. Could be in for a very rough night. You thought Wednesday was bad, or Tuesday was bad, and Wednesday was bad. They were. Got a little break yesterday. This is going to be just as bad, according to our meteorologist. We've got Stephanie Barrichello in the live truck here. We've got a shot of Beloit. This is the newest shot into our repertoire of this afternoon. As we look there, I'm going to find out what river that is. I don't want to be wrong. I think it could be the Rock River there as well. And this is Freeport, Illinois, right here. Tom has left us for a few moments to go take care of some radio business. Stephanie is checking things out. I don't want to put her on the spot, but can I come to you, Steph? Are you ready to?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, very good. Let's do that. And hold on one second. I will bring you right in here into the double box. There's Stephanie Barrichello. Which way are you heading? For viewers who are just joining us, we've been on all afternoon, been on since noon, as a matter of fact. Where are you now, and what are you looking at? Because you're heading toward Beloit, I think, right?
So we're actually in Beloit right now. We're going to start moving east into maybe the Whitewater area eventually. So starting to make our way more so towards Walworth County. There's nothing terribly ominous here. That tornadic cell is south of the Illinois state line. We did mention earlier, if you were watching, if that cell were to start moving northeast, we wouldn't really be in the safest spot to observe it now. So regardless, it's moving eastward into Freeport, Illinois as we speak. So I don't think it's a chaseable cell for us anymore. So we're going to start working our way Again, maybe towards the Whitewater area, just a bit more east. There's a lot of activity still up near Madison and that area. Nothing severe at this point in time, but we'll put ourselves at, a safe distance for those storms to eventually move in. So we're basically just on the move again, and right now just moving due east.
Yeah, and we continue to have the Freeport camera up, and the lightning show is spectacular on the golf course there, which seems to be empty, as it should be, because if you've been on a golf course when a storm is coming through, it can be a little terrifying. So I think this is the Freeport Golf Club or the Freeport Golf Course. I'm not sure. It could be Park Hills, but right, it is Park Hills Golf Course. Okay. Beautiful course, it looks like, but you don't want to be anywhere near it. Now, Steph, you said you were heading up toward the Whitewater area. How much of this is science? How much of this is a meteorologist's hunch? How much of this is you thinking it's probably going to go here? Why did you pick Whitewater to set your sails toward?
I'm just looking for somewhere a little more northeast, and as I'm looking at my map, Whitewater is popping up, so nothing terribly scientific to it right now. We could have honestly probably gone up to Janesville or maybe even the Edgerton area. None of those storms are severe right now, but they could still be producing some strong wind and maybe even some hail. So I'm just getting out ahead of the storms now, basically. Janesville, it looks like, as I'm looking at my radar right now, is starting to see a little bit of rain. Again, nothing ominous, nothing severe. In fact, the strongest cells are outside of our viewing area completely. There's the severe cells up near let's see, almost to Stevens Point, Wisconsin Rapids, the Marshfield area under a tornado warning, and then that batch towards the south. So we are in southern Wisconsin, kind of in the middle of the two strongest storms right now. There are still plenty of showers and storms out there right now. They're just not quite as strong. So again, right now, just getting out ahead of the storms a little bit more. We'll be in a good position if one does become severe to move in any other direction. We'll be, near interstates, which will be helpful. So right now, again, maybe a guessing game. Like I said, I'm just trying to get a little bit more out ahead of some of these storms at this point.
And I believe that's the Rock River outside your passenger window, or is that just overflow water from the rains? What is that? Are you near the river?
Turtle Creek.
Turtle Creek,
is
okay.
What that was.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Let me ask you this.
But we were over the Rock River earlier.
Okay. Is there any reason to believe we'll be spared? Is anything happening, developing, that makes you go, this might be Stevens Point's problem, or it might be, St. Charles, Illinois problem, not our problem, or are all signals still pointing to us having a tough night?
No. I think it's a positive sign that nothing is severe in our area. So maybe we'll luck out with this first batch. That being said, it still has to move east, so we'll see. I'm actually looking at one cell now that we're talking about it. It's not warned just yet, but northwest of Madison, I gotta watch that one. But as Tom mentioned earlier, there is actually a second line out west. So that being said, if we do maybe luck out and not see the strongest storms with this first batch, there is still the possibility to see some strong storms in that second batch. So it's not out of the question, but one thing that everyone is going to see, despite of storm strength, is going to be that flash flood potential, because everyone is still expecting to see heavy rain out of this. But that was a really good question. I think at this point, it's just too hard to tell.
And I'm showing a station that this is from our station here. This is looking north. That's our parking lot. That is the gas station and Dunkin' Donuts and the taco place, which is yet to open. They keep saying there's a taco place there, but it's not open. And then across the street to your right.
I was wondering about that, Ted.
Yeah,
I am too. I'm very passionate about this topic. This is Maddie, by the way.
Maddie piping in because we're talking tacos here. And across the street, that is where the Kohl's was, that whole mall, which they are raising and rebuilding. Can you see this shot, Steph, where you are?
Tom just said, did you say tacos?
Yeah.
Yes, Tom heard tacos and he wants back into the conversation, but we're going to keep him out for now.
Taco John specifically.
Yeah, is there anything in this that tells us anything, this picture?
Those are some pretty nice clouds. They almost look like mamadas, but it's kind of hard to tell. Mamadas clouds are those clouds that almost look like bubbles in the sky, and a lot of times before thunderstorms we'll see them. But no, as I'm looking at radar, there is nothing near Milwaukee. So this is more so just some of that cloud cover out ahead of some of the rain that right now is across Dodge County. We've got a few thunderstorms trying to move into western Fond du Lac County, but the rest of the area, again, we are still dry.
And we are showing radar right now of that cell that's moving toward Freeport. So let me bring you up to the Freeport Club, the Park Hills Golf Course in Freeport. This has been putting on a lightning show here. And there's a breeze going. You can see, oh, there was a juicy one right there.
Ooh, that was a good lightning.
That was a good lightning strike. So we hope all golfers are off the course because we know the danger of lightning. Unfortunately, a gentleman from Pennsylvania who passed away in Waukesha the other night as he was walking back toward his rig. Really a heartbreaking story there. So we want to be really, really alert about the lightning and the tornado warning. This is in Freeport, Illinois. We, in southeastern Wisconsin, we remain under a tornado watch, correct? We are not in the warning status yet.
Correct. We are all under a tornado watch until 8 p.m. I do think we'll start to see this line that's out near Madison move into our inland areas within the next hour. But it's going to take some time for, say Milwaukee and the lakeshore to actually see this line move in. So the good news is that we do still have some time. And again, nothing terribly threatening in some of the storms that we will see in our inland areas in the next hour. I think at this point, we're just watching Monroe in the southwest, and then of course that cell that's, as you can see, still moving towards Freeport. Everything else north of that is so far so good.
This shot, I keep going back to it, Stephanie, because of the lightning strikes and how on the horizon they are and how remarkable they are on that golf course horizon.
It's incredible, and you really can see some structure to that cloud. It does look a little more shelfy more than anything, but still, usually we get shelf clouds when a line of storms moves through, and this is, almost a cluster. This is the southern, really, what's really interesting, Ted? This is the southernmost part of this line. So this started as almost two distinct cells, and then they merged. But when you look at radar now, it's almost like a broken line from southwest of Oshkosh down to Illinois. So when we look at these lines of storms, these squall lines, usually the best chance for a tornado is at the southernmost part of the line. So it's just really interesting to see that this is at the southernmost edge, and it's kind of lining up a little bit. But that is by far the strongest cell at this point.
And Freeport's about to get hit real hard, right?
Yeah, they are.
Okay.
It's just west of them.
Gotcha.
I'd say the main rotation is, let's see here. Main rotation is over Lena, Illinois, just north of Pearl City.
Okay.
It's getting close to the Illinois, or the Illinois-Wisconsin border, though. We'll see. We'll see what this does.
I was just telling Ted, Steph, that we've got a good camera up on. I'm trying to tell him it's called Remote 51 for our viewers. We have a bunch of routers that we're just trying to get different cameras on because nobody knows what Remote 51 is besides us. Looks like Ted's looking for it right now. Oh, okay. Ted does. Tom Walk says he can get it. See, this is why it takes a village, guys. It really does. So Tom's going to get that pulled up for us. But yeah, there's so many options.
It's not that I don't know how. It's this, my button selection is limited.
Ted, you are so good. You are doing such a good job.
I just want everyone to know I'm not the boomer slowing down the technology.
You guys are rock stars.
So,
yeah,
there we
thanks,
go.
Steph. But yeah, meantime though, that Freeport camera is still popping. It looks crazy. Oh yeah, that's by us.
This is downtown Milwaukee right here, and this is the watches and warnings that are in effect. You know what I'm going to do, guys? We got to take one more commercial break before 4 o'clock, so I'm going to do that right now, and we'll come on back. We'll find that shot for you. You're watching continuing coverage of a tough day in weather heading our way. We are on top of it, though. We got crews all over. We got Stephanie Baracallo on the road. That's where rock stars go, by the way, on the road. So. Hey everybody, Ted Perry back with you as we look at Freeport, Illinois, one of the golf courses there. This is the Park Hills Golf Course in Freeport on the southern end of this cell that is passing through. So let me show you that real quick. Oh, we took it off G2, did we? Can we get it back on G2 or no? We replaced G2 with something else. All right, we'll go back to router 3. And Steph, has anything changed here? Maddie and I were wondering about that cloud right in the middle there. We're not trained to examine these things. So I'm going to bring Tom back in too, so both of them can talk about this shot from Freeport.
You know, there's really strong rotation northwest of Freeport. So I'd really love to know what direction this is looking. I mean, we don't really have a way of seeing that. That to me, and Tom can maybe, does that look Scud-like to you, Tom?
It does, and it looks to me like that is a shelf cloud, not a wall cloud.
Yes,
and here, let's see, it's getting a little clearer. And I'll try to get a direction on this in a minute. See, because you can see on the left-hand side, you've got a little bit of a lowering. Right in the middle, you have a lowering. It could be a tornado. I mean, that is certainly a possibility. It is just simply hard to tell because you kind of have several areas. But you see the elongated cloud. That says to me it's probably a shelf cloud with scud underneath or rising air going into it. And as it's getting clearer, yes, I would say that that is scud with a shelf cloud, not a tornado at this point. I'm going to try to pull up, if I can get our stream up here, I'll be able to tell you what direction we're looking at. But I mean, this is it's a monster of a cell, Steph, and this is the one that you are just just to your northeast. And if you want, Ted, if you want to take G2 real quick, just so people can kind of get an idea. So, boy, this is interesting because that is clearly, it looks like it's merging into one supercell by this point. So here we are in Freeport. Now Stephanie, you called it. Look at this rotation.
Yeah.
And it's to the north of 20. So right around West Point, Illinois. Now, what I want to do, this is over the last 30 minutes. What they did is they issued a severe thunderstorm warning up towards Monroe to kind of cover this. But the concern is, where does this go? You know what I mean? Does this thing cross the border and go into Wisconsin shortly? But I'm also wondering, look down to the south towards Loran, down there, southwest of Freeport. I'm wondering if that's going to start to spin too. So we need to watch these areas very, very closely. We can go back now if you want to that shot. And let's see here. We can go back and take a look at that as I'm going to try to pull up my map here to see what. Okay, no, let's go ahead and pull up that Freeport camera again if we can. I think that's a really good, yeah, I mean, so that is looking to me at this point, and I need to look more as to what direction we're looking at. That looks to me to be scud. So in other words, you know, clouds in association with the rising motion. And I believe that that's going to be a little more outflow dominant for us. And so what that means is that may not technically be a tornado at this point, but again, something, you know, that we are watching as a whole within that. I'm going to pull up here the control panel here for these cameras, and I'll be able to tell you what direction we are looking at here. So bear with me. But that camera's right in the right spot.
And still a beautiful shelf cloud too. A lot of lightning.
All right, so
and
that
Tom,
one,
you were right. Towards the south, it looks like there's a little bit of rotation trying to come together.
So this one is looking almost due west, Stephanie. Almost due west. So it's looking in the right location. But again, I think that that's going to end up being more. We're looking more into the outflow portion of the cell at this point, and that is something that you know. But this cell seems to have several areas of rotation, so that's going to be very interesting. Remember what came over our station the other night after we had the Lisbon tornado, and then we had that shelf cloud come over? It's very similar, and you can almost see. You see how the sky gets a little funky in the background. You might even see some green in there because of the hail. So once this shelf cloud comes overhead, the skies are going to open up. And that's like, Ted, that's like, remember when you were coming back into the building, the skies opened up the other night?
Yep,
it's that same deal.
And there was hail involved with that as well on Tuesday night.
What's that? I'm sorry?
And there was hail involved in that
absolutely.
as well. Yeah,
yes.
My car was getting pelted.
Yes, and Brian, sorry, I know you're talking to me kind of behind the scenes. I believe it is Haley Meyer in the Fox Weather Beast. What we're also trying to do is get our friends at Fox Weather. I'm not sure where they're located, but we have access to their stream, so we may.
I'll show you the shot you guys are talking about. And
hey guys, it's Maddie popping on.
Hey,
I feel
Maddie.
like this is the easiest. This is Pearl City, Illinois.
Pearl City, Illinois.
Yes.
I'm not exactly sure where that is.
That's in that cell.
Oh,
Pearl
so they're
City
on
is
this one.
just south of where that main rotation was. Yep. And the Quad Cities National Weather Service is saying that there is some debris in Lena, Illinois, which is right. I think that's how you pronounce that city. So Fox Weather is on that cell, maybe just south of it then.
Gosh, and Stephanie, there are so many tornado warnings off to our west as well in western Wisconsin.
I see that.
This is in Joe Davies County, the same county where Freeport is. So this shot of the beast here is just a little bit to the west, southwest of Freeport. So you got this in Pearl City, And you got this in Freeport, and I'll go Pearl City, Freeport, just to give you different looks at that same system, of course, right, guys?
Absolutely. And yeah, I think this is more outflow. And what you're going to notice, it looks kind of tranquil, right, in the foreground there at that golf course. And give it about 6 or 7 minutes. When that thing comes over,
it's going to look more like this.
It's going to look, yeah, much more like that.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
I feel like I'm an optometrist. Is it better like this or like this?
1 or 2?
Yeah, 1 or 2. Okay.
Yeah, so, and I'm just doing a little social media update here as well. Large tornado reported near the West Point area. Hang on a minute. Okay, nothing imminent for the Wisconsin portion. Let's see. So West Point, Illinois. Give me a moment here, because that's going to be not far from the border. Wait, West Point? That's way south. Wait a minute. My apologies. West Point, Iowa.
All right, you're looking at that. I just want to tell people what we're looking at. If you're just tuning in to Wisconsin Live Desk, have we been going wall to wall in our coverage here on the live desk? You're looking at Freeport, Illinois, the golf course there, the Port City golf course. What was it, Maddie? Freeport, yeah, but there was a specific name for it. Doesn't matter. And then this is just to the southwest of there. This is the Fox National Weather Truck, and you can see they're getting a good soaking there. That's Pearl City. And now let's go a few miles up the road, same county, Joe Davies County in northwestern Illinois, and there's that golf course that we've been keeping an eye on there.
Let's see here. So, I mean, I'm trying to figure out, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, there are about 7 or 8 tornado warnings in effect from Iowa into Illinois and Wisconsin right now. And you're looking at a tornado warned storm here in Illinois. Guys, I think this is just the beginning. I mean, this is what's heading in our direction. And it's not loud yet, but we have a tornado watch until 8, and I think that's perfectly placed for us. So, we're kind of, as Ted and Steph and Maddie, we're here on Fox Local, on Live Desk, and we're tracking these coming in from the west. Our Stephanie Barrichello is down not far from Beloit right now, so she is in position to intercept these storms. We're also following our friends at Fox Weather, who are tracking these storms as well. But, this is a shelf cloud that is coming through a golf course in Freeport, Illinois, and the skies are about to open up here.
The Park Hills Golf Course. Stephanie Barrichello, could we get a frontal-looking camera out of you?
Yes.
Please? Okay. So I want to take viewers
Here's a
around.
dash cam camera for you.
And you're heading where? Where are you exactly right now?
Great question. We are actually heading into Walworth County.
Okay.
So we're in Darien right now. So we're just moving east a bit more out ahead of some of these storms. I just wasn't confident Beloit was a good spot to be anymore.
Sure.
So we'll have a safer distance to watch some of these as they get a bit closer.
And I notice
all the
lights are on.
I'm sounding the alarm here. It looks like Freeport. Take that again. I'm just looking at the clouds there.
Okay.
I don't know if that's anything crazy.
Oh, wow. Look at all those.
Yay. Now I feel validated.
That's what we're here for. Meteorologist, tell us what we're seeing.
So, yeah, again, what we're looking at here, and this is extremely ominous, right? Because you're looking at this going, whoa, is there a tornado in there? And we're looking at this live, right? So this is not time-lapsed. This is as if we were sitting on that golf course right now watching this. And if you'll notice, I don't see any rotation, or at least any strong rotation. If this were a wall cloud, meaning a precursor to a tornado, you would see spin, and it would be rapid spin. But what you're noticing is you're seeing it come straight at you, right? So that is indicative of, number one, what we call a shelf cloud, and number two, straight line winds. So I'm interested to see some of these trees here in the next 5 minutes as this thing rolls over the camera, because that's when it's all going to open up. And so that's what we're looking at here. So Well, you might look at that and go, ooh, that's a tornado. No, this is just a nasty.
Tom, let me show you this. Yep. This is the beast. This is the Fox National Weather Truck. It's getting pelted with hail. Look at this as it heads. I think it's heading east. I suspect they might be on West Pearl City Road heading toward Freeport. But I'm sorry to interrupt. I just thought seeing the hail fall is fascinating.
I want to take a look at that on radar here. I'm sorry, where? They're in Lena. Okay. And so, yep, so I see Pearl City. Aha.
Okay.
West Point is just north of there, where there may be a large tornado on the ground. Give me a moment, because I want to take a look at what Chicago is saying here. So they are talking about Roscoe and Loves Park and producing tornadoes near Lena. So that's going to be, they're thinking this thing's going to head very close, obviously, to Rockford with time as well. So yeah, they're right in the core of this thing. And let me look at the rotation.
And I will tell you guys, we got about 90 seconds left before we have to sign off here, and everyone's got to regroup for Fox 6 News at 4 on the broadcast side. But take all the time you need until then.
It looks like the rotation to me, so the rotation looks to be north. It looks to be north of Lena. It looks to be east of West Point, and it looks to be increasing. So we need to watch, and Stephanie, if you're listening here, we need to watch south of Monroe, because if I'm the Weather Service out of Milwaukee, I would be making the jump here soon. Do you see that by Wadhams? And you see, I don't know if you can see our feed, but there's West Point, and you see Monroe at the top of your screen. That thing is increasing, and it's going due northeast. So I would not be surprised if they issue a tornado warning here shortly. Wait, hang on, they're typing. You know how we get the 3 dots on your phone? That's kind of like what we're getting. I'm like, what are they going to say? And that's what we're watching here. So we have 30 seconds, and we're going to regroup.
While you're doing that, I'm going to tell you what's going to happen to the viewers. We're going to stay on Fox Local, but also we're going to go to the broadcast side. On Fox 6, you can watch us on fox6now.com. You can watch us over your TV. You can watch us on our YouTube channel. We just want to make sure you have access to us. But you got about 10 seconds, Tom. And actually, we're going to say goodbye on this. We will see you on the broadcast side.
Are we going on Fox 6? Are we done with golf? They're going to have to issue a tour on this thing. We are starting on time. Okay. Hey, question for you, Maddie. I'm sorry, Matt, not Maddie. Matt. I have to be careful here. Are we going to do normal newscast, or are we going to do just kind of like extended coverage like we've been doing? Are we going to do...
With stories that matter to you, this is Fox 6 News at 4.
If you see a cup, just throw it away. I mean, it's a small little token, and if you're driving down the road, don't throw things out the window.
Now at 4, what you can do right now to help with flooding concerns before the next round of storms. Plus,
just try to work fast and get out of here as soon as possible.
And bracing for more rain in Waukesha County.
Here is a live look outside. We need to be weather aware right now. Storms are marching across Wisconsin. They're heading this way.
And we are all currently under a tornado watch. Here's a look at the radar right now. The storms are still off to the west.
Yeah, there's a lot of tornado warnings out to the west as well. Let's get straight to our chief meteorologist, Tom Walks.
Yeah, and we have got a lot going on, guys. We have our Brett Lemoyne. We have Stephanie Barrichello. She is storm chasing right now, so we're going to check in with all of this. Let's talk about what's going on. Tornado watch in effect for all of us until 8 o'clock tonight. So this is all of southeastern Wisconsin. Here are the latest warnings. Now, note just off to our west, we're good at the moment. However, I am concerned about that tornado warning near Freeport, Illinois, and then look at the slew of tornado warnings off to the west. We also have a flood watch in effect for all of us until 7 a.m. So summary here right off the bat: tornadoes, wind, hail, and flooding. All a possibility tonight. Now let's talk about the timing. We have rain moving into our western communities, but nothing severe. Yeah, it's getting loud for you in parts of western Dodge, western Jefferson counties. Nothing severe at this point. Let me turn the lightning off. And you can see, again, some decent rain. We'll watch to see if those perk up at all. But right now, we're doing okay severity-wise. This one's perking up a little bit south of Madison, so we need to watch for that. But this is my concern. Look at this beast just south of Monroe. This is a nasty supercell. Here's Freeport, Illinois. Here is Monroe, Wisconsin. And here is some pretty sharp rotation just about to cross the border into southern Greene County. Now, there is no tornado warning in effect for that on the Wisconsin side of the border as of yet. However, that needs to be watched because that is moving to the northeast. So we would need to watch that for Greene, Rock, and potentially Walworth counties over the course of the next hour or so if that continues. Now, I mentioned the warnings off to the west as well. What's going on there? That is another line of thunderstorms. So let's put it all together for you here. And again, we have this first batch between, let's say, now and 6, 7 o'clock tonight, and then we have the final batch that's going to come through throughout the evening. So we'll see how all of this comes through together. Again, we have this first batch between, let's say, now and 6, 7 o'clock tonight, and then we have the final batch that's going to come through throughout the evening. So we'll see how all of this comes through together. I think the most severe activity will be on the front side of this, but it just depends how it shakes out. I think in the short term, between now and let's say 8 o'clock tonight, tornadoes, hail, and wind will all be a possibility. Then as we get into the second line territory, the flooding is going to be a concern. 1 to 3 inches of rain, and you know we don't even need a drop more because that could cause flooding. So we need to watch for all of this. But again, right now, the particular concern is what's going on here right on the Wisconsin-Illinois state line. We will be watching that. Again, our Stephanie Barrichello is not far from that cell right now, but this is still in the coming together phase for us, and it's going to be a loud evening. We will be here with you all night, and I'll have an update for you in a few minutes. Back over to you guys.
All right, Tom, we'll see you soon. Our crews, again, they're spread out all across the state right now to keep you safe.
Weather expert Stephanie Barrichello is on the road. So, Steph, where are you? What are you seeing right now?
Yeah, hi, Ben and Ashley. We are actually in Walworth County now. So we've been over out west a bit more. We were in Janesville at one point. We were in Beloit at one point. We wanted to get a bit out ahead of this cell that is warned south of the Illinois state line. So that's why we're now in Walworth County. All is calm here at the moment. I have a look out west right now, where we basically just have some darker clouds. So again, all is calm here at the moment, but we are going to continue, I think, to wait here for just a little bit longer to see what that tornadic cell does just south of the Illinois state line, how it moves into potentially southern Wisconsin, and we'll kind of go from there. That's basically how our afternoon has been so far. We've just been watching some of these storms perk up a little bit and then weaken. That's kind of the joy of watching some of these storms out towards the west. Now, just to echo everything that Tom mentioned, we are still under a tornado watch. Yes, there's nothing warned in our specific area just yet, but we're going to continue watching from here.
Hey there, Steph, it's Tom. Just wanted to kind of chime in here too. They just issued a tornado warning for just southeastern portions of Greene County. So we were just talking about that, right, with that rotation going on right along the border here with this supercell. So I just wanted to bring you aware of that, because just as you were going on air, they issued this tornado warning on it, and this is, as of now, a radar indicated tornado, meaning that we're seeing it rotate on radar right over the border. But I just want to caution you, Steph, because it is moving to the northeast at about 35 miles per hour. So I want to do a track on this, and I want to kind of see in relation to where you are, kind of what we're expecting in terms of an arrival time, and this may kind of impact your positioning. But we'll take this right up into Janesville. So right now, into the Newark, Wisconsin area at 440, into Rock at 455, and Janesville within about an hour, just after 5 o'clock. And that's assuming that it doesn't pick up speed at this point. So, Stephanie, being south of Janesville, you may be in a perfect position here. It's going to be tough to see because of what we have going on here with just how much precipitation is in this, but I think you're going to get rocked either way out of this thing, and there may be even more rotation near Freeport. And I don't know if we still have our Freeport camera up, but if we do, we could take that as well. We have a golf course there in Freeport that is really has been getting hit hard as well. But Stephanie, I'll bring you back in here. I just wanted to let you know, in comparison to where you are, that this thing really is now starting to spin.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Tom. And we actually are east of Beloit now. We are no longer in Beloit. I wanted to get out ahead of this a little bit more. So being in southwestern Walworth County might actually be just a little bit better if this passes up towards the north of us. But we'll continue to keep you guys updated out here on the road. Back to you.
Sure, and I'll just take this again real quick. This is what it looks like in Freeport, Illinois right now at that golf course. We were showing this on Fox Local a few minutes ago as well, just showing the heavy rainfall out of this. And it looks like they're more on the heavy rain portion. But again, we have a Fox weather crew that is on this cell as well. And we can take them as needed or take their feed as needed as well. Hang on a minute here. Let me.
Yeah, Tom, I'm seeing there's a report that the tornado has been observed in Oneco, Illinois. That's right in this neighborhood, 8 miles south of Monroe, and they're calling it a large and extremely dangerous tornado. So this is no longer just radar confirmed, according to the report I'm seeing here.
So, yes, and I've got a picture of it. I don't think we can air it. But it does look like we do have a picture of that as well. A new severe thunderstorm warning. This is actually for a separate cell, just going up now, including areas to the west of Madison. That is in effect until 4:45. That is for 60-mile-per-hour winds, but more importantly, that is half-dollar-sized hail. So these are big-time hailers. Again, that's the storm you see near the Dodgeville area. There's another one down to the west of Monroe. But yes, to your point, Ben, it does appear as though that is a confirmed tornado down there just on the other side of the border. And I'm sorry, Brian, go ahead in our control room.
And I don't like the direction either, Tom, because this looks like, I mean, the way it's going, it makes sense why they've now warned portions of Wisconsin here.
Yes.
Because it looks like, I mean, this is in Illinois right now, but can you talk about the direction and the cities ahead of it, especially close to our viewing area, that really start to need to pay attention to this?
100%. So here's the deal. Let me read you the warning out of Illinois. So this is a particularly dangerous situation. This is over Oneko, Illinois, so south of Monroe. Weather spotters have confirmed a large and extremely dangerous and potentially deadly tornado. Again, this is on the Wisconsin-Illinois state line. It is on the ground right now. They're saying to take immediate tornado precautions. It is moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. So now let's go back to the radar. So again, this is technically not in our viewing area, but we want to keep covering this because it's heading towards our viewing area. And again, we have storms that are starting to perk up a little bit west of Watertown. That is not severe at this point, but we need to watch this entire area here. Now let me zoom you in and take the lightning off because there's so much lightning with this. This is a nasty supercell just south of Monroe. The purple that you see there, that's going to be monster hail coming out of it, number one. Now we peel back the layer. You see that? That's it. That's your monster tornado that started around West Point, Illinois, going up to Oneko, Illinois. It looks like the rotation has come down at least a little bit, but that rotation is now crossing into Wisconsin, and I can tell you exactly how far south of Monroe this is. Look at that. You're less than 10 miles to the south of Monroe, and that is moving to the northeast. So this is going to be heading towards Broadhead with time. Let me do Brian, I'm going to do a quick storm track, and then I'll toss it back over to Ben. But I just want to do a quick track on this because if it continues moving in the direction that it is, it will be into the Janesville area a little after 5 o'clock. Again, that is a confirmed tornado right now heading into Greene County. For our area specifically, it's going to get loud throughout the night, and rest assured, we're going to be watching it all night long. Ben, back over to you.
Monster hail associated with that, too. Okay, and just so our viewers know, if the tornado warning is in our viewing area, we're on. We're going to go wall to wall with Tom, but we're going to keep watching that quickly. All right, Tom, we'll check in with you soon.
All right. Washed out roads, inaccessible parks. A week of heavy rain is leaving an impact.
Yeah, let's get to Waukesha County reporter Brett Lemoyne. You're joining us live, and obviously you're hearing everything that's happening off to the west. And look at that river behind you.
Yeah, the Fox River is gushing, Ben and Ashley, and just in the last couple of minutes, we've started to feel raindrops. We're hearing thunder and seeing some lightning. There's been lots of onlookers today flocking to the river's edge, which frankly has expanded quite a bit in just the last 48 hours. Take a look at this. The National Weather Service reports the river crested just under 8 feet today. That puts the river in the moderate stage, but still shy of the record 8 feet 8 inches set back in 2008. The city moved 4 DPW snowplows under the Barstow Street Bridge to weigh it down. We spotted a school of carp stuck on a wet sidewalk, trying to make it back upriver. In Brookfield, the city closed several streets due to flooding, including parts of Barker Road and Mitchell Park Drive. That created a problem for the Sharon Lynn Wilson Center for the Arts. They had a concert scheduled for tonight that's now postponed because both roads to the center are washed out. Back here at the Fox River in Waukesha, one woman told us she's worried about what tonight's rain will bring.
I will be heading back home. I've got my food. I'm tucked in. Haven't lost power yet, which has been awesome, because I know a lot of people have in the county. But this is only going to get higher up again because we're going to get deluged one more time.
Yeah, and both Brookfield and Waukesha urging people to stay away from any floods or standing water. They say it is just too dangerous to walk, ride, or drive through. We're seeing fewer people now out here at the river's edge because of the storms that are just now rolling in. As Tom had explained to our audience, we're seeing some rainfall and a lot of lightning that's just starting to roll in. So we're going to send it back to you. For now, we're live in Waukesha. Brett Lemoyne, Fox 6 News.
Yeah, be safe out there. All right, Brett, thanks. So what can you do after these storms?
Or what about if you already have some flood damage? Andrew Muzu has the answers.
If you experience any flood damage, the Department of Neighborhood Services wants you to keep a few things in mind. 1, the department says not to enter any flooded basements. 2, avoid any water heaters, washing machines, dryers, or any electrical appliances until they are dry. 3, take pictures and document everything for insurance purposes. 4, Mayor Cavalier Johnson says help keep gutters clean and free from trash, which can cause major flooding. And 5, if you have experienced any flood damage, make sure to call the number on your screen. That's 211 or 414-286-CITY. I'm Andrew Amuzu. Stay safe, Milwaukee.
And you can have the power of the FOX 6 Weather Experts in the palm of your hand. Just make sure your phone has the FOX6 Storm Center app. We're talking live radar, storm cell tracking, and if you're able to safely take pictures of the storm or storm damage, share it right in the app. And because of the storms, we are starting weekend wake up early tomorrow. Look for the latest on weather and any damage done starting at 6 tomorrow morning. We'll be right back.
Fox 6 News continues with Ben Handelman and Ashley Sears.
Let's take a live picture right now. Everybody needs to be weather aware right now as we're looking down at American Family Field. The team's in Miami right now. We're all under a tornado watch until 8 p.m. tonight, and there's some pretty serious weather off to our west right now.
Yeah, there is a confirmed tornado right now just south of us in Illinois. Tom, how quickly can this move to our area? What are you watching?
Yeah, so we're actually watching several different portions here of these storms. There's a lot of them out there. Let me show you the radar, kind of walk you through this here. Now, dry in Milwaukee for the time being. We're going to see some rain showers shortly. Nothing severe out of that yet. I am watching this cluster to the west of Watertown as the hail is starting to increase. Now, this is not severe at this point, but there's a bit of an uptick in the hail. So we need to watch that, and we're starting to get lightning out of that. So Iron Ridge, these areas in portions of Dodge County, just need to be aware that these storms are increasing. Another one south of Madison, also not severe at this moment, but we are also seeing an increase in the hail there as well. So we need to watch both of those for an increase in intensity. The supercell that you were referencing a moment ago, that is coming out of Illinois, and that has prompted a tornado warning into parts of Greene County. That would be to the southwest of Janesville. So in between Monroe and Freeport that you're seeing here on your screen. And let me show you the velocity there, because we have what could be a few areas, but it's really the one just south of Monroe. And let me show you the tornado warning out of that one. And interesting, because now Chicago, which is on the Illinois side, they issue the warnings right on the Illinois side. They have expanded that tornado warning to include the Rockton area. And that is going to be in effect until 5:15. And that is for what is now a radar indicated tornado on the Winnebago County, Illinois side. And that is, again, what was a confirmed tornado not long ago. And the tornado warning for that same cell, that southeastern Greene County, that's on the Wisconsin side, of course, of the border, and that is in effect until 4:45. So let me take you back. So again, concern mounting for all of these storms now, all hazards possible. The greatest concern would be for this supercell that is moving towards the Janesville area, and likely within the next, I would say half an hour or so, 4:55 into Janesville. And if it holds together Whitewater, that would be at about 5:25. So here's the question. Is this the beginning of the line developing? If it is, it's going to be damaging winds, it's going to be hail and embedded tornadoes. Okay, so that is round one here. All right, let me zoom this out. I'm going to put this into motion for you. This is round one, and then we have round two coming in on the backside of this. So let me put that all together. See what I mean? We have two rounds coming on through here, and so we could be starting to line up on this side. We'll see. We got to watch these cells, as I mentioned, in our area, and then the supercell here eventually bound for Whitewater, if that holds on, and then we have this line off to the west. Now, just south of the border, our friends at Fox Weather are in their weather beast, and let's take a live picture of that, see what they're seeing on their edge of the supercell. And you can see, obviously, the edge of the clouds there. And it's hard to tell with the raindrops on the camera. If there is a tornado in there, that would be likely rain-wrapped. And again, I don't see anything at this point. However, they are looking in the correct direction when it would come to where that rotation would be. So they are on this supercell in northern Illinois. Again, they are on the Illinois side of this right now. Again, this is our friends over at Fox Weather. They are in their Fox Weather Beast right now, and we will keep close tabs on that. We also have our own Stephanie Barkello. She is out along the Wisconsin-Illinois border right now as well. And Steph, if you are available now, we're taking your shot, and boy, are those dark skies. Fill us in on where you are and where you're traveling right now.
Sure. We're in eastern Rock County now. We were in Walworth. We're actually moving just a little more west now, trying to find a good spot to view this storm. But a monster of a storm. We've been kind of all over the place so far today. We started in Janesville, went down to Beloit, wanted to get out ahead of the cell a little bit more, so we're a bit more east now in Rock County, but basically just watching the track of this tornadic cell very closely. We've got, some dark clouds. That's about it at this point, but we're still so far out ahead of this cell, trying to get a little higher up too to see if elevation will help us with a good viewing point. But so far so good here, but we are going to stay on this cell in hopes to get at least some type of visual, Tom.
Excellent. Well, stay safe there, Steph. And again, radar is lighting up. We just heard some thunder here at our station. We're starting to get some lightning strikes nearby here, which on radar just is looking like some rain at this point, but they are starting to turn into thunderstorms. And what's interesting is I'm almost wondering here if this is almost what we would call blow off from the main storms here off to the west. We're actually seeing those lightning strikes not forming into their own storms per se, but kind of coming off of the storms out in western Dodge and Jefferson counties. So again, there's a lot going on. Let's take a look again at the velocity here because, it looks like it's just south of Monroe. If there is still something there, it's not as strong as it was. But then to the northeast of Freeport, we got it kind of spinning again. So Rock County really needs to watch this here, which is just outside of our area. In fact, just hearing from the National Weather Service. Rotation not looking too tight at the moment. Might be forming into a bookend vortex for a developing line. So what they're going to do, and I'll explain what that is in a minute, they're going to issue a severe thunderstorm warning for Rock County. So they're not going to continue the tornado warning into Rock County. They're going to issue a severe thunderstorm warning. This is what they mean by a bookend vortice. And they're also going to issue a severe thunderstorm warning for Sauk and Columbia counties. That is also just outside of our area for the time being. But again, what I want to mention here is this is a line of thunderstorms, or it's becoming a line of thunderstorms, and what a bookend vortice is would be on the south end of that line, where you can get a bit of a curl and get a bit of a vortex, if you will, a spin, and that can generate tornadoes. Just heard of a report of half-inch hail being reported in Monroe as well. So here's the bottom line with all this, guys. It's going to be a loud night around here, and we are tracking all of this. It's going to be until at least 8 o'clock tonight. We will have more for you coming up on the other side of the break. We have got all eyes on these storms from every angle. We'll be right back. And welcome back here to Fox 6 News at 4. We're taking a live look over downtown Milwaukee right now, where the clouds continue to build. And let's take a look at the warnings as it's getting very noisy right now. We have a tornado watch in effect for all of us here in southeastern Wisconsin, and that is running until 8 o'clock tonight. Oh, we have a new tornado warning. Boy, did this go quick. All right, here we go. Holly, we need you to get in place. This is a tornado warning in effect until 5:15 for southwestern Dodge County, and this is in effect for Beaver Dam, Juneau, and Hustisford, along with Kleiman, Reeseville, Lowell, and Danville. And this is, again, the rotation that is just starting to show up now. So boy, did this pop up fast. Again, this is a tornado warning for Dodge County. Remember we were talking about this storm near Watertown, how we needed to watch if it was going to perk? It's very rare for this to go from nothing to a tornado warning and skip over the severe thunderstorm warning portion. But look, there's your rotation to the south of Lowell right now. So again, sirens are going off. We have got phones going off. This is a tornado warning for portions of Dodge County just being issued because this rotation, as you see here, has really perked up in the last couple of minutes, and it is moving to the north-northeast towards Lowell. So if you are in this warning, Holly, let's go back, show the warning real quick. I want to call out some cities that are currently under the warning. So we'll go ahead. I mean, look at all the tornado warnings across the state as well. So go ahead and just zoom right in there, and we'll call out some of the areas which Beaver Dam, yes, you are in this this tornado warning. Hustisford, you're on the other edge of this. Note here how Lowell, you are right in the middle of this. Let's go ahead and zoom in a little more, Holly, so we can see a couple more of these towns popping up, because Juneau, you are also in this tornado warning, and we'll go south a little bit as well, so that you can see that, again, we are kind of in the Lowell area, rural parts of southwestern Dodge County. Clyman, you are in this as well. And again, this is in effect until 5:15. So what does that mean? Let's go to the radar. Let's go to reflectivity, Holly. And again, everything is starting to perk up now. Let's zoom into this cell. And let's stop it and do a track to the northeast at 25 miles per hour. And as we look at this here, as the sirens are now going off, as your phones are now going off, what you need to do is get you and your family into a tornado-safe spot. Let's go a little more northeast, Holly. Let's go up, yeah, kind of like, I would go even, well, let's do this. Why don't we do kind of a longer track, kind of around like that, and then head up more to the northeast, and we'll get you time frames there. What we need you to do, and I know Dodge County, you have really been accustomed, right, to a lot of tornado warnings. You know what to do in this situation, right? Because you've been there before. But get into a basement or the lowest level of your home, getting as many walls in between you and the outside as possible. So if you don't have a basement, get into an interior bathroom, interior closet. Try to stay away from the outside walls and windows. The rotation is down here in southwestern Dodge County and moving to the northeast. So I think it's going to put it into the Juneau area. Likely, I think it's going to be a little later than 5 minutes from now, but not too much later. So again, 5:15 is the expiration time on this. Holly, let's go over to the velocity, storm relative velocity here, and we'll go, that's a nasty one down to the south, that supercell, but let's go over here to Dodge County, and right here, yeah, and you see how it's starting to perk up. And so you're seeing the yellow areas, which are where we are seeing the winds blowing away from the radar, which is located in Sullivan. And then you're seeing it's not a lot of inbound. It's more outbound than inbound in terms of velocity, but it's enough to create that couplet. If we end up seeing a little more green or blue in here, that means in the next scan, that means that it's increasing. So I think this thing is, we'll see how it continues to evolve, but I think this is going to roll right into Lowell here very shortly. In fact, Holly, let's stop this. Do a single cell track, if you would, at 25 miles per hour towards Lowell, and we can get a more precise timing for our friends here in central Dodge County. But again, if you are in the path of this storm, you need to take appropriate tornado precautions. As of right now, it is radar indicated, meaning that we don't have any confirmed reports as of yet of a tornado touchdown, but it is certainly a possibility. All right, Holly, thank you. So Lowell likely within the next 5 minutes. All right, so that, and Reeseville as well. I mean, again, you all need to be in your tornado safe location if you are in this warning, because this is that pocket of rotation here. It's not going to last too terribly long, and we don't have anything confirmed at this point, but the way this environment is, and I want to be clear, this tornado warning is in effect until 5:15. Beaver Dam, you are in this. Juneau, Hustisford, you're all in this. But as of, and you all need to be in your tornado safe location, but as of right now, I'm much more concerned for the Lowell and Reeseville areas than I am, say, for Beaver Dam at this point. Hustisford, unknown if it's going to stay just to your west at this point or exactly where this is going to track. So we're really kind of micro tracking this for you guys. And we now have a new severe thunderstorm warning. So, Holly, let's go back to the warnings. This is a severe thunderstorm warning just to the southwest of that tornado warning. That's another cell we were watching a few minutes ago in Dane County. That's this cell here. That is a severe thunderstorm warning until 5:15, and that is going to be for 1-inch diameter hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and the potential for a tornado as well. So let's go back, Holly, to the radar, to the reflectivity portion of this. And what I want to show you here is a couple of things. This is cell number 1. All right, so this is going to be the tornadic cell. All right. And right now, that's going to be to the south of the Beaver Dam area, heading right towards Lowell. This is the next cell that is not into Jefferson County yet. But this is the reason why that severe thunderstorm warning was just issued. There's another cell northwest of Madison. Holly, let's go ahead, stay on this view, and let's go to the storm relative velocity. I want to see what's going on with that cell over I-39 as well. So let's take a look at that. So you can see here in the Dodge County area, you see that rotation's pretty clear from this vantage point. I don't see anything concerning right now just east of Madison out of that. But again, it can turn very quickly. Again, Dodge County, you literally went from nothing to a tornado warning. That's how fast this happened, right? And that's what could happen here, is we could end up seeing it's southwest of or southeast of Madison, moving to the northeast. So we got to watch northwest Jefferson County. So the cell immediately in behind the Dodge County cell could also rotate potentially as well. So let's go back, Holly, to the reflectivity. And again, if you are just joining us, this is a tornado warning that is continuing, especially for the Lowell area. I'm most concerned for you right now in the short term. Beaver Dam, potentially. Eustisford, potentially as well. You need to be in your tornado safe spot until 5:15. We're going to micro track this for you all the way through. And again, it's this cell right here. We've got to watch this cell to the southeast of Madison to see what's going to happen with that. That's a severe thunderstorm warning. Let's zoom this out, Holly, just to give everyone a broad idea, and then we're going to micro track this again through Dodge County. So, a couple of things. This is all starting to perk up and fill in, and that means it's going to be a loud night for all of us here in some form or fashion. Holly, scroll down a little bit. I just want to see this supercell. Oh, that is nasty. Down in Illinois, that is really nasty. So the hail side of this effectively is or what we call the front flank of this storm, as we call it, is over Rock County, and I would be willing to bet. Can we look at the reflectivity real quick? Well, is this Fox Weather? Okay, this is the Fox Weather Beast, and that is what we are looking at right now. You're looking right at that storm, and that is a nasty storm there, especially on the Illinois side, as to what's going on right now. So we're going to be tracking that closely. Again, Rock County, that is what we are dealing with for that end of it right there. So we need to watch that, though, because if that tracks a little bit more to the north, there's a lot of rotation on the Illinois side with that. So we need to watch that closely for, our southern communities along the border. Our Stephanie Barrichello is trying to get into position to watch some of those cells near the border. All right, that being said, Holly, let's go ahead and let's go back into Dodge County, because let's look at the warnings real quick, because if you are just joining us, there is a tornado warning that is continuing from Beaver Dam to Eustisford and Juneau down to Lowell as well, and that is in effect until 5:15. This is a radar-indicated tornado. It's nowhere near, by the way, as strong as that supercell closer to the Illinois border, I'll say that, but it is really perked up. Let's go ahead and query that, Holly, just so we can show kind of the expiration time. You can zoom in on that a little bit if you want as well, but there's so many tornado warnings going on across the state right now, and that's indicative of the wind shear in the atmosphere, meaning if you were to get into a hot air balloon and go up right now, the wind would be changing direction and speed with height. Effectively, it's turning here. So that severe thunderstorm warning for northwest Jefferson County runs until 5:15, and the tornado warning in Dodge County also runs until 5:15. So what this gives you an idea of, with the tornado watch in yellow until 8, you see what's coming our way. Right? Can we go ahead, Holly, quickly? Let's go ahead and zoom in on the Dodge County storm. Let's go back. We'll do reflectivity, then we'll do velocity, and then we'll do a storm track on this. Because if you're looking at this, it just kind of looks like a messy storm from this vantage point. and a lot of rain, a lot of lightning, a lot of thunder. Now let's go to the velocity, the storm relative velocity, which allows us to peer into the storm to see what the winds are doing. And of note here, now let's zoom in even more. So we're going to go south of 151 here, just east of Columbus. This is interesting because what this is telling me, let's zoom in a little more, Holly. So we have Lowell right here. This is going west now of Lowell. So it's almost kind of rotating around a little closer to Columbus and going right around 151. So that perks my ears up a little bit more for Beaver Dam, potentially. I don't see a huge increase in the rotation here, but let's go back to the reflectivity, Holly, because it's very, very messy. And it's going to be interesting to see it's going to be this area right here, which honestly doesn't look overly impressive to me at this point. So you need to be in your tornado safe spot, but I'll tell you, I'm not, this isn't jumping out at me going, whoa, this is massive rotation right now. And it's moving in such a way, kind of an erratic way as well, that to me doesn't favor a huge tornado or anything like that being on the ground. But that being said, stay in your tornado safe location until the warning is either expired at 5:15 or is canceled early. And I'll bring you in here, Holly, as well, if you want to kind of chime in. What is the National Weather Service saying here as well? What's the latest that you've got?
They just canceled the tornado warning.
They just canceled it?
Yep.
Excellent. Okay, so that actually makes total sense based upon what we're seeing here. So Dodge County, let's go back to the warning map. Dodge County, you are good. And it's really wild to see this. You went from nothing to a tornado warning back to no warnings again. Your tornado warning is done. Again, it perked up there for a little bit, and then it kind of got weird and just sort of rotated out. And so that's why they just canceled the warning. And so again, Dodge County, you can breathe a sigh of relief, at least for the moment. So that tornado warning has been canceled. So we have a severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for northwestern Jefferson County, and that runs until 5:15. So Holly, let's zoom in on that and let's take a look at the reflectivity, and then we'll look at the storm relative velocity with that as well, because that's going to be the next concern. So you see how it went into Dodge County? It's just kind of got mushy and weakened there. That's why they canceled that warning early. This is our next one on deck, so to speak. That appears to be obviously a much more organized storm than the one in Dodge County, and it's just heading over 39, and it's about to move right onto 94 just east of Madison. So this is going to be our next question here. Let's go ahead. Can you do me a favor real quick, Holly? Turn the lightning on this. I'm interested to see the lightning frequency out of this, and it's a fair amount. It's a fair amount of lightning, and you can see how it's centered right in that cell. Now let's go over to the storm relative velocity on this, and it's kind of like the Dodge County one. It's perking up right there, but again, it's more outbound, not inbound. So much like this last cell, we didn't see a lot of inbound velocity, which effectively would really get it rotating. The one in Dodge County, and much like I'm seeing at least as of right now, is there's a lot of wind going outbound, but there isn't a lot coming back inbound to complete that rotation. So we got to monitor that. So that's why this is a severe thunderstorm warning, not a tornado warning at this point. So no tornado warnings. Again, Dodge County, you are all good as of right now for tornado warnings. We have this one severe thunderstorm warning. Let's go ahead back to the reflectivity. Holly, let's zoom this out and kind of give everybody a broad idea of what's going on here. We've got that supercell down in Illinois. We're going to check in with our Stephanie Barrichello in just a moment. Looks like we have another line developing here right around the Dodgeville area. We have another cell to the northwest of Madison. Storm motion right now is to the northeast. Let's go ahead, Holly, and go to the composite radar, if we could, the satellite and radar. And I want to zoom this out to get a broad idea, because we have this next line off to the west. There you go. And so we've got this activity out to the front of us here, and then we have this line off to the back. So what this means is it's going to be a loud night for us here. And I can just tell you here as well that the Storm Prediction Center just talking about this tornado watch, and we'll just read this live on the air. So we have a tornado watch until 8 o'clock tonight. Well, because it's going to be a loud night for us. And I haven't even talked about the flooding yet. So 1 to 3 inches of rain possible as we go throughout the night. But, you know, before we even get there, we've got to talk about these individual cells and possible tornadoes and that sort of a thing. Storm Prediction Center just saying that the leading supercell across northern Illinois and southern Wisconsin will likely pose a tornado threat, possibly a significant tornado threat, and very large hail over the next 1 to 2 hours. The supercell, and this is actually a great visual, this is the supercell here, and this supercell continues to precede a broken line of thunderstorms that you see there along the Wisconsin-Illinois border. Give me 1 second, Brian. Regional radar continues to indicate that the cells are intense, including with a 3-inch hail report reported on that southern storm. The environment continues to remain favorable for well-established updrafts, the potential for very large hail in excess of 2 inches in diameter, that would be larger than golf balls, and strong tornadic potential will likely persist for the next couple of hours into southeast Wisconsin and far northern Illinois. Okay, so where are we here, Brian? Okay, this is a live look at Wausau, where it's not just our part of the state here that is dealing with these storms. Wausau is also dealing, I mean, a big part of the state is dealing with this here. And so it's not just our part of the state, right, that is dealing with all of this severe weather. They are getting severe weather up to the north, and there are tornado warnings all the way up to the north as well. But concern for us is what's going on just to the south in northern Illinois, because there is a nasty supercell down there. Holly, let's go ahead and zoom that in down there because that rotation has increased to the south of Durand, Illinois, which is not far south of the border. I would put that about 8 miles to the south of the Wisconsin-Illinois border, 17 miles to the southwest of Beloit. And with that, we want to go to my colleague meteorologist Stephanie Barrichello. You can also see that hook now forming southwest of Janesville there on the Illinois side. Steph, what are you seeing and where are you at?
Yeah, hey, Tom, we're still in Rock County. We're in eastern Rock County, so we're starting to get some of the rain. You know, we were waiting and watching from a distance this cell, and we saw a decent amount of lightning, but that's about the only visual, and now we're getting some of the rain. So we're actually moving away from that cell. We are just not in a good spot to observe it at this point. We're actually going to move north because, as you've mentioned, that storm near Madison, maybe watching that and then gauging all of the activity out towards the west. Now, this warned storm in northern Illinois, it's taking its time and just ever so slowly nudging its way northward. So I am interested to see if Beloit ends up seeing it. We were in Beloit, probably an hour ago, way out ahead of this storm, but it was moving east. So the track on this has been a little tricky, but again, we observed this for a while, saw some lightning, now getting into the rain, and so now we're going to move north and observe another storm.
Sounds good, Steph. You will be safe here and, you know, keep a close eye on things, because I would say right now that cell that is just to your southwest is an absolute beast. It's a monster of a storm. And again, let's actually take a look let's take the Fox Weather Beast. Speaking of beasts, they are on this cell right now in Illinois. So these are our friends at Fox Weather, and they are here in our region, and this is the Fox Weather Beast. They are chasing right now that supercell, and we don't have an exact location on this, but they appear to be right on the edge of this thing. You know, what I'm looking for is right above them to see if, you know, they're scanning it here, and I think my assumption is that they're looking for rotation here, and there is a lot on radar. So if they are right in position, they will probably start to see some of that rotation. And why we are showing this and why this is important locally is because this cell could end up in our border counties over the course of the next hour or 2 hours. So we need to watch that very, very closely. So again, they are kind of peering right into that, and you see that to the east of Freeport right now. You can see that activity that is continuing just down to our south at the moment. So Holly, let's go ahead and let's pull up the velocity real quick. And then I want to do a warning recap because we have a few warnings just outside of our area as well. Again, Dodge County, your tornado warning was canceled early, so that is very good news for you for the moment. But you can see it's somewhat broad rotation to the southwest of Rockton, Illinois right now. There's Janesville, here's Beloit. So that kind of gives you an idea. Steph was mentioning how slow moving this is right now, but it almost appears to be cycling to me because this likely had a large tornado on this earlier when it was back off to the west. Then you can kind of see the rotate. It kind of spins itself out, but now look at that. So see how that's different from what we were talking about in Dodge County, where in Dodge County we had kind of that yellow, but that was it. We didn't have the green. So we had the one portion of rotation, the outbound, but we didn't have the inbound. So that's why the tornado warning, thankfully, was canceled early for Dodge County. Oh, look at this. Holly, let's stop that. And let's zoom in on this if we could and center it up a little bit. That's intense rotation. So just looking at this and analyzing this on the air as we're talking about it, this storm in northern Illinois has just cycled, okay? Meaning that it was producing a tornado, the rotation stopped or it likely got cut off potentially, and then it started spinning yet again. So Brian, in our control room, keep an eye on the Fox Weather Beast because I'll be interested to see if they start seeing anything out of this. But this is a short hop from Beloit at this point, just down to the southwest. Holly, let's go ahead and do a storm track on that here. And from that point of rotation, and let's go to the east. Let's see here. Let's go to the east-northeast with that at about 40 miles per hour. That might be a little fast, but we'll see how. So go up towards Beloit with it. Yep, right there is perfect. Go a little more so we can kind of time it into Beloit. There you go. Yep, drop it right there. So into Beloit, 5:15-ish. So that's, again, about 20 minutes from now. It's only 20 minutes from Beloit. It may stay just south of the border because a lot of times these supercells will be right turning, meaning that they move east. So it may stay 3 miles south of Beloit and impact areas along I-39 just south there. So, again, that rotation has really picked up. In fact, can we take the beast again real quick, Brian, just to see kind of what they're looking at? And then we're going to reset on our end. Oh, boy. Yeah, look at this. Let's reset, Holly, on our end to talk about the severe thunderstorm warning and also the tornado watch and kind of what's going on across the rest of our area. But boy, is that a vantage point right now. So what you're looking at, and I'm going to make the assumption that they are east of this right now, and they are likely looking due west. Or they could, I suppose, be south of it and looking north. I guess either one. Right there. And actually, yeah, given this cloud movement, I bet they're east of this thing, looking west at the moment. But you can see the ominous looking skies here, which is a testament to, and we've got, looks like some lightning. Yep, here in southeastern Wisconsin as well, or here on the FOX6 weather deck. But you're seeing it kind of getting muddy off to the west there, if you will, the visibility breaking up, and that's because you're looking into that supercell. So we're going to keep a close eye on that as we're rumbling here on the weather deck. So let's do a reset, Holly, and let's take a look, first of all, at the warnings, show you what's going on here. We continue with a severe thunderstorm warning for northwest Jefferson County. That's going to run for about another 20 minutes until 5:15. Several tornado warnings up north. More tornado warnings in Iowa, and of course the big one that we're watching down in Illinois. And the reason why we're making such a big deal about that, well, two reasons. Number one is it's a huge supercell. Number two, there's the potential, if it were to jog a bit northeast, that Walworth County, you may be impacted by this here at some point, especially closer to the border, places like Walworth and Sharon in particular. So we'll be watching that very closely for you. Everybody is under a tornado watch. That runs until 8 o'clock tonight. This is the fourth and final round of thunderstorms out of what we have had a very tiring week. I know we're all tired, and we're ready for this to move on. It will later tonight. Look at that. New tornado warnings going on up there. That's all going to move away from us. But I mean, look at that. A slew of tornado warnings up there. So let's take a look at the radar, Holly, because all modes of severe weather are possible. Let's zoom out to southeastern Wisconsin, and then we'll kind of zoom back in here. And it's interesting because we are seeing some lightning and thunder here on our FOX 6 weather deck, but yet you look at the radar, you might pull it up on your app and go, it's just a little bit of rain. Yes, but let's turn the lightning on, Holly, because I bet we're going to see some strikes within here, and we are. Because likely what's happening here is, we are not, these are just rain showers coming overhead, and this is really interesting because these are not huge thunderstorms moving over Ozaukee County, Washington County, Milwaukee County right now. The thunderstorms are off to the west, and what we're likely seeing is the wind shear, or the strong westerly winds above us, tilting the updraft of the thunderstorm and tilting the downdraft of the thunderstorm. So you are getting effectively that anvil cloud, if you've heard of that before, coming over us, way above us. And that is where the lightning strikes are coming from. Isn't that wild? So these are not big thunderstorms that you're getting the rumbles right now from north of Milwaukee. It actually has to do with what's going on off to the west and the winds tilting that updraft and associated downdraft. And so as a result, you're getting the rain and you're getting the lightning and the thunder well away from the parent thunderstorm. Now, this area, let's zoom into eastern Dodge County. Let's start there, then we're going to head southwest, then we'll go back to the supercell. Then we still have a line off to the west that we got to deal with at some point as well. So you still have lightning and thunder with this. Let's go ahead and look at the velocity, because this is the one that caused the tornado warning in Dodge County just a little bit ago that was canceled early as the rotation weakened. So that was the rotation. Interesting. And then it just poof, fizzled out. What I want to watch here now is just kind of this area right here. So, and it looks to me as though I'm not overly concerned at this point with it. The question would be if we start to get a little rotation right in here. And so at this point, I'm okay. I'm not concerned about it, but it's worth watching. Let's put it that way, eastern Dodge County, and then into northwestern Washington, and as we head up into Fond du Lac County as well. Just worth watching to see if that thing perks up a little bit more. So just kind of stay tuned, put your radar antenna up, so to speak, in this area. We'll keep an eye on that for you. Let's go back to the reflectivity on that just to kind of see, again, it's messy in here, but do you see how just within the last few minutes, it's starting to get a little better organized? See what I mean there? Can we look at the hail, Holly? Let's look at the VIL out of this and see what is going on in terms of any potential hail, and I don't see anything there. So that's good news. All right, let's go back to the southwest and take a look at this storm coming out of Dane County. Let's go back to the reflectivity, Holly, with that. That's the severe thunderstorm warning, eastern Dane County, heading into northwest Jefferson County. Let's take a look at the reflectivity, or the velocity rather, here as well, and see if what's going on there. Yeah, look at this. It's perking up. Zoom in on this, Holly, if we could. That is perking up. We're going to go to a break here in a moment. Zoom in a little more if you could. So this is going to be, there's Cottage Grove. Here's Lake Mills. So we're to the southwest of there. We need to watch that closely. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We will be back in just a moment. Stay tuned.
better for everyone.
FOX6 Wake Up starts with weather first to get you ready for the day. Join us for live news and traffic every weekday at 4:30. Fox 6 News, because you matter. With stories that matter to you, Fox 6 News at 5 starts right now with breaking news.
If you do see ponding out there, if you do see localized flooding, please do not attempt to drive through it.
No. That's the advice for the night. Once again, that's from the mayor, because we are ready for round 3 or 4, however you're counting. We are back in it again, folks, for one more night. We're going to be with you throughout the evening.
Yeah, and we will get the latest on our expected storms tonight from Chief Meteorologist Tom Walks. He is tracking the weather. And Tom, what are we looking at?
Yeah, I'm here with my colleague meteorologist Holly Baker. Here we go, Holly. We're in it, aren't we?
I know.
Again.
Round 4.
Round 4. We're all tired, aren't we? We're all tired. We're going to do this. We're going to get through it. Let's take a look, show you what's going on right now with the radar. So here we are in the broad view, just to give you an idea that we have now a non-severe thunderstorm, although perking up again in eastern Dodge County. That is moving into northwestern Washington County. We do have some lightning and thunder across our northern counties as well along I-43. Nothing severe with that. This has my concern heading towards Lake Mills, which we'll talk about. And this is a monster supercell. In fact, pan just a little bit down, Holly, if we could, just to show folks this supercell. This is nasty. It's had a large tornado on it at one point. We need to watch southern Walworth County for this in a short time as well. Again, that's a big-time supercell. But let's talk about eastern portions of Dane County right now. We have a severe thunderstorm warning that includes Lake Mills in northwestern Jefferson County for another 15 minutes. And it's this area not far from Deerfield. Let's zoom in on this a little bit more, Holly. And we're going to take a look at the velocity. And reason being, I'm a bit concerned. So here's Dane, here's Jefferson counties. Let's go ahead and look at the velocity with storm relative velocity with this. And it's going to be right here, because that rotation right around Deerfield has increased. It's not overly strong, but it's broad. And what do I mean by that? I mean that broad rotation it's spinning slowly. Okay, so rotation's been noted, and it looks like it's just updating. This would be a little more of a concern right here. Like if I'm looking at it as a whole, it's going to be right here that definitely has my attention. So we are just south of I-94, just to the southwest of the Dodge-Jefferson County line, okay? And there's not a tornado warning on this at the moment. However, I would not be surprised if we had one shortly for northwestern Jefferson County. So that right now it's a severe thunderstorm warning. Let's go back to the reflectivity, Holly, and take a look at what that looks like for us. And again, you can see it's really got a decent, it's looking a little more decent here as it's about to push right over I-94, right around the Deerfield exit at this point. So we got to keep watching for that here as well. Steph is near Fort Atkinson at this point. Okay. So, Stephanie, let's go. Well, before we do that, let's zoom this out, because I want to give, since we're at the beginning of our 5 o'clock news here, I want to give everybody kind of an idea. Let's go more out to, broader view, Holly. This is that supercell that we are watching right along the Wisconsin-Illinois state line, and that's going to be a concern potentially for a tornado near the Walworth County border with Illinois. So we need to watch that closely. Right now, no warning for you at this point. Look at this mess off to the west. First of all, it's going to be a lot of rain, and that's going to come throughout the evening hours. There is a tornado watch for all of us until 10 o'clock tonight. So all modes are possible: tornado, wind, hail, and flooding. Okay, let's take a look at the satellite and radar, Holly, and zoom it out a little bit more, just because I want to give everybody a broad view of what we're dealing with tonight. Supercell on the front side. Again, couple more embedded cells here. The one we're watching closely now is eastern Dane County. Then you see this. This is interesting. This is starting to line up off to the west. This is likely going to be the main line here coming through tonight. After about 9 to 10 o'clock, we're probably going to see a big shield of rain develop in behind this. and that's going to be a concern for us for a flooding standpoint. And we've had a couple of hail reports already out of this. But again, as of this moment, no tornado warnings in our viewing area, so that is good news. But look at this. So let's, Holly, go back to our local reflectivity, and let's zoom in west of Madison. So this is going to be the area near Dodgeville. And you see how that's starting to really perk up here. So we need to start watching to see how this continues to form, because right now it's moving to the northeast. But often what happens with these line segments is this could start connecting. They could start connecting up, and then we could start to see the strong winds coming out of it, meaning that the storm will start to move more to the east. So we need to watch for that as well. So that's kind of the broad view of what's going on. Let's go back over to Jefferson County, where we have a severe thunderstorm warning that continues until 5:15 for northwest Jefferson County. And I want to go now to my colleague, meteorologist Stephanie Barrichello. She is in the Fort Atkinson area. Steph, tell us what you are seeing and exactly where you are right now.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. We're just passing Fort Atkinson as we speak. We've got a little bit of rain, but nothing major. I'm looking towards the west at that cell, as it is just, northwest of us near Deerfield. We're trying to get a little bit more north, and then maybe we'll move westward just a little bit more. I'm not seeing anything worth noting at this point in time, but, we've seen some good lightning. Rain is falling at a decent rate, but hoping to get just a little bit closer to the storm and observe. There's quite a tree line as we're driving, so I do think we need to get just a little bit more west to get a better look at what's happening.
Steph, remind me again, where exactly are you? You're heading west. Are you on 18? Sorry. I missed that before.
We are on 26. Wisconsin,
oh, you're on 26
north. We just passed Fort Atkinson.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, so you're actually in a pretty good spot at this point. That rotation appears to be increasing right along the county line, so just east of Deerfield right now. And I would say, heading up towards Lake Mills is a concern. Right now, there's no tornado warning on this, but, the rotation is pretty stout on the radar. And I think that we need to keep a close eye on this. So, Steph, if you may want to, head up a little, maybe into Jefferson, and then that would give you kind of the roads to either get you up towards Lake Mills, or you could even head up to Johnson Creek if you needed to go that way as well. But the rotation does appear, to me at least, at a couple of different angles to be getting a bit better organized right around the Deerfield area right now. So stay safe. Obviously, ominous looking skies over there at the moment. We will be watching that closely. This is a Deerfield camera right now where, again, heavy rain. Look at all of that rain that is continuing right over Deerfield. They have been hit hard. And there's a lot of lightning with this as well, and that's something that, obviously we can't talk about enough here as well. The hail is perked up right over the interstate here where you're looking, and again, the velocity is getting, they're going, okay, this is separate. Let's see. Still watching that supercell to the south as well in Illinois. We need to watch that closely as well for our southern counties. So, but again, I'm more concerned locally for areas into western Jefferson County, and that's going to be, again, this cell right here. So we have got Deerfield, and you can see how it's getting better organized, about to move towards Lake Mills. So this is where Stephanie is in Fort Atkinson. I want to get her up towards Jefferson, and then, closer to the Lake Mills area, or depending on the movement here, maybe even Johnson Creek, depending on how this goes, because I do think we're going to end up with some form of a warning. Now, this is a severe thunderstorm warning, Holly, for central Dane County. This is a separate storm for the Madison area, and that is for hail and wind with that. So we don't have to worry about that quite yet.
Are you hearing me?
Okay. Yes. Yes. Thank you very much, Amanda. I appreciate it. Yep. So again, that's what we are watching for here is going to be that rotation. We are monitoring Stephanie as well, who is heading up towards this storm. And then we have the supercell down to the south as well. That is a concern for areas right along the Illinois border in Walworth County that we need to watch for as well. Do we want to bring our anchors back in here? I don't know. I don't want to leave you guys hanging either in our studio. If you guys have anything you want to add, any questions or any reports, I know that a lot of schools have canceled their after-school activities in our areas, which honestly I think is a smart move, just given the unknown nature of not only the flooding of this, but also in the short term, the potential for tornadoes, hail, and wind across the area. So if you guys have any questions as well, feel free to chime in here.
Yeah, Tom, we're seeing right now Milwaukee Public Schools have canceled after-school activities, as well as Wauwatosa, Menominee Falls. There's a continuing list happening right now throughout our area.
And it's just good policy at this point right now. I guess, Tom, the question I have is this formulating to be exactly what you thought it'd be, or worse, or better in terms of less than you thought it might be?
That's a really good question. To be honest with you, I would say pretty close to what we thought at this point. Let's zoom out, Holly, a little bit and just kind of show you the broad view here. Where, you know, what we're expecting here are these more individual cells coming on through, and then the big line, which is now developing off to the west. So unfortunately, you know, as you look at this as a whole, I think one of the big things that you look at is all the rain, right? In fact, let's go to the satellite radar if we could, Holly, and see kind of, this gives you a better idea, right, of what's going on. Stand by. New information here regarding that supercell down to the south. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt the answer there, Ted, but that's okay. They're going to issue a tornado warning for southern Rock County. So this will likely be right along the border with Walworth County. Let's zoom in, Holly. So in answer to your question, Ted, yes, I think it's forming exactly as we thought, unfortunately. And we've been watching this supercell down to our south, hugging the border. And we've been watching this closely for our friends in Sharon and in Walworth, Darien, Delavan, all these areas in Walworth County, Walworth included there as well. And now it appears, let's take a look at the local radar. And as we have some lightning flashing on the weather deck, here comes, I believe, let's go to the warnings. I believe this is going to be the warning for Rock County, which is just outside of our area. Yep, but it's very, very close. So there you have it. Let's zoom in. Let's query this. This is a tornado warning for southeastern Rock County until 6 o'clock tonight. So let's go ahead. We can take the green screen again for us here. So this tornado is going to be near Beloit right now at 5:15. Clinton around 5:20. So again, that's hugging the Walworth County line. So let's go ahead. If we could move this box, Holly, maybe up towards Janesville, and then I want to zoom in to western and southwestern portions, kind of immediately next to this box here in Walworth County, just so we can show a couple. There's Clinton, just to kind of get your bearings. And again, Clinton within the next 5 to 7 minutes, that's going to be rolling through. Now let's go over into Walworth County a little bit, Holly, because really Elkhorn, and you know this, Elkhorn, because you just got hit by a tornado the other night. You need to be on guard for this. Darien, Delavan, these areas down to Sharon, you need to be getting ready for this as well. There's Walworth right here as well. So, and then, you know, now we're getting towards Williams Bay and Lake Geneva. We'll see. You would be in the next iteration of this warning should it be issued. But again, this current tornado warning is in effect until 6. But here's the deal. The storm is moving, and this is a supercell, moving to the northeast at 25 miles per hour. So what does that mean? That means it's crawling at this point, which also means the rain is going to be very heavy with this. Let's pull up the radar, show you what's going on. And again, this is technically not our area at the moment, but it could be really at any moment. So we've got a lot of storms. We're still watching you in northwestern Jefferson County very closely, so we have not forgotten about you. But this has produced a large tornado in Illinois earlier. Let's go a little bit farther south, if we could, Holly, up to kind of get nice. So here's Beloit. So Beloit is right in the hail core. And this is really a wow. I mean, this is really a textbook supercell. Let's stop the loop if we could, Holly, just to kind of get an idea. Lake Geneva on the edge of your screen. Here's Beloit. Here's Janesville. My goodness, with that latest scan. So what are we looking at here? This is what we call the forward flank of the storm, okay? The forward flank of the supercell. So I'm going to, let's just take the town of Sharon, okay? The community of Sharon. Stand by as something else is coming off the printer here.
Flash flood.
Okay, and that's going to be the flash flood watch. Okay, so that's not a surprise there, which we're going to have to deal with as we go throughout the night. But let me explain a little bit here about what we're expecting for southwest Walworth County. And again, this is in advance of what will likely be a tornado warning, I believe, to be issued shortly. So you need to be getting ready very quickly to get into your tornado safe spot if you are in southwestern parts of Walworth County. This is called the front or the forward flank of the supercell. All right, so if you are in Sharon or you are in Delavan or Darien, you're starting to get in on some of the rain, right? So it starts out as light rain. Then it becomes heavy rain. Then all of a sudden, you get in on the hail, which is what Beloit is saying. And Brian, if you can hear me in the control room, let's pull up our Beloit camera in a moment because I want to see what's going on there. And then, as that continues to move to the east-northeast slowly at 25 miles per hour, suddenly it gets quiet. And where it gets quiet, you're out of the hail core, you're out of the sort of front or forward flank, and then all of a sudden, you're in the core of the rotation right there. So the heaviest precipitation is on the front side of the supercell. Then you get in on the rotation, and then you get in on potentially what's called a rear flank downdraft on the back side.
Severe thunderstorm warning for Dodge and Jefferson. So that's the other area that we were watching.
Got it. Okay, thank you, Holly. Yeah, so if you want to talk more about that, let's go up there real quick and fill viewers in on that, and then we'll head back to the supercell.
Okay. So that warning is a severe thunderstorm warning for northern Jefferson County and also southwestern Dodge County until 6:15. And that is basically some thunderstorms located near Lake Mills, which we were talking and looking at earlier, moving northeast at 25 miles per hour. Right now, we're seeing 60-mile-per-hour winds within this particular storm cell, and it has been producing quarter-size hail. So some of the locations near this where you may need to watch out is Watertown, Jefferson, Lake Mills, Waterloo, Juneau, and Johnson Creek, as well as Cambridge, Lake Ripley, Ixonia, Ashpon, Lebanon, Milford, Reesville, Richward, Clyman, Humpleton, Pipersville, and Lake LaBelle.
And Lac LaBelle, you're right.
LaBelle.
So here's the deal. So again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning, and thank you so much, Holly, for that. That's for 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch diameter hail, but it's also, they're calling it a tornado possible on this, meaning that there's no tornado warning with it, but there is broad rotation. So we are directly over Lake Mills here, and we've been tracking this, and again, this is broad rotation at this point. If we see this tighten up, then a tornado warning would be issued. And again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning. In fact, let's take a look, Holly, at the warning itself, if we could, to kind of let people know if they're in it, if they're not in it. And there you can see all the warnings here that are currently in effect. This is a severe thunderstorm warning, northern Jefferson, southwest Dodge counties, and it runs until 6:15. So let's zoom in a little bit more. Watertown, you're right in this right now as well. So again, you heard Holly talk about Johnson Creek, Lake Mills, Waterloo, Watertown, Ashpon. You're in this as well. Let's go down just a little bit more, catch the southern end of this. And again, that's Lake Ripley, Jefferson, Fort Atkinson. Technically, you are not in this, so this is going to be just to your north. And while we're zoomed in here, let's go to our Stephanie Barrichello. Stephanie is in the Jefferson area right now. Steph, what are you currently seeing out of this storm?
Hey,
Oh,
Tom.
my.
I mean, we're watching it. Absolutely. Here's our view. We're watching it closely. We're right outside of Jefferson. We're at, let's see, County Road J. We are moving northeast, and yeah, we've definitely got some structure out here. So we're gonna sit. We're gonna watch this.
So
a lot of lightning, which I know you've mentioned too.
So just to be clear, you are in Jefferson and you are looking here to the northwest. Is that the deal? Are you going north?
We are going east right now.
You're going east. Okay. Got it. So you were looking there then to the northwest. So currently you're looking east. You're a mile outside of Jefferson.
Correct. Yes, correct.
Got it. There is definitely some structure.
We are looking northwest towards that cell.
Got it. So if once you kind of get to a clearing again, point your camera back there because it definitely looked like there was some structure with that. I mean, unless I'm mistaken, is that what you're seeing there too?
Yeah, it's a low cloud.
Yes.
I mean, it definitely. So what we are seeing, and I'm sure you've been seeing this too, Stephanie, is that broad rotation that's really right around Lake Mills at this point, and that is, you know, if that starts tightening, that's the concern. Yeah. So let's see here, because that shot that you had showing that, you know, what could have been a lowering. I know it's tough with those trees, huh? But
yeah, this
so
tree
is
line
that
might
the
be in our
interstate
way.
that's right to your right? Are you right by the interstate?
Yes, it absolutely
Okay.
is.
So just to kind of get your...
Well, that's 26, I should say.
Oh, that's 26. Okay.
Yes.
Gotcha.
We're going to try to maybe turn around and see if we get a better... Actually, up here might be a better vantage point. Yes. Okay, we're going to pull over here.
Oh, look at that. So again,
And
just
turn-
to
there,
kind
go.
of
You can kind
reset
of see the camera
everyone
now.
here, this is Stephanie, and she is in Stephanie Barkello. She is in Jefferson County, and she is looking at, I mean, what appears to be decent storm structure here in northwestern, essentially right over Lake Mills. So Stephanie is looking right in the direction of Lake Mills. So yeah, find a spot if you could, Steph, maybe pull over and let's just zoom in on that and watch that, because if something were to pop out of that or really rotate, and it does look like the rotation is getting a bit more stout with this right over the interstate at Lake Mills, that's where the tornado would be. But again, there's no tornado warning on this at this point. I want to be clear. However, that is something
okay, here you
that...
go. Here's your vantage point.
Excellent. All right, so we'll... Okay, we got to take a break. Oh, we've got to take a break right at the worst time. Oh, look at that lightning, Stephanie. My goodness. Okay, we're going to take a quick break.
It's pretty incredible.
Wow. All right, we're going to take a quick break. Steph, monitor that for rotation. We're going to come right back here very shortly. We'll be right back right here on Fox 6 News. And welcome back to Fox 6 News at 5. I'm Chief Meteorologist Tom Walks. We are watching a severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Jefferson and southern Dodge counties that runs until 6:15. This is in effect for hail and for wind, but there is a possibility that we could see a tornado out of this cell as well, even though no tornado warning is in effect at this time. This is near the Lake Mills area, and we'll zoom this out for you. And just to see exactly what's going on across the area, then we're going to get back to our Stephanie Barrichello, where she is monitoring that cell in particular. So here's the deal. We've got rain and non-severe thunderstorms West Bend to Sheboygan into northern portions of Milwaukee County right now. We have a supercell thunderstorm down across portions of right along the Wisconsin-Illinois state line. That supercell has produced large hail on the order of ping pong ball size. That's the report we just got 1 mile south of Monroe from 5 minutes ago. So we have this supercell that we are watching that has a tornado warning on it, just hugging the Walworth County line. So southeastern Rock County, there's a tornado warning. Southwestern Walworth County, nothing as of yet, but you may have a tornado warning shortly, and that supercell has a history of producing tornadoes. As of right now, the rotation appears to be weakening a little bit with this, but we'll take a look here with my colleague meteorologist Holly Baker, and you can see that that rotation, which was really stout southwest of Beloit, appears at this point to be going away as it's moving over Beloit. Do we have a Beloit camera that we could take, Brian, right now? Interested to see what that is showing. But we will see, but it looks like that rotation has lifted. I will tell you, okay, so hang on. Now we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. Hold that thought, Brian. This is a new severe thunderstorm warning going out for all of Walworth County, southwestern Waukesha County, and a decent chunk of Jefferson County. And this is in effect until 6:30. And I need you to listen to me closely here. This is the supercell that is coming in out of Illinois. They have decided to not extend it as a tornado warning at this time. However, 70-mile-per-hour winds and ping-pong ball-sized hail are possible. This cell is located along a line from near Clinton to Footville to Albany, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. People and animals outdoors could be injured due to the size of this hail, and wind damage is also likely. Folks in this warning include all of Walworth County, Waukesha County. This does not quite go to Ottawa or Genesee. Mugwanago, you are right on the edge of this. Eagle, you are in this. Over to Palmyra, you are in this. Whitewater, Fort Atkinson, Sullivan. Okay, so that gives you an idea. Now, Dousman, you are not in this as of yet. We have had some large hail just coming in from our colleagues in Madison at a television station. That is some large hail coming out of this cell. All of Walworth County, you are under this as well. And so that, again, is going to be in effect until 6:30 tonight. That is also telling. Why? Because they've issued this in effect for the next hour. So take a look at this here. Again, here's Walworth. Here's Waukesha County, so a piece of Waukesha County, southwestern. You're in this, and then parts of Jefferson County as well. This is the supercell, and there are really a couple of cells of note here. But this is the supercell that had produced a large tornado in northern Illinois. The rotation seems to have ceased at this moment, though. That's why they did not extend the tornado warning. Here's the deal. Couple of things. Number one, this is a classic supercell signature, meaning that you're going to have large hail and damaging winds on the forward flank of this cell. If there is rotation that re-intensifies, it's going to be after the large hail, right over Beloit. Let's take Beloit if we have that camera, and then we'll take a closer look at the rotation. But if we have that Beloit camera, I do want to see what's going on there. And then, Holly, we will take a look when we come back at the rotation. So let's we'll pull the rotation up on radar. So, wow, look at this. All right, so that appears to me to be a stout shelf cloud rolling through Beloit right now. So we're going to keep an eye on this, and we will eventually we should save this for a time lapse as well to see exactly how this continues to evolve. But as of right now, and it's difficult to tell, but this appears to me to be a shelf cloud, but you see that scud. You see the lightning? You see the scud underneath there. So you're seeing a bunch of little clouds popping up. If we start to see an organized rotation out of that, that then is the concern for a tornado to pop out of this. So again, you are looking live at our camera in Beloit. And we're going to keep on this. And Stephanie Barrichello, she's in Jefferson County. We have not forgotten about you right now. But again, we'll come back to Jefferson County in a moment. But this is obviously quite concerning with what we're dealing with here into portions of Rock County. And we are watching the rotation very quickly. Yes, and so they're watching and Holly, let me go to you. I think you have some new information from the National Weather Service.
Yeah, so in Rock County, it appears to be 2 supercells at the moment. So it's basically 2 different cells, one that's in Beloit and one that's just southwest of Janesville's area there.
Oh, look at this. Okay, so this is near Beloit. Look at how the traffic is stopped right there. So something's going down. I certainly hope, maybe there is an accident there. What's not happening and what we see often happen is cars will stop under the overpass because it's hailing. And let me just tell you, that is the worst possible thing you can do. I don't know if that's happened in this case, obviously, but that is the worst possible thing you can do because it sticks everyone out there. You know what I mean? Although, is this a different vantage point? So there may also be construction going on. Unclear there. So yes, there are 2 supercells, as Holly mentioned here, that are really developing now. Boy, does this sound familiar, doesn't it, Holly, from what we had with the Sussex and Lisbon areas, those 2 supercells. Oh my goodness. All right, so here we are. This was in Monroe and Greene counties, again, out of one of these supercells, and this is 2.75-inch hail. That is baseball-sized hail. That was in Monroe at 5:30. Wow. So, again, baseball-sized hail out of one of these cells, not far, to be honest with you, from Beloit, which is under this first supercell that we are watching. Actually, Beloit is now right in between the 2, and we've got Walworth County watching this closely as well. Emergency management and the sheriff's office in Walworth County, that is greatly appreciated that we've got eyes to the skies right along the border because this is vital. So know that they are keeping you safe right now. And, so many law enforcement agencies, and we need to give them all a shout out because they go into storm spotter mode. They do these trainings and they go into these modes to help, keep people safe, and they know what to look for and can transmit information to us very, very quickly. So huge shout out to them as well. And again, we know Walworth County, you're keeping a close eye on that tonight, along with Rock County that we see as well. Of course, everybody is, but just to talk about these supercells in particular. So again, what you're looking at on your screen are 2 supercells that are located in Rock County. Let's take a look at the velocity of these. And I want to go to Jefferson County, and we're going to talk to Stephanie here in a moment. I'm not seeing any crazy rotation right now. However, just to give you my opinion and think out loud here, I think what's happening is we're seeing both of these cycling.
Come together.
Yeah, I think they're going to stay separate, but I think that we're going to end up seeing more rotation out of these. And so what's going to end up happening is I'm particularly concerned about the one east of Beloit, so western Walworth, right over I-43 right now. That's going to be right around Clinton. I'm concerned that this may start to spin again, and maybe the one southwest of Janesville spins as well. But if you are in Walworth County, I'm telling you, you need to pay close attention. Same with southeast Jefferson, southwest Waukesha counties. This is a supercell storm. Just be prepared for that. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning, and this is going to probably trigger your cell phones, which is what they're doing here. This is for the same supercell, and this is going to be in effect here until 6:15. Listen to me very closely here. This is from the National Weather Service. This is a destructive storm for Southern Rock and Walworth counties with baseball-sized hail and 60 miles per hour winds. Now, people and animals outdoors will be severely injured. Expect shattered windows and extensive damage to roofs, sidings, and vehicles. Clinton, Milton, Delavan, Janesville, Darien, Avalon, all of these areas here could also potentially see a tornado, although right now it's monster hail, and we need to take a close look at that. This is Clinton that you're seeing on the screen here, and we will continue to see what that is showing. Meanwhile, on your screen, there are 3 hail cores.
Wow.
So we have the one northeast of Beloit. That's the most concerning one that could roll right into northwestern portions of Walworth County, anywhere from Darien to Whitewater, Elkhorn. All of you folks need to be on the lookout for this. That's the second supercell to the southwest of Janesville. And the one in Monroe, that could be a third core. A third supercell. Let me turn the lightning off, and you can see this from your vantage. Do you see the 3 little fingers? One east of Beloit, another one southwest of Janesville, and a third one. This could be 3 supercells moving towards Janesville, moving towards western portions of Walworth County and Jefferson County right now. So, again, we've got to watch this very closely. Okay, we have a funnel cloud reported in the town of Clinton. That's a funnel cloud in the town of Clinton. And so that's the potential here that we could go tornadic pretty quick. Let's take a quick break. We will be right back. Let's go fast. We'll be right back. And welcome back, Chief Meteorologist Tom Walks, my colleague Holly Baker here, and we have our Stephanie Barrichello, who is going to be heading south to try to intercept this supercell. Let's get you up to speed with the latest. You're going to see another tornado warning popping up just to the west of our area. There it is. That central supercell they're now going to warn on. This is not Walworth County yet. Let's go ahead here. So this is the one that's near Footville. Let me kind of reset everything, and then we're going to start to zoom back in. Tornado watch for all of us until 10 o'clock tonight. Until 8 o'clock tonight. Tornado watch till 8. Severe thunderstorm warning. Let's zoom in on this one quickly here, Holly. We're watching this cell for broad rotation. Southern parts of Dodge County, northern parts of Jefferson County. Let's click on that. I believe that one is going to run until 6:15, if I'm not mistaken there. So let's go ahead and query that one for us. Yep, that's until 6:15. And then we have another severe, so that's for the cell, which we'll look at in a moment. Then we have severe thunderstorm warnings for southern parts of Jefferson County, southwestern parts of Waukesha County, and all of Walworth County. So let's query that. That's going to run until 6:30 tonight. And that is, again, for a big chunk here. This is for the supercell or supercells now that we are concerned with. And then there's two tornado warnings within this down to the southwest. Let's take a look at the reflectivity on the radar, Holly, and take a look at what's going on here, because the radar's a mess tonight. We have a thunderstorm right around Kewaskum and into West Bend. Nothing severe here. This cell over Watertown is the severe cell, which we've watched some broad rotation on, but nothing concerning enough to produce a tornado. So you do not have a tornado warning. We have not seen that get worse, Watertown, and in that area, so we are not overly concerned for you right now, but it could perk up at any point. Let's zoom in on that quickly here, Holly, and take a look at the hail and the rotation out of this as well for us. So let's go ahead and first look at the hail parameter, the VIL here, and we'll just see what's going on with that, see if that's perking up at all. And it looks like there is some hail with this, but it's on the smaller side. Now let's go to the storm relative velocity, just check in here for our friends here. When now you can see right over Watertown and just south, see how it's broad? I mean, so there is some rotation in the cell, but it's very broad and very slow. It's not fast enough to trigger a tornado warning. Should this tighten up, then we need to watch very closely. There is rotation there. It's concerning enough to keep an eye on, but not concerning enough to issue a tornado warning as of yet. But rest assured, we're going to keep watching this. So if you are in northwestern parts of Waukesha County, Lake Country, Oconomowoc, if you are in southeastern parts of Dodge County, southwestern parts of Washington County, keep an eye on this, as we will continue to keep an eye on this as well. Let's go down south with the reflectivity real quick, Holly, and we're going to take one more quick break, and then we're going to talk about this supercell, or 3 supercells now, that are the most dangerous part here of the radar. And we're going to do a deep dive on this coming up right on the other side of the break. We'll be right back. Welcome back. I'm Chief Meteorologist Tom Walks with my colleague meteorologist Holly Baker. Tornado watch until 8 o'clock tonight. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for northern parts of Jefferson, southern parts of Dodge County until 6:15. So we got another half an hour on that. There is some rotation with that, but not enough to trigger a tornado warning at this point. However, we're going to watch that closely. So right now it's a wind and hail threat if you're in this area until 6:15, but we'll be watching that closely. Tornado warnings, Rock County. Severe thunderstorm warnings for Walworth County, southwest Waukesha County, southern parts of Jefferson County until 6:15. Let's get you to the radar. Then I want to look at the hail and the wind in this, and then we're going to go back into our studio as well. So it's a mess on the radar tonight. Any one of these storms could produce flooding rains, tornado, wind, and hail. So let's zoom in on these supercells. So we have got this area here closer to the Illinois border. You see what a mess this is? And these are 3 individual cores, 3 individual supercells. So western Walworth County, you are on the forward flank of this right now, right over Delavan, Darien, and stretching to the north as well, even as far north as Whitewater now. You're getting in on some of this rain. You are not in the rotation. That's going to be right here just to the north of Clinton, and we've got to watch that very, very closely at this point. This is supercell number 2 to the southwest of Janesville. Then you have supercell number 3 that's a bit messy off to the west. Then you have everything filling in, and you know what that spells, right? Flooding rain as well. Let's take a look at the hail, because we have had hail as large as baseballs out of this system. So let's go ahead and zoom this in here a little bit. In fact, let's go ahead and take a look here again at the hail parameter and kind of see what that looks like. And you can see there are 3 distinct hail cores here, and this is the one we're concerned about to the north of Clinton. So that's going to be right on the border here, and this could be hail up to the size of baseballs. Let's zoom that in, Holly, right into the border. And so there's one over Janesville there as well. But this is going to be to the west of Delavan. Let's go in a little bit more, Holly, if we could. And again, so here you have Clinton. So this is the one that moved right through Clinton, and this is going to be just to the northwest of Darien. So here's 43, and so it's going to be just to the north up by Bradford, and this is going to continue to move into northwestern parts of Walworth County, possibly over Whitewater. So I'd prepare for some large hail up to baseball size there. This could also move into southwestern parts of Waukesha County. So we'll be watching that closely. Let's go to the anchors. We're going to regroup here and come right back on in a minute. Guys, what are you hearing from your angle right now?
Well, we're going to check in with Sam Kramer. We have our team out throughout Wisconsin, and he's in Burlington right now.
Yes, Sam, I hope you can hear us. What are the conditions like where you are in western Racine County?
Yeah, hi there, Ted and Ashley. So we're in the truck, not the truck that Stephanie is in, which has all the cameras, but our managers equipped this to be able to be safely in here to show you what's going around. So we're in the truck because we have seen some lightning in the area, but as I flip this around, this is the Fox River at Riverside Park, if you're familiar with this area. And I'm going to zoom in here to show you just kind of exactly, there we go, what I'm dealing with down here of just the incredible swelling of this river. Those are benches. A little makeshift dock that you can step out onto and we've seen people coming by to just check out the incredible height and water levels out here. Earlier we saw somebody in a boat that certainly wasn't supposed to be using a motor, but was. In fact, the police came and said, hey, did you see them? We said, yes, we did, but they weren't supposed to be out here. I've talked with a couple of homeowners in this area who said that they are, I think, like a lot of us, fatigued. This is the 4th night in, 5 or 6 nights this week. Some people have had flooded basements. Others have been fortunate enough not to have to deal with this. But you see how high already the water is now. It's not going to take much to bring the Fox River over this road here. This is Congress Street at Maryland Avenue. And we came here because the city was handing out sandbags earlier to people that wanted to try to fortify their homes or their basements. But this is just incredible to see just how widespread it is. As I pan over here to the right, you can see, again, these playgrounds that are starting to be underwater. And so this is what we'll be watching. And from what Tom's describing, maybe those cells are heading right this way. So we'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Sam, thank you so much. We're going to keep very close tabs on that. A new severe thunderstorm warning just issued. This was that Kewaskum cell we have been watching. This was the one that was in Dodge County earlier, prompting a tornado warning, then the rotation weekend. Now it's spiking again, not from a tornadic standpoint, but from a wind and hail standpoint. So this is in effect for northern portions of Washington County, southeastern portions of Fond du Lac County, and southwestern portions of Sheboygan County until 6:30. Let's zoom in on the warning if we could, Holly. We'll take a closer look at some of the communities impacted. Again, this is in effect until 6:30 tonight. So this is effectively right over the Kewaskum area. So Auburn and Fond du Lac County, you are in this as well. Let's go a little bit south just to show West Bend, because go a little farther south if we could. So again, just to show that West Bend, you are not in this warning. It's Kewaskum, Campbellsport, Cascade in here as well. Colesville, as you saw, Boltonville, all under this severe thunderstorm warning that runs until 6:30. So let's take a look at the radar, Holly, and we'll kind of take a look at why this has perked up and been issued here. We'll zoom this out a little bit, and you can see a lot of lightning with it. So that has perked up. You see the reds coming back in as well. And I think this is going to have a lot of heavy rain with it. That's going to be another big story. So West Bend, you are technically right on the edge of the warning, but you see how it's just off to your north, and it's noisy. You're probably hearing it right now, but you see how it's perked up just in the last couple of minutes. And this is for wind and hail as it continues to slowly move to the northeast at 20 miles per hour. So this could produce some flooding in addition to some wind and hail. This is not a supercell like we're tracking down to the south, but look down to the southwest here. Zoom this out a little bit more if we could, please, Holly, and we'll see what's going on here into Dodge County, because this cell we have been watching very closely for the potential for rotation. And guess what? This is going to move right over the exact same area that just had the new warning issued here in places like Kewaskum. So no, this is not the end. This is just the beginning. So you could easily see a ½ inch to an inch of rain out of this, and then you're going to get another ½ inch to an inch out of that one. So flooding is going to be quite a concern here, I think, as well. The lightning is interesting, and the National Weather Service just noted this as well, the increase in lightning. So let's pause this, zoom this into Dodge County, Holly. This is the other severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for our area for this particular group of cells. And what I want to do is take a look at both the hail and the rotation in here as well. So let's start with the hail, and we can see here that the hail has perked up a little bit out of this. You see how it perked up a little bit? Go up a little bit. We'll look at the Kewaskum one. That's not overly impressive, but again, some small hail from that. But you see how this one's gotten a bit stronger there to the south of Iron Ridge. Now let's look at the storm relative velocity. We can kind of look at both cells here. Not concerned in Kewaskum. Now let's go down here. Let's go back down to Dodge County, north of Watertown. Interesting, because the broad rotation is gone. Let's zoom into the area just north of Watertown if we could. And again, no, it's nothing overly concerning at this point. But granted, the lightning is increasing, which likely means the storm is getting stronger. So, all right, let's go now back to the radar and go down to the south. I want to take a quick look at what's going on with these supercells, and then we're going to take a quick break and come back at it. So let's zoom this out and go back down to the south. And this is where, again, we are very concerned for the potential for tornadoes into Rock County right now. Very heavy rainfall into western portions of Walworth County. We need to watch for little pockets of rotation right there and right there to the south of Janesville, maybe a third one off to the west. We're going to do a deep dive on the supercells coming up right on the other side of this break. We'll be right back. And welcome back. I'm Chief Meteorologist Tom Walks with my colleague, meteorologist Holly Baker. A new severe thunderstorm warning. That's for the cell coming out of Watertown. So this one will include West Bend now, and that's in effect until 6:45. That's for hail to the size of quarters. That's in addition to a separate cell over Kewaskum, moving to the northeast with some wind and hail as well. Let's focus in down to the south here because we have severe thunderstorm warnings that continue until 6:30 for southwest Waukesha, southern Jefferson, all of Walworth counties. This is a supercell in addition to the tornado warnings towards Janesville. Let's take a look at Fox Weather. Their beast, as they call it, their beast vehicle is in Janesville. It appears they're driving through Janesville right now, where the rotation has increased over there. And so that is something that we're watching very closely for, because this could impact parts of our area. Not seeing anything on there at the moment, but again, we'll be watching for that very closely as well. So if something pops on their stream, we will let you know. We also have our Stephanie Barakello, who is heading into Walworth County. We're going to take her in our 6 o'clock portion of this as well. But let's go back to the radar, because I want to show you here before we hit our 6 o'clock news. Let's take the radar back again here with our Holly Baker. And you can see that we have strong thunderstorms with the potential for very large hail into western Walworth County. There's been hail as large as baseballs out of these cells here, and a whole lot of lightning. Note the movement moving to the north-northeast. So Whitewater, it is almost to you. You're hearing it. And this is going to roll right into Jefferson and southwestern Waukesha County shortly as well. If there is rotation, it's going to be right along the Walworth and Rock County line. One right there, one south of Janesville, maybe a third one there, but they're all starting to cluster up a little bit as well. So let's zoom this out for you. Again, no active tornado warnings in our counties at this point, but look at what's going to be coming through as we go throughout the night. This is a mess coming in from the west, and you know what that means, right? Flooding. Flooding is going to be a major concern. Everybody is under a tornado watch until 10 o'clock tonight, or 8 o'clock tonight, excuse me. The one from a few days ago was 10 o'clock. This one's going to be until 8 o'clock. Flooding is a big concern. Tornadoes, large hail in our southern counties, and wind, all a possibility. We will be right back with Fox 6 News at 6. And welcome back to Fox 6 News at 6. I'm Chief Meteorologist Tom Walks with my colleague, meteorologist Holly Baker. We've got our anchors in the studio, reporters in the field, and our Stephanie Barakello, who is out chasing the storms as well. Let's give you an overview of what is going on. Then we're going to be diving into everything that we're expecting throughout the evening. Tornado watch in the yellow shaded area until 8 o'clock tonight. That's for all of us. Severe thunderstorm warnings from southwest Sheboygan, southeast Fond du Lac counties, and northern Washington County. A second cell here with a severe thunderstorm warning, West Bend, included in that into a big chunk of Dodge County and then down to Watertown. This is all for hail. All right, coming on through in heavy rain. Then we have a supercell or 3 supercells down to the south in Rock County that extends into western portions of Walworth County. So no tornado warnings in our area yet. However, this severe thunderstorm warning until 6:30 for Walworth, southwest Waukesha, southern Jefferson counties is for that cluster of supercells with the potential for baseball-sized hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds, and tornadoes. Let's take a look at the radar from this vantage point, and it's a mess tonight. As you can see, we have got, again, hail possible and heavy rain with these northern storms. Supercells here into Rock County, just hugging now into western Walworth County, and then very heavy rainfall west of the Madison area. So all of this has to push through, and you're thinking what I'm thinking here, aren't you? A lot of flooding could happen tonight given how saturated we are. So that's the overarching threat. But before we get to the flood threat, we've got to focus on the hail and the tornadic threat. So let's zoom down to the south here into the supercells that are ongoing. Again, strong storms heading into West Bend, but this is going to be the monster hail and the tornadic end of things as it's all starting to cluster up. So let's take a look first of all, Holly, at the hail parameter here to see what's going on, because you can really see the 3 hail cores. And this is interesting because the one heading towards Whitewater appears at least to be weakening a little bit. So that is good news in that at least the size may be dropping. This one heading out of Janesville appears to be very strong. I think this is where we're going to see the baseball hail. And I'm telling you, if you are in southern parts of Jefferson County, you better get ready for some pretty big hail for you here. And then the third one you see ramping up again just to the west of Janesville. So we got to watch all of those. Now let's go to the storm relative velocity. We're going to peer into the radar and peer into the winds here. And I'll tell you with this, very concerning. Just to the south, there's really 2 areas here, but it's this one. Let's zoom in just east of 39, Holly. This is very concerning, just to the east of Janesville, because it looks like right here is a couplet that is developing. Here's the Walworth County line. This appears to be a couplet. Let's take a look. Do we have a Janesville camera that we could take? Brian, if we do, I'd like to see what's going on with that, because this is extremely concerning, what I'm seeing to the southeast of Janesville right now in terms of a possible tornado. This is where a tornado warning is in effect, and there is now a report, according to the National Weather Service, of a tornado on the ground with this. Also a tipped over semi, and that is in Rock County. But again, there is a report. I don't have specifics yet, but there is a report of a tornado on the ground in Rock County out of this, and I've got to make the assumption that it's going to be right here, given this couplet that is tightening, and we could have maybe something else developing over here. This is going to be a very interesting to watch here, but folks in the Janesville and just east of Janesville and just to the north of Clinton, really under the gun here, and we could end up seeing this into northwestern parts of Walworth County as well. Let's take a look. Okay, so here's the DOT cam out of Janesville. And what they're doing here, we don't control this. This is the DOT. Look at all that traffic there. They're zooming in on this. They're looking north, so they're looking right into this thing. Let's see if we can see. So they're going to try to get this set. Oh, goodness. Look at that. People are stopped under the overpass because of hail, you guys. That's horrible. I know you don't want to get your car damaged and you think, let's stop. But here's the problem. If people keep doing that, that's going to back up cars. And then what if a tornado comes right over there? You see what I mean? Don't do that. I don't know. Are they going to, let's see if they're going to go back, because they're off. I think they're zooming in there to make the point that you can't, and it looks like it's on both sides of the interstate there. I really want to see the sky, though, because there is a report of a tornado on the ground in Rock County. There's a new tornado warning coming out northwest of Madison. Let's see here. All right, so stand by. Okay, we got to be real careful here, guys. This is for Madison, Cottage Grove, Sun Prairie. So this is hugging the Dodge County line, not for Dodge County. So now this is a separate storm that we're dealing with. So stand by here. So now we have 2 potentially tornadic storms hugging our viewing area. Okay, now we have a new tornado warning. They're up in this one for Waukesha, Jefferson. All right, so go back to the warnings, Holly, and let's go to the warnings over here. Yep, right there. And let's go down to the Jefferson County one. Remember, we were just talking about that supercell. And so let's see, it's looking a little odd at the moment. I think Walworth was maybe left out of this by accident. This is a confirmed tornado near Clinton or near Janesville, moving to the northeast at 30 miles per hour. We'll see this redrawn here, I think, in just a moment as to how they're going to draw this. I think it was misissued here in terms of that. But this is going to include southwestern Waukesha County, southeastern parts of Jefferson County, east central Rock County, and we'll see how this fills back in again. But this is a confirmed tornado that is over Clinton. This is separate from this cell that is moving east to the north of Madison. So let me be clear here. If you are in this tornado warning, which we need to get a little clarification on the exact location, this may be our system that is acting up a little bit. That is in effect until... here it was. Yeah, Walworth County got clipped out, so they're going to redo that here. So this was a National Weather Service clipping issue. They will reissue this warning so that everybody goes under it, the phones go off, and all that sort of a thing. This is a confirmed tornado, and this is very critical now. Confirmed tornado on the ground near Clinton, moving to the northeast. So guys in the control room, if you have any cameras in the Clinton, Janesville, anywhere in eastern portions of Rock County, you just let me know. Yes. Where are we at here? Is this Clinton?
Oh, that doesn't look good.
This is Janesville. Okay, so this is Janesville looking southwest. I think we're looking into... All right, here, let's go back to the warnings real quick. Okay, let's go back to the warnings because I think they're reissuing the one. I just want to get the folks. Okay, they're going to...
They pulled out Waukesha County and Jefferson County.
Oh, so that was that misissued? We're going to have to get clarification on that of who's under this because there's some confusion there. But there is... Okay, where are we here? Okay, this is Fox Weather's camera. This is the Beast, as they call it, and I assume they're near Janesville. Okay, so here's the deal. We're going to get clarification of this tornado warning. But again, okay, so Waukesha, Jefferson, you were not supposed to be in this. Avalon, let's see. There is a report of a tornado on the ground with this. Yes, where is this the Beast? Okay. Stay on this here, please.
Ooh.
All right. So we could be, and I don't know if we have an exact location here, but let me just read to you the reports that are coming in. And again, these shots really help us because we're able to, kind of match with these reports here. Brief touchdown reported by a citizen north of Clinton. So here comes, okay, so Waukesha and Jefferson counties, you are not under the tornado warning. So that is clear. I need to ask them about Walworth. So we can bring the anchors in here too as to what we're seeing. In fact, let's go to you guys while we show this image from the Beast. That looks like they're looking right at this thing. Guys, let me come to you guys. We need to kind of sort out if Walworth is in this warning or not at this point.
Tom, we've been watching a lot of street flooding, too, as we've been seeing these images of the vehicles moving through with all this lightning. And we've talked about just the rain threat on top of the hail threat, on top of, obviously, the wind and tornado threat. But, yeah, just some heavy street flooding that's coming with all of these storms, as this is the Fox weather crew that's got a great shot here, as this is now in Rock County, heading towards Walworth County. This is a really nasty storm.
Absolutely, and they are right in that zone. Now, I'm not seeing, and we're watching this with you guys. That looks. Well, let's see here where they're going to zoom in on this. I mean, they're close here, but they know what they're doing.
And Tom, you talked about the color of the sky, and we've seen this a lot this week. I mean, you can see it kind of with these storms at times. The color of the sky is changing. What's going on there?
Correct. When you see the green, that is hail. And the reason why that forms, as they're kind of adjusting their shot here, as that hail forms in the sky, you've got ice, right, in the clouds. And so as the sun is shining through the cloud, obviously the thicker the cloud, the darker it is, right? So that's why you get really dark clouds and thunderstorms and tornadoes. But when you're seeing the green, it's the sunlight shining through the ice that is bending through that or refracting and causing that green color. Basically, the greener the sky, the larger the hail is another way to look at that as well. Do we have any?
No Walworth yet.
Okay, so Walworth, you are not in this. Okay, so that's a real important point here. Walworth, Waukesha, Jefferson, you remain under a severe thunderstorm warning, and a big one at that, until 6:30. So Walworth, you are not in the tornado warning yet. The tornado warning is for the confirmed tornado that is right over or just north of Clinton. That's going to run until 6:30. But again, I have a feeling here that you guys in at least Western Walworth are going to be added to this very, very soon. Reason being this right here. Look at, it's kind of messy rotation on radar, but it's there north of Clinton, and it does have a confirmed touchdown with it. Okay, we got to go to another break. All right, because we don't have a tornado warning in effect, we're going to go to a quick break. We will be right back with more weather coverage right on the other side. Stay with us.
With stories that matter to you, Fox 6 News at 6 starts right now with breaking news.
Quality furniture at Keck Furniture in downtown Watertown. Distinctly different.
With stories that matter to you, Fox 6 News at 6 starts right now with breaking news.
We got severe storms that are moving into our area of southeast Wisconsin out to the west. These storms have produced tornadoes, including we're just getting reports of a brief touchdown in Janesville. We're still working to confirm that. This is a rain wrap tornado from what I'm seeing. So if you've ever wanted to see a tornado and you're like, let's go outside and look at this, you will not see it because it's rain wrap. But this is getting ever closer to our viewing area here, Mary.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of the pictures that we have here. The first one is right out of Beloit there, and you can see those ominous skies. And Tom just talked about the reason that the colors are changing there in the sky. Right behind there, you can see the sun getting very low. But again, some of these images, as you can see there, that just looks you can see there that system developing, getting more and more powerful and churning. You can see it looks like a little funnel cloud, isn't it, right there to the right of your screen?
I'm no expert on that, but yeah, there have been obviously touchdowns earlier. We got video from Madison. Look how hard it is raining. So if you are going out on the interstate system right now, this is what you could be encountering as it's getting really dangerous if you get underneath. There's been reports of hail that's been pretty big as well. So we want to get back to our chief meteorologist, Tom Walks, who's following this. And I'm watching both this shot, Tom. I'm watching what's on the Beast as well. They're in the Janesville area. Oh. And I've had people from Lake Geneva and that area, and they're wondering, well, what does this mean for us out in Walworth County? I mean, they really need to pay attention to this.
You're absolutely correct, you guys. And I'm just looking here. So you're seeing the radar on the right-hand side of your screen. All right, so we have severe thunderstorms heading into West Bend for hail, but it's that cluster to the west of Lake Geneva. Right now, Lake Geneva, you are fine. It is off to your west, but it's on the county line. My goodness, as we are looking, this is I-39 and 90 in the Janesville area, and that is a supercell thunderstorm sweeping across the screen, and you are looking south, okay? So it is moving right to left, and at a fast clip. That appears to me to be strong downburst winds. You see the little pocket of light, and now boom, on the far left-hand side of your screen, that is strong damaging winds pushing through from the right to the left. You can see the green sky. That is going to be hail right there as well, and a tornado could be anywhere within that potentially as well. So this is all very concerning that we are looking right along the interstate in the Janesville area right now, and we're just getting a report, Holly, right, of ping pong ball sized hail.
Guys, can you take the Beast camera? We're just seeing some tree damage here on their camera there.
Oh, goodness. So this is Fox Weather. Oh, my goodness.
So I believe that I saw them go through Janesville. I'm not sure what road they're on. We're going to try and get into our newsroom for a better pinpoint there. But, yeah, we've got some tree damage and some flooding, obviously, as these storms have moved through.
Look at that. That is some significant damage. 1.5-inch diameter hail, Janesville. So that is ping pong ball sized. Well, something clearly just went through there. Unclear if that was straight line winds or a tornado. Can we go back? Let's keep an eye on this. Let's go back to that shot of the interstate. Wait a minute. Nope. Sorry. Spoke too soon. Stay on this.
Tom, I continue to see reports that whatever this was or has been rain wrapped, which that's a really dangerous tornado.
Extremely.
If there is one.
You can see they're heading towards the interstate right now. This is the left-hand side, and the lightning intense. Looks like emergency vehicles up ahead here, potentially.
Okay, Tom, a new tornado warning is going to be coming for western Walworth County now.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Holly. Let's go and take. So this is going to be the same system that you're seeing here. Let's get over now to our. Let's take Holly. Let's take G2, please. This is a tornado warning that is now in effect for Portland. If we can jump over to the G2, which is perfect. This is a tornado warning that is going to run until, let's see here, 6:45, and this is for a tornado and quarter-sized hail. And this is going to run until 6:45. It is moving to the northeast. So, Elkhorn, I know you're used to this. I know we're all sick of this. But Elkhorn, Tibbetts, Richmond, you are all in this as well. This does not. Now, hang on a moment. So it's interesting. So maybe the very northern reaches of Elkhorn. Delavan, you are not in this. Elkhorn, we're going to say that you're in this right now, although the data is showing that maybe you are not quite fully in it, but take your tornado precautions. Whitewater, you are not in this right now. This is the area where the confirmed tornado has been. Holly, let's take a look now at the radar, and we're going to try to decipher what's going on here because, look, it's a huge mess. Tornado warning for western and northwestern portions of Walworth County. And this is going to run until 6:45. This is a supercell thunderstorm that is coming out of the Johnstown area north of Clinton, and it is moving to the northeast. Whitewater, I know you're saying, what do you mean we're not in it? It's likely hailing right now. Very heavy rainfall for you as well, but the rotation itself is still down to your southwest. Let's take a look at the rotation, Holly, and then we're going to do a storm track on this. Zoom this out for me, please, just a little bit, as it's going to be right here. It's going to be this. Yep, it's messy, but it's right here. So it's now to the east of Janesville, and we saw that come across the interstate from that vantage point a moment ago, and this is going to continue to move to the east-northeast. So let's stop the loop here, Holly. Let's do a storm track from here, moving to the northeast. We're going to keep it just to the south of Whitewater. This is in effect until we get into 6:45, and again we'll draw that track right over the, let's see here, we're going to move this at about 30 miles per hour. We'll go 32 miles per hour right in this area here, and we'll go straight to the northeast. So this is going to be Johnstown and LaGrange with the area of rotation. Now, the other issue that we have is this. We want to take a look at the damage tracker here, see if we have anything worth noting. If you are in this tornado warned area, you need to be in your tornado safe spot. We need to watch near Johnstown for a little drop potentially there. And in fact, just hearing from the Weather Service, we're keeping an eye east of Johnstown Center. That just coming through. We also have a tornado warning that is in effect for Dane County, and we need to watch for that. It's a separate cell that we're watching as well. For eastern parts of Dane County, we need to watch that for our friends in western parts of Dodge and Jefferson counties as we head into the next several minutes as well. That doesn't, it almost looks like southern Dane is a bit more concerning. All right, let's go back down to the Janesville area. This is the Beast. Fox Weather's the Beast. And let's stay on this for a minute, and I'm going to read to you the tornado warning as we are looking at this, because I think they have this squarely in their sights right now. This is a tornado warning for northwestern Walworth County until 6:45, so about another 20 minutes. If you are in this warning, particularly if you are in the Darien area, it looks like Elkhorn, you're right on the edge of this as well. Be in your tornado safe location until 6:45, but it does appear as though we may have a couple of different areas of rotation, because this one is definitely rotating and this is east of Janesville. So this may be a separate area of rotation than what we are dealing with when we're talking about what's going on in Walworth County. So what I want to do here is take a look as we're watching this. Again, you're watching, this is the Beast. This is Fox Weather's The Beast that is making its way right around the Janesville area right now. And what I am concerned with is obviously the shot that you're seeing here, which is a likely wall cloud, but also yes, so I'm just pulling up the rotation. Let's see here. Can we, it's really hard to tell. Can we go back very quickly to the radar, and then I want to take this again because that's spinning. Look at the radar real quick for us, G2, because you can see a couple of areas of rotation here, and then we're going to go right back to that video, and I'll show you where they're located. It looks like there's a little bit of rotation on the county line, okay? And then there's another area east of Janesville. So I think we have two areas here of rotation, but watch what happens when we turn the radar back on. It's just a complete mess. So it's almost hard to tell exactly where these fingers are located. This is another warning coming out. This is a severe thunderstorm warning. Okay, a little bit of good news. The Dane County warning, so that was the one that had the tornado warning on it. That is now a severe thunderstorm warning. So that's come down a bit. That's going to be now in effect for northwestern Jefferson County until 7:15. That's the Sun Prairie to Stoughton activity. That's far northwestern portions of Jefferson County for wind and hail. Still maybe a tornado, but they're not going to continue that tornado warning. All right, let's go back to the beast, because this is a definite wall cloud. You are looking east of Janesville, where there could still be a little bit of rotation, a separate area in western portions of Walworth County. This is essentially all the same storm system now, and you are looking at Fox Weather's The Beast, and they are awfully close to this. This is a wall cloud that you are seeing directly in front of you, and you can see that rotation. So this is a precursor to a tornado. So the question now that we are all wondering east of Janesville is this going to be back on the ground, and will this be on the ground shortly? Because they are directly, look at the rotation, directly in front of you here. The question is, will that reach the ground? And what we look for here is not just a big condensation funnel. Now they're going to kind of keep scanning the skies here. No, it looks like it's to the left. It looks like it's going to be this one. I'm in agreement with them there. What you're looking for is not necessarily a big condensation funnel to the ground. The definition of a tornado is a rapidly rotating column of air on the ground, right? And so it could appear as dust coming up from the ground. So yes, they're looking at the rotation here. However, we're really looking at ground level. And so this is another, we've got so much coming off the printer here. Severe thunderstorm warning, Walworth County until 7:30. They're warning for the whole line with 2-inch diameter hail. That's going to be just over golf ball sized hail. And this is going to run into southwestern Waukesha County and most of Jefferson County. And that's in effect until 7:30. So that's replacing what we had in there before. And look at this. They're right in the rain. Remember how we talked, boy, this is dangerous. They're right in the rain of this. Remember we talked about being rain wrapped? Ben did a great job describing that, how you're not going to see it because it's in the rain. This is worrisome because they're right in the rain. So let's see here as we continue to watch, and we'll keep... Okay, this is a live picture from East Troy. Is this, oh, this is Sam. He is in East Troy. All right. Sammy, you're in a great position right now to give us kind of a bigger picture here, because if you're looking to the southwest from East Troy, let me just take a look here. It's still well to the southwest of East Troy. My concern is going to be east of Johnstown. There are two areas. One is over Johnstown, which is over in Rock County, and then the other one is going to be just east of 89, and that's going to be southwest of LaGrange. Southwest of LaGrange, Sugar Creek. Let's talk about you here for a minute. We have a report of a tree uprooted, damage to houses, and this is in Avalon in Rock County. So a definite tornado. Oh my goodness. So this is the beast that, again, I believe they're going to be on the Johnstown part of this. But there has been confirmed damage, Emerald Grove, so that's going to be in the Rock County area. It's really difficult, and I think this really makes the point known here, how difficult it's going to be to spot anything, because there are multiple areas of rotation. As we watch this, this is Fox Weather. This is in their storm chase vehicle that they call the Beast. There is a tornado warning that is continuing for another 15 minutes for northwestern Walworth County, and that is moving to the northeast at 30 miles per hour. And again, areas up to about LaGrange right now is what we're concerned with. This cell that you are seeing is a separate area of rotation, not far from the Johnstown area in eastern parts of Rock County. And that is likely has had a tornado with that here as we go throughout the night. So this is what everything looks like now. And what's going to be happening, I'm here with my colleague, meteorologist Holly Baker, and we're looking at this together here. Heavy rain north with some hail. These are the supercells that are lining up and merging now, and we have eyes on these, but this is why you have the tornado warning up to about LaGrange. No, Lake Geneva, you are not in this right now. Sugar Creek, you need to be in your tornado-safe location. LaGrange, you need to be in your tornado-safe location. As of the moment, Whitewater, you are not in it, but you might be. You're getting rocked in Whitewater right now, and then this goes back off to the west as well. Very heavy rain into Madison, and then it ends to the west of Madison. So all of this has yet to push through Milwaukee, Racine, Kenosha, and Waukesha. You're going to get on the edge of this supercell shortly, but it's just a big mess. It's going to be coming on through with areas of rotation, the potential for large hail, strong winds, and I think flooding overall is going to be the biggest threat what most people receive out of this here. So again, a couple of notes. Okay, this is a new tornado warning for Rock County. Let's go ahead, Holly, and go back to the warnings if we could, please. And we'll see that the tornado warnings that we have in effect, and there's a new one for east central Rock County. So that's the one that the beast is on. That's in effect until 7 o'clock. For Johnstown Center, Avalon, these areas. This is that second area of rotation from what they had earlier. That's in effect until 7. The report we had out of Avalon from the earlier one, which is now pushing into Walworth County, had snapped and uprooted trees in Avalon, damage to houses, and sheet metal wrapped around trees that was near Emerald Grove. All right, so they've issued a second tornado warning because of that second area of rotation. Let's go back to the radar, Holly. I do want to mention that tornado warning is going to be lifted in favor of a severe thunderstorm warning there. I think the rotation has ceased with that. We got some hail into West Bend and likely now up into Sheboygan as well. But the real concern here is this that is heading through Rock into Walworth counties. Let's zoom in down here, Holly, and it's all going to be getting absorbed by the rest of this system. So hopefully we can get the rotation to cease at some point. But there's a lot of lightning and a lot of thunder here as well. So thank you, Holly, for turning the lightning off. Here's Janesville. Here's Lake Geneva to get your bearings. Here's East Troy, where our Sam Kramer is right now. This is what we would call the forward flank of that supercell. However, I think the rotation is going to be right here. Rotation 1, rotation 2. All right, so that's why they just issued that new tornado warning. Rotation 2, rotation 1, hopefully not rotation 3, but that's a possibility. So let's take a look at the rotation here to try to peel this apart, because this is a mess. All right, let's zoom in right over here, Holly, right into this area of rotation. Here's Whitewater. Again, I know it's pretty crazy in Whitewater, but you're not in the rotating part of it at this point. But it's bad with hail and wind, isn't it? And it's very loud for you. All right, let's zoom in even more here. Hello, Elkhorn, you're right there. All right, and then we have Sugar Creek right here. Here's LaGrange. LaGrange, Sugar Creek, rotation. Okay, and this is getting stronger. These winds right here, this is getting stronger, possibly more of a couplet. Sugar Creek and LaGrange, you need to be in your tornado-safe location right now, as this rotation does appear to be perking up a little bit. And again, this is just a message for some more strong storms into the northern part of our viewing area with some wind and some hail. But yeah, Holly, are we hearing anything from the National Weather Service, at least in regard to rotation number 1? And we haven't even talked about this one yet, pushing in.
Yeah, so they have just did a storm report. So it says they correct the previous tornado report from 5 north or east-northeast Avalon. So snapped and uprooted trees, damages to houses, sheet metal wrapped around the trees near Emerald Grove. And then that time has been estimated from the radar. They are still looking here, and they're basically saying that there's a good angle of the Avalon area as well. So Yeah, they're still looking and watching for the rotation that's continued to move near the Avalon area. So that's the other cell that we were looking at. So there's the one that is just northwest of Elkhorn, and then there's the one that's just being circled here, and that is the one that's near Avalon.
Yeah, so I'm circling all three of these here. As we have, it looks like 3 areas of rotation. Again, the one to the southwest of Sugar Creek, one around Johnstown, another one around Avalon. Boy, that Avalon one is even stronger. And again, all of these we need to watch western Walworth County for. See what I mean? They're almost like little fingers coming off of this. So, and the lightning, I know it's intense, folks, under this right now, but you see the fingers. See what I mean? So here we have 1. Here you have 2, and possibly a 3rd one down in this area here. So bottom line is this. If you're in this tornado warning right now, you're going to be in line for this next one. So it's at least a 1-2 punch, if not more than that, plus all of the lightning and all of that. So yeah, this is certainly concerning. For the rest of the area, it's more of a hail threat, and let's just kind of dive into that here a little bit as well, where we've had a little bit of wind and hail in our northern counties, but you see it's not as bad. You know what I mean? It's a lot of rain, but it's not. It's just more flooding rain, which I don't want to lower that threat because that's going to be a massive threat for us. But we need to focus on the rotational and supercell end of this before we can really talk about the flooding. But check your basements, check your sump pumps. I think it's going to be a nasty night of flooding rain. By 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, most of this will be done. But we've got to watch these supercells, these fingers, if you will, coming out of Rock County and into Walworth County, because it's really, really concerning here that we've been watching this. I mean, we go back to 4 o'clock. We were watching this in northwestern Illinois. In fact, 3 o'clock-ish, 2 to 3 o'clock, we were watching this near Galena, Illinois. And now it's pushing into western and northwestern portions of Walworth County. So yes, tornadoes are possible here. And we're going to watch Whitewater very, very closely. But Whitewater, you are in this pocket that has all of the hail with it, in addition to very heavy rain and gusty wind. So it might seem like you're going to get a tornado right now, but the tornadic activity is literally just down to your south. So Sugar Creek and LaGrange, we are mostly concerned for you at this point from a rotational standpoint, but there's several areas of rotation, and so it's almost hard to nail down exactly where. So that's why we want you to be in your tornado safe spot right now. Guys in the control room, do we have any updates on either the Beast, Stephanie Barrichello, or Sam Kramer that we could check in with as well? Or the Beast is coming, okay? So again, you can see, thank you, Holly, those fingers. We don't know precisely where they are. Again, these are our friends at Fox Weather who are in their chase vehicle. They brought it out here to the upper Midwest. And again, it's tough because there's so much rain in these that you're really not going to be able to see it. However, if I will tell you, if we can see it, these will be the folks that are going to show it to us. As they have all of their attention turned here to southern Wisconsin tonight with their entire operation, and we appreciate that for us because that's a huge help to us as well. So they are continuing to kind of look for this rotation. I don't have an exact location as to where they are right now, but obviously they are continuing to scan the skies here.
Hey,
now,
Tom, it's Ben in the studio. I was just
Ben.
watching this camera right before. The Beast right now is in Clinton. So this is I-43. There was a huge explosion right in front of them. I think it might have been a lightning strike on maybe some power equipment when they were stopped at an intersection. But the light, I think it was from lightning or a power equipment failure, but it was a wild scene right before you took this shot. But just wanted to let you know where this is. You're getting this from Clinton.
That's from Clinton. Okay, that's good to know. And, well, I'll tell you what, that is also concerning about that power flash or that lightning. Obviously, could have been either one. But knowing that they are in Clinton and looking north really kind of helps us there a little bit because there is in fact, I'll tell you this. And I'm just looking at various areas of rotation here. We have a new warning. Okay, let's dump away from this real quick. We'll come right back to this. This is a new severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Ozaukee, southeastern Fond du Lac, Washington, and Sheboygan counties. And this is until 7:30. So let's go back, and we'll come back to the tornado warning here in just a moment. But let's go back to the severe thunderstorm warning. We've been talking about this area here in terms of some hail and wind. This is what I would call a lower end severe thunderstorm warning here. So again, this is in effect until 7:30. Looks like this is going to not include Mequon, but this will include the Cedarburg and Grafton areas, and then points to the north. So Port Washington and into the West Bend area, and then into Jackson and Slinger, over to Kewaskum as well, then Campbellsport, Random Lake, and then you get into Cedar Grove, Sheboygan, and you're going to go up into the Fredonia and Kohler areas as well, Howards Grove and Oostburg. This is all in effect until 7:30. Not concerned about tornadoes for you, and I want to be very clear. Let's go to the radar, Holly, because I am concerned more about, with just some wind and hail, more so flooding. So again, this is going to be this batch that you are seeing rolling right through West Bend. That's the reason for the severe thunderstorm warning. No tornado threat with it at this point. However, flooding rain is probably going to be the biggest threat out of this, in addition to some small hail and some gusty winds. Okay, so I don't want you to think we're ignoring you, but we got to turn our focus again back to the active tornado threat down to the south. But again, 7:30 here for our northern counties. Do we have another? That may be an old alert coming off here as well. Okay, so let's get back down to the south here into Walworth County along these supercells. Do we have anything? Do we have any update from our Stephanie Barakello?
They just reissued that Walworth County tornado warning. Yep.
Okay, tell us more about that, Holly.
It is a tornado is radar indicated for northwestern Walworth County until 7:15 now, and that is going to be because of the thunderstorm producing a tornado was located near Palmyra and or near Whitewater, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. So, and it also has some quarter-size hail with it and some flying debris that could be an impact as well. And again, that is for northwestern Walworth County until 7:15.
Perfect. Let's take a look at that on the radar if we can. Let's go ahead and pull up the warning. So now, Whitewater, you are in this, and here I think it's going to be coming for us. So this is going to be northwestern Walworth County, as Holly said, until 7:15. Interesting. And we have flooding in Janesville, by the way. 2 cars stranded in floodwaters. It, again, this does not, let's see here. So this is really more to the east of Whitewater. We've had some confusion how some of these warnings have been drawn tonight. Let's take a look at the, zoom in on some of these communities here. So this is not going into Jefferson or Walworth counties, but this makes sense that this would be LaGrange and then points to the east. Let's go over a little bit more, Holly, and just see how close we get to East Troy, because East Troy, you are not under this, but you're awfully close here. So again, this is going to be rolling right down 20 here. So it's right along 20, effectively from LaGrange to just west of East Troy, and it is in effect until 7:15. So let's take a look, first of all, at the reflectivity on this, and then we'll take a look at the velocity, because this is all kind of bunching up. Okay, so we have, my question is going to be Whitewater here, because the warning text is saying you're under it, but I'm not seeing that. I'm seeing it more off to the east. So let's now, you've got a lot of rain fall over you. Let's take a look at the the velocity rather.
Oh.
Yeah, see, I'm seeing it more towards LaGrange. Let's zoom this out a little bit. I mean, maybe a little bit near Whitewater, but it's really this right here, right over 20, which would make sense as to where that warning is drawn. So Whitewater, to be safe, you could take your tornado safe precautions, but I think this is just off to your east. Boy, this is actually, let's go ahead and stop that real quick, Holly, and zoom that in. right here, over 20. Again, if you're just under this tornado warning, there's reports of a rotating wall cloud just to the southwest of LaGrange. That's this area right here. So again, I don't think this is Whitewater. This is going to be LaGrange. LaGrange, you need to be in your tornado-safe location right now. Again, a tornado warning in effect. This is the same rotation that we've been tracking. This is simply a new warning along the same rotation. So hopefully that clears it up a little bit here for us in terms of locations. This is in effect until 7:15, but there is a rotating wall cloud near LaGrange right now. Remember, we were looking a minute ago at the Fox Weather Beast out in Rock County? Same type of a deal. So you've got a cloud that's spinning that could drop a tornado at any point. I want to check in with our Sam Kramer, who is in East Troy. He's in McGuanago. Okay, Sammy, what do you have going on there? What are you seeing right now?
Hey, Tom. So we are headed west from just south of McGuanago over toward Eagle.
Come right back to you. Let's go to the warnings, Holly. We have a new tornado warning. This is in effect for northwestern Jefferson County and southwestern Dodge County until 7:30. So now we have a new area of rotation. Let's zoom this in, Holly, and go to both the reflectivity and then the velocity here. This is in effect until 7:30. This is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado over Waterloo. So this is now a new little storm segment, totally separate from Walworth County, and this has rotation with it moving east at 30 miles per hour. Waterloo, Watertown, Lebanon, Kleiman, Reeseville. Some of you have already been under a tornado warning tonight. Now you're under another one. Let's pause this for a minute. Couple of things. This radar is a mess, right? So it's going to be hard to tell what's what. Very heavy rainfall. You're not going to see anything if you tried to look at it, but it's right here. Okay, so I'm going to just guess based on the reflectivity, it's going to be just west of Waterloo. Now let's go to the velocity, see if that's holding true. Yes, it is. It's going to be right here. So the fact that we are seeing this little couplet, it's tight, just to the southwest of Waterloo, but it's also matching up very weakly at this point with the reflectivity. Waterloo, you need to be in your tornado safe spot right now. Basement or lowest level of your home, getting as many walls in between you and the outside as possible. If you don't have a basement, get into an interior bathroom or an interior closet, take some blankets and pillows with you. Stay in your tornado safe spot until 7:30, or you know that this threat has passed you by. If you don't have a TV near you, Fox Local is what you want, the Fox Local app. And this is important for everybody tonight with the flooding and the tornadic activity and wind and everything else. The Fox Local app is what you want to have, because if you lose power, you can still watch us. It's called Fox Local. Please download it, because we will keep you posted as we go throughout the night. But again, this rotation not as strong as what we're experiencing in Walworth County with the supercell, but we will see how this continues to go. Holly, let's go ahead and do a track on this area southwest of Waterloo. I think we're going to move it east at 30 miles per hour, and it's really going to go straight down the county line here with Dodge County. And again, this is in effect until 7:30. This is a brand new tornado warning as it heads right into the Watertown and Waterloo area. So Waterloo right now, and I think Watertown, you're going to be within about the next 8 to 10 minutes on this as well. So it's going to come straight down the county line for you here. Let's zoom this back out. We want to go back down to the south, see what's going on with that rotation in Walworth County. And interesting, a couple of things. Let's look real quick here at this area in Jefferson County. That looks to be some strong winds. Can we go to the reflectivity on that one? Obviously, we're getting close to the radar, so it's getting all fuzzy there, but that's an intense storm right over Sullivan. So again, you've got very heavy rainfall, maybe some hail with that. Let's zoom this out just to give everyone kind of a broad view, because we also have severe thunderstorm warnings north of Milwaukee for gusty winds and some hail. Let's go out even more. Yeah, there we go. Just to see some of that heavy rain. Flooding obviously is the greatest concern overall for everybody. And Milwaukee has yet to see the heavy rain. We're going to see this supercell coming in. Hopefully it weakens by the time it does. Same with you, Waukesha, but you're going to be on the forward flank effectively of this supercell. Now coming into southwest Waukesha County, it's mainly going to be a rain producer, but we'll see if there's any spin left as this thing pushes eventually over East Troy shortly. But let's zoom in here, Holly, down to western parts of Walworth County, because you see the fingers. Poof. This is my concern. Right there. So we had the one, and that's still there. We have a second one, and maybe a third one. Let's go to the velocity and dissect this here. Then we're going to go back to our Sam Kramer. All right, so this is the reason for the tornado warning right here. So let's start there. Let's zoom in here. And so this is going to be the tornado warning right along 20. And it looks like it's still holding. Can we loop this? The fact that this thing hasn't moved means it's moving very slowly. Look at that. It's very slow moving. LaGrange, stay in your tornado safe spot. This thing is going to head right down 20, effectively moving very slowly. Let's go down to the south because I do have my concerns for, yeah, zoom out just a little bit. Go down south. Yep. Let's, yeah, zoom out a little bit there. Right here. Could we zoom in right here to, yeah, let's, this is a little worrisome to me. And again, if you are in these tornado warnings, you need to take appropriate tornado precautions. And again, we're kind of analyzing on the fly here because the radar is such a mess. You know, there's no clear areas anymore. We really have to kind of peer in here. Let's stop the loop, Holly, and zoom in a little bit more. And see what else we got going on. And then we're going to go to our Sam Kramer here as well in just a moment. This is a new tornado warning. Look at this.
For Central Walworth.
Over Delavan. Over Delavan. This is this right here. New tornado warning over Delavan moving east at 30 miles per hour. Elkhorn, Delavan, Lake Geneva, Lake Como, all these areas. And it's actually going to be, yeah, it's going to be right here. So that's interesting because there are almost two little areas here of rotation. I think it's going to be right here. But, I mean, you really could draw the whole thing at this point. This is in effect until 7:15. So now, Lake Geneva, you are in this. And this is going to be Delavan, effectively right over the interstate, over to Elkhorn. So draw a line here. Delavan, straight over to Elkhorn. You need to be in your tornado-safe location right now. Boy, has this whole area really perked up. Yeah, let's do a track on that, Holly. We're going to go to the east at 30 miles per hour. So this is going to be into the Elkhorn area really right about now. I mean, really within the next 5 minutes into the Elkhorn area. Let's zoom this out because this is, again, an area that's really just perked up. And I want to kind of get a view for our friends in Lake Geneva, the Como area. You all need to be in your tornado safe spot. As of now, it looks like this is going to pass north of Walworth. However, if you are in Lake Geneva, where are we here? Okay, so this is 43. Oh my goodness! And so this is the Delavan cell that we are looking at, and. All right, so this is Fox Weather's The Beast, as they call it, their storm chase vehicle. We have eyes on it, and that is a wall cloud, no doubt. And boy, look at that lightning. All right, so listen to my friends in central Walworth County, and then we have northwestern Walworth County. You need to be in your tornado-safe locations. Both of these tornado warnings run until 7:15. That is a wall cloud if I've ever seen one. That is a precursor to a tornado right now. And again, you are looking just to the north of Delavan. And we'll see. So my assumption is they went up around the Johnstown area and they're heading back south. Are they heading north? I think it's on the other. Well, yes, actually it could be because it is still west of the interstate. No, you're correct. You are correct on that one because it is still just west of the interstate here. So they're looking right into this just to the north of Delavan. Yes, you're 100% correct, Jeff, on that one. So again, you're looking just to the north of Delavan here. So you're looking where they're still southwest of Elkhorn. All right. And this is honestly going to be moving very close where the interstate bends here. You're very close to this. My goodness. And where you're seeing these lightning strikes, that's also an indicator. Lightning tends to increase in the vicinity of these tornadoes. That is all right, here we go. That's a rapidly rotating wall cloud. Look right in the middle of your screen. I'm hoping they're going to stop here in a minute because I think we got something going here. Again, you need to be in your tornado-safe location right now. I think they're probably trying to reposition themselves here, but that certainly looked like to me that something was trying to drop or develop here. So again, to put this into perspective, let's clear out the track, Holly, if we could. So I believe the beast was going to be somewhere right in this area here. So they were heading north and looking right into this here as it's moving east. So again, absolutely 100%. If you are anywhere in this tornado warned area, you need to be in your tornado safe location right now. Here we go again with the beast. And let's take a look as well at, okay, so now we're also seeing the potential for a debris signature near Delavan or north of Delavan. And so that's something we need to watch as well. Okay, Holly, I'm going to have you keep an eye on the radar here. I'm going to try to analyze this image that we are seeing. They're in Elkhorn. Okay, so, yep, okay, so here, so look right there on the left side, left of the light pole. See you can see the rotation. I mean, they're right almost under this thing, my goodness. So they're looking right up into it. They're looking right up into the wall cloud as it's heading towards Elkhorn here. Again, bringing this to you live from our friends at Fox Weather in their Fox Weather Beast. And again, you are in Elkhorn in Walworth County. And what we are now looking for is any contact with the ground.
Hey, Tom, I just want to let you know where these guys are. They're at the Love's truck stop right there in Elkhorn. So they're looking right north. They took 43 up. They just got off. So this is that big truck stop if you're in Elkhorn. Just wanted to give everyone a pinpoint of what you're looking at here.
Got you. Thank you very much. I'm going to just pull that up as well. Just to get their exact location. So they are right on the south side of Elkhorn. So they're just past kind of that bend in the interstate there. So if you're familiar with that, the Big Loves that's right there, just on the south side of Elkhorn, the DMV is very close to there as well. If you're familiar, that's where we are here. So there you can see some of that mammatus. That's an indicator, those pouch-like clouds, an indicator of the severe weather as well. I feel like they're almost directly under this thing. That could have been, let's see here. I'm looking a little farther down in the distance because I'm wondering here too, it's hard to tell based on this shot, this could be what's called the mesocyclone, which is the broad rotation, and then you get within that a wall cloud. So, but again, based just upon this broader shot, I don't see anything yet, unless if you look straight ahead to the right of the sign, there may be a little bit of a lowering there. Let me go back to as you guys are watching this, I'm going to take a look here at the rotation. And it's right, they're right there. I mean, this thing is literally about to roll right over their location, if it hasn't already. So again, you can see, let me show you again here, that rotation right there. And the Loves is going to be just about right at my X right there. All right, so that's where they are. So they're basically right over this thing. Let's zoom this out. Again, if you are in this tornado warning, let's show you here. There are 2 tornado warnings right now because there are 2 different areas of rotation. The other area is going to be to the north, which that kind of appears to have weakened. That looks to me now into southern portions of Waukesha County to have what we call turned more into a outflow dominant storm. It's hard to tell because it's going right over the radar, which is hard to get a real good read really on any of these storms at the moment. So that's also why it may look a little murky. But it looks like we are dealing with very strong winds coming on through into Waukesha County as well. So you're going to get pretty windy here. Milwaukee, you've been relatively dry. That's going to be picking up here shortly as well. All this stuff down to the southwest is going to come into Milwaukee. So we have a lot of flooding on the way, unfortunately, there as well. But again, just to reiterate, we have severe thunderstorm warnings for some wind and hail to the north. No concern for tornadoes there. We have the tornado warning that the Beast is on, and that's in effect until 7:15. And the one to the north in northern Walworth is also in effect until 7:15. All right, so yeah, here we are. And again, the lightning here is really telling, and there have been studies done about this, about lightning frequency and tornadoes. All right, so let's see here. Yeah. So what they're looking at is, yep, there it is. So here you have the wall cloud. Look at the scud to the left. You can see the rotation. See how that's coming into the updraft of the storm? And then you can see that tail to the right-hand side there. So you are looking at a wall cloud. Clear, distinct rotation. Let's see what that scud does as it makes its way up into being blown up into the updraft. Guys, this is pretty incredible, and I'll be honest with you, this is pretty rare to be able to be in this exact spot. So we want to thank our friends at Fox Weather for this vantage point. Again, if you're just joining us, look at that lightning. This is the Love's truck stop. Elkhorn, on the south side of Elkhorn, I-43 in Elkhorn. Now we have a flash, as we watch this, a flash flood warning, southeastern Jefferson, northwestern Walworth counties. That runs until 10:15. Get ready for more of those, too. And I know we will get to the flooding, which is going to be pretty bad here later on tonight as well. But again, middle of your screen. All right, so what you're looking at here, you're looking just to the north. From this truck stop, you're seeing the scud coming into the wall cloud. You're seeing the intense lightning. So they're looking right exactly to where this tornado could drop at any moment. Then right on the left-hand side should be, let me match this to radar, what we would call a rear flank downdraft. Yep, let's see here. I mean, this thing is right over Elkhorn. They could not be in a better spot to view this here. So Sugar Creek, you're in the thick of the rain and the hail, and it's just to your south, so right over Elkhorn. If you've quieted down where the rain has gotten lighter, you're in this zone of rotation right now. But again, I don't see at this point anything on the ground, but the visibility really gets murky here too. And then right on the left-hand side is that heavy rain. That's coming down essentially from Sugar Creek. I mean, there's still rotation there. The rotation not strong on radar. It's not strong from what we're seeing, so that's good news. I don't know if we're going to end up seeing a touchdown here. There could even be more rotation, broader rotation to the west of Delavan. So we may not be done yet here. Yeah, let's take Sam in Mukwonago. Sam, what do you have going on? What it's looking to me here is I think this I mean, there's a lot of lightning, but I think as of right now, this rotation is kind of wrapping up, which is good news. So stay in your tornado safe spot if you're in these tornado warnings for another 10 minutes. But the fact that this crew was just looking directly into this likely means that there is no touchdown right now. And Sam, you're on the front flank of this, and you have got a gully washer heading in for you.
Yeah, we have been seeing this for the better part of, I don't know, 5 to 10 minutes. We're at the intersection of County, LO, and I believe E, just in the town of Eagle. We were heading southwest. We had to turn around because our phones activated for tornado warning there in central Walworth County. We returned to Mukwonago and came out west to get north, and again, west of that cell. And what has happened is just been inundated with rain and this heavy, heavy lightning that just continues to flash on your screen. As I look out here to the east, it's kind of hard to tell through our windshield and through this gas station, but that's where the sky is green, and then if I look over here to the left, it's a little bit darker there. So, but yeah, just big, big flashes of lightning here. But the good news, at least from what we've seen, is everybody's kind of staying off the roads. Being able to look through in some of these rural roads at the houses, a lot of them have their TVs on and paying attention. So that's the good news for folks. But again, the flooding, you can kind of see it in the parking lot. I don't know if we can pan down here. Yeah, this is what's already happening. Is you can see the wind just pushing the rain so fast over the road. And again, we were in Burlington earlier. It's not going to take much rain to cause of that flash flooding. So like you said, I would absolutely expect more of those warnings.
And Sam, you just went under a severe thunderstorm warning, as a big chunk of the area just did. So this is all of Racine, all of Kenosha County, southeastern Waukesha County, southeastern Walworth, and southern Milwaukee counties, all in effect until 8:15. Let me show you why. Now, this is, at this point, not a tornado warning. We still have the tornado warning storms, but remember how we've talked, how Sam's right in the middle of this mess right now, all right? And there still could be some rotations along this, but as we look at the radar here and then we look at Sam's shot, which is an excellent representation of what's coming into Milwaukee shortly, it's this entire line that's effectively right down 43 right now, going from Illinois all the way up into where Sam is, Muskego and Mukwonago, and look at that rain. And this is a severe thunderstorm warning until 8:15 for 60-mile-per-hour winds, the potential for half-dollar hail. Sam, are you seeing some hail in that?
Yeah, we are starting to see and hear a little bit of hail as it just keeps kind of picking up as the time goes by here.
And yeah, and that's making its way right up into East Troy right now, right up into Mukwonago, and that's going to continue on a path right into Muskego and then right into Norway, into northern portions of Racine County, right into Franklin. Now, this warning is in effect for south of 94, all right? So that's primarily where this hail is going to end up, and copious amounts of rain with this as well. So my assumption here is, well, the rain, Sam, is, I think, the biggest concern, right, when it comes to the flooding and what we've been dealing with.
Hey, Tom, There's a new tornado warning for Waukesha County.
Oh, okay, here we go. So now, thank you, Holly. Why don't you go ahead? Let's go ahead and update viewers, because here go the sirens. Holly, why don't you read the latest here on this warning?
Okay, so this is a new tornado warning. This is for central Waukesha County, and this is until 7:45 p.m., and this is going to be located near North Prairie or near Wales, moving east at about 20 miles per hour. So the hazards for this was going to be a tornado possible, as well as some quarter-size hail. Some other areas that this storm could be near is going to be Waukesha, New Berlin, And then Pewaukee, Wells, North Prairie around 7:10. So within the next 2 minutes, it'll be in those areas. Brookfield around 7:15 and even 7:20. So these people need to be getting in their safe place.
So Holly, what this looks like to me is this is kicking off the radar site now. This is what we call a bookend vortice in meteorology. It's right here. Okay, so what's happening is you have the northern end of what have been the supercells, and what's happening is it's curling around itself now, so you're getting this rotation right here. So Holly, let's do a couple of things. Number one, let's go back to the reflectivity, because now that we know it's this particular area, see what I mean by it's being messy? So if you pull up the radar on your app, this is what you're going to see. It just looks like a big blob. So what you have to do is peel back the layers, go into the velocity. You can almost see it right there. And it may become a bit clearer once it pushes a bit farther east of the radar. But Holly, let's zoom in to this. So here's Waukesha to get your bearings. Here's Eagle. Yep, perfect. Let's zoom in right here. Okay, so now you have Ottawa. You are not, so here's McGuanago. And now you have I-94. So again, you've got the Genesee area all in here as well. So let's pause this. Now let's go to the velocity. And there we go. See, now it's pulling a little more away from the radar. Right here. All right, so everyone under this warning, and this is a big chunk of real estate, central Waukesha County, including the city of Waukesha, including Brookfield, including New Berlin, including Pewaukee, Wales, North Prairie, all to name a few here. If you are in this tornado warning, you need to be in your tornado safe spot. Basement or lowest level of your home, getting as many walls in between you and the outside as possible. Holly, let's stop this, zoom this out a little bit. We're going to do a track from this rotation, moving just to the east-northeast at 20 miles per hour. Let's take this all the way through the south side of Waukesha and towards Brookfield and Elm Grove. We'll time this out for you here. Perfect. Right there is perfect. Yep. Let's draw that. Yep. And drop it right there. Perfect. All right, so Wales right now, Waukesha within the next 10 to 13 minutes, and New Berlin, if this holds together, within the next 20 minutes, and we've got this going into West Dallas. If it holds together, I would say West Dallas and points to the south by about 7:40 here tonight. So again, this is a tornado warning, and now we have another one. This is a new tornado warning, my goodness, in effect for East Central Walworth County. Let's pull up the warnings, Holly. East Central Walworth County, Southwestern Racine County, and Northwest Kenosha County, and that runs until 8 o'clock tonight. This is for yet the line of storms that has been running from around Elkhorn that we've been talking about to Como, and that is moving east at 25 miles per hour. Honey Creek, Waterford, Burlington, Springfield, Lake Geneva, Boners Lake, Wheatland, Browns Lake, Rochester, 8 o'clock tonight. Tornado warning for you. So city of Waukesha, Brookfield, you're all under one warning. That runs until 7:45, and then a new chunk, including Lake Geneva and Burlington and the cities I just listed, that runs until 8 o'clock. If you are under these tornado warnings, you need to be in your tornado-safe locations, basement, lowest level of your home, getting as many walls in between you and the outside as possible. Let's zoom in on the Walworth County one, Holly, and I want to be very clear here. We're all exhausted, aren't we? We are all exhausted. We are sick of this weather pattern. We get it, 100%. We are here with you. We are as exhausted. We want this out of here. We're almost done. We've got this. By 11 to 12 o'clock, we are done, and we're going to be done for over a week when we're done with this. So what we ask of you right now is to take your tornado-safe precautions. I know that we're so sick of it. Well, we got this. We got to do this one more time, and then we'll get this out of here. All right, this is going to be the last of it for quite some time for us. So please take your tornado safe precautions. Know that we are here with you, and we're going to get through this. We are literally just a few hours away from being done. Okay, I know. I 100% know how frustrating and tiring and anxiety riddled this is. We're going to do this here. Let's take a look at the reflectivity, Holly, and show you what's going on with the radar. And again, it's messy from Waukesha County all the way down through East Troy. I have a feeling it's this. Let's pause this and let's take a look at the velocity here for us south of East Troy. So I mentioned the bookend vortice up here, right? Now we're looking along the line. This is going to be more of a kink along the line. Let's zoom in a little bit more here, Holly. And this is really, what they're doing. Let's go a little bit farther south, too. So here's Mukwonago. And you have the line going all the way south to just northwest of Lake Geneva. So, the Williams Bay area, right around Highway 12. Just to the east of the interstate, southeast of the interstate there. So what the National Weather Service is doing, if you remember from a couple of nights ago, when we had the line of thunderstorms with the little kinks along the line with those little areas of rotation, that's what this is turning into now. So, Holly, let's go ahead and do, I think it's easier to do the storm tracks on the velocity product because we can actually see what's going on right now, right? So, Holly, let's do a track on this, and we're going to move this to the east at 25 miles per hour. So we're going to go right through southwestern Racine and northwestern Kenosha counties. Meanwhile, is Sammy heading south? Okay, we'll check in with Sammy here in a minute. Okay, we'll check in with him in a minute. My assumption is he's heading south, kind of into this thing. So we'll chat with him here in just a moment. So Holly, thank you very much. So this is going to continue to move east. So Lyons within the next 9 minutes. Spring Prairie, it's pretty much on top of you now. And then Burlington 732, Dover 745, Union Grove 753, and the update from the National Weather Service is because of all of these storm mergers. Remember we talked about what a mess this is? The concern is with these storm mergers that we could get little areas of rotation coming in. So that's why they've warned this entire line. Is something on the ground right now? As of right now, no. And we confirmed that with the Fox Weather Beast, right? A little bit ago, that was just to the west of here. However, it's possible that we get areas of rotation popping up. So if you are in these areas, if you are in this tornado warning, which I know you've been in several for the last couple of nights, this is it. Let's do it. Let's be done. So that's what we ask, is for you to take shelter. I know how sick of this you are. We all just want to go to bed, right? And put this all behind us, and we will. We're almost there. We are almost there, guys. We're going to do this. But please take your tornado-safe precautions right now. Okay, let's, in fact, look back earlier. Oh, look at this. So this was from Mike near Delavan. This was from earlier. And that is clearly a wall cloud and what appears to potentially be a funnel cloud. But so look at this here. And this is kind of going back to what we were talking about with the Beast. Boy, Mike, this is great video here. You see the rotation, right? So you see it going from the right to the left. The rotation is counterclockwise. In the northern hemisphere, rotation around an area of low pressure is counterclockwise. That's what you're seeing here. You are seeing in not sped up time, but real time, when Mike shot this, you are seeing that rotation. That is a wall cloud. That could potentially be a funnel there, or it would even be a little bit farther in the center there. But that was the precursor to a tornado, no doubt. And boy, that is a scary scene there, Mike. Thank you so much for sending this in. This also emphasizes the point why these tornado warnings are being issued. These storms have a history of producing tornadoes, and we need to stay in our tornado-safe spots as this continues. Mike, thank you so much. We'll certainly air this again at some point later. Let's take a look. Let's go back up, Holly, to Waukesha County, because we also have the tornado warning that continues for the city of Waukesha, for the city of Brookfield. This tornado warning again as well. So again, we'll head on up to the north into Waukesha County, and we'll take a look at that. And so that's going to be right here in this area. There is a little bit of rotation here, but let's go back to the reflectivity I'm not as concerned as I was, but it's just so messy. It's just so hard to deduce exactly what's happening here because there's so much water. There's so much rain. And I'm telling you, flooding is going to become the big issue, but we got to get past the rotational components, right, first, before we can really talk about the flooding. And I think that's going to become a major issue tonight again. But I don't see, even from the rotational standpoint, I'm not seeing anything hugely concerning like I did before with that bookend vortice. So that is good news. Yeah, so it looks like the focus here is likely going to be more to the south. But hang on one second here. Let's just look one more time with this Waukesha County storm. And again, this was early, it was right here. See, it was near Wales. And I want to go through this, and then we're going to get back into the Burlington area. So it was right there, Genesee. That was 7-11. All right, so that was 8 minutes ago. All right, so now, boom. See how it's a little weaker? Now it's heading into the south side of Waukesha, and now let's go to another scan. Oh, nope, that one's not in yet. We'll see that in a minute. So this is entering the southern part of Waukesha right now. Bless you, Holly. And that is something that we need to watch as well. What is this? 1-inch diameter hail in Eagle. So again, Waukesha, you need to be in your tornado-safe location. Right now, let's take a live look at the Waukesha camera here. I think this is going to be just a lot of rain. This is looking to the west right now. So Waukesha, New Berlin, you're in this as well. Down to Genesee, as we talked about, that you're in this. Mukwonago, you are not under this tornado warning. Muskego, you are not under this tornado warning. However, very close to the Big Bend area, although Big Bend, you are not quite under that either. And that is going to be in effect until 7:45. So again, the rotation I'm not as concerned with at the moment, but you need to stay in your tornado-safe spot for another 25 minutes. Now, the National Weather Service pointing out a couple more things here, and this is a bit concerning. Near Spring Prairie, it does look like the rotation is picking up here a little bit to the west of Burlington, near Lyons and Spring Prairie. You are under this tornado warning right now, and you need to be in your tornado-safe location with that. Now, as we look, see how it's just all linear here. Another little area of rotation, southeastern Rock County, southeast of Clinton. That's going to be another concern. So we're not done with the tornado warnings yet. In fact, looking at this as a whole, and I'll step back onto the screen here, is it looks like, you know, the northern end of this line, I'm not as concerned at the moment into Waukesha. I still want you in your tornado-safe location, but I'm not as concerned with what I was seeing. What I am more concerned with is now to the west of Burlington, and it's going to be this area right here because you can start to see that nudge on the velocity, and then there is going to be another one in southeastern parts of Rock County. So Walworth, Western Racine, Western Kenosha County, particularly in the Burlington area, we need to be watching very closely for you. And Amanda, our news director, is here. Amanda, how are you?
Good. Rob Haswell says he can come in if you guys need a break.
Oh, okay.
Need to give him some lead time so he can get here. So this is me checking in.
Perfect. Very nice. Well, thank you. So far, so good. I think if this continues, we may end up doing that. Do we know where Stephanie is as well?
I'm
Barkel.
checking on her latest location in a minute.
Okay, because Stephanie may be heading back this way too. So, but Rob, that was very kind. Rob may end up coming in. We don't want to keep him here too late though. But yes, I will keep you posted with that. Thank you very much, and bless you, Holly. So again, but again, you can see the whole team is on deck here, ready to go, and. So, and we have our Lisa Michaels who's been texting with us as well. This is my concern north of Lake Geneva. Nothing, just an update on Waukesha from the Weather Service. Watching some bumps showing up along the line, but nothing concerning or nothing concrete, I guess, at this point. And I think that is very true here, is that, you know, we may be seeing just a little bit. See, like right here. Let's see the new scan coming in. I'm not overly worried. Not to say there couldn't be something here, but I'm not overly worried at the moment for Waukesha County. So Waukesha, New Berlin, yes, you're under this tornado warning, but I'm just going to be honest with you. I'm not seeing anything overly concerning. This is concerning to me. Honey Lake, Burlington, you need to be in your tornado safe spot. Just moving through Spring Prairie right now. You need to be in your tornado safe location. New severe thunderstorm warning, and this is significant. This is for Jefferson, Rock, Walworth, and parts of Waukesha County. They have what they call their tornado possible tag on this one, and this is going to be in effect here for 70-mile-per-hour winds and large hail, and this is going to be in effect until 8:15. And again, this is in effect for Eastern Rock, Southwest Waukesha, Southeast Jefferson, and Walworth counties. 70-mile-per-hour winds. This is for a downburst in Eagle. A downburst in Eagle right here. Do you see this? Right here in the Eagle area. Okay, so here's the deal. They're canceling the tornado warning for Waukesha. Canceling the tornado warning for Waukesha. So Waukesha, you're good to come out of your tornado safe location. That rotation is weakened. But this is a downburst. We're going to switch over to a view here. Look at this. Poof. Right here, a downburst coming into Eagle on the order of, and it doesn't look overly strong on the velocity at this point, but this is likely a developing downburst of wind coming into Eagle. This will then be heading straight to the southeast effectively from here. So we have a downburst potential in the Eagle area. So you need to, prepare for 70-mile-per-hour winds, not only into Eagle, and we'll zoom you in. I mean, look at this mess here. It's just such a mess, Holly, to try to, figure all this out. So Eagle and then points to the east-southeast. I'd watch in Mugwanago for this as well in terms of these strong winds to start pushing on through. So, Holly, why don't you take it away here, kind of give us a summary of what's going on, kind of what you're seeing from your end here as well.
All right, so this is just a bigger look at the picture, you guys. We're looking at the radar, so we definitely have a lot of rain that's going to be continuing to head towards the east here. We're seeing a lot of lightning with that, and as I take off of the lightning here, our producer Jeff is... Okay, Sam is in east of Mugwanago towards Big Bend, so I'm just going to zoom in here on the radar part of that. Give me a second. I'm turning off of the lightning so we can zoom in on east of Mugwanago. And you're seeing really just a lot of heavy rain. That is exactly what Sam is seeing there as well. And then we're looking here at our velocity. We're not really seeing too much of any type of rotation or anything, but we are still watching the area where the downburst occurred. We look like the visibility isn't that great where Sam is as well. Just really a lot of the heavier rain that we're seeing with Sam. I don't believe that there is any flooding on the roads because they're driving on the roads there. We do have more of these severe thunderstorm warnings that have been issued, and that is for Milwaukee County as well as Ozaukee County, Washington County, and Waukesha County. So what I'm going to do is zoom back out so you can see all of the warnings just to see what we have going on here. So we still have the flood watch that is in effect until 8 p.m. That's for all the yellow. We have several severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect. So I'm going to just start from the top here and kind of query over when each of these will expire. So we do see for Sheboygan County there, it's got a thunderstorm warning until 7:30 p.m. So that's within the next 3 minutes for their area, as well as even we're looking at Milwaukee County. Theirs is until 8:15. So that is the most recent that has been issued. Looks like they canceled the tornado warning for Waukesha County. So that is good news. Now, as we look here as I'm looking here, we do still have that tornado warning that is still in effect for parts of Racine and Kenosha County there, and then even as well as Walworth County. So we're just going to go back to that area and zoom in on that. Sam is looking to still be driving through McQuantico, where you're seeing a lot of lightning. You do see some ponding on the roads, and then you also see the heavy rain that's still going on in their area. So we're going to look here just at this line as it continues to move through the area. You do still see a lot of lightning, but I'm going to turn that off just so we can zoom in closer to this line. And what you're seeing here is really a lot of rain. If you are under that tornado warning, guys, you do need to stay in your safe place until at least 8:15 whenever that warning expires, but we will definitely be keeping you updated on that. Now we're looking at our storm relative velocity here, and what you're seeing is the same thing we've been seeing as a trend here. We're seeing the rotation that's still going to be having a lot of pop-ups along this line. And then we're also not having any tornadoes that are actually on the ground at this time as well. So that is good news for our area. We have something coming off the printer there, but I will give you guys an update as it comes here. They're just releasing some. They're looking to have this continues the marine warning. That's what that looks like. But we're going to stop this here for our velocity. We're going to draw a storm track on that so that you can see for these areas what's going to be coming next. So we're going to draw a storm track just over the lake here just so you can see what's coming. So if you're in the Lake Geneva area, you do have more of that rain that's going to be coming your area. Bloomfield, 759, looks like that's going to be in your area. 815 for Mount Pleasant. We're looking at 820 for Racine, and then we're looking at 846 for Kenosha. And again, this is for that line that's continuing to head towards our area here. So we're looking at just the radar here, and what you're still seeing is a lot more of that rain. So flooding is going to quickly become an issue for our area. Now, Sam, where exactly are you headed? I want to see where you're headed right now, if you can hear me.
Hi, Holly. I can hear you. We are just pulling into Big Bend. Photojournalist Jake Salzman doing a great job driving through what has been a lot of heavy rain, but also really heavy lightning, including lightning right over the top of us in terms of hearing the thunder just half second to a second later. We are just now reaching Big Bend. We've been in contact with Rob Heswell about where to go to stay out of these multitude of warnings. But the sky continues to be this kind of ominous green-blue color. We're going to keep going straight here, Jake. We're going to make our way toward Muskego, again, to just kind of dance around these warnings. We certainly don't want to be in the middle of them, but just want to give you a look at what we're seeing, which, again, here on the outskirts seems to be rain starting to flood. At least saw a little bit there through Big Bend. And as we now move to Muskego, a little bit on the side of the road here, too. I'm not sure if you can see that there. So, yeah, we kind of find ourselves in the thick of it here.
Oh, yeah, you guys have been. Be sure to continue to be careful as you guys are driving through. I do see a lot of ponding just on the sides of the roads there as well. Now, the National Weather Service has just put something else in the chat, and it looks like there's just a wind splat occurring by Delavan right now. And they're going to be extending the tornado watch until 10 p.m. And that's going to be for the eastern counties. Since it was supposed to drop off at 8 p.m., they're now extending that tornado watch until 10 o'clock p.m.
Perfect. Well, and yeah, that makes sense, Holly, don't you think? With, the way this is moving through, and our Stephanie Barrichello, she's kind of getting into position here too in the eastern parts or western parts of Milwaukee County. I just wanted to show you this here because this really gives you an idea of how this is all formed. This started with supercells moving through our southern counties. Now those supercells are merging with the squall line over Waukesha and now heading into Milwaukee counties. And look at all this lightning and heavy rain. And this is going to linger until, well, probably 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, to be perfectly honest with you. So this is really going to end up being quite a rain event here for us. And then we have a few more storms off to the west to kind of finish this out. Let's pull up the watches and warnings, Holly, because they've trimmed back the tornado watch in behind the line. So what this means is our western communities of Fond du Lac, Dodge, and Jefferson, you're done with your severe weather potential. Everybody else is going to continue with this severe weather potential until 10 o'clock tonight, and I think the heavy rain lasts into parts of the overnight hours as well. So let's go back to the radar, Holly. Oh, and I should mention our northern Sheboygan and Fond du Lac both now out of the tornado watch. So that gives you an idea of who's going to see the severe weather here for the next couple hours and who won't. Let's take a look at the radar.
They just wrote also in the chat here that they're going to put out a new tornado warning for northwest Kenosha County and southeast Waukesha County. It's a new supercell starting to form.
Is that northwest Kenosha and Walworth?
And southeast Waukesha.
Okay. Let's go ahead and zoom that in here. Northwest Kenosha and I think he means Racine. Northwest Racine County. Let's take a look here. Okay, here it comes. So there, yeah, I think he meant Racine. I'm like, Kenosha and Walworth. Okay, so this is a new one. That is in effect until 8 o'clock tonight, and this is going to be for New Berlin, Muskego, Wind Lake, Big Bend, Waterford North, Norway, in effect until 8 o'clock. So this is because of this area of rotation that is developing. Let's take a look here. And it is going to be right just to the east of Potter Lake, which I know you got hit the other night. So let's zoom this in for you. And it's going to be right here. Okay, so just east of Potter Lake, and that is going to move straight east towards Norway. So why don't we go ahead and, again, this is almost similar to what we had in Waukesha County for a time. I'm not seeing anything super concerning, but concerning enough. It's one of these, what we would call bookend vortices in this area. So again, let's do a track on this, Holly. Why don't we do a track of kind of this whole area, and we'll maybe go up just a little bit. So let's go to the edge of Waukesha County. Let's encompass Norway and just to the north of Union Grove and Burlington. So it's going to be the far northern reaches of Racine County and then up into parts of Waukesha County. And that's going to run, again, look at this. Where is that? Oh, yes, we need to be taking that. Look at the lightning with that. So this is Big Bend, Vernon, and that is also, again, this area that is under this tornado warning right now. So again, you can kind of see where this line is headed. Thank you, Holly, at this point. And again, it's just going to be a big mess. We could have a little bit of rotation within this as well, which is why we have the tornado warning in effect. And that is something that, again, we're going to watch closely for. If this ends up being like the Waukesha County rotation, then it will end up likely rotating itself out a little bit here as well. There's a lot of lightning with this and a lot of thunder. Here are the warnings once again. So there are two of them. There's the one for Lake Geneva over to Burlington and Wheatland. So this warning, tornado warning, runs until 8 o'clock. So you have about another 25 minutes left on that. Then we have this that continues into the Rochester area as well. So that not only goes through Burlington, but that's going to continue just east as well. Not for Union Grove, but this is the one that runs right very close to the Rosewood area, but west of Dover. And then you see how the box changes. North as you get into the Norway area, so just east of Potter Lake. Now we're into Norway, we're into Wind Lake, and then right over 45, but it does not include you in Raymond at this point. And now Muskego, technically you're not in it, but you're kind of right on the edge. Big Bend, you're in it. Vernon, you're right on the edge of it. So right along I-43, just to the east of McGuanago. Again, this tornado warning is going to run until 8 o'clock tonight. So that kind of gives you that activity. But what about Milwaukee? because Milwaukee into Mequon and Waukesha and Germantown, you all have severe thunderstorm warnings as well. So what does this look like for everyone? It doesn't look pretty, I'll tell you that much. Let me turn the lightning off. So what this means for us here is now this entire line of storms with embedded rotation is going to be running right through Milwaukee, Racine, and Kenosha over the course of the next 2 hours. Then we'll start to dry things out a little bit, likely after 10 to 11 o'clock, but a few more showers and thunderstorms after that. We haven't even talked flooding yet, have we? Because we got to get through the severe portion of this, but I do think flooding is going to be a major issue. Look at the lightning. Look at the rain here. This is intense. And again, this is in Big Bend and Vernon, almost non-stop lightning here with this. And we'll zoom in to where this camera is. And again, this is I-43. Okay, another vantage point here at Crowbar Road. So it's going to be right in this area here. Now let's turn the lightning on. Look at that. Oh, this is 164. Got it. Okay, look at that. I mean, you can't even see the storm through the lightning. And now we match the radar with what we're actually... Look at that. Look at that non-stop lightning and torrential rain out of this as well. So that's what we're dealing with, along with the potential for a tornado out of this. So here we are again, and now the rotation is increasing here to the northwest of Norway, very close to this area right now. So just to the northwest of Wind Lake, this is just north of Waterford, there is a concern that this rotation is starting to increase. I'm going to circle this so you can see it here. Right there. McGuanago is in the upper left-hand part of your screen there, right on the edge. So this is concerning. Right on the Racine-Waukesha County line, you need to be in your tornado-safe spot because we have, again, that rotation that is starting to tighten up. Again, it's just such a messy system with embedded tornadoes within this rain. I'll tell you what I don't like here, looking at this camera as we're looking out over the interstate in southeastern Waukesha County, is just the amount of lightning, and this rotation's moving in from the southwest. So it's going to move right effectively over this camera location shortly. This is coming on 164, right on the county line. So again, 164 right over the Racine-Waukesha county line to the northwest of Norway. Look at that lightning. And torrential rainfall out of this, and the potential for a tornado as the rotation is increasing. So we're going to stay on this shot as I'm also analyzing other areas down the line to see what else we have. Just like the other night, the lightning has just been absolutely prolific with this here. So as we're watching this, again, this is a tornado-warned area. We have a slew of severe thunderstorm warnings for strong winds and hail from Mequon to Germantown, Menominee Falls, Sussex, Lisbon. You've been hit hard by this. Waukesha, Milwaukee, all of Milwaukee County, and most of Waukesha County under a severe thunderstorm warning. Is this Sam? All right, so Sam's going from Muskego to Hales Corner. So Sam's driving right over. Sammy, be careful, my friend. You're going to be driving right through this thing. So stay on Sammy's shot. Look at that. You can see in the reflectivity. See that? Right here. Let me zoom in. We're in between 43 and 164, southern Waukesha County. I'm going to take you to the velocity. It's definitely picking up. Definitely picking up here to the east of Mugwanago. Sammy, be very careful here, my friend, because you're going to be driving right in the vicinity of this rotation right now. By the way, Milwaukee is about to go under a flash flood warning. Milwaukee is about to go under a flash flood warning. This is preemptive, meaning they're doing this to try to get the message out that it's about to get bad with the flash flooding. Again, flash flood warning coming out for Milwaukee in moments. We'll see that. I don't know if that's going to hit cell phones or not, but remember the other night, interstates were flooding. We got to be prepared for that. Again, this is not good. For none of this, obviously, is good. Unfortunately, this is coming through as we thought it was going to come through tonight with tornadoes, wind, hail, and flash flooding. We're seeing all of it. I'm sorry, go ahead, Jeff. Excellent. Sammy, tell us what you're seeing here as you're heading right into the core of this storm right now. Tell us what you're seeing.
So we are heading northeast on Janesville Road. We're almost out of Muskego, getting into Hales Corners, where there's some construction here. Just doing our best to get out of the path of this storm and get as far north as we can. And it's kind of been the same thing, which has been really interesting to hear you talk about the now tornado warned areas being almost right exactly where we were, right? From Wanago to Big Bend, or to Vernon to Big Bend, and now up to Muskego. So same thing. Kind of that we're seeing is that heavy rain, the wipers are going very quickly, lightning just like that, very frequently, not so much thunder right now, but doing our best to get north to get out of the path of this.
Good call on that, Sam. And we're also seeing potentially a little bit of rotation not far from the Burlington area as well, where, again, we have another tornado warning that is in effect. So, Sam, stay with us here. Your tornado warning that you're under right now is in effect until 8, and the next tornado warning just to the south of that, which I think will be let go for Lake Geneva here shortly, but it continues for Burlington and Wheatland, also running for another 15 minutes until 8 o'clock. And we just had a brand new flash flood warning, and that is now up for Milwaukee and Waukesha counties. Let me read that to you here as well. And that is a flash flood warning for southeastern Jefferson, the entirety of Milwaukee County, northwest Racine County, northeastern Walworth County, and the entirety of Waukesha County. So all Milwaukee, all Waukesha, until 10:45. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to be happening shortly. So, Sammy, let me reach back out to you again. It looks like are you in Hales Corners at this point?
Yep, this is Highway 100, 108, and Janesville. So actually, you tell me, where would be the best place for us to go right now?
Let me take a look here for you. You might just want to stay put where you are, because now we are seeing really the steadiest of the rain kind of heading right over you at this point. So I think you just stay put. Find somewhere to pull in, because you're going to end up really seeing the core of this. However, you're out of the tornado warning, which is certainly good news. But you're still going to be seeing some hail, some wind, and all that. Cool. So I would say if you could face south, face your camera southwest.
Southwest. Okay,
yep.
We're gonna get into a parking lot here, and we will set that up.
Excellent. Okay, so Sammy, you find a place there to park. I want to check in with our colleague, meteorologist Stephanie Barrichello. Steph, where are you and what are you seeing right now? Hang on. Sorry,
Hey,
Stephanie.
Tom, we're actually in Greenfield.
I don't mean to cut you off, but we're getting new information now. There's going to be a new tornado warning. Here we go. Coming out for Kenosha, Racine, and southeastern Walworth counties until 8:45. This is essentially the entirety of Racine, entirety of Kenosha County, and extreme southeastern Walworth counties. And this is going to run until 8:45. So again, like before, this is because of this line coming through with areas of embedded rotation along it. So this is, again, sirens are going to start to sound here. Phones are going off. Steph, I'll get back to you here in just a moment. But let's go ahead. We're going to do a storm track on this, because there are little areas along this, particularly around the Burlington area and Boners Lake, that is moving to the east at about 20 miles per hour. And these little notches, I know we've been through this before, Racine and Kenosha counties. I know you're sick of us talking about it, but here we go again. You need to get to your tornado safe location as we speak, as we have again another tornado warning that is in effect here. So let's go ahead and do a storm track on this, and we're going to take you all the way to the lake. So here is your timing. And again, so Norway right now, and I'm doing this on the velocity side of things because we have these little notches. So Norway right now, Caledonia within the next 20 minutes, Mount Pleasant 821. Racine is likely going to be, I know you're not showing up on the list right at the moment, but Racine, you're likely going to be closer to 8:30, much like Kenosha. So 8:20 to 8:30 Racine. Kenosha right around 8:30, and then the worst should be out over the lake by 8:30. So that is your time frame. Why do you need to be in your tornado safe location? Because there are these little notches, these little kinks along the line that we saw this the other night with some of the EF1 tornadoes, right? That happened where you can get these little spin up tornadoes and they can do some damage, as we saw. So this is why same spots really as the other night. You need to be in your tornado safe location. Basement or lowest level of your home, getting as many walls in between you and the outside as possible. Don't worry if you are in an apartment, if you are in a hotel room, find an interior bathroom, find an interior closet, take blankets, take pillows, and download the Fox Local app. Fox Local is what it's called, because if your power goes out, you can watch us from wherever you are in your shelter and so on. But this is also indicating some very strong straight line winds coming out of this storm, and I think that's even a bigger concern, just some big gusts of wind blowing right through both counties as it heads towards Lake Michigan, and it should be out over the lake within the next 40 to 45 minutes. So that is good news. And once we can at least get the strong storms out over the lake, yes, we've got to deal with flash flooding, but we can be done with the tornadic end of it. So Holly, I'm going to throw it over to you. Why don't you give us some more information here that you are seeing from the National Weather Service and your analysis?
Okay, well, my analysis here is I've been looking at the same thing, watching for all of those different kinks. And on the line, you'll see different spin-ups that could be possible. Two main areas are appearing near southwestern Racine County at the moment. So as I take this storm tracker off, you'll be able to see that here. So we're looking here just at the southwestern portion of Racine County, and we're seeing two different areas. I'm seeing here where to draw. So there's two different areas where we're seeing a little bit more. Okay, this is a camera at the Muskego area, and what you can barely see really anything besides lightning there. It looks like lightning flashes every 5 seconds is what we're seeing, and the visibilities have been reduced a lot. You see cars still going by, but they're driving very, very slowly. There are lots of heavy rain as we see people just on the roads here. And this is southwestern Racine County. We're still seeing a few of those little kinks. So those little areas that I'm circling here, that is where we're seeing some more of those possible spin-ups that could be happening right now, or at least a little bit more of that rotation. That's what we're watching closely here. And then the National Weather Service says that east of Bombers Lake is where we have the strongest rotation at the moment. That's what we're looking at as well. But they're going to hold off on going further with any tornado warnings at this point. So that is a good sign that they're going to hold off on releasing any more of those tornado warnings. But if you are in these areas here, you definitely need to be sure to take your safe place or take cover just until that tornado warning is up. So as I get out of this and get away from all of the drawings, you do still see where all of that rotation is. I'm going to take you back to the reflectivity here just so you can look a little bit more at the radar and what we're still seeing. We're still seeing a lot of lightning within these storms as they continue to progress eastward, and we're going to continue to be watching closely for southern Waukesha and Milwaukee counties, especially as we are going to be seeing more of that rain finally coming to those areas. There is a lot of, as you see here, there's a lot of lightning for southern Waukesha County, as well as that entering into Milwaukee County. And this entire line, as I take off of the lightning here and zoom out, you see this entire line still seeing a lot of reds, which that is an indicator of heavy rain. So that is why we do have the flood warning that has already been preempted, because of all of the rain that's going to continue to come to our area. So as that rain comes, if you have basements and you don't have a tornado warning in your area, you may want to just get a check on your basement to make sure it hasn't started flooding yet, especially if you've already seen flooding earlier this week with all of the other storms that's moving through the area. This is a wider look at just our radar as those showers, thunderstorms, and even some more of the severe weather continues to move through the area. I'm going to go back to the velocity here just to continue to watch that. We are still looking here as I stop the loop. We are still watching for this area, specifically in southwestern Racine County, and that's east of Bombers Lake. Also is where we're watching as well for some more of those kinks. But if you're in this area, Racine County, Kenosha County, and parts of Walworth County, you do need to still be in your safe place, as we are still watching for that severe weather. And you see here all of the reds as we zoom out. These are tornado warnings. Now, I'm going to query over each of these tornado warnings so that you can be reminded of when they will expire. At least for Walworth County here, we are looking for that tornado warning to be expiring within the next next 7 minutes. That's at 8 o'clock. For Racine County, that's 8:45. So you're going to be with this for quite a while now. So that's about a little over 50 minutes for you, as well as for Kenosha County as well. So we're watching for that. And then as we look here in our chat, we're seeing that they have said that there are potentially 4 different rotations that are going on within this line. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back to our storm relative velocity so that we can kind of look at this rotation. I'm going to zoom out a little bit more. And I'm looking in the chat, so just to kind of see where all of this is located. So we do have something that is some rotation, 2 areas of rotation just to the southwest of North Cape. And then we have another area of rotation that is near Eagle Lake. So that's just west of Union Grove. So I'm going to try to zoom in here to at least each of these places so that we can get a look at the rotation. But in the meantime, if you are under a tornado warning, that is going to be, again, for Racine County, Kenosha County, parts of Walworth County, and southwestern or southeastern Waukesha County. You're going to need to be taking cover as you are still in that tornado warning. We're looking here just at this line and all the different kinks that are within this line. You do see that there is several areas of rotation that we're continuing to watch. And I'm going to zoom in closer here just so we can focus in on a few of these spots.
And Holly, as you're doing that, can we take our Stephanie Barkello? Steph, I know I cut you off earlier as this tornado warning was being issued. Let us know where you are and what you are seeing. You have been out on the road all day long doing a great job. Let us know what you're experiencing right now. Hello. Nope, I don't know if you're... No sound on there. Yeah, see if we get your mic on there. Oh, my goodness, look at the lightning. There we go. Hi, Steph. We got you now.
Hey, I was just going to say, have you checked chat? Because you might have to cut me off again here in a second. Otherwise, we are in Greenfield right now, hunkering down. Like you said, we've kind of been all over the place. In fact, Sam and I have been in very similar spots much of the evening, but just hunkered down in Greenfield right now. Rain is very heavy. Lightning show is Steph, just incredible, as you can see from our cam. There you go, Tom, back to you.
You are now under a tornado warning. See, we have to keep cutting you off. My apologies. And you're under it. There, your phone goes off. Okay, this is very important now as this continues. This is a new tornado warning. This tornado warning includes Greendale, Cudahy, Oak Creek, just south of downtown Milwaukee, West Dallas. You are not in this tornado warning. Greenfield, you are. Muskego, you are in this tornado warning as well. We will continue to look down to the south here through this line as, again, this is in effect for central and southern portions of Milwaukee County and southeastern portions of Waukesha County. And this, again, sirens are going off. This is in effect until 8:45. So we've got just over 45 minutes on this warning. Why has this been issued? Reason being is because look at the kink here in the line. We've been talking about what's called a bookend vortice. We've been talking about this for quite a while. Basically where the top of the line starts to curl over a little bit right here. That's going to be, I think, a big concern as that moves to the east. Now let's compare that to the velocity. See what I mean? Boom. Right there where you're curling around. And so we're going to do a track on this as this storm is moving to the east at about 20 to 30 miles per hour. Again, Milwaukee, New Berlin, Greenfield, Oak Creek, Muskego, Greendale, Hales Corners, Wind Lake, Franklin, South Milwaukee, the airport, St. Francis. You are all under this. So this does include MKE Airport right now as well, which maybe let's have our newsroom check. I would assume at this point, at least for the next little bit, that that the airport may be on I don't know if the airport's on a ground stop, but I would have to make an assumption that for the next little bit, you're not going to have flights taking off or landing at this point. As we take a live look out at Mitchell, this storm is heading there right now. And again, this is moving to the east at about 20 to 30 miles per hour. Sirens are going off, and we're going to go ahead and we're going to do this into northern parts, just right around the Racine County line as well. But again, this is going to be into Oak Creek by 8:23, South Milwaukee by 8:26. I really think most of this will be out by 8:30. But again, look at this. Holly, we also have another area here of very strong winds, and this could be downburst reminiscent right here to the east of Waterford that we also need to watch as well, or potentially for some rotation. So again, let's zoom this out. Look at all of these tornado warnings and everybody that is under a tornado warning right now. Where are we looking here, Jeff? That's Muskego. All right, so here they're right in the core of this. And you see a truck pulled over there on the interstate. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I-43 at Racine Avenue. I gotcha. And we're looking to the northeast here. And again, you're literally just in the belly of this storm. Is the only way to describe this. And again, everybody in the red boxes, all right, you need to be in your tornado-safe location. This is going to be from just south of downtown. So this is going to include the airport. This is going to include St. Francis. This is going to include parts of Cudahy, and then stretching down into Greenfield, Greendale, Franklin. Technically, West Allis, Stadium area, State Fair Park, not under this. It's just to the south. But then again, we have Oak Creek in here as well. I mentioned Franklin. Pretty much all of Racine and Kenosha counties also under a tornado warning. Still a sliver in southeast Walworth County. That will continue to move east, though, pretty quickly. So again, southeast Waukesha County, that's where we were just looking, of course. You need to be in your tornado-safe spot. This is an intense storm, be it strong straight-line winds or rotation along it. I just heard from a viewer who said, she said number 4, like it's almost like it's the fourth quarter, which it is, but also fourth time we've been in the basement in the last several days. So I get it. And we get it here that it is, okay, breaking news from Milwaukee Mitchell Airport. Milwaukee Airport is reporting that they have visual on a tornado. The Milwaukee, I assume this is the tower, is seeing a tornado from the airport looking to the southwest. Again, you need to be in your tornado-safe location right now in Milwaukee. Let's move this camera, please, to the southwest. guys, and help me out there. Again, the tower there that you see on the screen is reporting a tornado on the ground in Milwaukee County near the airport. Terminal Doppler radar. So there's another radar right at the airport, very high resolution. And there is, again, a report that Milwaukee Airport is seeing a tornado, if not two of them, right now from the airport. Again, look at that. And you can see, again, the lowering here. This is as critical as it can get. You need to be in a tornado-safe location right now. If you are anywhere in these red shaded areas, particularly southern Milwaukee County, as we have had a report of at least one, if not two tornadoes on the ground right now. What does that mean? Get into your basement. Get into, if you don't have a basement, that's fine. Get into an interior bathroom or an interior closet, getting as many walls in between you and the outside as possible. This is critical here, as we now have at least one tornado on the ground in southern Milwaukee County. And again, I know your heart skips a beat here. This is not a time to panic, which I understand that a lot of folks kind of start freaking out at this point. Listen to me very carefully. You have one job right now. Get you and your family into that tornado-safe spot. Our job is to worry about the storm and what it's doing. Let us worry about it. You do your job. Just get into your shelter. Take some blankets, take some pillows. Get into your shelter right now. We'll worry about the storm and what it's doing. But this is really, really important. Interior bathroom, interior closet, blankets and pillows. Turn on the Fox Local app. Basement if you have one. Watch out for the flooding as well, because again, the water, we're going to start to get a lot of that. But look, stay in your tornado-safe location until 8:45, or you know this thing is out over the lake. Holly, again, it looks like we have more in the way of flash flooding here. So there's more strong rotation to the south of Franklin. And again, there's a new one near Union Grove. We have a lot coming in here now with flooding, it looks like, in Eagle. But again, a confirmed tornado in Milwaukee County and from the airport. And let me know when we have that camera turned if we do. The rotation has tightened up near Union Grove. And let's look at this as well. But again, this is a very serious situation now, as we have several possible tornadoes along this line. And look at this here. And this is what the Weather Service is talking about. Okay, we're looking. Okay, let's keep an eye on this with the lightning. Look at this. So we're southwestern Milwaukee County and northern parts of Racine County. Tornado-safe precautions anywhere along this line. But this rotation has really tightened up here, and we're going to watch what you're seeing here from the airport looking to the southwest. Again, if you are just joining us, this has really ramped up and escalated as our friends at Milwaukee Mitchell Airport have reported a visual on at least one, if not two, tornadoes on the ground in southern Milwaukee County right now. Okay, do me a favor. Let's take this full, please, for a minute. Let's take this airport full, rather, because with the lightning, I want to see what we're seeing here.
Hey, real quick,
Yep.
What are the chances we have to go to the basement?
Rare for us.
Okay.
Yes, I think we're okay here at Fox 6. I think this is going to be the southern portions of Milwaukee County. And again, this rotation's really rampant here, friends. Holly, interrupt me if the Weather Service is saying anything, but I really want to get a vantage point here. Again, confirmed tornado in Milwaukee County, southern Milwaukee County right now. So what you're seeing here is a live picture of Milwaukee Mitchell International Airport looking to the southwest. This was the visual from the tower that they saw a tornado on the ground. That's what we are looking for right now. And the only way at night, by the way, that you can really see this is within the lightning itself. And it is, you know, certainly a possibility here. Tell you what, can we move the camera a little bit more to the left? Please, because I think maybe a little more southerly, which I assume is, thank you, which I think that's going to help us here.
National Weather Service has said rotation further south northeast of Union Grove, headed east towards north of Sturtevant and Mount Pleasant. They're thinking that this is a debris signature south of Franklin. That is what the radar has confirmed.
Okay, let's take a look. Yeah, okay, let's do this. Double box me again, please, because I want to show you a couple of things. We're going to watch this very closely, and I mean, it's tough to tell from this vantage point. No, I mean, you can see it when the lightning flashes. Look at this rotation. This is strong rotation now just to the south of Franklin. Just to the south of Franklin, heading through the southern parts of the county, anywhere from southern Milwaukee County into Racine County, especially northern. You've got to assume here that there's a tornado on the ground right now with this. Now I want to look at the debris signature out of this over the last couple of minutes, and it's possible that it's possible we have some debris there. It's not overly strong, but it would be south of Franklin. Did it really? Back? Okay, that was probably a hiccup. We had a lot of lightning here in the area, so we'll see if this comes back up. Okay, again, critical here, and Holly, keep an eye on that chat. This has escalated extremely quickly right along the Racine-Milwaukee County line, where at the airport, we did lose it. Okay, we lost the airport cam. Let's effort another camera if we could, please. We've lost the airport cam for whatever that means at this point. If they lost power, we don't know. That could have been our connection to it as well that lost power. All right, so it looks to me as though there very well could have been a tornado right here on the county line just south of Franklin. Now it is continuing to head towards Oak Creek. I need folks in Oak Creek to be in your tornado safe space. This is also going to be very close to the airport. So again, let's check power outages as well, guys, if we can. I want to get an update on that as well. But right now, we have got to make an assumption because the airport did see at least one tornado on the ground to the southwest. And I'm assuming that is from the tower, and that would be moving southwest to northeast. So now we have lost that camera at Milwaukee Mitchell International Airport.
There's two new rotations likely developing there, north of Franksville and north of Caledonia. So there's two different ones.
Okay, so two more rotations. Holly, this is Drexel. Oh, okay, looks like they're moving it. This is the DOT. Yep, they're trying to position here. And this is at Drexel. I think they're going to want to go back south. I think, okay, so is that, yeah, so that's the, is that the IKEA right there? You can hear the sirens going off, including here in Brown Deer, but this is not in effect for northern Milwaukee County. Again, this is absolutely critical here. Look at this lightning. I think that, I mean, it's almost going to come right over that location, almost right over Drexel. Let's take a look. That's okay. That's at Layton looking southeast. That's a good direction to be looking. Rotation may be weakening here. Let's hope. I'm going to zoom this in here to try to get some roadways here if I can. Look at this lightning. So they are looking in the correct direction here. And again, sirens are blaring through all of Milwaukee County. However, This is really southern portions of Milwaukee County at this point, but possibly moving just a little bit north as well. So again, near the airport, we are, go ahead, Jeff. Really? They're not powered at this point. Okay, so DOT camps south of where? South of Ryan Road have gone down as well. Okay. So again, the Mitchell camera's down. DOT cameras are down. Stay in your tornado safe spot. This is at Layton, looking to the south. And okay. Oh, look at that lightning right there. Okay, here's the deal. Again, you need to be in your tornado safe location right now. New severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for some of these same areas. For 70-mile-per-hour winds. This is going to run until 9. And this is basically for strong winds over New Berlin. And because there are more gusty winds coming in on the behind the bookend portion of this. But again, this is extremely important. You need to stay in your tornado safe spot anywhere from central and southern Milwaukee County all the way down to the state line. Look at this lightning here. We have talked about rain-wrapped tornadoes, right? Meaning that the visibility is so obscured you can't see it. And that is my fear right now, that we are seeing this in Milwaukee County, so around the airport, Oak Creek, and points to the south. And it is very possible that what we're seeing here, can we take this full, please, so we can get a better vantage point of this? Thank you. It is quite possible, given this lightning frequency, that, and again, we are looking to the southerly direction here, and this is, remind me again that's the airport. That's Layton at the, I gotcha. Okay. So that's the airport right in front of us. And you can see, if you look in the street lights, the rain, the lightning, it is quite possible here that there has been a tornado or downburst winds, and you're just not going to see it because there's so much rain with this. And we have talked all night about how messy this radar is. And that you really have to peel the layers back to see the spin and see the rotation. And again, it looks to me as though the rotation is starting to weaken a little bit here. But that's not a guarantee at this point. I want to go back to the radar. All right, here's the deal. It is now, what, 8:15? Okay, more breaking news. We also believe that the terminal Doppler radar, and that's actually in Raymond. The terminal Doppler radar located in Raymond has also lost power. So let me be clear here. The worst of the storm is moving over Oak Creek right now. The worst of the storm is moving over Caledonia, right down I-41, straight down into Kenosha County and right along the border. Now, everyone in this area, it is imperative that you stay in your tornado-safe location. We have received reports of, number one, our airport camera is down. Number two, the terminal Doppler radar, which is used for areas right near the airport, that radar location is in Raymond, although, again, you've got to consider that the communication lines and whatnot are running likely up to the airport and so on. That is out of power. DOT cameras in the area are also out of power. So we need to try to figure that out as to, did a tornado cross this area? Is it still crossing? We don't know, but we can tell you that the worst of the storm will be out over the lake within the next 5 to 10 minutes on the Milwaukee County side. However, it wasn't long ago that the Milwaukee Airport reported at least one tornado visually on the ground, which means they were able to see this thing. Now, as you look at the storm, as we're looking out over the airport in that same direction that they saw that tornado, it was to the southwest, you can't see anything here unless you catch it just at the perfect time with the lightning flash. And even with that, it might just look like a big wall of rain. But again, given that we had a confirmed tornado report from the airport and that we have a lot of power outages, we are making an assumption here that a tornado did indeed touch down based upon everything that's coming on through. The lightning frequency and the wind is intense here. Again, we're almost done, Milwaukee County. We are almost done with this threat, but this is one of the most intense storms to hit Milwaukee County in quite some time, according to at least what we're seeing right now with this activity. Racine, Kenosha counties, stay in your tornado-safe location. We could have these swirls, these spins along the line all the way down to the state line. So again, this is continuing here, but the worst of the weather is on the front side of the line, and that is almost out over the lake. Again, we are looking here at Layton Avenue, and we're looking right at the airport to the southwest. So again, you're looking right into the thick of this storm. Look at the lights down there on the right-hand side of your screen, and you can just see how heavy that rain is right now. So you need to stay in your tornado-safe spot until we clear you here, and we will shortly. But this is a nasty, nasty storm moving through southern Milwaukee County. Let me be clear. Sirens have been sounded through the entirety of Milwaukee County. Northern Milwaukee County is fine in terms of tornadoes. This is south of 94. Need to be clear on that. This is south of 94. If you're north of 94, you don't have a tornado threat, okay? It's this little area, this little curl that we had. And again, let's give it about another 6-7 minutes here before we kind of let everything go. But my goodness here. Okay, did it? Oh, all right. So the radar just kicked back on there, at least the terminal radar did. So that's good news. However, we are continuing with these tornado warnings. And again, just for expiration time purposes, 8:45 for southeastern Walworth, Racine, and Kenosha counties, and 8:45 for southern Milwaukee and southeastern Waukesha counties, although I have a feeling here these will be canceled a little bit early. I don't want you to leave your shelter yet. We've got to get the rest of this line through the area. And I want to also talk to our anchors and to our newsroom. Are we getting any reports right now, preliminarily, because the storm is still moving through, of power outages or any damage?
Yeah, we haven't gotten any damage reports, and we're waiting closely. I'm looking at the We Energy map. Me and Ted have both been looking at this. 4,784 without power. But honestly, Tom, I think that's outdated because that's sat for a little bit on those numbers. And, I mean, honestly, you're talking about the radar going out. So we know that there have been some power outages, and most of them are coming there from Racine County.
About 1 out of 5 in Racine County, including Franksville with 931. Franksville leads the state right now with outages. And there's in certain pockets where there's hitting western Racine County, getting a big brunt of them, Waukesha County as well.
Another concern, too, Tom, that is coming in, flooding. The flooding is back. There are issues with the flooding in certain neighborhoods. So, again, we talked about the wind is one damage, but we've been through the flash flooding not that long ago, and here we go again.
Is that in Milwaukee that we're getting that?
Yeah, we're getting that 43 south at Beecher. Once again, we used the phrase the other night, the usual suspects. Once again, that portion of the highway is shut down.
I will also say, as we look back in the past, just what the storm has done, out in Walworth County in the Janesville area, they're asking people not to go out and about. Lots of trees down, lots of power lines. So these storms have done a lot of damage all the way through here to Milwaukee County.
They have, and this has made it all the way to the lake. And again, that is something that, often we see doesn't happen all the time, right? And now the fourth one in a row here. And I'm telling you, look, I know how intense, we all know how intense this week has been, right? I'm telling you, let's get through this. We're almost done. You're going to love the 6-day planner when I show it to you, hopefully later on tonight.
Tom,
because there's no rain in it. So we got this. But again, the intense storm continues to move through. Tornado warnings continue. Hang out in your tornado shelter here for a little bit longer until we clear you. And then we're going to want to hear about any damage, and we're going to be working on this all night. I'm sorry, did I miss something there?
More of a question that I think a lot of people might have. When you say we're almost done with the tornado warning or the rainfall? Because as Ben mentioned, flooding is what a lot of people are really worried about as well, having what we just went through 48 hours ago.
Yes, and I'm glad I want to clarify that. Really, it will be both. In the short term, we are going to be done with the tornadic activity, again, within the next couple of minutes here, okay? But I'm going to zoom out the radar for you because, you know, we are going to be getting done with the heaviest of the rain here. It's almost done in Fort Atkinson. Now, there may be a little more in behind this, but just to give you an idea, to measure this out here, the rain is about 67 miles. The end of the rain is about 67 miles from the lake, and it is the back edge of the rain here, and I think this is important as well. The back edge of the rain is moving at about 30 miles per hour. So let's give it 2.5 hours for the rain to come to an end. What are we at here? About 8:23 at night. So let's say by 11 o'clock, the heavy rain is going to be on. Where are we here?
This is Summers, Tom. I will say power outages just jumped by 200. Franksville leads the way. Franksville's completely in the dark, it seems.
This is Summers right now.
Correct.
We're going to zoom into Summers here.
Look at the winds there. Wow.
Oh, my goodness. And there is a little couplet that is formed.
This is Kenosha County, for those who don't know where Summers is.
Just east of the interstate in Kenosha County. Oh, my goodness.
When you say, oh, my goodness, what is making you say that?
The fact that we are seeing these winds literally blowing around the interstate.
Who's in the path of this one, Tom? Who really needs to get in their basement right now?
This is anywhere in eastern Kenosha County needs to be in your tornado safe spot right now. If you are under a tornado warning, you need to be in your tornado safe location. And again, what this is showing here are insanely strong winds, to be honest with you. And you just see it blowing there. So the question is, are these strong straight line winds? It's a possibility as we are looking to the southeast, and these winds are obviously coming in from the north and northwest. But could it have been rotating at one point, right, is the question. And this area is under a tornado warning. And you can see here from the velocity scan right here. Again, very close to where we are looking at right now. I mean, look at it. That is unbelievable to just see that amount of wind being accentuated by the water there, though those cars don't seem to be having a huge issue. He had his hazards on there, or she had their hazards on.
And now it looks like that wind's dying down just as quickly as we saw it blowing as hard as it was. I mean, it's still going there, but it's a little bit different than just a few seconds ago.
Right. So anywhere in Racine and Kenosha counties, you need to be in your tornado-safe location right now.
If you're watching us at UW Parkside, for example, this is kind of heading right toward you.
Correct. And so, again, you know, even in Racine, you've got the heavy rain and the strong winds coming through. But, you know, if this little couplet, you know, is something, I mean, look at that in the, wow. Yeah. So that is certainly, certainly a concern. We're chatting here. Holly is typing to the National Weather Service as well. And we're now hearing over 1,000 without power in Racine County. I think that's going to surge as well. But
I mean, there's almost 1,000 out just in Franksville. Can we take the radar full real quick, Tom? I just want people to really get a good idea what's happening here that's just happened in the last few minutes.
So here you can see, and then we'll look at the velocity here in a moment. Milwaukee County, much better in terms of the severe weather threat, but the flooding is horrible at the moment. Now we look down into Racine. You have got wind and you have got a lot of rain, still a potential for a tornado. See right here? Right there. That aligns with the couplet over Summers, heading right into Kenosha. You need to be in your tornado-safe location immediately in this area until this pushes out over the lake. Let's take a look at the velocity. So we're still seeing just a little bit by Summers, and then again, maybe a little bit of a couplet there in Racine County. So again, much as we've been seeing here throughout the night is these little areas of rotation, but boy, was that an intense camera there from the Summers area. And just to reiterate here, tornado warnings are continuing. Let's see here. Looks like the severe thunderstorm warning for Waukesha County has been canceled. And see, now as these warnings are going away, now you're getting a better view of the flash flood warnings, right? Which that's going to become the story. But we need to finish out what's going on with these tornado warnings. And again, this one continues until 8:45 for southern Milwaukee County. They're going to hold on to that for the moment until it gets a little bit more out over the lake. All of these tornado warnings are until 8:45. Let's go back to the radar. And again, if there's any good news to report, it's that the back edge of the rain is already through Beaver Dam. So by 11 o'clock tonight, most of this rain is going to be done. It's not going to last until the morning and all that sort of a thing. Well, we may have a few more thunderstorms overnight. We're going to be looking much better. This is the worst of the rain as well right now for Milwaukee, for Racine, for Kenosha. But again, 15 minutes left on this warning. We'll see. It may be allowed to be canceled earlier, but I'm very concerned about Kenosha right now because of that couplet. Even Racine, you need to be in your tornado-safe spot. If you are farther west, in fact, I would say now, if you are west of the interstate in Racine, Kenosha counties, and even Milwaukee County, I think you're looking pretty good. Technically, a tornado warning is still in effect, but west of the interstate, especially in Racine and Milwaukee counties, you're looking good. Hang on in Kenosha County for a little bit. You still have a pretty hefty cell there all throughout the county. But again, things will start to trend up, but this is the most intense part of the storm in Racine and Kenosha counties with tornado warnings that continue in effect. So this, and just to reiterate that I believe it was the tower at Milwaukee Mitchell Airport did observe a tornado, and then the power started going out in some areas after that. We couldn't see it we did get the tower camera back. Oh, okay, so it sounds like it was a brief outage there, which is good. Is this live? Okay, obviously a much quieter view here from Mitchell. Even though there is still a tornado warning in effect, I'm not as concerned for areas near the airport any longer. They are going to keep the tornado warning in effect for...
that's for Summers.
That's for Summers. Okay. So they're just chatted with the Weather Service. Nothing imminent for Summers. At least from the National Weather Service standpoint. So that is certainly good news. I think it's passed anyways at this point. They're going to continue to run the tornado warnings until 8:45. Waukesha, you have just been lifted from the tornado warning. So let's take a look, Holly, at the warning map one more time, because again, it's a huge chunk of real estate here from southern Milwaukee County through Racine and Kenosha. Oh, but look. You can see here, just a little bit west of the interstate in Racine County, you've been lifted now. So Burlington, you've been lifted. Areas towards Waterford, you are now out of this as well. So again, things are starting to look up. Can we zoom in, Holly, on Milwaukee County? Because it does look like Yep, areas to the west, pretty much towards Franklin now, you have been cleared from the tornado warning. They're going to keep areas just to the north of Franklin under this for the moment, including the airport, just because of that little wraparound on the back side. But again, I'm feeling a lot better, Milwaukee County, than we were a few minutes ago. So let's hang on for another 15 minutes if you are still under these warnings. Let's zoom that out again. Now you can see the flash flood warnings that are coming into view here.
Hey,
as
Tom,
well.
a lot of people are now in the dark. This just exploded. We're now over 10,500 power outages, most of them coming from Racine County. Union Grove, wow. More than 4,000 customers in the dark now. Kansasville's in the dark with 1,500 customers. Franksville's almost 1,000. So Racine County really facing some power outages tonight as that number has just exploded.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate to see that, and I think we're going to see much more, right? As these reports come in, as the storms move out. Here's the other concern, right? You talk about power outages, unless you have a backup on your sump pump's out. You know what I mean? And that's going to be a problem for a lot of people tonight as well, just making the flooding issues worse as we can't handle any more water right now. Do me a favor, guys. Can you check the deep tunnel as well? I think I'm interested to know sort of what that is looking like. But again, the tornado warnings have been adjusted, meaning that areas here to the west are starting to be cut out of this now. So some of you have been freed up and are clear from the tornado warnings. Others of you still have more left to go. Again, and for just about another 12 minutes. Let's just be safe here. Let's ride this out together until 8:45, and then we're going to let that go. But then we're going to have the flooding threat. I think the tornado and severe threat will be done in about the next 10 to 15 minutes. And then we have the flooding threat. So the tornado and the wind and the hail threat will be done, but then the flood threat continues until the next several hours here. Let's go back to the radar.
Tom, real quickly, you asked about MMSD. They
Yes.
do have that overflow alert, but this started 8:30 on the 14th, and it's still going on as of right now. So they are still doing that combined sewer flow.
Wow. Well, thank you so much for that, Ted. And apparently we do have some flooding, a little bit of flooding. What is this? Okay, this is Brewers Boulevard here by the stadium. And yeah, you can see the water kind of collecting. Certainly not as bad as the other night. But I will say this, the flash flood warning out in Rock County, they have what they call a considerable tag on that. That's concerning. Again, I really think we're going to end up really having some issues, basement issues, and all those sorts of things as this continues to move through. But again, we are dealing with the tail end here of the tornado warnings that are in effect until 8:45. We've got another 10 minutes to go on these.
I just canceled the Milwaukee one.
Oh, good. Okay, perfect, Holly. Thank you. So they just canceled the Milwaukee tornado warning. Milwaukee County, southern Milwaukee County, you've been lifted. So now you've got the flash flood warning. That's going to run for most of the county, and that's going to go until 10:45 tonight at least, if not longer than that. So areas to the south, Raymond, Racine, Union Grove, Kenosha, and Salem, to name a few. You have the tornado warnings continuing for another 10 minutes. They're going to let this run for 10 more minutes just to be on the safe side. But let's take a look for you here. Yeah, Kenosha especially, you need to stay there for the next couple of minutes as the worst of the storm is hitting you now. And I would, just to be safe, especially east of the interstate in Racine County, holding your tornado safe spot here for just a little bit longer. Again, the worst is almost over here from the severe weather standpoint. And again, the lightning, and I know if you're in Kenosha, you're in Racine counties, it's loud. It's very loud right now, not to mention the torrential rain. Right? I mean, the lightning, the thunder, the wind, you have all of it right now. And again, this is sweeping right through the area, but it is almost out over the lake here. And again, within the next 10 minutes, this front side, the worst of it will be completely out over the lake, and the tornado warnings will be allowed to expire. So again, what's been happening here, similar to the last couple of nights, where we've had these rotations along the front of the line. And for the first time since I can remember, Milwaukee Airport reported seeing a tornado to the southwest. And we'll get more information on that, of course, after the storms roll through, if we actually did indeed see a touchdown and all sorts of things like that. But again, right now, the worst of the storm over Racine, over Kenosha, and it's going to last here for a little bit. I know it's heavy, but I believe the tornado warning will be allowed to expire at 8:45. We'll look at the rotation for you, just to be on the safe side here.
Tom, I just got some word out of Waukesha. They're starting to deal with the flooding on the southeast part of the city. Waukesha, we're getting some new photos just into the newsroom. We'll try and turn it for you. But yeah, now we're turning into a real flooding threat here.
Yeah, and you hate to hear that, right, Ben? And that's really, it's going to be an issue. It's going to be a big issue here for us. Now, just looking at the velocity component here of the radar, this is a lot of wind heading into Kenosha, and this is likely more downburst winds heading into Kenosha right now. Let's see here. Yeah, possibly on the order of 50 to 60 miles per hour, as we are now taking a look at the interstate here in Kenosha. And again, I think you've got some pretty strong winds coming on through. But again, I would anticipate the tornado threat is getting lower literally by the minute. So that is good news. Just hang out, let the storm, the worst of this thing, pass Kenosha until about 8:45. But you see, again, truckers there with the hazards on. This is some intense rain that's making its way through, not to mention the wind, not to mention the lightning and the thunder, and likely some big-time ponding on area roadways. So,
Tom, can you show us Union Grove?
Of course.
I'm going to tell you why here in a second. Ben brought up a remarkable stat. I mean, I wrote down at 8:27 the power outages were at 4,900 for all the state.
Hang on, let me turn the lighting off.
And then Ben, 3 minutes later, right, noticed it had doubled up to 10,000. Well, more than 4,000 of those are in Union Grove alone.
Really?
4,064.
Yeah, they're in the dark.
That is about half of the power outages, almost half of the power outages, right in Union Grove. That was in a path, clearly.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can even look back here real quick. What time did you say that was? 8:27?
At 8:27, it was 4,900 outage customers without power. 3 minutes later, when Ben noticed it had gone up to 10,000. So take us right around 8:30, if you would.
Look at this. Well, 8:15-ish,
yeah,
they had some pretty strong winds. Let's look at, we can just kind of take you back in the radar here, too, a little bit.
What's those numbers on Kansasville, too? I just reached out to the fire chief. He says they're all good down there. They may be in the dark, but no emergencies that they're at right now, which is good to hear down in Kansasville.
Kansasville has 1,500, though.
Yeah. So you know, if power equipment goes out, that's one thing. But yeah, I mean, they were definitely in the thick of it with these storms coming through.
Right, and this is the same part of the storm that's hitting Racine right now. And Kenosha, of course, as well. So Milwaukee, look, even the intensity of the rain has come down for you now, which is certainly good news. Racine, Kenosha, you're still in this, but if you go west of the interstate, in Racine County, the rain starts to drop off rather dramatically, especially in the northwestern part of the county. So again, stick with us for 5 more minutes on that tornado warning. We're going to stick with you all the way, at least through our 10 o'clock news tonight, until 11 o'clock, to be with you as this is now going to turn into a flooding threat. And then a damage cleanup threat, depending on what's happened here. And that, is we still have a couple more cells off to the west. And so this is the main line coming through. This area, as of now, is moving to the northeast. So as long as that keeps moving northeast, we should be okay. We may have a few more thunderstorms later in the overnight, but this is the worst. And this is, again, the final batch of the rounds that we've had, the 4 rounds of storms. And again, this is the worst of it right now, but it will be getting better here very, very shortly. So again, the tornado warnings are going to run for another 4 minutes. Look at all the warnings down south now, too. I mean, oh my goodness, look at Illinois. I mean, all the way down that same line. Look at this line of storms. The first time we've been able to actually zoom out. So this line is going from the U.S.-Canadian border all the way down. So it's what, 400 miles to the Wisconsin border and then all the way down to Tulsa, Oklahoma. It's over 1,000 miles long. That is just wild.
Does Chicago have to worry about this tonight, Tom?
Yes. So Chicago.
Oh yeah, they're just.
Yeah, they're well. Yeah, they've got to worry about. So the line. Hang on a minute here. The line obviously is northeast to southwest. So we're getting it now. However, they're going to get it a little bit later here into Chicago. So yeah, they're going to get hit pretty hard here too.
Got a new report from your colleague, Rob Haswell, has got a report in Waukesha. Again, we're talking about the flooding that's going on in Waukesha right now. Les Paul and Racine Avenue, downtown. So a new area of Waukesha. As you said it, Tom, we're going to start seeing all sorts of flooding pop up all over the place.
Yeah, absolutely. And, okay, Jeff, we'll get there in just a moment. The tornado warnings will be expiring in less than 3 minutes. So hang with me here for a minute. Then we're going to go to our Stephanie Barrichello because now we're going to be dealing with the flooding aspect of this. Now, the tornado watch runs until 10. They might let that run, but I think the tornado threat, once within 2 minutes here we see these tornado warnings go, it's really going to be a flash flood threat. Then we're going to talk to our Stephanie Barrichello here in just a moment. And then the flooding or the heaviest rain should be done by about 11. And then we may still have a little more rain here and there overnight, but nothing like we're seeing right now. So again, less than 2 minutes away, these tornado warnings are going to drop out. I sincerely hope that everybody is okay. This was a very scary situation for everybody involved, especially given when we heard about a tornado being seen on the ground not far from the airport. And again, we'll try to get that validated to see, indeed, was it on the ground and that sort of a thing. But I'll be honest with you, it's been a very long time that, we've had a situation where we've gotten reports of tornado touchdowns to this extent in Milwaukee. And that very much could have happened here earlier this evening. So stick with me for one more minute, and then we're going to go over to Stephanie here.
To your point, it was March of 2000, the last one spotted near the airport.
Correct, March 8th of 2000, right?
Memory.
Yep, and that was a bad one. That one actually hit the air, that touchdown on the field back, and that actually tore through St. Francis. Many of you might remember that, and I remember hearing from many of you there, yes. Many of you remember March 8th of 2000, and that was also the earliest calendar year tornado on record in Milwaukee County. So again, we'll have to see kind of what happened here. Stick with me for 30 more seconds. We'll look at the radar here again real quick.
And while we're waiting for those to expire, Tom, let's give you some good news. Sam Kramer's in Tosa driving around. Hart Park often floods in these situations. Not happening right now. So
good.
Touch wood that Tosa seems to be okay for now.
Right. Absolutely. Okay, here we go. You want to do a countdown to get rid of these here? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and gone. All right, so the tornado warnings have expired. We still have a tornado watch in effect until 10 o'clock. Flash flood warnings continue until 10:45. Now let's go over to our Stephanie Barrichello. Stephanie, you've been doing a great job all afternoon and evening. Tell us what you've experienced, what you're experiencing, and where you're at.
Hi, Tom. Well, thank you. You and Holly have also done such a fantastic job. We're on the road right now. We are on 76th Street. We have crossed into northern Racine County. We just earlier wanted to pass by the intersection of Ryan Road and 76th Street in Oak Creek. Heard of a little bit of damage there. We saw just a couple of branches down, nothing major, a couple of garbage cans toppled, but it seemed like everybody still had power. So that was some great news. So now we're actually heading south still. We're going to go check out Union Grove. Obviously, it is still pretty heavily raining, though it's not as bad as what it was earlier. Just before the tornado warning was issued for Milwaukee County, we were sitting in the South Shore parking lot, and the rain was just coming down. And then we moved north a little bit more. We have seen some minor ponding on roadways, but kind of to Sam's point, we haven't really seen anything major yet. We did make a point to drive through West Dallas earlier, where, you know, we do still sometimes see those problem areas and flooding. But again, some ponding on roadways, but thankfully nothing too bad as of yet, and hoping for more good news in that department again going forward. So going around a roundabout now, we are going to make our way, let's see, east is where we are going to head now, or west, sorry, to 6 Mile Road. Again, on our way to Union Grove, and then maybe the airport after that, Tom. We're just checking some spots out after what has been such a crazy last hour with all these little pockets of rotation. I think it's going to be a busy day tomorrow of recapping everything that we saw here in southeast Wisconsin. But again, we are in Racine County. We are heading towards Union Grove. When we drove through Oak Creek earlier, we only saw a little bit of damage. I know I've got a friend off of Ryan Road as well. So hoping for, oh yeah, she says too, didn't really notice anything major. So that's just part of the Oak Creek area. We'll continue to keep an eye out for other reports. But for now, we are going to make our way through Racine County, and we'll continue to update you if we do end up seeing anything. We're still about 15 minutes out, so we've got some time to drive. And again, still actively raining. We'll watch out for some flash flooding. I mean, there is still a lot of standing water. Even earlier when we were out west earlier this afternoon, because we started in Janesville, it really was amazing to see how much standing water there still is across southern Wisconsin. So unfortunately, with the additional rain today, we all know that that is unfortunately going to get worse before it gets better. But that's the very latest. We'll continue to keep you updated, Tom. Thank you again for all of your hard work. You've just been such a trooper the last couple of days.
Well, thank you, Stephanie, likewise. And kudos to the National Weather Service here. I mean, the amount of warnings, I haven't even been able to count yet how many warnings we've had over the course of the last week. I would just venture to say here it's more than we probably typically get in a several-year time span. But again, thank you, Stephanie. You have been all around today, our Sam Kramer as well. And we're going to be checking in with everybody again here as we head throughout our newscast. But I just want to update you here on a couple of things. Number one is the worst of the thunderstorms are now moving east out over the lake. So that is good news. We're still going to get some heavier rains sweeping into Kenosha County. So the flooding is far from over at this point. But let's hope it's not as bad as the other night. This is the back edge of the rain. This should be moving in by about 11 o'clock tonight. We may see a few more thunderstorms overnight. Nothing too crazy, though, out of that during the overnight hours. And then once we get into tomorrow, it's going to be chilly and totally dry. Sam Kramer is driving here. He's by American Family Field. Oh, boy. Sam, this is the place that got hit so hard the other night. What are you seeing there right now?
Yeah, a little triggering, I would imagine, for some folks that maybe had gotten their car stuck on Brewers Boulevard here outside of American Family Field after that game. But good news, we were able to just come right through. No pooling, no ponding, no nothing, just kind of heavy rain. Now, I know 43rd can get a little rough up here as we pass through National, so we'll see how that is doing. But as Ted alluded to, the internal Slack message I shared with you guys, we were driving around Tosa, not getting out of the truck that we are in. I didn't see the Menominee over the bridge in the Tosa Village, so that by Cafe Hollander and Buckets of Bond. But from what we could see, I didn't really see anything at Hart Park either. And the Menominee River Parkway and the stretch that we were on from North Ave all the way down to where it converts into State Street was fine. That's just for now. I'm not saying it's going to stay that way later, but for the time being, it is okay. So we're going to check out. I think we're going to, based on hearing where everybody else is, I think we're your local crew. So we're going to kind of go around and see what we're seeing in terms of flash flooding. And we will certainly let you know if we see anything, as the story is now changing from those tornado warnings that we seem to attract for some reason.
and which is just wild. Sam, we greatly appreciate you and your photographer tonight. Be safe. We will pass along any flood reports that we receive here as well. Again, I think things are really starting to improve. As you see there, the intensity of your rain has certainly improved over the course of the last, I mean, still raining at a good clip, but not like it was, half an hour ago, right?
Oh, yeah, it's way better. As I pan over here, you got a little bit of accumulation in the turn lane there to go what would be west on Greenfield. But overall, at least from what we're seeing right now, 43rd seems to be in good shape. There hasn't really been a lot of lightning lately. Every now and then we'll get a flash. But boy, from what we have seen earlier tonight, we'll take what we are seeing right now 10 times out of 10.
Wow. Well, Sam, thank you so much. You guys be safe. And we will check in with you here shortly as well. And as you see with the radar, it's still a lot of lightning going on out there, but as you see with the radar, the worst of the thunderstorms are coming to an end. Now, we still have to deal with some heavy rain, but again, the back edge of that rain is moving through Jefferson County. Dodge County, you're just about completely dry. I heard from a viewer in Fond du Lac who said, we didn't get much of anything. Count yourself lucky, because it was very nasty over the course of the last hour across a big chunk of the central and southern parts of our viewing area. And some of our northern counties, you had a lot of rain, a little bit of hail, a little bit of wind as well. But again, we are still going to see this rain all the way into we're done, and we have no rain chances ahead for the next several days. So guys, I want to bring our anchors back in here as well. I want to give a big shout out to my colleague meteorologist Holly Baker, who has been here again, driving us here throughout the night on our computer system. And now we're kind of in this hoping that we don't have any damage, right? And hoping, and the good news is with Sam and Stephanie, yes, it's wet out, but we're not seeing the levels of flooding that we saw just the other night.
But the rain is still coming down and will be, you said, until 10:30,
until 11.
So
yes,
while the wind is no longer a factor, we now go from wind concerns to water concerns.
Correct, but at least the heaviest of the rain is moving out. And what we noticed the other night when we had that squall line come through at about 8 p.m., remember it was during the Brewers game, right, and all that, and this is
Waukesha here. This is what they're dealing with out in Waukesha. I think this is the southeast corner of the city.
Okay. Oh, yeah, look at that. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, pictures coming in.
Okay.
This is Mugwanago. The person who just sent this to me, I said, what river is that? And then I was like, wait a second. He's like, that's just a ditch. That's just a ditch on the side of the road, one of those drainage ditches. It's turned into a river tonight. Luckily, no reports of any wind damage in Mugwanago. But look at what this rainfall has done, Tom.
Wow. So it looks at this point that, the other night it was Milwaukee County and a little bit of Waukesha County, and now this is Waukesha County that has really taken the brunt. As of now, we haven't heard yet from Racine and Kenosha, as they're still really actively storing. Oh, look at this.
Yeah. My hope in Milwaukee is that 2 nights ago, some of those clogged drains were exposed, and that when all the flooded areas, all those drains got cleaned out, and so tonight will be a better go of it. And so far, as Sam just went through Brewers Boulevard, that is the case. But yeah, look at that scene out in Waukesha County.
DPW more proactive this time around in clearing those sewer grates and sewer drains. So hopefully, to Ben's point there. But yeah, it's doing what a ditch is supposed to do, carry that water, but it looks like a rapids at some parts of that.
Yeah, well, I mean, that looks like a river, doesn't it? You almost wonder how people's driveways are going to be.
And basements.
Oof,
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is a lot of water, and yeah, this is now the phase of the storm we're going to get to.
That's somebody's driveway. Like, how is they supposed to get into their home right there?
Right.
Wow.
All right, so that's somebody driving and taking pictures. Let's take a look at what it was like to drive in it. This is from the town of Sharon. Okay, okay.
Person who sent this in said all those cars just pulled over. They were not messing around. They couldn't see anything.
Well, and this was not far from those tornado warnings either. I mean,
doesn't the sky look a little different too? Like, am I crazy to think that, Tom?
No, not at all. I mean, they were in the thick of this tonight in Walworth County, and we saw the wall clouds. We've heard about, the funnel clouds. And we hope that we didn't have any touchdowns. But, we don't know. I guess if there is good news at this point is we don't have any damage or significant damage reports. But again, what happens with these systems is you've got to wait for, people aren't walking out in the middle of a downpour, right, to see that, their trees have gone down or something like that. Obviously, the power outages, like you were mentioning in Racine County, are very concerning, obviously, because something blew, be it a transformer or trees fell on lines or what have you. So clearly we're going to have some damage, right? But hopefully it's kept to a minimum. But, this is just, you're absolutely right, Ben, in that, this was definitely, I think, right in the peak. Well, you also have to consider, too, it was a little bit lighter at this point than it was in Milwaukee, right? So it probably looks a little spooky because the sun was setting, or maybe it just set. Maybe it was still a little twilight at that point as well. But just a rough night yet again.
So you think it'll be first light or sometime tomorrow before we can actually confirm if something touched down in Milwaukee County? I know it was spotted, but...
Yes, that is correct. Unless we get video or something, but what will likely... That's an incredible lightning bolt right there. What will likely happen is the National Weather Service will go out tomorrow and do a damage survey, kind of like they did the other day in Waterford and Lisbon, right, and all those different areas. And they will go out tomorrow and survey any damage that there is. Now, here's the thing. I think if it was spotted by the tower, and they said, look, we saw it, and that was kind of an official report, they might be able to go with that even if there is no damage. However, tornadoes are rated and surveyed by the damage they cause. So in other words, if a tornado touches down and there's no evidence of any damage or that it touched down, you can't really say that it touched down. See what I mean? And that's where, when you talk about the EF scale of tornado intensity, that's based on damage. And this is a crazy stat. When I worked in Nebraska at the beginning of my career, we had a massive tornado in the middle of a field. I mean, it was like cantaloupe-sized hail and that kind of stuff. And it was rated an EF1 or an F1 because it didn't hit anything. But had it hit something, it would have been, a 5. So that's the other thing to consider as they go out and survey this. It's based upon the damage that it causes. That's some incredible lightning there. This was downtown? Looks like. Wow. Wow. Yeah. And again, isn't that something? That the lightning has obviously been such a huge factor in this as well. And that is an indicator of the fact that, and I'm just going to look here at our, I'll look later. We're 30 seconds out from Fox 6 News at 9, where we're going to kind of do a reset here and kind of give you a full summary. But you guys, it has been a night once again, and we are trending on a positive track, even though we still have rain around. We have a lot to cover. We have got reporters in the field. We have got our newsroom. Guys, it has been a night once again, and we are trending on a positive track, even though we still have rain around. We have a lot to cover. We have got reporters in the field. We have got our newsroom working in overdrive as Fox 6 News at 9 starts now.
With stories that matter to you, Fox 6 News at 9 starts right now with breaking news.
And we start at 9 with severe storm coverage. Tornado watch continues for us. A lot of this, though, is moving out over the lake.
Yeah, that's right. You still see that lightning. You hear the thunder, and you can certainly see the rain coming down. Let's get it right back over to Chief Meteorologist Tom Walks for an update on where we are. We don't want to say we're out of the woods, Tom, by any means, but boy, it seems like things have diminished a little bit in terms of intensity in the Milwaukee County area.
100%, you guys. Now, are we 100% out of the woods? No, we're not, but we're getting there. we're getting there now, and it is the worst of this is over in terms of the intensity, anyways, of the storms and of the rain. Now, that doesn't mean that we still aren't going to have flash flooding and that sort of a thing. We're hearing out of parts of Waukesha County. It's pretty bad right now in some areas. Flash flood warnings will continue until at least about 10:45, 11 o'clock tonight. There is a tornado watch that runs for another hour until 10 o'clock, but I have a feeling that's going to be canceled early. There is still a tornado warning down to the south. It's really more of a flood issue. There is a flood watch that runs until 7 a.m., and that's simply because all the water's got to start to run through, right? Now, let's take a look at the radar as, again, all warnings have expired. We had a lot of tornado warnings tonight, and we had several severe thunderstorm warnings tonight. We had possible tornadoes rolling through as well. The worst of the storms are now out over Lake Michigan. Still some heavy rain coming into Kenosha, but this is the back edge of the rain here, and that's going to move out of Milwaukee after about 11 o'clock tonight. Now, we still have some rain and some storms scattered about off to the west, so we may see a little more rain overnight, but by morning, we're going to be completely dry here. So I just want to show you once again that we still have the flash flood warnings, and I think that's going to be the big story now. You want to check your basements, check your sump pumps. There are a lot of power outages now across the area. But again, that tornado watch should be gone soon. The flash flooding will get better as we head through the overnight hours. And I just want to show you here as well as we broaden the view out a little bit. I'm going to broaden this out even just a little bit more here for you, because what you'll notice is this was the main line that came through, and that line is starting to push out now. Now, we did have a report from Milwaukee Mitchell Airport of a visual of a tornado earlier, back when we had the tornado warning over Milwaukee County. Now, we'll see if that ends up getting confirmed. As of right now, obviously the rain is still rolling through, so we haven't, at least as of this point, heard of any significant damage. But the severe thunderstorm end of this is done, and by 11 o'clock, the steadiest of the rain will be done with just a few stragglers off to the west. And then, guys, we can be done with the severe weather threat for quite some time, through at least all of next week. We'll have an update for you coming up in just a couple of minutes. But again, all at least severe weather, severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings are done. Flash flood warnings continue for just a bit longer. Back over to you.
All right, Tom, we're going to keep it here for a second because we do want to talk because of all the rain, and we've got some new video.
Okay.
Especially when that tornado warning came out by the airport. We're working to turn that, but our viewers have been excellent in sending in, great. And some people have gotten some pretty close shots of the cloud. What are we looking at here?
This is Union Grove right now, and we are hearing that Union Grove has lost some power. I don't know if we're able to put up the everything's dark in Union Grove. As you can see there, the street lights, everything. Boy, houses, it is a really dark scene there. We haven't had widespread power outages, but Stephanie, you're in that area traveling along there, and obviously very dark roads there. When did you first notice that the power was out in that area?
Hi, Mary. It was the second we entered Union Grove. You saw the sign and everything was dark, and we're talking blocks of power outages. Now, the good news is that I haven't really seen much in the way of damage, but there absolutely is no power. I mean, we just keep going, and all of these buildings are out. There's a few people driving around, otherwise it's very quiet. Rain is still coming down, of course. There's also still a lot of lightning, which I know Tom has mentioned already as well. But yes, we are on Main Street, I believe. And again, not really seeing much in the way of damage. It really is just how dark it is as we just continue to go down this street. There is absolutely no power at all. We did drive through Oak Creek earlier and only saw a little bit in the way of a couple of tree limbs down, but small branches, nothing major. Most of Oak Creek that we drove through still had power, and we didn't see too much in the way of standing water. So it was actually okay in Oak Creek earlier. It looks like some of the buildings now maybe having power. At least we're passing one here in Union Grove that it looks like it's maybe the community bank.
Is everyone
that has
behaving
power,
there,
but
Steph?
Otherwise, as we continue.
As you come up to the intersection there, like the cars seem to all stop at that intersection. I will say you're in the thick of it. New numbers from We Energies, 10,893 people without power. 4,000 of them, 4,064 are in Union Grove. So that is the leader in the power outages. But has it made it tough to just drive through town with all those lights? I don't know how many lights Union Grove has. But they're all out right now.
Yeah, it was kind of eerie because we did have a little bit of at least a few more lights earlier when we were driving, and then it was just instant. You noticed how dark it was.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's pretty obvious at this point, guys.
Yeah, you were. We'll move on here. You were saying something before that, but we are efforting a comment and a Zoom interview with We Energies here to find out exactly what's going on. You know, a couple days ago they called in extra crews to restore any energy or any lights, electricity for people who had lost their power, and boy, did they work expeditiously. I mean, they were fast. Milwaukee County was just over 9,000, and then within an hour they had it down to just about 2,000 without power. Little solace for people without power during something like this, but you know, people hopefully at some point can get or have access to a backup generator or a generator if they're worried about sump pumps in that area. I gotta ask, Steph, is that one of those lower lying areas where homes there could be prone to flooding, basements, etc.?
Oh, I'm sure at least a few. I mean, when we first moved into Union Grove, you could tell that there was, at least in some of the more open areas, still some standing water. So I'm sure, and you know these areas, it's like where I live as well. I mean, our homes are on the older side, so I would imagine there are at least a few that will probably be prone to flooding at this point in time. We are actually on our way out of Union Grove now. We're going to try to make our way down to Racine too. But again, as we passed through that area, just everybody was without power. So we'll keep you updated as we get closer to Racine. Again, the good news is that I'm not seeing a ton of standing water on roadways. It, of course, is still actively raining, so we'll still continue to go slow as we are heading into Racine. But for now, besides the power outages, I did not see any other damage. It's dark, so it's kind of hard to tell, but I did not see anything noticeable, and roadways are still pretty good. But if you're in this area, again, just be safe. Back to you.
Absolutely. It looks like cars are staying off the road for the most part, so we'll definitely check back, Steph. Thanks.
All right, I want people to see this video because it's just in from Cudahy, and this is the Ring camera. And maybe Tom, if we can open his mic, because this is our first good look at some of the clouds that were near that tornado-warned storm overhead. And what's unique, I think that's sleet, or hail that is in the front yard there. And as this video plays out, watch the lightning. It picks up in intensity, I think, as it gets closer. Tom, do we have you? I might be taking a quick break here, but I mean, this is just an impressive. Yeah. It's really close, Tom, right, to where, look, you said, the only time we can see the clouds is when the lightning goes off.
Yep, and so it's interesting because you definitely see, I mean, you see something there, right? Now, is that it's hard to tell, obviously. Could that be a rope-type tornado? You know what I mean? Maybe. It's hard to tell, and we were trying to diagnose this as we were watching it, right, as it was happening. I mean, it's hard to tell. I mean, you know what I mean? But I'll tell you, the rotation was there. There's no doubt that there was rotation, and I'm interested to hear the report out of the Milwaukee airport saying that they saw one to the southwest as well, because I mean it's certainly a possibility.
Yeah, in fact, Tom, Milwaukee Mitchell did briefly issue a shelter in place right around 8 o'clock. It was lifted about 8:30. They were saying no tornadoes reported at the airport, no damage reported. Airlines and the airport have resumed normal operations, but certainly they were in the shelter in place for about a half hour because of the cause for concern there.
Yeah, and I heard from a viewer who said that, he was in the bathroom. And, if you've ever been to look at this. This is by the stadium. Oh, yeah, Mitchell Boulevard. Here we go again with more flooding. And you can see the barricades up there. Respect the barricades, right? That's a huge point to make here. It's interesting because if you've ever been to the airport, be it Milwaukee, Chicago, you always see the storm shelter signs, right? They're usually pointing towards the bathrooms. And you've got to give huge credit, to the airport, for having that plan and for activating that plan. And think about it. I mean, think about all of the windows that are at all the gates. You know what I mean? Like, there are, even if you have 70-mile-per-hour winds, if you have a stick in 70-mile-per-hour winds and it flies into one of those windows, you're gonna have a glass problem, right? So kudos to them, and kudos to everyone for taking shelter tonight. We have new video out of Oak Creek. Let's take a look. All right, so we're watching this together. Adam, thank you for this. Let's see. Oh, look at that. I'm looking in the distance there.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
What are you doing?
Do you see it?
Babe, stop yelling.
I mean, that certainly looks like a wall cloud to me. And maybe, hard to tell if there's anything reaching the ground, but
it was interesting that it came from the airport originally, Tom. So we just got that statement from the airport saying there was no tornado at the airport, no damage. But it was those people up in the tower, and they're trained as they shut the airport down. The first thing they're doing, they're focusing in on the storms. And they said, Tom, as you reported on air, that they saw a tornado. And so these people are pretty close to where that is as well.
And it was to the southwest of the airport, I believe, is where they saw it. So that would line up with Adam's video there as well. So, yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how that shakes out. Now, here's the good news, at least as of right now, outside of the flooding, which is a big deal. Although, again, you look at Mitchell Boulevard, that's pretty rough, right? But some of those areas that had the really bad flooding the other night are not seeing as bad of flooding tonight. And that's really good news. And the fact that the rain intensity is winding down also speaks volumes to the fact that I don't think that this is, if it's not as bad now Waukesha County may be a totally different story, but I'm just talking about what we're seeing here from our cameras right now, may not be quite as bad, which would certainly be good news. But now the question is, and I think this will be telling, going back to the tornado aspect of this and the wind, do we have any damage reported? Walworth County, we haven't talked much about since the warnings. And we know for sure that there was rotation in Walworth County. Power outages, you guys want to give an update here on that?
Yeah, I'm just saying 10,000. It's interesting. I was looking at Franklin because I'm like, how many people are without power in Franklin? It's at 241, and it's been that way pretty much since the storm came through. I want to go back to that shot of Brewers Boulevard. Can we look at those crews that are now, looks like they're trying to find the drain, if we could take that full, or I'm sorry, Mitchell Boulevard on the south side here. Look at that. Those are the crews. And Mary, this is what, 2 nights ago, it was like crew was going spot to spot to spot. The good news is there are far fewer issues that we're hearing about. But, okay, this is just west of the ballpark, right? Okay, so same kind of area that's been dealing with issues. But look at them as they're, looking for the drain to figure out where it's clogged so they can get all that water out of there. MMSD, we talked about this earlier. They've thrown in the towel. It's been mercy since a couple nights ago. They've opened the floodgates. There is a combined sewer stormwater event happening. It's been happening for the last couple of days. And so all of this water, it could very well end up out in Lake Michigan because there's just no more room for it in the deep tunnel, and there's no room for it down at the facilities that treat the water. So those floodgates are open.
And can we just say these folks deserve a raise right here?
Yes.
They would agree with you.
They deserve a raise. To be out in this weather and standing in that water, trying to, figure out where the drain is and clean that out. Hats off. And same thing to the power crews, to the first responders. And I'm not just talking about tonight. This is an unprecedented series of storms for southeastern Wisconsin. And as we calm down next week, we'll talk more about, getting into that. But hats off to everybody and to the folks at home, to our viewers, with your kids constantly going into the basement and the fear and the anxiety. I mean, day after day, we're all so tired, right? But hats off to everybody, because this is, it's a trying time, but you guys all did what you were supposed to do. And I'm going to be honest with you. You hear all the time tornadoes crash through areas and you get a lot of fatalities. And I'm so blessed that we all in our area did what we were supposed to do. And, everybody listened and everyone, took these storms seriously. And that's a huge credit to our viewers and how amazing they are, from the reports to the videos to the photos and to doing what you're supposed to do. And we greatly appreciate you for that, because that's the whole reason why we do what we do. And now I have very good news to report, and that is here at 9:16 on this Friday night, the tornado watch has been canceled. The tornado watch is no longer in effect, so now we have the flash flood warnings that continue for a few more hours, but the severe weather threat is not only over for tonight, but it is over for at least the next week. So, and most of the rain chances, once we get the rain out of here, gone till probably a week from Sunday or something like that. So as we look at the flooding here tonight, we've been begging for dry time, right? And we are going to get a whole lot of it upcoming. So again, there's a lot of positives to look forward to here. And again, I just hope tonight, and we all hope tonight, that the damage is minimal and that the power outages stay on the lower side, and that we can have a good weekend and a nice quiet weekend around here, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. The thing is now with all this flooding, Tom, it's just a matter of drying out and, hopefully we get some sun out to soak up all of the saturated lawns, all of the saturated areas, perhaps basements that did get some flooding there. I mean, I know we're still in the thick of this now, and that's where we want to keep our focus. But people are probably thinking, okay, is the sun going to come out in the next couple of days to help sop all this up?
Yes, and you know what? I'll give you the answer right now. The answer is yes. In fact, starting tomorrow, partly sunny skies, and it's going to, I don't have any rain or significant cloud cover in the forecast starting tomorrow all the way through next Thursday at this point. So we're looking good, and we need that. I mean, we just need, now it's going to get chilly, which we'll talk about later, but I don't think any of us will mind, because the colder weather means we don't have the moisture to support what we've been seeing for the last couple of days.
Kind of new alert down in Oak Creek, 241 at Elm Road. So that's over by, there's farms down there, and this would be south of the airport. The road's closed because of the weather. There's some water in the road. So just, if you're in the Oak Creek area, just know you got standing water there as well, and you got to be careful.
Absolutely. And that's now the story tonight, right? Is going to be the standing water. We still have a little bit of rain overnight yet to push through, but the bulk of the rain will be done by 11 o'clock here. And, it's just, I'll be honest with you, it's going to take a while, it's going to take a while to process this week. Right. Because, and I can tell you, I've worked in Tornado Alley. I worked there for 8 years. I've never experienced a week like this. I mean, really, it is so unusual. I worked in Kansas City, never saw anything like this. And, it is taxing on everybody, right? And we all know this, right? And I'm not just talking about, working on television. It's everybody. It is taxing because it's constant, right? And it's exhausting to have to worry about it, right? And to have to think about, is my basement going to flood, and all sorts of things. And, it's an unprecedented moment here. And so thankfully, the weather pattern is going to shift. And I'm so blessed that that's going to happen, because we couldn't handle another one. You know what I mean? And we don't have to deal with this, thankfully, after tonight. But yeah, I mean, this is really, this is what, I think this string of events is what we're going to be talking about for quite some time.
Tom, at this time, just even a few days ago, it seemed like there was more rain during that last system, so much more collateral damage. Is it just because it was more widespread? It hadn't kind of calmed down by 9:20? I mean, I know that there's probably, is there a way to do some measuring at this point? I know it's early, but.
Sure. Yeah. In fact, I can take a look here. So basically, the multi-day rain totals as of yesterday were in the 5 to 7 inch range. I can tell you that Milwaukee Airport had over 7.5 inches for the month so far, and that was before tonight. Okay. That's an all-time record for the month of April, and it's only April 17th. Now, tonight, we ended up, this morning, my goodness, we ended up with quite a bit of rain this morning with over an inch. I'm sorry, no, that was yesterday's. So let's just talk about today's rain, which was about 0.56 so far at Mitchell, although that's likely to go up. Here at our station, we're only at 0.33, so we've actually gotten pretty lucky. But the multi-day totals, again, are in that 5, 6, 7 inch amounts of rain. Mm-hmm. So yes, in answer to your question, I think that the rain overall was lighter than what we had the other night, in part because this is a progressive line of thunderstorms. So you see how the line moved in at, 8 o'clock, 7:45, 8 o'clock into Milwaukee, but the heaviest was quicken out. The issue the other night is we had that west to east band over Interstate 94 before the line came through. So we had all that added extra rain. So yes, you're 100% correct, Mary, in that there was more rain the other night than this. But where we're lucky is I think the drains are a lot clearer, as Ben talked about, but also, this is a much more progressive rain, meaning that it's still heavy, but it's not lingering as long as some of those last systems were.
Right, yeah. This is an ongoing event, though, for people to our south, Tom, down in Illinois. It just shows how powerful this system was tonight, that we had severe weather all the way up here in Wisconsin and all the way down, and I believe it's continuing at this hour, correct?
I'm sorry, was that directed at me?
Yeah, I was just saying that the storms are now affecting Illinois. They don't have, I don't know if Chicago is being affected right now as I'm looking at the map, and this is still, for our area, a lightning producer. Let's stay home for a second here, because this is a new picture that just popped up. Sam Kramer is now at that spot where we're seeing the flooding at Mitchell, and you can see law enforcement's out, and now we are getting a better look. Oh, no. Is that a car that went through it? We got another one. I can't tell, but it might be a crew. We're going to get a better idea in a second here. There's the spot from up above, but do you see the flashing lights? Man, were we used to that. And I'm not sure if this was already a construction area, because look how many barrels are in this intersection. On the right, you can see those crew, they are still working the drains. I believe we have Sam Kramer available now. Sam, what are you seeing out there?
Yeah, so that SUV you see with the flashers on is a different television crew. But
oh, okay, good. I do not want anyone to lose their car tonight.
Right. This is where they're working on drains, which would be the on-ramp onto 94 from Mitchell, which, I'll be honest, I don't believe this is often used unless there's a Brewers game going on. But there's guys here actively working on the drains. So right now this is closed off to the left here because of this flooding. So yeah, that's what we're seeing.
Looks like, there's a car there, the hazard's on. Maybe that is a car that is stranded. I'm not able to see from this vantage point if anybody is in that car. And Sam, you were headed to the airport, correct? Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just kidding. That's a news vehicle, so yeah, there's nobody in there right now.
Right, okay.
Sheriff has this blocked off right here. And again, this isn't necessarily a busy thoroughfare, particularly when there's not a game going on. So this is the one thing we've seen. I mean, I gotta tell you, like, we drove around Tosa, we drove around Milwaukee, around Beecher, we saw some flooding, but it was behind barricades, so it was nowhere that anyone could actually go already. As I'm looking over here, there's a gentleman walking over this way, so not sure exactly the the extent of what happened because we just pulled up here. So if we can get out, we'll take a look at it.
Yeah. So in terms of you were headed to the airport, on your way there right now to where you are in that location, how were the roads and how were the flooding and did you see any power outages that you were able to notice?
Along 6th Street, we saw some of the street lights were out between Greenfield and between Beecher. We tried to take Beecher over to the freeway, but that is closed for road construction. Really beyond that, there wasn't too much. I think the roads are in pretty good shape. I will say 43rd Street. So when you took us last, we were at Brewers Boulevard, coming down the Stadium Freeway spur and into kind of the south side there. We're like 43rd and National, and we're just turning around here. There was some pooling starting to happen on 43rd south of National. And so we were able to see that happen, but for the time being, it was really just a little bit, nothing that wasn't, nothing that was nearly like what we saw the other day.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Yeah, it really looks like they've got this under control here. Sam, you have been all over the place today. I mean, you started out west. There's a great shot of them. I mean, that just shows you how deep that water is. Sam, that's some of the hardest rain I think we've ever seen a news crew out and about in. It just shows you how powerful those storms were that you were in several times today.
Yeah, I have to tell you, that was really something. Photographer Jake Salzman and I were talking figuratively. It felt like we had a tornado tied to a string on our car. It just seemed like everywhere we went was where the warning went. And we were parked out in Eagle, just making our way out there, and it started to pick up. We were with you guys at that time. I think this was a little after 6 o'clock. All of a sudden it started picking up. The sky turns more of a green. It gets to hail, and we start to realize, I think we're in the middle of it again. So then we had to go back. Can't tell you how many times we started going one direction, flipped around to go the other direction because we found ourselves in harm's way again. We left you in Hales Corners at Highway 100 in Janesville, setting up a shot of the skies there with a ton of lightning. Oh, boom, right away, Hales Corners in the southern side of Milwaukee County gets hit with more tornado warnings with the confirmed site from the airport. It was, on one hand exhilarating, but on another totally frightening. Just not knowing the strength of what's coming behind you. So yeah, this I put on my Facebook page. This will be something that I will remember for a long time.
Oh wow! And how was the traffic at that point? Was everybody, kind of being a little cautious? I always feel like you get at least one driver out there that can be zipping around and causing some chaos. Or was everybody pretty well behaved?
Yeah, I mean, I can't necessarily say that we ran into anybody that was doing anything they shouldn't have. Out there, it's more rural, so you're not seeing a lot of traffic to begin with. But then we really weren't on the freeway much. We were taking side streets, county highways. In fact, I had a viewer reach out to me. We were in Eagle when we saw one of, if I have to estimate, between 25 and 30 cloud-to-ground lightning strikes today. We saw this one all the way down, and it actually wasn't that far from us. And I had a viewer send to me from a scanner page that they had indicated some possible structure fire there in Eagle on the county highway, LO, that we were on. And to the point where, again, photographer Jake Salzman and I were talking to each other, we may have actually witnessed that happen. Because the time lined up, the location lined up. We didn't go back to see it, and I haven't seen anything posted as far as if it was indeed a structure fire, if it was a lightning strike that produced some smoke. But the strength of that storm was really remarkable. And I say that not with a little bit of a chuckle. Remarkable in a way that I wish it wasn't remarkable, if you understand what I'm saying.
Oh, absolutely. And you're not able to see this, Sam, but that's at least not our screen what we're seeing, but we're seeing those crews there feverishly work to get those drains clear so that water has some way to go. You talk about a tough job tonight. Boy, that is it.
Well, you know what I just realized? And Sam, I mean, that's law enforcement, isn't it? That's not a DPW crew that's out there with a broom. This is, I'm not sure which agency. We'll zoom in on this.
It's a sheriff's deputy.
The sheriff's deputy. So talk about doing anything and above for your community tonight. These deputies, armed with a broom, and there is something so soothing watching all that water go down that drain as they've made progress. Yeah, this is not in the job description when you sign up to be a law enforcement officer. And look at these guys doing anything to help out tonight.
Yeah, I mean, in a way, they are really plunging the streets. It's remarkable. So he's using a broom here.
Yeah, it gives new meaning to we're going to clean up the streets when we're law enforcement.
What you were saying, Sam, he's using a broom or what? What was that?
So he's using a broom here to just push whatever he can. Photographer Jake Salzman is kind of standing in the way. I'm going to not yell at him to get out of the way. But yeah, there you see. So he's just pulling out debris to try and
there's the whirlpool.
Whatever is stuck in there.
There are literal TikTokers and social media people that their entire accounts are they go out and they clear drains. And I feel like that is what we're watching in real time on the streets now out by the ballpark as, look at, we got the whirlpool going. I want to like reach through the TV screen and give these guys a high five.
Yeah, it is kind of a thankless job, right? They're always there. And I remember that the statement that they put out the other night, saying that their deputies are just swarmed and swamped with calls. And it's things like this. That they just are called to respond. They're called because people dial 911. You don't necessarily know who else to call. And the men and women that wear that badge always seem to show up.
Yeah, they certainly do. It looks like they're possibly making some progress. At least the car that we are seeing go by there is able to get through without any problem, because it looks as though those streets are pretty, they're pretty glad. I mean, yes, they're wet, but they're just doing a great job. Most definitely. Well done.
Yeah, we're pretty good. I think even with this here, because this stretch, this on-ramp, appears to have been closed, at least for now. I'm not sure if it's part of the 94 stuff. The worst part that we have seen so far would be 43rd Street south of National, where there's pooling on both sides. It's kind of getting to the middle of the road. It's certainly still passable. But if this rain continues, that may turn out to be a problem area. So, you know what, I think we may go back there.
That sounds good, to keep an eye on things there. You know, Tom is saying, the worst of it, we're definitely not out of the woods, but the worst of it is over, and now we look forward to drying out, and the sun will come out to sop up that saturation. Hopefully, it's going to take a while, but that's some good news, at least. Very good news.
Here we go. This is what it's called, sticking it to the end and seeing these guys finish the job, and they're moving the barricades here. You know what this reminds me of? We've covered stories this week of community members doing exactly what these deputies did. Nobody asked them to go out into their community and clear drains, but they weren't going to wait for someone else to do it. And so we've covered stories of people who literally picked up a rake, picked up a broom, and started going street to street and clearing those drains. And it makes all the difference, because that saves people's basements. It saves people's cars in the future from this. And there we go. There it is, Sam, the first car allowed to be back in. And it wouldn't have happened if these two guys didn't pick up a broom, block the street off, and solve the problem. And it seems so small, the thing that they did, but it speaks volumes to what is happening in our community during what has been a really difficult week.
Absolutely. Again, hats off to them. And so it's clear this was not closed as part of any construction. They brought those barricades out, first seeing the situation, took care of the issue, and are now directing traffic back through there. So it's good to see.
Yeah, it certainly is. Yeah, it looks like the traffic is moving along there. Barricades definitely being moved. Yeah, that is some really good news. So tell us, once you've wrapped here, I'm just smiling to say, oh, we're proud. We're proud of our guys, aren't we? Doing a great job out there, members of the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Department. Where are you headed next then, Sam?
I think we'll go back, unless I receive direction from the tower as to go anywhere else. I think we'll go back to 43rd Street. So that would be, south of the ballpark, south of National, between National and Oklahoma. There we're starting to see some pooling. To be specific, kind of 43rd and Kinnickinnick seem to be kind of the worst area. There's a park along the east side of that street, the name of which is eluding me right now, but that was kind of the worst that we have seen so far, and that's good news. To be honest, I kind of expected to see more flooding just because of how saturated the ground is, and again, maybe it's still coming, but I think it speaks to the work that's been done in the time since. I mean, if you were with us last night, there were DPW workers out at 10 o'clock popping manhole covers to check and see if those sewers were flowing or if there were clogs there that they should take care of, knowing that it's something as simple as that clog could lead to widespread flooding. So, I think a lot of people haven't really slept much this week because they've been dealing with it or they've been preparing for it again and again and again, and maybe we're just getting lucky tonight.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we do know that Waukesha had quite a bit of flooding there. We're getting pictures in, and our Durante Matthews is in place in Waukesha. We're going to get to him as soon as his camera is up and ready, because this scene here, while looking pretty manageable and pretty clear despite the rain that's coming down, not at a intense rate, is still, we're going to keep an eye on that area, but at least we're going to go to Waukesha eventually. But for right now, Sam, we're going to leave you, let you get to your next location, and we're going to head to downtown Racine, where they certainly saw the brunt of action tonight as well. So many places in our southern counties. So Stephanie Barrichello making her way along the streets of Racine there, Stephanie. The good news there, the lights are on.
Oh, yes. Hi there, Mary. Everybody has power, it seems, which is great, because when we earlier drove through Union Grove, it was the complete opposite. It was eerily dark. So it'll be very interesting, I think, to see tomorrow if maybe that area does have a little bit of damage. It was just so hard to tell. I wasn't able to really see much. But yes, we're downtown Racine right now. We just turned onto Main Street, and all is good here. We did pass, I should say, earlier near, what was it, Green Bay and 21st. If you're familiar with the area, just past that intersection, we had gotten a report of some flooding, and there was absolutely some standing water, nothing terribly bad. Otherwise, it is just your normal run-of-the-mill ponding.
Sure.
But it's still actively raining, so still be cautious as you're out and about if you do have to be out and about. But yes, all good things from Racine. Thankfully, everyone has power. I have not seen damage aside from a few garbage cans tipped over. I've seen that in a handful of communities today, unfortunately. But Mary, all is good, and we hope it stays that way on our route home, essentially.
Yeah, that is some good news there. So it looks as though, yeah, that rain is really kind of trickling to an end, and really good news. We were concerned about our people in Racine there, but looking real good so far, Stephanie. We're waiting for Durante's shot to be available in Waukesha, but they really got pounded again, and that's a community that we remember back in August when we had all that flooding. That took a lot. West Dallas, of course, as well, but they really took a brunt of the damage and of the rain that came down there. Just seems like a particularly prone area to flood.
Yeah, Mary, absolutely. And, kind of bringing it back here to the weather office. And, we're still going to have some of this flooding. We have a flash flood warning in effect for Milwaukee and Waukesha, northern parts of Racine and northeastern parts of Walworth County until 10:45. So about an hour left on that. But look at this. Tornado watch is done. Tornado warnings, done. Severe thunderstorm warnings, done. How nice is that? So we're getting there. We still have a flood watch until 7 o'clock in the morning. However, the heaviest of the rain is moving out. We still have some steady rain, of course, in places we're seeing here from our reporters and our crews out in the field. And there was some more rain off to the west. So we still have a little more rain left to go. But I'll tell you, if we are not seeing the major flooding right now, the likelihood of seeing it overnight really starts to go down, because we're not going to see copious amounts of rain, but we will still have a few rain showers and maybe a rumble of thunder overnight. Chicago is now dealing with the severe thunderstorms at the moment, but here is how it's all shaken out here, guys. This is just, I mean, it's been a crazy several days, a crazy week, but, you know, to see the supercells coming out of Illinois, right across the state line and right into Milwaukee, and then seeing all of the tornado warnings along it, and at least as of right now, not hearing, I mean, we haven't gotten any storm reports from the National Weather Service, which is actually very good news. Not saying that there aren't any. I think we do have some flooding in Waukesha County, and let us know if you have damage or if you have flooding to report. But, you know, this time the other night, you know, it was obviously much, much worse. Now, this is out in Rock County. Now, this is a different story. Let's take a look here. Oh, boy, yeah, this is definitely, goodness, damage here in, oh, wow. So this is the first that I'm seeing this with you. Yep, and here's the, oh, look at the trees. Look at the trees. And that's usually a telltale sign when you, I mean, look at that, driving through there. So likely a tornado. I mean, just based upon what the radar was showing earlier in Rock County, at least one, if not more. Walworth County, I'm surprised we haven't heard anything out of Walworth County at this point, given the areas of rotation that were there. I have had folks asking me about Caledonia, if I've heard anything there. I have not, outside of maybe there was some rotation there, but in terms of damage reports, I have not heard of anything, although there's still some significant power outages in parts of those areas. So again, a lot, if there is damage, it may be delayed given with everything going on. But as of this moment, we have not experienced any major damage reports. I think the most significant report we had was that visible tornado from the Milwaukee airport, from Mitchell. And so I think we'll get more on that tomorrow. My assumption here as well is that the National Weather Service, who has just got to be running on fumes at this point, will be doing damage surveys. We haven't heard yet, but assuming they'll be doing damage surveys tomorrow to kind of see if there is any damage from spots that may have had tornadoes. So much like the last several days where we've had at least 7 confirmed tornadoes, there may be more from tonight. But again, I am feeling much better in the fact that, you know, we're not seeing roads underwater, at least from our vantage point at the moment. And we're like we had the other night. We're also not seeing the damage like we just saw there out of Rock County either. And your heart breaks for the folks in Rock County tonight who likely experienced some significant damage. So again, a few more rain showers coming through overnight. Here is a live look at a soggy American Family Field. So we're at 63 degrees. Here's what's interesting, and here's what I think happened tonight as the storms blew through Milwaukee. Now, temperatures are pretty uniform in the 60s, but we had a lake breeze. Remember all the fog we had earlier? And we had a lake breeze set up. And I'm wondering if that lake breeze boundary was an additional focal point for rotation in Milwaukee, Racine, and Kenosha counties tonight, and maybe southeastern parts of Waukesha County. Don't know that yet. Haven't been able to obviously look back at the data, but that's just my hypothesis at this point, is that the lake breeze may have played a role. And we often talk about that, right? How the lake breeze can really cool us down, as it did right along the lakeshore today. But it acts like a cold front, right? Where it's cold near the lake, but then it's warmer inland. Well, as thunderstorms interact with that boundary, that cold front from the lake, it can cause spin. And that may very well have been the exact location where we had that tornado report from earlier from the airport. So where that wasn't at the airport, I should be clear on that, but to the southwest of the airport is where they saw it. So again, interesting there, and that could very well be kind of our hyper-local climate, if you will, being that Lake Michigan may have played a role in that. How about this? This is my favorite graphic of the night. For the first time in a long time, there is no severe weather expected tomorrow, or the next day, or the day after that, or the one after that, or that. So we are finally looking good here. And I'm just going to step out of the way and just kind of show you here what else we have going on. I'll show you our Sky Vision Plus here as well. I'm just going to kind of walk you through this because we'll have just a few more rain showers overnight. Shouldn't be a big deal. We're going to gradually clear out tomorrow. It's going to be windy and it's going to be chilly tomorrow as well. And then as we go into Sunday, quiet on the way for us with partly sunny skies. All right, first time all day, I'm showing the 6-day. You ready? Sitting down for this one? All right, here we go. It's going to be chilly, but it's going to be pretty nice. 49 degrees tomorrow and also on Sunday. 54 Monday, possibly a temperature drop near the lake that it could come in as well. And then back to the 70s as we head towards the latter part of the week. All right, guys, you're up to speed. Back over to you.
We love that graphic. Woo.
Looks good. Thanks, Tom.
We'd take 29, wouldn't we?
Do it. All right, we got to get out to Waukesha. Yeah. That's where Durante Matthews has been.
Yeah, Durante, we've seen these pictures coming in of the flooding there. While looking at our vantage point right now, looking at you, looks like you are standing in front of a swimming pool. Where are you?
Technically, I'm standing inside of it. Right now, we're in downtown Waukesha at the Fox River, and as you know, it is not supposed to look like this. I just want to give you a sort of a wide shot at what it's looking like right now. It's kind of like raging waters here, something you would see at a water park. I mean, over the past couple of days, this has just been building up from all the rain we have been getting, and this is the culmination of all of it. Typically, these areas over here are walkways. I kind of want to motion you this way so you can kind of see. I want to show you actually my feet right now. You can see I'm completely the walkway. We're supposed to be able to walk down here.
Oh, we just lost your mic, Durante. Can you show us the river, though? We can't hear your mic right now, but can your photographer show us the river as we fix? Yeah. Can you? Okay, there we go. Yeah, look at, you know what was happening earlier today? There were fish swimming where that sidewalk is because it's just gone over the bank. Look at the benches.
Wow.
And look how deep it is.
Yeah. If you've been downtown Waukesha, you know exactly where that is. And that area is such a beautiful area to stroll around. In this case, boy, you'd want to take a dip. But seriously, all jokes aside, you'd not enter any of those waters. That's dangerous. That's amazing how high that water is right now. Durante, your mic may have been saturated. We're not sure, but we think we have you back again. I can't believe it was coming all the way up to your knees, as you just pointed out. Your jeans practically soaked all the way through. Yeah.
Pretty much, but that's to be expected right now. Like I said, I'm not going to walk too farther in here, but yeah, just to show you how high the water levels have risen. I was focusing on those bears there. You can see those are almost completely submerged in water, and just next to them are benches. People are supposed to be able to sit down here, and they can't even walk to get to them. Now, normally on any other day, this area is typically a tourist attraction. People can come here and just check out the river, and tonight, as you can also see, it's becoming somewhat of a spectacle. Folks are coming out here with cameras and their phones, just looking at just how incredibly fast this river has risen, and a lot of it has actually spilled out, not only from this area, but onto the walkways, onto the sidewalks, and even out here into the parking lot area. It's just really just amazing how much the water has risen. And the crazy part is it's not even raining that bad at this moment. So this just again shows you how much of a buildup this has been from today and over the past couple of days. And a lot of people tell me this is kind of deja vu from the flooding in August, which is one of the last times but they have seen this river risen so greatly to the point where they can't even walk down. And now, again, folks are back here looking from the sidelines, just checking out how incredibly high this has risen. So, yeah, this is definitely something of a spectacle tonight, something that we were looking out for because we did expect it to rise. But, again, just seeing it, knowing how it's not supposed to look like this is just incredible, and just how it shows how much water we have gotten over the past couple of days.
Floodings. We remember during the August floodings, people just standing there kind of in awe at how high that water had risen. And, you know, we got a statement from We Energies regarding their outages, but they also are reminding to people to just stay away from any of the storm debris there, the water. You never know what's in there, and you never know, at least 25 feet away, what the contamination could be. But also look at the speed that water is rushing through there. That is dangerous. You would not want to get caught in that. So hopefully people do just come out, heed the warnings. It is something to look at. You can't help but think, boy, what's going on there, and take a picture, but then hopefully people stay away, and we let this water just kind of dissipate through and just come down to a better level right there. But boy, Durante, thank you for your illustration. You just said it all right there. We saw everything.
Yeah, let's keep this here for a second, because we just got an update from the city of Waukesha saying downtown and low-lying areas, the Madison Street Bridge downtown is now closed due to flooding. Do not enter flooded roadways or go around the barricades. Durante, can you show us? I mean, we can see it a little bit there, but this water is up so close to the top of the bridge that, I mean, they're closing it for safety concerns now out there. As I mean, Mary, you just said it too. I mean, the speed of that water, it's just so dangerous. One slip and it could be really bad news. But Durante, I mean, that water is
absolutely
up. Yeah, it's up almost to the bridge.
It really is, and that's actually, I'm kind of doing, I wouldn't recommend this, but I'm doing kind of a walk back to show you the bridge and how incredibly it has gotten to some portions of it. And yeah, we have seen those road closure signs just telling people to stay away from certain areas, and I can absolutely see why. We're just a couple of feet away from this bridge over here, just to show you again just the magnitude of how quickly and how high this water has risen. Now you can see over here it has been sort of blocked off a little bit by this little barrier over here, but we're going to zoom in so you can actually see it right there, that yeah, it has actually gotten up to this bridge that people have been walking over back and forth, and doesn't look too bad, but once you step into it, it is somewhat of a deep puddle. But again, it's incredible because it's not supposed to look like this. That just shows you just how powerful, you know, this weather has been lately, coming up from this river and then making its way to this bridge right here.
Yeah, I don't even think they're worried about the puddle on the bridge. I think they're worried about the structural integrity when you've got water putting that much pressure. I mean, obviously that is a structure built to kind of handle a lot, but you just don't want to be on there if something bad were to happen and suddenly the bridge is there no more. I mean, Durante, the way the water is shooting through those gates along the river, that is incredible right there.
It absolutely is, and again, it's coming with such a force. I compared it earlier today to like raging waters. This looks like something you would see at a water park, just how fast and how strong it is. It's really just flowing through here, and again, it is the structure of the bridge could be somewhat of a concern because it's not meant to deal with so much pressure from water, and then also people again walking over it right now where they're not really supposed to. But again, it's just been dealing with a lot over the past couple of days with just the on and off amount of rain that we've been getting that has contributed to this river flowing so high. And the water, you can see it's still going, even though again I say it's not raining that much right now, but it's here in plain sight. This is what you get.
It's going to take several sunny days
certainly
to make that river go back to normal. And part of the concern too is what is flowing down the river. I mean, with that much power, if a tree were to fall into the river upstream, I mean, it could crash right into the bridge with it being so high. I don't know, Durante, if you've been looking at the water, if you've been able to see what kind of things are getting picked up. We'll probably learn when this thing recedes what's been picked up and moved around in the river. But, you know, anyone who's walked along that river down in Waukesha, that is usually a very tame spot. So it's just incredible what we're watching right now.
It really is, and the only thing that I can really make out, because it's kind of dark right now, but I have seen a couple of leaves just flowing out and flashes of lightning that we've been getting at too all night. But I have been seeing, you know, specks of leaves kind of flowing in and out of the river, kind of washing up onto the sidewalks and onto the bridge-like area where folks are typically supposed to be able to walk down there and enjoy it. That's what we've been kind of seeing out of it. I can imagine there are so much more things that are being flushed into the river that has now made it over here and kind of just spilling out everywhere else. So I'm going to toss it back to you guys at the station.
All right. Thank you very much, Durante. We know you'll keep an eye on things there. We did want to get back to, before we get back to Tom, we noticed something a little bit earlier where one of the crews was out, the Fox storm chasers, covering this weather, and it looked like there was an explosion.
Yeah, I mean,
it was just like an instant.
We're talking about all the threats, right? We're seeing the water there along the rivers, the wind, and then look what happened when the crew and the beast, as they call it, look what happened. Okay, that's the second video here. That's the second video of the beast. We'll have to re-rack that. The explosion you just talked about was a power line. And watch it. This is kind of a property that's disheveled, I think, to begin with. But then when the camera turns, you kind of see what happened out in Rocky. Oh, here's the explosion. Let's listen.
Whoa! Whoa! What in the world is that?
And there's just a power line that's across the road. When you hear someone who's in the beast, there are meteorologists from Fox Weather. All they do is cover extreme weather. And when they say, what is that? I mean, when it's something new to even them, you know it's pretty serious. That was taken out in Rock County earlier today. And here's some of that other damage that Tom was talking about, likely from a tornado. So you'll see the building on the left. Again, it's kind of in a disarrayed state, which I think it was before these storms came through, but even more so. But watch when the camera turns and look up to the trees, because you'll actually see things are still falling in the trees as this thing had just moved through when the beast went through. Tom, your mic's open. It was pretty incredible.
Yeah, I mean, and that, you know, that to me looks like tornado damage. You know what I mean? In the sense of when you're seeing things like that in the trees, you've got all these branches every which way, which is usually a telltale sign. A lot of times if it is straight line wind damage, all the damage is in the same direction. And this one appears to be a bit more scattered to me. You hate to see that. And I mean, I'll just say this, you know, I'm hearing, I did see on Facebook that there was a greenhouse that appears to have been damaged in Caledonia. I'm getting a lot of folks asking me about Caledonia if I've heard anything, and I have not, but we are looking into it. I've also gotten a lot of reports from northern Wisconsin. I want to say it might have even been the north central Wisconsin. Maybe it was the Wausau area. If they had a tornado tonight, and there was a viral Facebook post, and I have not had a chance. Our newsroom is looking into that as well. So I'm getting into a lot of
the storm reports of everything that's happened here tonight.
Right. And sorry, I'm just looking at, oh, here we go. Hang on a minute. I just wanted to look here. I think it was in Wood County, and there were a lot of, sorry to kind of leave you hanging here. Just wanted to look to see if we're getting any reports from up there. I haven't seen anything yet. Oh, wait a minute. Yes, up by Cronenwetter. That there's quite a bit of damage up there. So that's the first official report I've seen from a TV station from up there in Wausau. So there may have been a tornado up there as well in that part of the state. But that brings me back to my point here, guys, of as of right now, we haven't heard of significant damage here in southeastern Wisconsin. And if that remains the case, we are going to be very lucky coming out of this tonight, because you guys know how absolutely crazy the last several nights have been, let alone tonight. So that is something that, again, we're still raining. We have a little more rain on the way, but nothing like we saw earlier, and we have a much quieter day on the way for tomorrow. So, again, things are starting to improve for sure, and it will continue to improve. And we're going to have a whole update here coming up in our 10 o'clock hour, guys, as well.
All right, Tom. Well, thank you. Yeah, that is some good news. I love how you put up your favorite graphic of the night, and it was nothing but quiet. As much as I love vibrant colors, it was nice to just see some green.
Right. Oh, exactly. Right. Isn't that great? So, in fact, I'll show that to you here. So let's just kind of take a look. First of all, here at the, if we can go, let's just go over to our other graphic source, if we could, G2, and I'll show you the flood watch. That's going to continue until 7 o'clock in the morning. However, you can see a little bit of rain off to the west. We may have another rain and thunderstorm coming in. However, the flooding is coming to an end here. Let me actually take a look while I have you on here. Give me a moment because I have an update, I think. Give me a second here. Well, look at this, guys. The flash flood warning has been canceled. How great is that? The flash flood warning has been canceled. There is still a flood warning in effect until 12:45. So that means we still could have some low-lying flooding, but again, the flash flooding, and that's where, you know, like we had the other night, right, with the interstate flooding and all of that, that threat is largely passing us by. We still have some rain around, and we got some rain off to the west, so we're not totally out of the woods, but we're a lot better than we were just a few hours ago. So that's certainly good news. And we can keep chatting here as well in terms of what's going on right now as the rain continues to fall. 63 degrees with a dew point of 60. But here's the deal. This cold front is going to come through overnight tonight. And so what that's going to do is cool us down. We're in the 60s now, but guess what? We're going to be in the 40s by morning. Okay, this is my favorite graphic. This is what Mary was talking about. I mean, you guys, day after day after day, we've been talking about a severe weather risk, right? There isn't one tomorrow or the next day or the next day. In fact, I think most of the upcoming week next week is dry and partly sunny. So that's pretty cool to not have to deal with any severe weather. But not only that, not to have to deal with any rain, because we have had a record amount of rainfall in the month of April so far in Milwaukee at, I believe we are now over 8 inches of rain, and it's April 17th. What does that mean? That means we have never had this much rain in the month of April in recorded history in Wisconsin. Or I'm sorry, in Milwaukee, rather, and that goes back to the 1870s. So that's kind of a big deal.
Yeah.
Mary? Tom, it's Ted. I'm back with
Ted.
you.
Hello, Ted.
As you talked about that and the rainfall, all I could think about today when I was looking at my own lawn was nobody's doing no mow May this year, because the lawns by the time we dry out and get some sunshine, and you say that's not going to happen for a bit. I'll take the 47 degrees on Sunday, but these lawns are going to be shooting up big time.
And have you seen how green they are already?
Absolutely.
Yes.
I mean, just they're like it's like super bright
like
green.
Emerald City. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
And if this were an August flood, we'd be worried about mosquitoes and everything like that. Not a big concern just yet, right?
And here's the deal: it's going to be in the low 30s for lows. By the way, in fact, I'll give you a sneak peek here of the 6-day, and you can see we're going to be at 32 Sunday morning and 32 on Monday morning. So yeah, I mean, it's not only are we going to be dry, but we're also going to be seeing those temperatures in the 40s during the day and 30s at night for a while. Then we'll warm up later on in the week. But yeah, I mean, it's pretty wild. And on our Saturday, again, chilly, but we'll have some sunshine. And so, yeah, I mean, at least we're not dealing with, do you remember the August floods, you guys, where it was so hot afterwards? Like we had the flooding, then you have the heat and the humidity on top of it. So again, plus side is, we're not, even if we have power outages, let's say in spots that continue into tomorrow, at least we're not dealing with sweltering weather, right, to have to deal with on top of it.
Yeah, absolutely. You do kind of wonder about the farmers and their spring crops, how that could be affected with the wet, with the cold temperatures, this kind of back and forth. That will be something that we'll have to investigate down the road as well.
Right. Absolutely. But there goes the front coming through. And, I just, again, love this graphic that we don't have a severe weather risk, which is just so nice. And I want to take a moment as well just to thank, again, all the first responders, all the folks that have had to be out in this, power crews. Want to thank all of our viewers. You guys have been so amazing to all of us here at Fox 6 because, again, it's a trying time for all of us, right, in terms of seeking shelter. We had to seek shelter in the basement here the other day. And to hear from all of you, and we've read everything, all the kind comments. Thank you so much. And the biggest thing for us is we are so glad that you're safe because, and I know Ted and Mary, you're going to agree with me here, literally, this is why we do what we do, is for weeks like this. We are committed to keeping our viewers informed and keeping our viewers safe. And, you know, it's in our DNA, it's in our blood. And this is, and we are so glad that our viewers trust in us to bring you that information because it's something that, you know, we really take seriously, and we are super concerned about our viewers, and our viewers did what they were supposed to do, and that's everything that we asked for.
A viewer reached out to me on Facebook tonight to say, where is the station sending Tom and his family on vacation? And I said, all the weather experts deserve a vacation. But then I said, just between us, and don't share this with anyone, Tom loves this more than anything.
Oh, so, thank you.
And seriously, people are reaching out to me saying thank you to your entire staff, from Rob and Lisa in the morning to Stephanie, who's been in that vehicle all day, to Holly, who's been at your right hand all night. So you guys have just been really doing a great job. And we're not done yet because we think, I mean, there's something very cathartic about seeing that system go out over Lake Michigan. It's like good riddance, sayonara, goodbye, don't come back. Give our regards to Michigan, right? I mean, but now we're still not sure that the flooding isn't really bad. I mean, it's not as bad, it appears, as it was on Wednesday night. And we are sending our crews to check out certain places, and we've been with Durante along the Fox River there. But why do you think, because at this time on Wednesday night, we were getting reports. The game was letting out at American Family Field. Brewers Boulevard was flooded. Not tonight. What's the big difference? Is it what people did proactively to clear sewer grates? Why do you think I don't want to say we're spared, because that's too generous of a word. Why didn't we get hit as badly as we did on Wednesday? Not that any of us are complaining.
That's a great question, and I think it's twofold. Number one, like you said, it was proactive. I think the drains were cleaned out, right? But this was also a much more progressive system, and you can see that here. We still had very heavy rainfall, but it was a line moving west to east, right? Mm-hmm. Unlike Wednesday night, we had a west to east oriented line along I-94 before the north-south line came through. So we had a whole lot more rain in many areas on Wednesday night than we did tonight. Now, I am a little surprised, pleasantly surprised, that we at least don't have more reports of flooding, and maybe it's out there and we don't know about it yet. But I think a big part of that has to do with the fact that this storm kind of came and went pretty quick, and we didn't have a ton of rain out ahead of that main line. Now, the night before that as well, and I'm trying to even think about when this would have been Tuesday night. I'm trying to remember the days. There was one night where we had the east-west band over Fond du Lac and Sheboygan counties with very heavy rain. Then we had the north-south band kind of come through after that. So a lot of it had to do with that initial placement of the heavy rain before the main line came through. That, thankfully, we did not have tonight. So yes, there was a bit of a difference, or there was less rain tonight overall than we had in the nights prior. Now, we're not totally out of the woods, and I don't want to come across as, hey, you know, it's going to be great for the rest of the night, but there's still some more rain both down to our southwest and off to the west. But again, this is all going to come through pretty quickly, and my assumption here is if we're not seeing massive flooding right now, and I will say check your basements, check your sump pumps, check your basements, but if we are not seeing that right now, I think the likelihood of seeing, you know, massive flooding overnight is really starting to go down. And you'll see, by the way, yeah, those are some snow showers showing up in Minnesota tonight. So that's an indicator of the chilly air coming in as well. And I'll be honest with you, I'll take it after what we had over the last several days, you guys.
All right, Tom, thank you. What is the status of the tornado that may or may have hit near Mitchell? We don't know yet.
Let me take a look. Let me check in here with the National Weather Service just to see kind of if we have any other updates here. Just going to kind of scroll through. I don't. They did an update on the tornadoes from the other day, but I don't see anything yet in terms of an update there. So the only report we received from that was during the tornado warning, which was, hey, at the airport, there's a report that they have seen something to the southwest. They've seen a tornado to the southwest. My guess would be we'll get clarity on that tomorrow. And my guess would also be, here we are at 10 minutes after 10 at night. And my guess would be that, being that it is dark outside, there may be damage out there that we're not going to know until the sun comes up, right? So I think there will be some damage out there as well, but I think what's going to end up happening is we will get more on that tomorrow. And then much like the other tornadoes that hit across our area, those kind of come in as they get surveyed and as the information comes in. But I'll tell you this, reach out to us, please, at Fox 6 if you have damage, because, a lot of times people will assume like, oh, on TV, they're just going to know. They're going to know that we have damage here, and we don't. And that's a real help for us to know that if you have massive flooding or if you have damage, reach out to us, let us know, and we can then effort to send crews and get information kind of out there as to where these pockets of damage may have occurred. So with that, I believe we are going to start. Okay, we have 30 seconds, and we're going to start Fox 6 News at 10. But again, just to sort of reiterate here, the main band of rain is moving out. We still have some rain coming in from the west, but the worst of the weather is over and done with. So that is certainly good news for us here as we start to quiet things on down over the course of the next couple of hours. But of course, there's a lot to wrap up here, and we have all of our reporters coming up on Fox 6 News at 10 right now.
With stories that matter to you, Fox 6 News at 10 starts right now with breaking news.
And that breaking news is the good news is the rain is trickling to an end and we are out of the woods. We're not quite done yet, but the worst part of this storm, this latest storm, day 4 now, day 5, we've lost count. It's over.
Yeah. It's all over but the drying.
But the drying.
To coin a phrase here. Yeah. And we're still trying to assess damage. Sam Kramer is on his way to Franklin, where we have reports of a barn down. Our Durante Matthews is in Waukesha with the flooding. But let's go right to Chief Meteorologist Tom Walks to kind of reset and tell us where we are as we begin our newscast.
Of course, you guys. So want to just give you again the update. Number 1, the flash flood warnings have been canceled. Number 2, there are still some flood warnings that are in effect that you don't see on here, but that's not for flash flooding. Flash flooding is like the other night, right, where it comes in and it fills up very quickly. We could still have some areas of flooded roads and flooded basements into the overnight, but the flash flooding threat has ended down to the south. There are still severe thunderstorm warnings down towards Chicago. There is a flood watch until 7 a.m. And what this means is, again, with a little more rain coming through, we can't rule out some pockets of flooding. But I don't believe, given at least right now, that we have not experienced the massive type flooding that we did the other night, that we are going to experience that overnight. Now, we still have some rain, but nowhere near the intensity as earlier. You can see some rain west of Madison and then also down to the south as well. Let me zoom this out. See the severe thunderstorm warnings there down in Chicago. But here's the broader view. So the main batch of rain moving out, there is still some rain that's going to come in from the southwest. And then as we see that frontal boundary come through overnight, this final batch of rain will clear the area. So yes, we can expect some more rain overnight, but it's not going to be an intense rain. So if we didn't get the massive flooding with what came through, I don't think we're going to see massive flooding overnight. However, we may still have some ponding of roads here and there, and just check your basements before you go to bed tonight. So here we are at 63 degrees. Winds are out of the south. We have just had a night tonight. Temperatures are in the 60s right now. We're going to be in the 40s by morning. And I just want to recap here. We had watches and warnings, of course, earlier. We have not had any confirmed reports of tornadoes or any updates to that. The one that we did have was from the Milwaukee airport. I believe it was from the tower, not totally sure on that, but that to the southwest of the airport that they observed a tornado. So that being said, we are awaiting more information on that, and stand by just for a moment. Our printer went off again. And, oh, here's another report coming in here, just another damage report. One of the first of the night, to be honest, and this is from 542, a barn wall blown down in Richwood, Wisconsin, not far from Watertown. Boy, and they were under warnings, both severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings tonight. So here's what I think is going to happen, guys. Not only are we going to cool down overnight, but at first light tomorrow, I think some more damage reports are going to start to come in because here we are late at night. We're probably not going to get a ton of them. I think the good news is obviously that there's nothing massively major, at least that we know of at this point. But by morning, I think, some of these damage reports will start to trickle in. But the big story weather-wise now is we'll dry things out overnight, and then temperatures will really dip into the 40s throughout the day tomorrow, and no severe weather anytime soon. So we can rest easy tonight, guys. Back over to you.
We certainly can, and we need that most definitely. Thank you, Tom. We are going to go to Sam Kramer right there. We're waiting to get some audio from him, but Sam has been around too. Oh, you are there, Sam. Tell us exactly where you are, and we can see that it looks as though the rain isn't coming down quite as hard as it was when we last checked in with you, but where are you?
Hi, Mary. I'm on 76th Street South, looking to the southwest here, just south of Oakwood. And what we're seeing is some damage, and from what people here are believing, it may be from that tornado earlier. I'm going to zoom in as best I can to see. I believe this barn was taken down, as you can kind of tell there. So that's a pile of debris that was, again, left behind. Is kind of hard to see. And I'm sorry I'm not getting out of the car. We've just had some strong flashes of lightning, so it isn't safe for us to do that, but when we can, we certainly will. But that barn brought down from where it was standing. I'm trying to pan over to the left. I can't necessarily see that far with where the camera is right now, but there is damage. Can you kind of see that better from there? Mary or Ted, do you see what I'm looking at?
Yeah, we sure can. No, we can see the darkness, and that's what I was going to ask you about as you are at 76 and basically County Line Road, where there was a report of a barn down. Don't know, is it dark there because you're in a rural area, or is it dark because the power?
So it's dark here because of this.
Yeah,
it looks like We Energy's cut the power, which may be connected to this barn. Haven't gotten out yet, but farther to the left here are signs of, okay, here we go. So photographer Jake is shining a light here so you can see.
Oh, yeah. That looks like
that is the damage.
Wow.
That, again, I grew up in Franklin. I've been chatting with people that still live in this area that believe that this was the tornado, because they told us that on the other side of 76, which would be the west side down toward County Line Road, you can actually see a bit of a path. So if it allows for us to get here, and maybe, Tom, if you're listening, if we have an indication of when this lightning may hold up or clear out of here, it would behoove us to get a look at this, because this looks to be perhaps those south side tornadoes that the airport was talking about toward the southwest, because this almost perfectly lines up with that direction.
And we hope to get Tom involved in the conversation here. Sam, you're from Franklin. Do you know that barn? Do you know what was it? Stone based? Was it all wooden? Do you know anything about it? Because it really appears that that's the top half of it, and sort of just submerged into the ground there.
Sort of brought down.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. I'm looking here. Self-serve, maybe that's strawberries, I'm guessing. I don't know.
But there's no activity there. There's no people.
I saw one person walking around.
Okay.
There are, again, they are We Energies folks. I'm going to guess that there are some power lines down with this. I don't know. There's a car coming out of there now. Maybe shine your light away, Jake, so you can hear me, because there's a car coming out of there now. So, yeah, I'll see if we can get out and talk to him. But this is, I think, without a doubt, the worst that we have seen here so far.
Yeah, most definitely. We Energies putting out that statement to avoid areas like that, even though that doesn't appear to be saturated in terms of flooding. But because of the down power lines, they are saying stay 25 feet away from anything because of the potential of the down power lines and anything hazard that could be around there. Pretty tough if you're living there. Luckily, it appears as though the home behind there was spared. But again, to wake up in the light of day now and see what damage was caused, it's absolutely heartbreaking and debilitating for anybody who has got to think about rebuilding that thing. That's gone.
Absolutely. Yeah. I don't know how you do that. Sam,
No
you're
doubt.
in your car. We're going to let you stay safe, Sam. You got the lightning there. We don't know the power line situation there. So you regroup there. You stay safe. And what we're going to do is we're going to take a quick break. And folks, if you have not seen what the Fox River in Waukesha is doing tonight, don't go anywhere. We're back in 60 seconds here on Fox 6 News at 10.
Too.
Yeah. And we're back now with our severe weather coverage. Storms and flooding concerns remain as that rain is tapering off. Stephanie, that's the good news, but we're not over, right, Ted?
Yeah, there is a report of a greenhouse down where you are in Caledonia, which is one of those hard-hit areas. You've arrived on the scene. It's all yours. Take it away. Tell us what you're seeing.
Yeah, hi Ted and Mary. Well, we saw a Facebook post from L&L Farms and Greenhouses in Caledonia, and we were able to meet Lance, the owner, and we're in his driveway looking at some of the damage, and it is just heartbreaking. And this is just some of the damage. He said there is plenty more way back in the field. He said there's usually a horse shelter in this area, and clearly that's not here anymore. But this is one of his main greenhouses. The most heartbreaking, he said he was going to open on Sunday. So close, and now there's just so much devastation. Now there are animals on this farm. He said that they are okay, so thankful for that. But he also mentioned what you don't see here on the other side of the shot is his home, and he said there's multiple trees down. There is no power at all in this area, but I mean, as you can see, this really is some very significant damage here in Caledonia. He's cleaning up tomorrow with a group of people, so hoping we can get some daylight footage of this in the morning. But again, he is just absolutely heartbroken. He said it just happened again with that storm that just moved through.
He's asking for help too. He's putting out a call if anyone wants to help volunteer and pick up and salvage anything. He would greatly appreciate it. And again, this is L&L Farms and Greenhouse. But you look at that and you look at a business that was, 48 hours from opening, and now they're back to square one.
Stephanie, let me ask you from
absolutely, guys.
A meteorological perspective there. That looks, now are those like straight line winds? I'm no expert, or is that a remnants, or it appears as though that could have had some tornadic activity? I know, hard to tell, but at first blush, if you will, what do you think happened there?
It is. It's a little too hard to tell, I think, but obviously the wind was very strong as it moved through. And regardless of if it was tornadic or straight line, I mean, it clearly was enough to do a lot of damage to what looked like a pretty sturdy greenhouse. But then also the fact that he said that there was a horse cover here and multiple trees down. It was that cell that we were watching that was warned. There was an active tornado warning on it as it moved through this area. So again, it is hard to tell at this point, but clearly there is a lot more damage than what we can even see at this point. This is a really large field, he mentioned. So again, I think daybreak will really tell how much debris is maybe in the field that we just can't even see at this point in time. But really, this is by far the most damage that we've seen this evening. In fact, we really haven't seen much, a couple of tree branches down here or there, but once we got to this farm, you saw multiple trees down out ahead of it. There's a lot of flooding in the field too. And then again, once we were able to actually chat with Lance, the owner, and he let us come into his driveway, that's when you really could see all of this devastation. So again, we're in Caledonia. We've been all around Racine County, Union Grove, totally without power. Downtown Racine looked just fine.
Good.
Again, though, this is by far the most damage that we have seen in our drive around.
And then you are literally just barely into Racine County. You're about a half a mile from Oak Creek, just when you cross into the county line there. As we take another look at picture, this is L&L Farms and Greenhouse suffered some major damage tonight. Stephanie, we're going to let you go for now, but if you can stay there and maybe, I don't know if Lance wants to talk, whatever, but we appreciate everything you've done, but we're going to ask you to stay just a little bit longer if you don't mind.
Well, and thank you, Stephanie. That really underscores.
absolutely.
That underscores the intensity and what that wind can do, the power of the wind. But let's not forget about the water. And that's where we find our Durante Matthews in the middle of it all in Waukesha. And Durante, I made the mistake last time we checked in saying, boy, it looked like a pool behind you. You were standing in it, and you were quite a way away even from the river there. So where are you now? It looks a little bit better.
I think what makes it look so differently now than it did earlier is that it miraculously just stopped raining. However, all the rain is now down here. I am still standing in to the Fox River down here in downtown Waukesha. However, I'm standing on the sidewalk. You can see the river has just splurged out onto the sidewalk, and it really is just incredible. Actually, a couple of minutes ago, we just saw some ducks just floating by on the sidewalk because of all the water that's here now. A couple of ducks were floating by. Other ducks got chased off by a little boy wearing a raincoat. But I do want to just show you how just incredibly fast and how just many levels this river has risen over the past couple of days because of the rain that we have been seeing, and it's moving at such a fast pace. It was really, earlier I compared it to raging water, something you would see at a water park, because it is not supposed to be this high. Right now we're walking on the sidewalk, but it's blended into the river. It looks like it's just one, and I'm going to have my photojournalist Isaiah just zoom in a couple of feet downward. You can see those bear statues. Right now, a couple of them are almost completely submerged in water, and just next to them, to the left of those bear statues, are supposed to be a couple of benches where people can come down and just sit and just enjoy this area, but those are just drowned in all the water that, you know, has come up from this river. It's really remarkable when you really think about it. And over the past hour or so, this area has become a spectacle. I'm going to show you what it looks like just right across. You can see so many people have come out. They're actually waving at the camera now. They've come out to see this. A lot of people out here with their phones just taking a picture of it, because it's really a sight to behold right now, just seeing just how incredibly, again, fast this water has just risen. And it is not supposed to look like this at all. A couple of folks tell me that this is sort of like deja vu from the flooding in August, which is one of the last time we have seen this river risen to levels so high right now. They say it seems to be getting more common whenever it rains so badly, which again is not a good thing. You can see city officials have actually blocked off portions of the bridge to stop people from walking over, because we don't know, what water, like this one, we don't know what's in this water. And two, with just how fast it's moving, we don't know if that could possibly compromise the structure of this bridge at all. So folks are being, asked to not walk over it, but some folks are not paying attention to that rule. Others are doing, what they are supposed to be doing, staying on the side and just taking photos, just looking at it, because it really is, it's a spectacle tonight, really.
It is.
What we're looking at here.
Durante, you showed us the bears, you showed us the park benches. Can you have Isaiah swing the camera around? And please do not go any closer than you are right now. But I want to see, you can't tell, you can there, where the walkway is supposed to be and where the river is. That's the frightening part, is there's no barrier there. So you're hoping people keep their distance. You mentioned the barriers that the city put up. Any law enforcement or anyone out there saying, hey, everybody take 20 steps back?
There's nobody out here actually enforcing the rule to stay away from the bridges in certain areas, although you would think that would probably be the case, seeing as how many people have just come out over the past hour or so. But no, I think people are, I think the expectation is for people to be, good Samaritans and then just follow the rules and then not cross over areas where they're not supposed to. But a lot of folks, again, are staying on the sidewalk, which, again, it's blending in with the actual river, just seeing how much the water is constantly flowing onto this sidewalk and even onto the walkways. A couple of stairs over there, the bottoms of it are completely covered in water. You walk down a few steps and you're standing inside the river. It's crazy what we're seeing tonight.
Durante, that's such a neat area. Great bars and restaurants down there. We've all been down there in the summer. They always have a concert series. You get why people are flocking down there. And boy, just at the start of this busy season for them, you hope they dry out fast. But thank you for the great visuals down there. If that doesn't tell the story, we don't know what does.
Pretty powerful. All right, Durante, thank you. Don't go anywhere. We're going to come back to you. We're going to take a quick break, though. When we come back, we're going to check outages. That number is getting lower and lower, so that's the good news. We're right here on Fox 6 News at 10.
Back now, look at the current power outages right there. Boy, those numbers have really come down. We Energy is sending in extra crews, at least over the last couple of days, to help keep these power outages in check, Ted.
You see the county there. I want to break it down even further. In Racine County, Union Grove, 3,967, making up the bulk of Racine County there. In the town of Eagle in Waukesha County, 481 customers. Just by comparison, as we look at Milwaukee County, not too bad, 427, and 248 of those are in Milwaukee. Those numbers are coming down. They were at 10,000 plus 2 hours ago. But it's interesting, Mary, to see how different outages are popping up in areas. Some areas getting better, some areas getting a lot worse.
Yeah, exactly. They've done a good job of keeping the lights on for so many, and we have a lot of cleanup, of course, to go. So hopefully the sump pumps are working for those who need them and those who have them. We have to take another quick break, but let's get a check of this weather. We don't want to get too comfortable, feeling like things have come to a bit of a lull compared to where we were at. But let's get a check with Tom when we come back from a quick break, and we'll also continue to give you a look around our area as we look back now at this storm that swept through our area tonight. Keep it right here. We'll be back in just a minute.
Let's take you to Franksville in western Racine County, and this is a scary sight. Franksville with about 172 people without power tonight. And Mary, Franksville famous for the Kraut Festival.
Oh, it's the sauerkraut,
yes,
that's
and just
right.
in 2 weeks, the Kraut pageant for 2026 is on. So I know that is of interest
nothing
to you.
will dampen
Nothing will stop the Kraut pageant coming up on April 29th.
Yeah, scary scene right there. Oh, we saw so much of that around our area. It's just unbelievable because of the number of days we've had this. Seems like we've gone a long time without severe weather, and we just can't get out of the soup here. But it appears as though at this point, the rain has stopped for the most part. Skies have calmed down. And now, once the sun comes up, we can start assessing, but also drying out.
Yeah, we look at that and say, wow. Tom Walks looks at that and kind of breaks it down a little bit. A lot of lightning there, Tom. What does that say to you about this particular shot?
It definitely gives me pause, you guys, in part because as this resets again, when you look, there's a lot of lightning, number one, but when you look right there, that looks to go to the ground almost. Now, it's hard to tell how far away that is, right behind the house and the trees there. But, that could potentially be tornadic, right? I mean, it's hard to tell from this exact vantage point if that's making its way to the ground or not. But it's suspicious. I think maybe that's a good way to describe it. That is suspicious. And I'm interested, what the Weather Service is going to be able to do is they're going to be able to take videos like this and associated damage, and pair it up to the radar and see if there was rotation in this area. Now, and I think we're pausing it right there. So it's interesting because what's interesting to me is you're seeing sort of that half lowering on the far right, and then you see that larger lowering right there. So my question would be kind of behind that tree line, does that go all the way to the ground? Now, that would kind of answer the question there if whether that's a tornado or not, or, that could certainly be a very low to the ground shelf cloud with very strong straight line winds in behind it. But that particular shot is suspicious to me in that gives me pause when I look at this. A lot of times we can look at an image, a scary image, and go, nope, that's, a shelf cloud or whatever. Nope, that's pretty stout looking to me in terms of, coupling it with the lightning as well. And we talked about this during the coverage that studies have been done that show that there's an increase in lightning in the vicinity of tornadoes. Now, what I can't tell is on the left-hand side, when Gale pans over to the left, do you see an end to this? Right? And there might be when she pans back over to the left, because that may also kind of answer a little bit. So you're still seeing the clouds right there. And then, is there an end to that cloud, or is it all just one big mass? If it's one big mass, and that's what I can't tell, then it may be a big, rain shaft there as well. So, but that's ugly. You know what I mean? Like, you look at that and go, oof. Even as a meteorologist, you look at that and that gives me pause, you guys. So I think there's going to be a lot of dissecting tomorrow. You saw Sam Kramer in Franklin. That was significant damage. I think that there's going to be more to this than we're hearing about tonight because it's dark. And I think, Gale, this really helps. These types of videos and all of our viewer videos really helped it because it's a puzzle now, right? Where we can look at the radar and we can say, oh, yeah, it's spinning, but we don't know if it's reaching the ground. The airport has certainly helped with that report from earlier. And the damage, obviously, which we hate to see, but that helps to piece the puzzle together. And that's what the National Weather Service will then be doing tomorrow, assuming they go out and survey. And we haven't heard yet, of course, about that. But if you have damage, let us know, or, make sure to get that message out there, because otherwise the National Weather Service won't know, right? And then they won't go survey it, if that makes sense. So I have sent them the damage from Franklin, from Sam, and so maybe they head out in that direction to kind of look. So I think that, more questions will be answered tomorrow. But guys, this speaks volumes again to our viewers. The fact that, Gale thought enough of us to send this into us to then be able to share and analyze on the air is so important, in my opinion, to our community. And not only for taking the video and sending it to us, but then also that really helps us to help the community. We can analyze this and try to piece the puzzle together. So it's been a night, guys, that's for sure.
That is for sure, indeed.
It's been a week.
It's been a week, that's true.
I'll call your night and raise you a week here.
Yeah,
all right. Tom, we're not done with you, but we are done with you for this moment right now. He talked about Sam in Franklin. Sam is getting an interview with the people who rent that farm that was damaged, so we're going to get to him in a moment, but I think...
We got to take a quick break first. We'll be right back. It'll be very quick. Stay with us here on Fox 6. Our storm coverage continues. Take a look at this video right now. We want to show you a dramatic moment right as this weather system passing over here. This is Mitchell International Airport. You see there where the people who are trained to do this there, the tornado was spotted and the airport camera goes black. And at that point, for 30 minutes, everybody there was told to shelter in place. Obviously, there was a ground stop there. Not quite sure if you caught that, but the tornado was spotted right outside of that airport area there, and everything went black. Again, everything has been lifted at this point. We are told flights have resumed. Airport is back open and functioning normally, but what an intense moment there at Mitchell International.
And that's where the tornado was spotted or by them, so it's a legit sighting for sure. As we take a look there. Jeff, you got more pictures for us that we can show the folks?
That was the black we were talking about. Yep, that was it. That wasn't our camera. That was what had happened.
Is this a live look right now? This is a live look at now, and look at Tom Walks is going to be so happy, Mary, because we see a plane.
Well, kind
taxing.
of. It never happens when he's on. So.
No, but we still get credit.
But we'll take care of it. Yeah. This
video, from Oak Creek.
From Oak Creek. Wow.
I know we've shown it, but let's show it again.
Yeah, just take a look at that. Storm clouds, lightning there in Oak Creek. Boy, they got pounded tonight. But boy, just take a look at that. What a lightning show. You wanted to be inside.
Yeah,
but
you,
if you
could read a book with the lightning that was so bright out there. So, yeah. Okay. Wow.
Okay, and this is South Shore Lake lightning there. Another light show. As bright as the 4th of July fireworks there. Imagine seeing all that from afar or enclosed, of course, hopefully. But that was really intense there. It seems like our southern communities really saw and took the brunt of this storm.
Right. The sirens went off in Milwaukee County tonight, but that was because of the situation in Oak Creek and in Franklin and by the airport. So communities, Shorewood and Whitefish Bay and Bayside, were not as affected, but they hear the sirens because if something goes in Milwaukee County, the sirens go off all over Milwaukee County. So we were getting calls from Whitefish Bay saying, hey, what's going on? And we had to explain, it happened the other night, Tuesday night at 2 in the morning. The alarms went off where I live in Whitefish Bay, and it was because of a situation in the southern part of the county. But better to keep everybody safe than not.
It's a good thing. They were doing their jobs.
No issues there.
Right.
Any others for us, Jeff? Because, we have tap danced long enough. We want to get down to Franklin.
Yes, where Sam Kramer is standing by. He is talking to somebody right in front of the last picture that we saw of him, right in front of that dramatic barn collapse. So that ground has just swallowed up all but the roof of the barn, that red barn there. And so, Sam, who have you found to talk to?
Yeah, hi there, Ted and Mary. I'm joined now by Kim Winkler, kind enough to join us after describing to me briefly while you guys were somewhere else living through this tornado. Can we start with that before we show the damage? Because there's a human element to this that I think
gets out of the window a little bit. What did you hear, and what was it like inside your house?
Well, we had a few of the windows open. We didn't have enough time to close them, and strange noises started happening. We ran upstairs. I heard some clicking noises, and then I heard it sounded like a freight train. And then we went running downstairs. I tried to grab my animals, and I jumped on top of, I've got a golden retriever, and I jumped on top of him, and my husband and I just laid on the floor in the living room because we couldn't get anywhere else. And it just sounded like everything was flying. Pictures were flying off the walls. Faces were flying. We have glass all over in our sunroom. A tree came through our sunroom window. Trees were all knocked down on our house, and then we started smelling a chemical smell, like something was on fire. And our power lines are all down, and now we'll be without electricity for a while till it comes back on. Yeah. And then 3 out of 4 of the barns pretty much flattened. My car is stuck under a barn right now, and
but we'll get to that in a second too. But you guys have a cellar. You rent this farmhouse. You moved here when?
Just in October.
Okay, so you're new here.
We lived in Muskego at another farmhouse for almost 17 years with the same family.
And you know them well. They saw some of the sons that were here dealing with this. But my point in this question is, you guys have a cellar. You didn't have time to get down there. No. You kind of had to make a decision that this is where we are.
Right. We had no time whatsoever. We heard what sounded like a freight train, and we just went running downstairs, and my husband's just like, I literally just jumped on my dog, and my husband's like, lay down, lay flat. And we had 3 windows and everything was just shaking and flying, and we didn't have time.
Okay. So that happens inside. You come outside to take a look here, and Jake Salzman, our photojournalist, will pan over to see. So this is your car, your Chevy Equinox, and this all was just brought down, collapsed. Yeah,
the whole thing collapsed. Luckily, we had my husband's Audi. We were trying to fit this into this barn as well. We were just thinking we were dealing with some hail damage, and we weren't able to fit it in this barn, so we fit it in the other barn, and thank God that is okay. But this car sure isn't.
Yeah, you were telling me you do social work.
Yeah, I'm a social worker for Racine County. Yeah.
And how are you? Have you even thought about that yet?
No. All there's branches and trees everywhere.
Yeah, there are branches all over here. Just be careful. This will be the last thing.
Yeah. And right over here, the barn it's completely flat. You probably would have had a better view if you went over here.
Sure.
And then in the front, it took out several trees and our power line to the house. So We Energies just came out and we have no more power for a while.
Yeah. Do you have any idea what you're going to do?
Just ride it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll be okay.
Yeah. I love your optimism.
Yeah.
And I really thank you for chatting with us.
Yeah, sure.
After going through something like this, Kim.
No
Thanks.
problem. No problem.
So there you go. I think that's about as clear of a sign of what happened tonight. Again, after the airport indicated that they had saw perhaps one, maybe two tornadoes confirmed on the ground to the southwest. This is in that direction. And in talking with people that live in this area, if we actually go up a little bit County Line Road, if we have time, we will. You can still kind of see the path of destruction in terms of mailboxes brought down, parts of trees cut down, lampposts brought down as well. So I think we'll head there in a little bit here, guys. Send it back to you.
I forgot to say, all of our patio furniture all over, it's, oh my gosh, like 30 feet from where it was. Yeah, completely.
Well, again, which speaks to the force of this. So, Ted, Mary, Tom, we'll send it back to you guys.
You know, Sam, our heart breaks. Please tell Kim, you know, she has her condolences. Everybody's thinking about her right now. And she mentioned a smell in the house. I'm wondering if it's even safe to stay there. Are they planning to stay tonight? And do we know what that smell could have been? It was dramatic the way she described it.
Yeah, so Mary's saying about the chemical smell. Wonders if it's safe to say or safe to stay at your house. But you were thinking that before we were talking on the air, you were thinking that might have been a sectional.
Yeah.
Okay.
I believe it was our sectional. Our cat had gotten trapped. One of our cats had gotten trapped under the sectional, and they were normally electronic. And then I noticed it didn't work, so I pulled up the sectional and there he was, and it smelled like it was kind of on fire underneath. Yeah, so I think that's where it all came from. Yeah, and our lights had been flickering on and off for the past hour until We Energies had gotten here. So, yeah.
It's going to be a long haul.
Sam, I have one more quick question, if we can. When we were in Caledonia, and Stephanie Barrichello with the landscape company there, I'm sure the landscape company, the greenhouse there, they're asking for volunteers to show up and help tomorrow. Does Kim need anything from Fox 6 viewers? Because if you know Fox 6 viewers, they're going to turn up. I don't want to put her on the spot, but can you ask if she needs any help?
No, that's a good question. A lot of people are watching this right now. What sort of help do you need from them? And how do you even plan about going about cleaning up here?
It's a good question. I think we'll be fine. We'll be fine. We'll work it out.
Sounds like a farmer, but we'll see. We'll see what people can do to help you guys.
A social worker and a farmer.
There's a lot going on here.
Yeah,
no
two
doubt.
tough pairings there. All right. Well, please give our very best, and we'll be checking back with Kim.